insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
2nd and 10, Bears from their 47. Williams and Swift in the backfield. Extra instructions for the line, 2 receivers to each side on 2nd and 10 from the Chicago 47. We had movement from a Bear. Williams gets the snap, and here comes a sack by Danielle Hunter.
I mean, gobbled him up just like Will Anderson Jr.
Victory formation. Stroud takes the snap, takes the knee, and it is over. The Texans have knocked off the Chicago Bears 19-13 to run their record to 2-0 and build a 2-game lead in the division with a matchup with 2-0 Minnesota on the road next week.
There it is. Mark Vandermeer on the call, Andre Ware on the call, and that was what wrapped up the game last night, man. A game that was awfully tense throughout. The crowd was into it. It was great to have primetime football back at NRG Stadium. Great to do it victoriously. 19-13 the final score last night. The Texans beat the Bears. That was Danielle Hunter you heard getting the sack that really, I won't say salted the game away, but that really kind of took the heat off of the Texans.
That's when I'm miming it. Sean's a little confused. He paused because I was doing the.
You're huntering.
That was the one where it looked like Danielle Hunter was gonna engulf Caleb Williams.
He looked like a missile.
A missile or a flying squirrel?
Yeah.
Yeah, combination.
Right.
He was a missile squirrel.
A missile squirrel.
That's his nickname from now on. Most fearsome of all nicknames, the missile squirrel.
I'll let you tell him that because we had him on the postgame show. That dude was still practically in uniform.
Oh, really?
He was still
probably going to work out.
He might have been.
Yeah.
He still had on his undershirt from the game. He still had on like the white like leg length spandex on. Still had eye black underneath his eyes.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And that's a while after the game is over when he gets to you.
He's the first one that Clint and I can remember that has come into the interview room who's not showered, looking good. Clint usually asks the guys about their drip when they come in there once we get done asking the football questions. Clint during the break's like, what am I supposed to ask him about? His eye black, Chief? I didn't ask him about any of that stuff. Danielle Hunter's a frightening individual.
You know what? Okay, then, so do we give a reprieve to what's-her-face there that said she was frightened sitting next to him?
No. I mean, yes. We give her a reprieve. Kay Adams.
Kay Adams, yeah.
We give her a reprieve.
You know, because you're scared and you're a full-grown man.
Kind of.
Clint's a full-grown man.
Yeah, Clint's a full-grown man.
He's not, but he's so, Danielle Hunter is such a gentle giant. And yet, the Texans pass rush, I'm glad I slept last night, Sean, and this is why. I immediately after the game, I go on KHOU, I do a live stream, and you're coming off of that game, and the second half was so maddeningly, painstakingly slow and frustrating.
Yeah.
Between the penalties, between the missed opportunities, all those things. I was actually... I had to keep reminding myself that, hey, Seth, they won the game.
They won.
They won the game. They just had 7 sacks versus a mobile quarterback. DeMeco Ryans blitzed more than he ever has in a Texans game.
Yeah.
And I had to keep reminding myself that now that I've had 3 hours of sleep, I've got a little bit of clarity. And I have to remember that, it's hard to win games in the NFL. And these last couple may have left you, I'd say, I've said unsatiated.
Yeah.
I feel like, all right, man, there's just more. I can have more. I can eat more. There's more on the table, and I want to eat it all.
Yeah.
And yet... They end up being tough, gritty wins, and with a really good defensive performance.
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway, man. Like, that's when you know you have a good team, when you feel like, man, that was like a C+ or a B- in terms of how it could have gone for the Texans, and they come out victorious. I mean, if Cam Akers punches that ball in the fourth quarter, but the fact of the matter is, he punches that in. We're probably talking about a 26-10 or 26-13. Probably not 26-13. They wouldn't have kicked the field. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're probably talking about a much more comfortable win. That's how this team's been doing it for a year and a half. I'd like for that to change. But the fact is, they're 2-0, and the rest of the division is 0-2. And this is a great day to be a Texan fan, man. The nation. This is what I thought. My biggest takeaway from all this, even amidst penalties, the turnover there by Cam. There was a lot of good, obviously. Nico Collins is making a statement to the nation as to what he is. Jaime Fairbairn might be the MVP of this team so far. CJ Stroud is just steady as she goes, man. Like, and so there's a ton to get really, really excited about. My biggest takeaway from this game is I think the nation tuned into that game last night to see the fireworks of C.J. Stroud with Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins and Tank Dell. This is the first taste that most of the country is getting of that combination. I've got Joe Mixon coming off of the $160 last week. And what they got was, this is what Swarm is. That's what they got. They tuned in for the offensive fireworks, and what they got was Caleb Williams in a body cast at the end of the game.
Man, I tweeted this out last night, and it really wasn't even a slight, but it's true. He has some of the most electrically, athletically entertaining sacks and interceptions I've ever seen.
I thank him for that.
Nobody scrambles his way into making a stupid throw better than that part's shade. Better than Caleb Williams. But even the sacks, that's what was so impressive to me about the pass rush, was that there were times where, man, it was terrifying because he was eluding all his pressure, and it's on a blitz, so you know there's not as many guys to stop him once he gets past the line of scrimmage. And yet they were able to bring him down, forcing the bad throws out of a rookie quarterback. All of that was really cool. And then, honestly, I think the biggest telling thing about the strategy that DeMeco employed, which I was wrong about. I was saying, it's a rookie, just play it vanilla, see what he can do. They went after him, and it was an incredibly effective strategy. But because the defense, when you blitz, there's a risk on the back end. And they were good in coverage on the back end. The one thing, and I don't think they talked about this on the broadcast, but we noticed early on, oh, wait a second, why is Stingley lined up on the right side? Okay, he's tracking, he's following DJ Moore.
Yeah.
So early on, Lassiter was on the left side for the first time all training camp or in the regular season. And I thought, man, I thought he looked a little slow to attack. I thought he looked a little bit hesitant almost. So I was nervous about that early on, but he came along strong. I mean, it didn't take him long to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, the ball skills of these cornerbacks last night was on display big time. Here was DeMeco Ryans talking about exactly what Seth's talking about on bringing pressure on Caleb Williams.
Well, it starts up front with our defensive line, like Will, Daniil, Mario, all the guys, the way they were rushing together, and the way we were covering in the back end, that really set things apart for us. So, credit to Sting and Kamari for the way they cover, allowing those guys to get the pressure. You don't get pressure unless the coverage is tight. So those guys cover well and allowed the rush to get there.
It's true. I mean, you got corners that cover like that. There's a lot that you can do defensively. Some of the numbers of this game last night. The Bears, just to contextualize it, because I thought the Texans played a really good defensive game against the Colts, other than the 3 huge chunk plays. And I know I know the chunk plays count, but I think last night was indicative of kind of, okay, those chunk plays are outliers. Teams, even good teams, aren't going to go for 55 yards on 3 different plays against you in a game. The Bears gained 3.1 yards per play in that game last night. And for those who aren't familiar or you need some contextualization for that stat, the Carolina Panthers were the worst team in the NFL last year in terms of yards per play, 4.1 yards per play. So the Bears last night were a full yard worse than a normal Carolina Panthers game last year.
And for a good chunk of the game, they were at 2.5 yards per play.
Yeah.
Until
you were texting me during the game.
I know. I knew you'd get excited about the gamblers.
I love YPP, baby.
Yeah.
I love my YPP.
The other one, though, too, not to get too numbers heavy, but this is an easy one. Yeah. The Bears average 3.2 yards per carry. So on the season, I'm guessing the Texans are holding the opponent to about 3.1 yards per carry.
Yeah.
It was 3.0 last week.
Yeah.
That's really, really good.
Yep.
In any given game, if you can hold them to less than 3.4, you're doing a good job. So it's early. I don't start looking at defensive and offensive rankings until there's a few games in the books. But this is definitely a different defense than last year. And then because of the lack of allowed big plays by the Texans defense, especially when blitzing, where usually you're going to give up something here or there. Yeah. I felt very good about that.
That was a game last night. Like the games like that last year where the offense just was, stuck at times. There were penalties, things like that. The Texans, I think last year the Texans might lose a game like that last night. They win a game like that. Probably should have won by more.
And playing sloppier than I think they're happy with. Now, I know from last night, just on social media and my live stream, people were concerned about the Texans not pushing the ball downfield. Look, for one, that is a very good defense.
That's a good defense.
That is a very good defense.
Yes.
But two, the pass protection had some issues, and there were times, just going back and watching the All-22 real quick this morning, there was at least one where Nico Collins was open for a touchdown, and the pressure it got there just, an eighth of a second less, and I think CJ could have hit him downfield.
Yep.
And then the really weird one too was, it wasn't a deep shot, but it could have been a touchdown. Tank Dell just
hit him in the hands,
dropping that.
Yeah.
But it was weird because he adjusted his hands at the last moment, almost like. I blamed that there was an incoming Southwest flight that was landing at Hobby or something.
Open.
Yeah, I blame
the lights got in his eyes.
I blame the Earth and aircraft and possibly a blinking satellite or something.
I do too, because Tank usually comes down with that ball.
Maybe Tank didn't realize the roof was open until that moment, and he's like, "Oh," he got distracted by the background.
I loved the look of the stadium with the roof open at night.
Yeah.
The way the field was lit and the crowd seemed dimmer than normal. It had
there are Bears fans there.
It had a cool feel. I don't mean intelligent, but that's a fair point.
Yeah.
I thought the stadium, all the wristbands they had that were lighting up throughout the game and stuff, man, I thought that was a cool vibe last night in the stadium,
I must have been focused in because honestly, usually I'm the one who gets distracted by that stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't notice any of it.
Really?
Yeah. It
didn't distract me from the game. I just thought it looked really cool, and at halftime it looked amazing. During the halftime
somebody had told me that somebody DM'd me and said that
the
stadium looked empty at the beginning of the game, and I'm looking out and I'm like, no, it was. Sometimes people get fooled by the white when everybody's got a color day.
Yeah.
They see all the big blanks of white and they assume that those must be empty seats.
Right,
or something.
right. No,
and it was dude. And kudos to the crowd. How many false starts did the Bears have?
Good question.
False starts and/or delay of game or timeouts taken because they weren't functioning properly.
Yep.
That was really good. Eberflus, you brilliant moron. What were those challenges?
Those are awful.
I thought Virginia McCaskey was the one in charge of the challenges. 101-year-old Virginia McCaskey was like, "Call the coach. That's wrong."
What were the two? The
Stephon
one?
Diggs.
Oh, on the 21-yard catch. Oh, and then the would-be interception.
Yeah, the would-be interception, which was clearly not an interception.
If he's a receiver, we're not even talking about this. I think because it was a defense. You know what I mean? If it was like a reception, he didn't survive to the ground.
Right.
It was weird.
That was the one thing. There was a little bit of sloppiness there where CJ got away with one there.
Yeah.
And that Bears defense, they're so good. The best indication, and it wasn't even that bad of a play, but when you watch Jalen Johnson break up the pass on Joe Mixon over the middle, you're like, why is Jalen Johnson on Joe Mixon? Because of that.
Yeah.
Because they do a really good job of disguising and lurking and doing all these things that just make a quarterback like CJ, who doesn't want to throw interceptions. He's very good at not throwing interceptions. It's a little bit of hesitancy that gums things up. It's a well-run defense. That's why Eberflus is going to be a good defensive coordinator somewhere next year.
Bingo, you nailed it.
Yeah.
He'll be a hell of a DC next year. All right, we're off and running, man. A victorious Monday here, a victorious reaction Monday. It's a victory Monday, by God. We haven't even talked about Nico Collins yet. We got to get into Nico.
I know.
Nico is a beast. But I think with Nico's heavy workload comes a question I think a lot of Texan fans are concerned about 2 games in. We're going to get to that coming up next.
Ability tree.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Shop as John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Stroud in the gun on 2nd and 24. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ firing downfield. Hits Nico. 10, 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. A flag on the play.
Now that's weight room right there, baby.
Oh. Yeah, that was weight room right there. If you watched Nico Collins, they mic'd him up for the Colts game, And one of the several plays he made in that game, after he got tackled or knocked out of bounds, he got up in the face of one of the Colts DBs and said, "That's weight room, baby." That's weight room.
Right, yeah.
That's what Dre's referring to.
You know what's really cool is I know a lot of people said, "Hey, why aren't the tight ends more involved, or weren't they last night?" You know who was the deep route on those that double post crosser there that opened things up for Nico Collins?
Schultz?
Dalton Schultz. Yeah, it was that, and he timed it perfectly. Dalton Schultz turned into a blocker immediately after the catch.
Yeah.
There was no threat of offensive pass interference or anything. And Dalton Schultz was involved in the passing game. The Texans, to their credit, just did some things versus that very good Bears defense of finding windows and opportunities.
Yeah.
They did it in the second half, too. It's just that the pass protection broke down at very bad times, or some of the penalties and mistakes also came in crucial situations.
Yep.
So, upon reflection, as it always is, it's weird to say, it's never bad as you thought it was when you watch the film. I'm saying that after a win.
Right.
I'm like, it wasn't as bad as that. There were opportunities in the second half where I don't feel as frustrated about their inability to really put the Bears away, but there is definitely a lot of meat on the bone when it comes to just streamlining this operation.
No doubt. We'll get to all the stock up, stock down at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. We will acknowledge at 7:20, a lot of acknowledging going on from over the weekend. Crazy weekend around the NFL, too. That was as wild a Sunday as we've seen in a long, long time. I'm kind of glad that this is one of the handful of Sundays that you and I got to watch football during the day as opposed to being, dialed in on the Texans all day. That was a crazy early window of games. I want to keep it focused on Nico here for a second. Nico Collins, that touchdown that you heard right there, the only touchdown of the game for the Houston Texans. I love that came on a 2nd and 24, I guess Mark said it was, after a 15-yard penalty that was assessed against Nico Collins. That was after the very last play of the first quarter. Tyreek Stevenson gets up. I don't think the ref saw this, but put his finger inside Nico's helmet. I think if they'd seen that.
Tried to pull a Moe and Curly on him.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, right, exactly. And then the referee saw the retaliation from Nico, calls the 15-yard penalty. So then you start the second quarter in 2nd and 24. And I love that it was a slant route, classic Nico slant route. And then I don't know who the DB was in the end zone that he just threw off of him like he was just so much garbage.
I think that was,
It was one of the safeties trying to tackle him at the goal line. But Nico's a beast. This is probably the highest compliment I can pay to Nico is that Nick Caserio had one of the best off seasons that we've seen a general manager have here in this town, certainly, ever. He signed Danielle Hunter. He traded for Stephon Diggs. He traded for Joe Mixon. Others, Azeez Al-Shaair. Like, he had a really good offseason. The best move so far of the entire offseason for the Texans, 2 games into the season, is Nico Collins' contract extension.
If he continues to play like this,
cheap,
it is a very, very good deal. And I think that I would be flabbergasted, or I would be astounded if Nico continues to play like this. It's going to be one of these situations where all of a sudden you hear about a couple years from now, you hear that they extended Nico's contract, like without ever a peep out of anything.
Like Tunsil.
Tunsil, which, I mean,
contractually,
Nico embodies everything DeMeco would want in a football player.
Yeah, I agree.
They gave Laramie Tunsil an extension without him clamoring for it or anything. So they damn well will give Nico one, but I don't think it's ever going to be an issue.
No.
I think one of the things I love about Houston over the course of the last 6 months is that swarm has become both an adjective, a noun, and a verb.
And a verb.
But he's one of the swarmest Texans. Nico is very much up there.
Gets.
He might be in the top 3 of swarms on the Texans team right now.
He's so good.
Yeah.
He's so good. And 2 games in, he's got 14 catches for a little over 250 yards. I loved seeing him get into the end zone last night. Only touchdown in the game for the Texans. But it's like there's nothing cookie cutter about his 6, 7, 8 catches that he gets, man. There are at least 3 or 4 every game where you're going, all right, there's like 10 guys on earth that can do that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like the 3rd and 11 last week, the 55-yard jump ball between 2 defenders. I think even the touchdown that you heard there, like just Nico Collins with a head of steam is like it's, man, he is. I don't want to say he's been a revelation. He was amazing last year, but my God, he's taken last year and he's taken it to another level 2 games.
Well, I think the biggest thing with Nico, especially, because now it's becoming routine on the scramble drill. The scramble drill is becoming routine, twice last night, and especially the early one. From our vantage point in the press box, it looked like there was no way in hell that CJ wasn't going to get sacked because the D lineman chasing him was moving.
Yeah.
And they make it look on this scramble drill almost like no big deal.
Yeah.
CJ just fires it off to Nico. The ball's a little bit high. Nico just pulls it in, and it looks like no big deal.
Yep.
And yet it's almost becoming routine. Same thing on, this wasn't scramble drill per se. Well, no, but it was on a scramble. When CJ threw that ball to Tank, the Tank dropped. I mean, that was across his body.
Yeah.
And it was the point where, at that point, I think I was watching on television, and Collinsworth remarked about what a crazy throw it was by CJ to be able to throw across his body, and I'm like,
Right.
I mean, that's just what he.
I know they haven't been on
that's no
national
big deal.
TV very much.
That wasn't way across his body. Okay, all right.
Yeah, man. I want to go back. I haven't gotten to watch any of the TV copy yet, but the 2 throws that I can't wait to go back and watch and see what Tirico and Collinsworth said was the one you just talked about, the first Nico scramble drill where CJ in real time looked like he was getting dragged to the ground as he threw an absolute missile to Nico along the sidelines. Like that was crazy. And then I think it was a 3rd down throw. I'm almost certain it was. The one chunk play that Stephon Diggs had in the game where CJ those are the ones he makes look so easy. Mm-hmm. The ones that he just drops it in there. Like that 21-yard catch by Diggs. Those are the 2 I want to go back and see because we have not gotten a lot of the national media. Certainly, we haven't gotten that Sunday night football type attention. So that's kind of fun, like when you've got an announced crew. I've seen all the C.J. Stroud highlights and they watched the playoff game last year and stuff like that. But I'm anxious to go back and see Tirico and Collinsworth. I'm assuming marvel at things that, to your point, you and I have probably, and many others have come to take for granted that C.J. Stroud just has a cape on all the time.
Yeah, and the other guy, too, that I could see in a 2-hour show we might neglect to mention, except I'm sure you've got him and acknowledge me, Kaimi Fairbairn.
He's in there.
I mean, my God. I mean, to the point where, okay, Laramie Tunsil, critical situation, false start, big surprise, right? No, that's what he does.
Right.
59-yard field goal.
Yeah.
That's what Kaimi Fairbairn does.
Crazy.
Oh, my God. That's what they were gushing about on the broadcast a lot was just Kaimi Fairbairn and how incredibly clutch and automatic he's been. Boy, in an outdoor stadium last night, too.
It was an outdoor
swirling winds. Yes. The swirling winds.
That was an outdoor game last night. That's true.
Yeah.
Kaimi Fairbairn, if you missed the graphic on TV, no kicker in the history of the league, not in the first 2 games of the season, over any 2-game period ever, has kicked 5 50-plus yard field goals. Kaimi's got 6. And the one of the 7 field goals he's made that wasn't a 50-yarder was a 47-yarder. So the dude hasn't kicked a short one, a chippy, yet this year, which I guess is kind of good news, at least. It means that they get in the red zone, that they're normally scoring touchdowns or fumbling on the 5-yard line. The question, okay, so we've dialed in on Nico being a beast in this segment, and he absolutely is. So the question I saw from a lot of people on the post game last night, on the text page this morning, is, okay, where are all the others here? I mean, we've been very Nico heavy in the offense. This was supposed to be a fireworks display where everybody was going to be getting, some games guys were going to get their 100 while other guys are getting 50 or 60. The Colts game, I think everybody got the requisite amount of touches, or at least the quality of the touches in the case of Diggs were really good. He only had 30-something yards, but he had 2 touchdowns. Tank had a couple running plays, a couple chunk plays in the pass game. Nico was a beast. Last night was a little bit more like, okay, well, it's a lot of Nico here, but Diggs was pretty quiet other than that one big play. Tank was 1 catch for -3 yards, and they tried him on those end arounds, couldn't do anything. Here's DeMeco after the game, was asked about, okay, how do we get Tank and Diggs going?
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of getting guys going. If, like I said before, guys, whoever is open and they're making plays, they'll get the ball, right? So it's not a lack of trying to get those guys the ball. Nico has just shown up these first 2 weeks and made some big-time plays for us. So the other guys are playing really well as well. I mean, Tank and Diggs are playing well, too.
So as long as they're winning, I think most people don't care super deep about how the ball is distributed as long as the Texans keep winning football games. I think lurking in the back of everybody's mind is 6 catches for 30 or 40 yards with Diggs. Is that a recipe for the possible ticking time bomb to be detonated?
I didn't even want to say it necessarily. I was wondering as you were talking about that whether I should even mention that. I would be highly surprised.
Me too.
It just at this point in the season, certainly.
Yes.
And I think that there is a potential for this offense to be very explosive, and we just haven't seen it yet. I think that there is very much an element to, as we saw around the league yesterday, I think most offenses are rusty. A lot of the best performers aren't necessarily right where they're going to be. So I'm going to try to be patient on that. It helps when the defense is playing the way they are.
Yes.
It helps when Kaimi Fairbairn is as clutch as he is. So all of that helps it and makes it a lot easier to withstand the storm. But once the new offensive coordinator took over in Buffalo last year and things started to go south for Stephon Diggs, they were winning a lot of games when they went to the AFC Championship game. Like it was not like there was a lack of team success.
No,
the offense was actually doing pretty well, better in a lot of respects than it had been before the new guy came in. So it's something to maybe keep off in the distance, just to be aware of on the horizon.
It's funny you bring that up, the defense and Kaimi, but the defense in particular. Like if I'm one of the other contenders in the AFC and I'm tuning into that game last night, I think coming into the season, the thought with the Texans was, yeah, they're in the mix in the AFC, largely because of the offense, largely because C.J. Stroud is awesome. He's wise beyond his years. He's super talented, and they went and got him more weapons. If I'm a player or a coach or a front office guy from one of these other AFC teams, the Chiefs or the Ravens or the Bills or the Bengals or whoever, the Jets won yesterday. People think the Jets can be whatever. I'm watching that game last night going, oh, crap. Because the Bears did kind of corral the Texans. I know CJ still had 260 yards passing, but it was very Nico heavy. They managed to shut down Tank and Diggs. The running game got shut down. They only scored 19 points. If I'm one of those other teams, I'm watching it, and I'm watching that Texans defense, and I'm like, oh, crap. They've got another side of the ball now.
Yeah, and somebody else said to me last night, like, well, you see, everybody shouldn't be talking Super Bowl with this team. Well, for one, okay, show me the NFL team that's won a Super Bowl that didn't sometimes struggle to look like the greatest show on turf at any, like the Kansas City Chiefs last year. I'm not thinking about November right now.
No,
I'm thinking about the Minnesota Vikings, but there's nothing so far that this team has done that shows me like, oh no, they're not actually going to be able to compete with the heavyweights. I feel much more because of the way the defense is played.
Yeah,
I feel. And the fact that they got rid of a lot of their issues with the deep ball from last week, the fact that they were able to blitz so heavily and be effective with it, I feel better right now than I did maybe 3 weeks ago about the team in total.
The issues that have led to them being a 2-0 where we feel like they've left stuff on the table are things that are either unsustainable for the opposition or incredibly fixable.
If you look at, I
feel more strongly that they're a team that can contend.
No. I hate it when people use box score victories, like in a loss, especially when you say, well, look, we ran for this and we had this. If you just look at some of the basic stats and then yards per play, the Texans in the last 2 games on a down-by-down basis have physically dominated and destroyed the opponent. They really, really have.
Yeah.
It's been kind of glaring. That's why it's frustrating because they can't put the cherry on top.
Right.
That's the frustrating part. But also, the defense. The defense could be something special. The fact that Kamari Lassiter is coming along as well as he is, the fact that they asked him to play on the left side of the field yesterday after being on the right side all throughout training camp and last week, I think that's a very good sign for how versatile the defense could be moving forward.
No doubt. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll stick with the Texans. We have not even talked about the Astros yet. They swept the Angels over the weekend. We'll talk about the big storylines to come out of that and a crazy day around the NFL as well yesterday. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers next Saturday from noon to 6. Go. Just go there. They're having Watchtember Fest. And it's fast. You can get there fast. 1801 Post Oak, their beautiful showroom. But they bring in special collections and unique presentations, and not to mention experts from all over the world. The Zadok family has been in the business for 7 generations, and during Watchtemberfest, they bring all of the best in the watches and the people to talk.
Hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
34 seconds to go. It's 4th down and 17. Chicago with the ball. Texans up 6. And here we are again in a pressure situation. The H-Town Heartstoppers are at it again. Can they get off the field here on 4th and 17 for the Bears from the Chicago 40? Williams shotgun. Here's the snap. Here's the rush. Williams with time. Guns it downfield right side. Incomplete. And the Texans take over on downs. They'll win on Sunday Night Football.
All right, there you go. 19-13. Mark Vandermeer on the call, of course. The final score. And the Texans in yet another game that comes down to the final 30 seconds. This is what they do. DeMeco Ryans now 9-3 in one-score games. And the Texans beat the Bears last night 19-13. DeMeco Ryans after the game asked, how much can a game like this, where the Texans made a lot of mistakes but still came out victorious, how much can this help you moving forward?
It's just about winning, right? 1 week at a time. They're not always going to be pretty, but you just have to find a way to win, and that's what I'm most proud about with our guys. Like, no matter what happened near the end, we found a way to win. With all the penalties, all of the negative plays, like, we were able to gut out a win, and that's what this league is about.
They're a really interesting team because the majority of literally 2/3 of the games that DeMeco Ryans has been a head coach in.
Yeah.
You could say that in a lot of these one-score games, you could say, like, man, if this or if that, we're probably not even – and I think the last night's game was like that. We're like, man, if Cam Akers doesn't fumble the football in the fourth quarter, we're probably talking about a 2-touchdown victory. And yet this very same team that can't seem to put their foot on the throat is awesome in the last 3 and 4 minutes a game situational.
And I think even yesterday in the second half where I said earlier – last night, immediately after the game, when I was talking about it and thinking about it, I was still very much burned in thinking about the fact that in the second half, here are the drives real quick. Punt.
Who are these for? Which
Texans drives.
Texans drives, yeah.
Punt. Field goal.
Yeah.
Punt. Fumble.
Yeah.
Punt. And then end of game. So they closed it out with the end of the game.
Yeah.
The one good thing that really happened in the second half was that nice drive that they had. Dalton Schultz had the big catch, and then Cam Akers fumbles.
Yeah.
Fumbles within, within breathing.
Inside the 5.
Yeah, and after doing some nice things as a runner times, too.
Yep.
So they're just tying it all together in the second half. That was the frustrating part. My biggest concern right now remains pass protection. I think that last night I'll credit Matt Eberflus with some of the blitzes. There was a delayed blitz on one of those sacks of CJ that,
really nice.
that was a great play call and well executed by the defense. Kenyon Green had some rough snaps. Shaq Mason had 1 or 2 rough snaps. The interior offensive line, Jacob Patterson in the run, there were some miscues between him and the guards. So the interior offensive line, I feel better about it in general than I did 3 weeks ago. But that's the thing right now that I'm most concerned about, upending the greatness of the offense.
Yeah,
potentially.
I think that's fair. If I told you C.J. Stroud was sacked 3 times and was hit 4 times total in the game last night.
It feels light.
Yes.
It feels less than what and part of that's because CJ did a great job of handling the pressure at times.
Agreed.
I'll tell you what, I know there's some people out there that refuse to believe that height matters at all for a quarterback. Mm-hmm. Man, there were times out there where Caleb Williams could have been served by being 3 inches taller.
Agreed.
There's stuff that CJ can do in the pocket that I don't think Caleb Williams is capable of doing because he's too short. And because he doesn't if he's going to be that short, if he remains this short, Sean, if he chooses to remain this short, you got to have more of an over-the-top delivery.
As if there's a surgery out there.
Well, there is. I don't think it's probably all that good for athletes.
Yeah,
but
probably not.
I started getting on my social media feed for some reason. I'm getting these ads for lifted shoes, which apparently can add like 4 inches of height to you.
Now that would be fun. You being like this 6'9" Frankenstein.
Yeah. I don't feel like I'm curious. Like, what did I do to trigger that in the algorithm? I don't get it.
You must have been talking about Frankenstein near your phone, and Siri picked it up or something.
I was probably talking about like one of my tall friends or something.
Maybe.
About like how I feel short around him, and
could be.
I've got a lot of those. The offensive linemen. As much as I hate and despise offensive linemen, I do have some that are dear friends.
Believe it or not. Let's get to the Astros. We'll circle back to the Texans. We'll do stock up, stock down at 7 o'clock. We're going to acknowledge. We'll do acknowledge meet around 7:20. That'll be Texans and a whole lot of stuff from the weekend. Fun weekend of sports, man, including the Astros, who sweep the Angels over the weekend. So that was good to see. Typically what's happened with the Astros over the last month or so is that they really raise their game if they're playing a team that's a playoff contender, and then they kind of fall asleep at the wheel against the lesser teams. They didn't do that against the Angels. They sweep the Angels over the weekend. The big takeaways from this weekend, they're now 8-0 in Yusei Kikuchi starts. Mm-hmm. They won on Friday 5-3. And Justin Verlander was not peak Verlander, but he was better on Saturday, enough to at least probably like rekindle some conversation about where he is in the pecking order.
And I think with Verlander, it's not about the back of the baseball card per se when it comes to the trust factor. It's if you do dive into his career, or if you just watch Astros baseball, but even before he got to the Astros, he's a guy that has had multiple times in his career when he's been able to work his way back out of mechanical issues or what have you. Yep. So just that start it's more promising in my eyes than it would be with other pitchers necessarily. Yeah. I feel more like, all right, this is for real. He's figuring some things out.
Yeah.
I got a confession. I'm deliberately unprepared in some regards this morning. I saw that there was an article where that Chandler Rome wrote that said Kikuchi was aware of all the scrutiny of that trade. And I didn't want to listen, Kikuchi. Let me stereotype and just assume that all Japanese pitchers are just like Shohei Ohtani, and that you don't know anything about what people are saying outside of your little cocoon
or doing with your bank accounts.
Can you just let me be a big 49-year-old American dude that stereotypes people? I don't want to know that you heard the criticism.
The best part of that, I saw that article. It was a good article by Chandler. The best part about that article was Kikuchi kind of pulled a Tunsil. Where, remember when Tunsil got traded for 2 firsts and a second? He's like, I would have traded me too. Kind of the same thing.
Oh, that makes me feel better.
But where Kikuchi was like mildly surprised at how many prospects the Astros gave up for him in the article. I thought that was kind of funny.
It's a nice boost to your ego.
Absolutely. You know? Yeah, hell yeah. San Diego for 3 games over the next 3 days. In San Diego, including tonight at 8:40. I'm not going to be disingenuous to this audience. I will not be staying up to watch this game tonight. I'm working on 2 hours of sleep right now. So I will watch a cut-up replay of it for you tomorrow.
We discussed this during the break. We both realized that as middle-aged men, we can handle the 3 hours of sleep in a night as long as you didn't do anything the previous night.
Which I did not. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't diminish yourself before you go into the effort.
Saturday's big.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's a message to all you 49-year-old kids out there. Hey, lay off the alcohol every now and then.
49-year-old
kids.
Hey,
drinking can actually affect your life, turns out.
Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll get to the Wild NFL Sunday in the 7 o'clock hour as well. I think the main thing you need to know from this Wild NFL Sunday, 1, ton of upsets. 2, based on the way all these teams around the NFL, there's no dominant team. I guess New Orleans is the most dominant team right now, which kind of tells you about the Super Bowl picture 2 weeks into the season. And all the other 3 AFC South teams are all 0-2 right now.
That's a shame.
The last time that happened since realignment in 2002, the only other time it's happened where a team started out 2-0 and the rest of the division started out 0-2, the 2007 New England Patriots.
That's exactly, you know what? I said that to somebody last night. I thought it was you. If the Texans have to become a team that's dominant in a division that sucks, bring it on. The AFC South can be the new AFC East, baby.
Bingo.
Yeah, let's do it.
Bingo. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get lots of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Up next, yes, we'll do stock up, stock down on the Texans. Plenty of both last night, for sure, in a 19-13 win over the Bears. Before we get to that, it's all stock up with Daly & Black. Daly & Black, awesome law firm here in town. You guys have heard me talk about them. And if you have heard me talking about them, then you know who it is I'm kind of pointing my finger at and saying, you're the specific one I'm talking to, and that would be any homeowner or business owner whose home or place of business suffered damage in the storms, in the hurricanes. You're worried about storms that are upcoming. Daly and Black, their specialty is going to war with you with the insurance companies. The insurance companies that are sending you the denials to these claims or the diminished recovery here where you put in a claim for $300,000, here's your $60,000, now go away. That's what the insurance company's basically saying to you. Daly and Black says, we're not going anywhere, man. We're going to stay here until we get the right recovery for our clients. That's what they do. So if you're somebody who's dealing with that right now, or especially somebody who's thrown their hands up and saying, I can't fight these insurance companies anymore, Daly and Black can. And the good news is they don't take a dime from you until everything is resolved. They advance all the case expenses, and then they collect a fee only when they recover for you, for their clients. So their interests are aligned with yours. They're all in. They've got every incentive to be all in. Go to their website, dailyblack.com, DALY, dailyblack.com. Check out the videos online, and you're going to see some of the success stories. Their office is located right here in Houston, Texas. Get online and check them out today. It's dailyblack.com. That's DALY, dailyblack.com.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Falcons and Eagles face off in Philadelphia. Hear it tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
Prize Picks. You guys saw I had my Prize Picks up yesterday before the Texans and Bears game because I took advantage of the Caleb Williams free square. They have a free square for Caleb Williams on Prize Picks. So first, let me lay out exactly what Prize Picks is. The few of you that don't know, it's America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and all you're doing, it's so easy and fun. You're just picking more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. So that's all you're doing. You're not playing against sharks. You're not in a competitive league where there's only one winner. If you got some knowledge and you know the numbers, you can win. And right now, Prize Picks, for the first 4 weeks of the season, has a Caleb Williams free square. And what that is, if he gets more than 1 yard passing in a game, you're going to win that square, which augments your winnings. You can win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks. You can turn $10 into $1,000. Now, Caleb Williams barely got more than 1 passing yard last night, it felt like at times. But it's football season, and they got football, they got baseball, they got basketball when that rolls around. WNBA has been a big thing on Prize Picks. If you got some WNBA knowledge, man, you can probably win big on Prize Picks. Soccer, MMA, golf, all the sports, huge selection of sports, huge selection of players, huge selection of stats. It makes sports watching really fun. Prize Picks. Get there today and put in my promo code 610. When I say get there, download the app. It's an app you put right on your phone. You download the Prize Picks app. Really easy to get your money out to. Use the code 610. You're going to get $50 instantly when you play a $5 lineup. That's code 610 on Prize Picks. $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win the lineup to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
From the Traffic Center, this one brought to you by
is on the same page on an ESP level with C.J. Stroud when it comes to the scramble drill. It helps that he's such a big target as well.
Yes.
The catch radius for him is just so much better. Yeah. Right now, Nico Collins is leading the league in receiving yardage. He is tied for 5th in receptions overall, but the yardage is 252 yards. That's 52 yards ahead of Chris Godwin.
And I feel like if you graded his catches the way they grade outfield catches in baseball, like, that was a 4-star catch. That was a 3-star catch. I feel like Nico's got a lot of 4-star catches. You know what I mean? Like, just a lot of ones that there's a degree of difficulty to them so far this season. So Nico Collins, stock up. Stock up number 2 here. We do 4 stock up and 4 stock down. Just the overall swarm, man. They were swarming last night. The nation tuned in for offensive fireworks, and what they got was a heavy dosage of swarm, particularly Caleb Williams. Next Gen Stats had Caleb Williams dropping back, I believe, 48 times in that game, maybe 47 times in the game last night. He was under pressure half of those snaps. 23 of those snaps, he was under pressure. And there were 36 pressures. When you factor in that it was on some of the snaps, 2 or 3 guys are applying pressure on those snaps.
He's a slippery little devil.
He
really,
still got him 7 times.
Some of those sacks were terrifying,
yes.
Right? And I'll say this, they put some good licks on him. He's a tough kid. He's not built to withstand that kind of punishment.
Especially once he got out of the pocket.
Right, not even the sacks, but some of the, his interceptions were as brutally painful as a lot of the sacks.
Yep.
That's where it yielded. It did feel very much like there was this. That's why it was so unsatisfying at the very end of the game. It felt like the dam was about to break at some point. And actually, on that long drive where Cam Akers ends up fumbling at the goal line, that did feel like, okay, this is the dam finally beginning to break. Collinsworth was wrong in one regard, though. He acted like, well, the Bears defense keeps going out here and they're going to break at some point. At that point, because the Texans offense hadn't been that good in the second half, both teams, when Collinsworth said that, both teams had run 51 or 52 plays.
Yeah.
Like, it was not like the Bears defense was out there and they were just going to get beleaguered and tired out or something. I think the Texans did finally really start to feel where the opportunities were, and because Cam Akers fumbles, you couldn't come away with anything.
Yep. So stock up number 2 is the defense. Stock up number 3, I'm going to throw Cade Stover in here. Cade Stover, who got a lot of accolades from his teammates after week 1, based purely on doing fullback things. I love seeing him get involved, and this was a great play call by Bobby Slowick on 4th and 1. I believe this is on the touchdown drive. 4th and 1, and they're in a tight formation where it looks like, and the Bears are expecting them to just pound the ball. Joe Mixon just ran for $160 last week. He just pounded up the middle with Joe Mixon. This happened.
Well, everybody bunched in here on 4th down and less than a yard. Stroud to throw, and he passes right side. Stover, 45-40, right sideline, 35, and pushed out of bounds. What a play to the rookie. His first catch, a big one for a first down.
When you run the football the way the Texans have been the last 2 games, it opens up a lot.
All right, so that was, and the very next play after that was Tank Dell's end around that he ran for 18 yards. You go back and watch that play. Stover had a hell of a block on that play, too. He came in motion to the left, and then once they flipped the ball to Tank, Cade Stover does a 180 and then starts lead blocking for Tank and drives his guy into the Bears bench area.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, he drove him right off the field.
Right off the field, man. So I'm going to stick Stover. It's not good enough for an acknowledgement, but I will put him in stock up. Green arrow next to Cade Stover. There's
you'll
degrees.
Get there someday, kid.
Yeah, you'll get there. The tribal chief will acknowledge you at some point. Yes.
I think one thing, too, in terms of setting things up, this is where the Bears offense, there's a hodgepodge feel to it at times. Will Anderson's sack was very much a result of the Bears not setting that play up well, because they had the tight end coming across to block Will Anderson, which immediately you think, what are you trying to do? It works. If Will Anderson were genuinely concerned about the run, he would have tried to stone that tight end, and it slows him up just enough. Will read it immediately and slipped. I think it was Cole Kmet. Plus, if that was Kmet or whoever it was, I don't want to get the name wrong, because boy, he wussed out on that.
Yeah.
He almost kind of crunched up, like he was afraid of Will hitting him.
Yep.
And Will just ran right by him.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good to see.
So, likewise, though, in setting that up in setting that up for Cade Stover to be wide open, that the Bears had committed to the run completely and totally, and just there
great
he goes.
Play call. Just a great play call by Bobby Slowick. Well executed by CJ and Cade Stover and the Texans. Last one on stock up here, and we'll get to the stock downs. We will get to the things we will not ignore in victory. Props to the crowd last night, man. I thought the NRG crowd showed up from the time we were out there doing the pregame show. That was by far, and the night game lends itself to this, but by far the most lively outdoor environment we've had. And
Does he have people streaming in from right at the very beginning of the show? And that's an hour before they're even let in, unless they were letting people in earlier.
I don't think they were.
It was a constant stream of people walking past us.
It was great.
It was cool.
It was great. Yeah, Will Anderson even talked about it last night after the game.
Man, it was rocking. It was rocking. I had chills when I got out there, and I looked up, and I've never seen the stadium open, man, and it's just wonderful to see the city come out, man. And that's what we do it for. We do it for the fans, man. Of course, our families and ourselves, but we really want H-Town to mean something, man. We really want the fans to be a part of something great, man, and that's what we're trying to do here.
I just love Will Anderson. I love his energy, man. Guys liked having the stadium open last night. Did you hear from anybody as to how it felt inside the stadium?
They said it was kind of warm.
A little muggy, but nobody's complaining about it.
We get to sit in air conditioning.
We do. We're a little soft. Yeah, we're a little soft.
Yeah, I saw, and you would see people fanning themselves during the broadcast.
As long as there's no sun. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if it's dark out, you can deal with dark out mugginess. It's when the sun is hitting.
It's when the sun's hitting, and this is the thing. Even if you're somebody that wants, the basic fact of the matter is, people are going to be upset whether you leave it open or you close it. The difference is the people who are upset with it open when it's open, they're more likely to have suffered heat stroke during the game. So yes. I feel like their voice is louder. It's there's that. And during the day games, it makes for a crappy TV broadcast because you get that. We saw that with God's shaft of sunlight there the other day with a missing panel. Yep. You get that situation like the old Texas Stadium where you can't see what's going on because the cameras can't adjust from the light to the dark.
Let's get to the stock downs before we get to acknowledge me here in a second. First stock down, the penalties. You got to clean this up. This is not going to work against some of these better quarterbacks that you've got on the schedule. 12 penalties, 115 yards. And it's not just the sheer volume of penalties, Seth, because there were a couple Laramie false starts in there, which has become, unfortunately, just the usual for any given week. But situationally, when they were happening, Kalen Bullock with a pass interference on 3rd and 13 to set up the only touchdown of the game for the Bears. Chris Boyd with 2 holds on special teams, including one nullifying a really long return that would have changed field position by Steven Sims. If you're Chris Boyd, you're on the team for special teams. You can't be holding on special teams. Henry To'oTo'o had a hold on the first Kamari Lassiter interception. Ultimately, didn't hurt them. They got off the field, but it could have.
Laramie Tunsil false start where it didn't hurt him, but because Kaimi Fairbairn can boot a 59-yarder.
That's right.
Laramie Tunsil's false starts. Half of them happen in crucial situations or they're drive killers. Yep. They're on 3rd down. They're in 2-minute drives. They're turning a field goal into a long field goal into a longer field goal. Yeah.
Mario Edwards, a roughing the passer on 3rd and 13.
Bogus.
Led to the field goal that made it a 1-score game.
Yeah.
Like they needed penalties on 3rd and 13 to get 10 of their points in this game. And the very last one, Titus Howard hands to the face on what would have been the game-clinching play by CJ.
Some of those are somewhat excusable, but I think that Kalen Bullock's was just, there was no reason.
Could have made a play on the ball.
Yeah. That was just a weird one.
Ran through the guy.
That yielded points for the Bears. And then Henry To'oTo'o, who's been playing great. And I'm very excited about Henry To'oTo'o. That was a blatant defensive holding that negated an interception. Yeah. That didn't cost them points. But that was like those key and critical ones are some of these things that you add to the stockpile of things that are keeping the overall effort from being reflected on the scoreboard.
Agreed. The other stock downs, Cam Akers. Cam Akers, who looked good when he was in there, man. Like this is why you got Cam Akers. He's a veteran guy who can run this system. Joe Mixon, we don't know what the deal is with Joe Mixon's ankle. We haven't mentioned that on the show today, but Joe Mixon,
he re-entered the game. Hopefully, he just tweaked it somehow.
I hope so, but you know those ankles the day after, like they can the adrenaline and whatnot.
They probably took it. People always ask about injections. A lot of times, usually what happens with an ankle is they just tape the hell out of it, and so it's even hard to tell whether Joe Mixon was running gingerly or if he had such a heavy tape job that it was hard for him to have any ankle function.
That'll be a big question for DeMeco at his press conference today. But Cam Akers, who looked good, but then, man, you can't fumble inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah.
Can't do that, man.
I got somebody, it was weird, like somebody oddly like angry and aggressive at me yesterday, like came at me about Cam Akers versus Dameon Pierce. And I'm like, listen, I don't want to get into this debate right now, but Dameon Pierce had some a couple bad turnovers at the goal line 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, like, let's not act like that's the dividing line between those two.
No.
I thought that Cam Akers, if he could not fumble and take points off the board, otherwise it was very promising to see what he did.
Yeah. I feel like Cam was doing enough where we might see a little more of him in the future, even when Damien's healthy. Damien, for those who don't remember, he was inactive last night with a hamstring. I'm doing stock down on Tank Dell only because statistically he's down, and he had the one play, as you pointed out earlier. That's a play I think Tank Dell normally makes, that crossing route that CJ hit him in the hands.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have been a game changer in the second half of this football game.
Yeah, that was. I mean, if he'd been able to, I don't know if he would have been able to keep his feet after that catch or not.
But it would have been a big chunk play in that game for sure. You know,
they ended up punting.
Yeah,
I mean that was a
3rd and 4. That
was the play after Joe Mixon got injured.
Yeah,
that's when it felt, especially in hindsight, when the Texans punted.
Yeah.
Field goal, punted. Whatever the sequence was, there were a lot of punts in the second half.
Yeah, Tom. Actually, we should probably give Tommy Townsend a little thumbs up too. He was good. Tommy Townsend.
Okay.
What?
He had a couple. I mean, he punted it to the 50 that one time.
At one time he did, but he had some good ones.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he did. He pinned him down.
I'm not acknowledging him, and I'm not putting him in the stock up. But I thought overall, he was okay overall. I thought he had that one long one that pins him.
Yeah.
Completely swung the field.
At this point, when it comes to trust, he's at the opposite end of the spectrum for me than Kaimi Fairbairn.
Okay, well, of Kaimi Fairbairn. Fairbairn might be the most trusted Houstonian right now. He could
run for mayor.
Yeah, he could.
Where he would rapidly be despised. No matter which party he ran under or anything else.
Put him in office, yeah.
Mayor's rough, man.
Last one, stock down, the offensive line. And you pointed this out earlier, particularly the interior of the offensive line.
Yeah, it's been annoying. They're really bad at picking up simple games by the defensive tackles. The guard doesn't have anybody in front of him. He's like, it's all clear here. I'm going to go try to take out the kidneys of the guy that the offensive tackle, and then there you go. Defensive tackle for a sack.
Yeah.
They gotta clean that stuff up. I'll credit Eberflus with, let's see, at least one of the sacks and a couple of the pressures. They were really well-timed late blitzes. It was good play calling, good execution. And the Bears defense, to their credit, they do a lot of the things that other teams would do when they're trying to be clever, but the Bears just do it and do it really well without thinking about it. Disguising, playing different positions, all those things that can really screw up a lot of defenses. The Bears do a really good job at it. And you could see CJ some of the hesitancy. You know, there were a couple times they fooled him. CJ got lucky on not having an interception on the one that was still weirdly reviewed. But that is a very good defense.
It is. Yeah, I think ultimately that's going to be one of the really good defenses in the league. I'm not super worried about the punt in the second half. They had games like that last year too. So we'll see where it goes. Minnesota this week in Minnesota. Texans an early 3-point favorite in Minnesota. So Minnesota, a little disrespected for a team that's 2-0 and just beat the 49ers right now.
They're up to play in a dome and all that. And
underdog on their home field.
I think I'll tell you what. I think Malik Willis just putting it on. Malik Willis putting it on the Colts and other upsets in the league yesterday. Maybe has people resetting things a little bit.
We'll see. We'll talk about this. 7:45. We'll go through the 2-0s and the 0-2s and which ones are most intriguing early on here in the season.
I'm upset that the Colts allowed so much on the ground to the Packers.
Dude, I was upset it was happening like 3 hours before the Texans game because I was like, I'm pumped for Mixon to go get him again. Like, oh,
yeah, and then when the Texans can't run the ball nearly as well as they did last week,
we're back to square one.
I'll tell you the other thing too, man. Those Bears linebackers. Those are not podcasting linebackers the way the Colts have.
No.
The Colts have these little podcasting divas out there that talk a big game and then get just absolutely manhandled. Bears linebackers are something different.
Yes. They're not into content generation. They're into
tackle generation.
Shellacking the other team. Yeah. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. We're going to acknowledge some big performances. We've got a few Texans in here. We've got some baseball in here. We've got some college football in here. We acknowledge from over the weekend. Big performances, remarkable things, noteworthy things. But let's stick with the Texans here. Kaimi Fairbairn
Acknowledge me.
This was right before the half. After a Laramie Tunsil false start, sets up what would have been a 54-yard field goal, becomes a 59-yard field goal. Here's what it sounded like.
So we're going to see a 59-yard attempt here for Fairbairn.
I might come out of the booth if he knocks this baby through.
He's 2 for 2 tonight.
This is crazy.
This will be his longest of the season if he makes it. Right hash mark, south end zone uprights. John Weeks with the snap. Tommy Townsend with the hold. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. He's got a lot of distance, and it's good. Fairbairn makes it 59 yards. Wow. And the Texans have a 6-point lead.
That's a great call by Vandy. And it's good.
I was, Vandy. Acknowledge to Vandy as well.
Mark Vandermeer.
Yeah. Acknowledge. I was able to yesterday. I was able to get in the elevator right before the 2-minute warning because they shut it down so they can the coordinators. Everybody, this is the way the game day works. All the people that are up in the booth, all the staff, immediately at the end of the half, they sprint to the elevator, they go down the elevator, then they sprint into the locker rooms. So nobody's allowed to use the elevators. So you got to try to catch the elevator because I had to go over to KHOU to do the postgame. So I got to listen to Vandy the entire 2 minutes on the drive to KHOU, and it's a delight. It's an absolute delight.
He's had a hell of a season. I'm glad you acknowledged him. He's had a hell of a season. Here was DeMeco Ryans on how important Kaimi Fairbairn's been to this team.
Yeah, nobody talks about it enough. Amy is the reason why we won these 2 games, right? That's been the player of the game. For him to hit, I don't know how many, 6 50-yard field goals. I don't think that's been done before. So it's very special for Amy. He's been consistent. He's on it, and he's the reason, why we're standing here, right? We talk a lot about offense, defense, but the kicking game is the reason why we won this game today.
That's not an exaggeration. They don't win these 2 games without Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah,
he might be the most valuable player on this team right now.
Close game. If you get persnickety about it, you could say that a lot about in one-win games. There's various guys, but his has been the most glaringly clutch performance because he's had to. These are tough situations that. I've never seen as much gushing praise for a kicker, even the good ones. I think people just. He's got a deserved reputation.
7 field goals, and 6 of them are more than 50 or 50 yards or more on 6 of them.
I feel like I don't like calling him Emi because I feel like, listen, he's already shortened his name for us by calling himself Kaimi. Listen, Hughley, all right, you got to shorten it even more for you? All right.
It's super short.
Is it Howley? How do you pronounce the Hawaiian word for, no, I think it's Howley.
I don't know. Yeah. All right, let's get to Henry To'oTo'o.
Acknowledge me.
Been really good these first couple games.
Yeah.
He's been really good. When you get Christian Harris back, now you got a little depth going on with To'oTo'o, Christian Harris, and Aziz Al-Shaair.
Man, I'll tell you what. At the beginning of camp, I was watching To'oTo'o, and you remember I was talking to you about it. I thought, he just doesn't – I didn't think in the first couple weeks of camp that he looked as athletic as the other guys out there.
Yep.
And then, kind of like how it happened with Christian Harris last year, once he started getting really comfortable during camp, all of a sudden – I'm watching him, and it was one of those I kind of double-taked a couple times. I was like, wait, was that To'oTo'o?
Yeah.
Was that To'oTo'o? And now on the field, I'm doing the same thing.
Yes.
He is a missile
at
times. He has really, I think, just gotten comfortable in the scheme, and he's just letting it go, man. It's really cool to watch.
He's a productive football player for this team. That's been really good to see. One more Texan, Kamari Lassiter.
Acknowledge me.
Got his first career INT last night. Here's what it sounded like.
2nd down and 15 from the Chicago 25-yard line. Williams in the gun, Swift to his right, 2 receivers each way. Caleb Williams gets the snap. Caleb Williams in trouble, and Danielle Hunter can't get him down. Williams escapes to the right, throws downfield, and intercepted by Lassiter. Runs upfield, 45, and he's out of bounds inside the 45-yard line. The rookie with his first INT.
That was cool. That was on that play. I mean, you heard it. Danielle Hunter had Caleb Williams dead to rights, and while that play's going on, I'm like, oh, so close, because that would have pinned them way back. And then Kamari Lassiter's like, no, this is better. This is with turning him over is better than getting a sack down there.
Yeah, that's
His ball skills are nice.
His ball skills are nice, and I think the other thing too that was relevant last night for a rookie cornerback, especially. last night they had Stingley traveling with DJ Moore at times. So at the very beginning of the game, I'm looking and I was trying to figure out if I had like heat exhaustion or something. I'm like, wait a second, why is nobody talking about this? Because Stingley's on the right side, Lassiter's on the left, and early in the game, I thought that Lassiter started off a little bit slow. He didn't look quite so quick to break on things. In hindsight, with the way he played, I think he's probably being careful, didn't want to get, play like a rookie and get duped into things on double moves and whatnot. But for a guy that hadn't taken any snaps in practice or not many at all on the left side of the field, hadn't played on the left side in games at all, that's a big adjustment for a rookie, and I thought he did extremely well at it.
He did great. I hope he does to the 40-yard dash what C.J. Stroud did to the S2.
Yeah.
The S2 test is you don't even hear about it anymore. I think the 40-yard dash is going to be a little harder to extinguish and make extinct.
The 40 is annoying because all these scouts and everybody will tell you, like, nobody cares about the 40 anymore. It's garbage. But then you get them in conversation like, he runs a 4.340.
Kamari Lassiter drops to the 42nd pick overall.
Yeah.
He's clearly a good player, so that was good to see. So good job, Kamari Lassiter. All right, we continue to acknowledge. This is going to sound weird out of the chute, but we'll explain. And if you're an Astro fan, you're going to enjoy this. Rafael Devers.
Acknowledge me.
We're acknowledging you because your presence, your ability to whack Garrett Cole around the yard on the regular made Garrett Cole do one of the wussiest, wimpiest things that I think we've ever seen a pitcher who has had 250, 300 strikeouts in a season before ever do. I can never remember seeing this. Garrett Cole walked Rafael Devers in the fourth inning of a game on Saturday with one out and nobody on base. His choice, Garrett Cole. Now, here's Garrett Cole about a week ago when he was asked about who is a Latin player. I think it was it was a special day around baseball, and they asked him, who's the Latin player you least like facing?
We're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Media Day. In your career, which is the Latin hitter that most gave you or gives you trouble getting out?
Rafael Devers.
Doesn't even hesitate. Here's what it sounded like. Again, he hit Rafael Devers on his first at-bat.
Mm-hmm.
He hit him with a pitch. And then in the fourth inning, here's what happened.
Rafi Devers with his big career numbers at Yankee Stadium, his big career numbers against Garrett Cole.
He's putting him on. He's intentionally walking, and it was
nobody out.
It was Garrett Cole who put up the four fingers.
With one out and the base is empty, an intentional walk.
Garrett Cole put up four fingers and pointed to first base. I want no part of you.
Yeah, that was courtesy of MLB Network on the call right there.
That organization, it does things to a man.
Yeah.
It's a soft organization as of late. It's a curse of Derek Jeter, I think.
Yeah.
That they don't play well versus good teams. You got your stud, high-priced ace pitcher walking Rafael Devers.
You make $36 million a year.
Yeah.
You're paid to at least attack Rafael Devers.
Devers is I like Devers.
Devers, too.
He shows personality at the plate. There's one of those things. That's one of those guys where if the pitcher has a good outing, he acknowledges it, or a good performance in an at bat, he acknowledges it. I like Devers.
The look on his face as he got intentionally walked was awesome.
Yeah.
That was great. All right, let's keep it moving. University of Memphis football.
Acknowledge me.
I just like this, that Florida State keeps losing football games. After belly aching over not making the college football playoff last year, Florida State still has not won a football game since then. They're 0-4 since being total crybabies about being left out of the college football playoff.
Start playing that victim card, man.
Yeah,
it's
man.
a slippery slope after that. You start blaming others for everything after you start blaming the college football committee for things.
I say that because Memphis beat them in Tallahassee 20-12. The University of Memphis beat Florida State in Tallahassee.
Oh, Memphis gonna Memphis.
Right,
Wade Smith? Yeah.
Memphis is actually a good group of five team. Year in, year out, they shouldn't be going into Tallahassee and beating Florida State. But congratulations to Florida. You know what? I'm going to give Florida State a sarcastic acknowledgement here.
Ooh.
Acknowledge me.
The first team in FBS to clinch their under on their Vegas season win total.
They clinched it already.
3 weeks in. Their total was 9.5. They can max out at 9 wins, and they will not max out at 9 wins. A couple more college football. We can squeeze them in here. as we do Acknowledge Me here on a Monday. Arch Manning.
Acknowledge me.
Quinn Ewers leaves the game on Saturday, the Texas game on Saturday against UTSA with an apparent oblique injury. And Arch Manning comes in, the phenom, son of Cooper Manning, nephew of Eli and Peyton Manning, and goes off. 9 of 12, 223 yards. He averaged almost 20 yards an attempt, 4 touchdowns, and this 67-yard touchdown run in which he broke ankles.
A decent clip, but they hadn't done much on the ground in this game.
Oh, look at Arch Manning. Oh, hit him with the two-step. Arch Manning, touchdown.
Yeah, that was good. Hit him with a little ankle breaker. I love that the announcer there was talking about, they haven't done much on the ground, and Arch Manning's like, oh yeah, here's 67 yards for you.
5 touchdowns in relief.
Yes.
And Cooper, I mean, it wasn't unknown that Arch had that in his bag.
Right.
I feel like when Arch does stuff like that, Cooper Manning is probably like, yeah, see, I still got that on you. I was a receiver.
Yeah.
You guys, I was a genuine athlete, whereas you guys were known for your non-athleticism.
That'd be great if Eli and Peyton's kids just weren't very good at football, and Cooper just starts clowning them all the time.
Turned into the worst kind of uncle.
The worst uncle.
Yeah,
He never had the
turns
makings.
everything into a competition with your kids.
He's
and
like
everything.
Uncle Junior on The Sopranos. He never had the makings of a varsity athlete.
Yeah.
That would be sweet. Paul Feinbaum thinks that Arch is going to win a Heisman at some point.
Book it. Arch Manning is going to win the Heisman. I am in on that. And by the way, his granddad and Peyton probably should have won it, and Arch will. Can you imagine? He's replacing a Heisman favorite right now. I don't know if he'll win it this year, but Arch Manning will definitely win the Heisman at Texas.
Be more lording for Cooper to do at Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
well, it wouldn't be Thanksgiving this year, but perhaps Easter dinner.
They use it as the centerpiece for Easter dinner in the middle of the table, the Heisman Trophy. I like that. One more college football acknowledgement. The Colorado State defense.
Acknowledge.
And I'm not acknowledging them because they only they held Colorado State to 9 points. There are a lot of teams that can do that. Boy, that Colorado State quarterback, I forget his name. He's got a hyphenated last name. That might have been one of the dumbest quarterbacks I've seen at the collegiate level. Ross Tucker was on that game, the Colorado State game. Mm-hmm. He'll be on with us tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I'm going to get one Colorado question in with him. Here's why we're acknowledging the Colorado State defense. Travis Hunter intercepts a pass, returns it deep into Colorado State territory. Travis Hunter, the two-way Heisman Trophy candidate for the Buffs, intercepts a pass, returns it into Colorado State territory, and 4 different Colorado players pick up an unsportsmanlike on the same play because of celebrating. Here's what it sounded like.
The rolling on the field is an interception returned by the defense. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense, number 12, 7, 99, and 23. It's a 15-yard penalty added to the end of the run. That's the first penalty towards disqualification for all players. First down, Colorado.
We'll have to, by the way, so Colorado's being criticized for padding their stats in the fourth quarter. They kept airing it out.
In the last 2 minutes of the game, they're up by 19.
Ross Tucker called them out. We'll have to play that audio before when he comes in.
Yeah.
It's weird because, look, this is one where Colorado State was talking a lot of smack before the game. Uh-huh. This goes back to last year when the coach said that, we take our hats off indoors, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So there was the quarterback was talking smack before the game. So if you can separate neon from everything else, I feel like, all right, if I were a head coach and the opposing team, even though it was ultimately my fault that they're talking that much smack, I might do the same.
Yeah.
I might do the same.
I might too. Yeah, maybe. One more I want to squeeze in here, and it's going to sound weird. Antonio Brown.
Acknowledge me.
You heard me. That Antonio Brown, or whoever runs his Twitter account, had the best take yet on Dylan Raiola, the Mahomes wannabe that quarterbacks for Nebraska. Kid who shaves his hair like Mahomes. His dad played for Nebraska. He's about 40 pounds heavier than Mahomes.
He looks like fat Mahomes.
He looks like Mahomes after like 7 donut binges. There was video that went viral this weekend of Dylan Raiola. It's not just the look. He does the Mahomes pregame ritual where he takes that jog down towards the fans and does the thing where he's like kind of waving the fans on to cheer louder, and then does the jump up with the high knees. Mm-hmm. It looks exactly like Patrick Mahomes. It's annoying now. And Antonio Brown tweeted that video. He said he's starting to become more annoying than Jackson Mahomes, which is a pretty good out. Jackson Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes, very annoying social media influencer brother.
He's one of the two annoying appendages that Pat Mahomes is
married
with.
to the other one. Yeah. Dylan Raiola's dad, who was an offensive lineman at Nebraska and in the NFL, needs to talk to him because at this point, Raiola, he's so into being Mahomes. He's like the kid, like when they're 5 or 6 years old and the family's getting ready to go to church, and they're like, "You need to put your little sport coat and your church shoes on." He's like, "No, I'm Superman."
Yeah, and he wants to take his costume off.
Yeah, the parents are like, "Fine, you gotta let Bobby wear his Superman costume to church because he thinks he's Superman." That's Dylan Raiola, except he's 20 years old.
Yeah,
and he thinks he's Patrick Mahomes. Fine, shave your head like Mahomes, do your little high knee jumps. Ooh.
Yeah, but be your own man. You know, you don't have to be like
he's a good player.
He's like you're like one of Lady Gaga's little monsters or something.
That's
you know,
right.
just be you, Raiola.
That's it, man. That's it.
You're already the son of an NFL player that has to create his own identity, and now you're adding this to the mix.
Yeah, put on your Patrick Mahomes underoos and go to church, man, or whatever it is. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Texans win 19-13. We haven't even talked about what went on around the league yesterday. That was one of the wildest Sundays. We are left with some of the strangest 2-0 and 0-2 teams, considering what we were feeling about some of these teams coming into the season. Who are the most intriguing in each of those categories? 2-0, 0-2. I think there's 9 in each of them. We'll get to that coming up next. But prize picks. You got Monday Night Football tonight. So you got the Eagles and the Falcons. Get on.
West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's Payne and Pendergast on a Reaction Monday, a victorious reaction.
Victorious.
The best kind of reaction Monday.
Well, we would sing.
Victorious and sleep deprived.
We would sing, except you guys had to endure that rendition of the Sunday Night Football song by the Houston Texans players last night on the broadcast.
You weren't fond of that bit of content from the team?
I'm a fan of bad singing, but it was too much bad singing.
A lot of guys bad singing.
Yeah. So it wasn't. I like that they did it. It was. I don't think that, as Collinsworth was insisting to Tirico that they should do it every week, and Tirico was like, "Shut up, old man." Oh. Tirico basically said that. He said, "Shut up, old man. You're daft. I'm tired of carrying your bony ass." Collinsworth at one point during the broadcast, Sean, said that I've played every single position in football, but punt returner is the heart. And everybody across the nation was looking at themselves like, what is he talking? He has not played nose tackle. Like, what are you talking about?
Count when you're playing like your Thanksgiving playground game. All right.
Yeah.
So here we are on Monday morning. By the way, Monday Night Football tonight. There's still one more game to go this weekend. The Eagles are in Atlanta to take on the Falcons. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Seth, there are 9 2-0 teams and 9 0-2 teams in the NFL right now. The most intriguing, I'm going to rattle them off right here. If you're in your car, sit tight. I'm going to do this quickly. And when I rattle off these teams, you tell me of these 9 2-0 teams, which one is the most intriguing to you for whatever reason, good or bad. Good or bad, most intriguing to you. Here are the 9 2-0 teams. Buffalo, the Chargers, Chiefs, Pittsburgh, the Texans.
Well, I mean, yeah. Okay, we got to exempt them, yeah. Okay.
Yep, they're exempt. Seattle.
I know.
Minnesota.
Imminent.
That's right, this weekend. New Orleans.
Ooh, Kubiak involved.
And 2 blowouts, by the way, by the Saints. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who had one of the biggest upset wins yesterday going into Detroit.
Man, there are some intriguing 2-0 teams.
There really are, yeah.
There's juice to every single one of them. Minnesota most imminently, obviously, because the Texans play them. Pittsburgh and their ability they would be intriguing, except I don't think they can sustain. I think they'll sustain it in a Mike Tomlin fashion.
Yeah.
I think they're going to make the playoffs this year.
That's right.
And yet not actually be capable of doing anything with it. Mike Tomlin will take what they have there and with TJ Watt and the rest of them turn it into something. This is hard. I might have to say New Orleans.
Pittsburgh's 2-0 and has scored 1 touchdown this year.
Yeah.
Now New Orleans is 2-0 and they've scored 58 touchdowns this year.
It was a boat race. So this is the thing. This is the thing that's so intriguing about
it's New Orleans for me too. So I can't wait to hear you talk about
So Clint Kubiak is the offensive coordinator. Now Mike Zimmer, the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys, was brought in partly or specifically because he's been good versus Kubiak Shanahan style systems. Yeah. You know, that's been a huge part of the allure of bringing him in there because the Cowboys get destroyed by Shanahan systems. And then Zimmer, I mean, Sean, I had to catch up. I was down at Bayway for their car show yesterday, so I wasn't able to watch. I got up into the press box finally, and I'm looking at the score of the Cowboys game, and I'm like, well, at that point, New Orleans actually only had like 250 yards of offense, but the score was so lopsided. So I go to the drive chart, and the reason was that they didn't have a single wasted snap.
No.
Every yard they got was in an effort towards a touchdown.
Yes.
The drive chart is touchdown, 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 touchdown.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. Derek Carr averaged 15 yards per attempt.
It was nuts.
He's 11 of 16 for well over 200 yards.
Oh my gosh, that was pathetic.
Yeah, it was something else. It's interesting. The Texans play the Vikings next week, so 2-0 versus 2-0. The Steelers play the Chargers next week, 2-0 versus 2-0. So two of Chargers, Steelers, Texans, Vikings are going to be 3-0 next week. I think out of all those teams, the Texans are by far the one that before the season you would have said, oh, yeah, I could see that for sure. Like the Texans don't even really belong in that same bucket with those teams, and you go, wow, they're 3-0. The Texans,
the ones that are going to play each other.
That are all going to play each other. Yeah, like the Chargers being 3-0, nobody would have predicted that. Steelers, maybe.
The Chargers, honestly, I have great respect for Harbaugh as a coach.
Okay.
And honestly, there's something to be said just for when you've got a good quarterback and you run a tight ship. And you do, especially early in the season.
Yeah.
I think Harbaugh probably.
One of the games is against Carolina.
I think Harbaugh, I didn't check on them during training camp that much, but I'm guessing they ran more of a traditional preseason where you don't see all this rustiness that you see out of all the other offenses.
Minnesota would have been the one out of all those we least would have expected.
Yeah, I think so, especially
considering the Niners were one of the two opponents.
Yeah, and whether McCarthy got injured or not,
right.
I don't think. Buffalo's the one that I think Josh Allen has looked like what they would have hoped he looked like.
Yeah.
It's not just the first game. I thought there was a little bit of heroism by Josh Allen. The second game, it was more of a complete offensive effort, but driven by Josh Allen.
The most worrisome as a Texans fan of all those teams being 2-0 to me.
Yeah.
And I probably should say Minnesota because that's their opponent this week, but I'm not DeMeco Ryans or a player, so I can pick whichever one I want, is Buffalo. Because I thought Buffalo would take a step back this year. Buffalo is in that sort of same tier as the Texans. They, other than the first quarter and a half against Arizona, they've been dominant this year.
I guess, and it's weird. I think the Chiefs, you almost set off to the side and think, all right,
that's
whatever.
Exactly why
they're going to be there in the postseason, and they're going to be a headache in the postseason.
And they could easily be 0-2 right now.
I didn't see anybody think, Hollywood Brown is out. Huh, now you're, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we only have a couple minutes before we hand it off to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. Here are the 0-2 teams. You tell me which of these 0-2 teams are the most intriguing to you. Carolina, Rams, Giants, Denver Broncos, Cincinnati Bengals.
I know.
Baltimore Ravens, Tennessee Titans, Jacksonville Jaguars, Indianapolis Colts. All three AFC South teams.
Baltimore,
other than the Texans.
Cincinnati for me is just because, they put up a really good fight. They had the lead for most of the game.
They got screwed. That pass interference call.
I still haven't seen it.
It's
it
kind
was
of
bad.
BS.
It was dicey, huh?
It was marginal.
It was a classic, swallow your whistle on that play.
I think so. On 4th and 16, that kept the game going, yeah.
I don't know. You know what? I'm going to go by the one in which I take the most delight, and it's a tie between Indianapolis and Carolina.
Okay.
Bryce Young is getting dumber by the minute. He's almost as dumb as Will Levis now. Bryce Young and Will Levis are the dumbest quarterbacks in the league. They are just morons. Absolute morons.
Bryce's numbers yesterday, they were crazy bad, his numbers yesterday. I got to look it up.
And yet, I don't have any ill will towards him personally. He's a dumb football player. I'm going to say Indianapolis I'm most intrigued by. Just the fact that their podcasting linebackers are part of one of the worst run defenses in the league right now.
Well, and everybody's been loving on Anthony Richardson, and the fact of the matter is he's had 3 good plays.
He hasn't cracked what I don't even ironically call the 50% completion barrier yet. He hasn't passed for over 50% in a game in 2024.
Yep. Bryce Young, 18 of 26 for 84 yards yesterday.
Oh.
84 yards passing for Bryce Young. All right, we are done. We are out of time. We got to hand it over to Texans to the Texans All Access crew for Texans Monday. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies.
All right, we're done. We're out of time.
Why are you pointing at me?
Well, I'm just pointing at you. Yeah. No, I know I'm up here. But I'll get to West Point Lincoln here right now. We appreciate all of you tuning in. We'll see you at 6 a.m. Tomorrow. Back for more football. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer up next. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610. All day long covering the Texans win over the Browns. West Point Lincoln and Chris Poulos.
doing, Ned?
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat. Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Phones aren't wired to the wall anymore. We carry them in our pockets. Cars can even drive themselves, right? Technology advances have changed our lives.
That's football legend Emmitt Smith.
Some of the most fascinating advances are happening with the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. I'm talking about natural regenerative treatments for joint pain without surgery or harmful drugs.
Tens of thousands of patients have discovered these breakthroughs firsthand at QC Kinetics. With over 100 board-certified providers across the country, they're transforming the world of pain treatment using your body's own healing properties to help restore your aching joints.
Why would you keep going back to the old tired ways of treating chronic joint pain? Check out the latest advances at QC Kinetics. And here's an idea for you. You can call them on that smartphone right there in your pocket.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
All right, 2-0. And Byron on the board. Byron, we need highlights, baby. We need lots of them. We need all of them. We need it to sing and hum today because the Texans are 2-0. And I know we're going to pick it apart and everything else that could have gone right or better or whatever. You know what? AFC South, 0-2 Jags, 0-2 Colts, 0-2 Titans, 2-0 Texans after 2 weeks. And Sean, thank you for doing the research because it's the first time that's happened in a division since 2007 with the Patriots in the NFC East.
Ooh, I think so.
That seems
Probably
so.
about right.
If that's true,
I think
how does that not happen more often?
I think the Dolphins were was that the 1-15 year for the Dolphins, I believe. Yeah, because they drafted Jake Long #1 the next year. Yeah, we talked about this. I joked about this going into week 1. Like, okay, what's the perfect Texans day going into week 1? Well, we beat the Colts, and then the Titans lose to the Bears, and then the Jags lose to the Dolphins, and then hopefully the Browns get smashed.
Yeah. Well,
kind of.
Well, no, you don't want the Jags to win, though.
Yeah, but that's what I said. But yeah, you wanted AFC South teams to lose. I'm talking first week. You almost got there, but if the Cowboys beat the Browns, so you're kind of like,
no, you don't want that either.
Yesterday was the perfect day.
It was the perfect day.
It was the perfect day. Texans win on Sunday Night Football, which they haven't been on in 5 years. But when they're on Sunday Night Football, they seem to win, so that's good. At least since I've been down there. They'll win those games. Then you had the Jags lose at home, which was glorious.
Yeah.
Then you had the Titans lose at home.
We had the Jags lose, and the offense for the Browns did not look good in the process.
That's right. There you go. Then you had the Titans losing to the Jets. Thank you, Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall. Appreciate that. And then you had the Colts.
Wow. Wow.
Going up and losing to the Green Bay Packers, led by former Tennessee Titan Malik Willis. And all I could think about was, remember 2018, week 2? We went to Tennessee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Blaine Gabbert.
And
Derrick Henry and the Wild Henry.
The 2 starting tackles are out. They've got nobody. And Blaine Gabbert at quarterback.
Yeah.
And Matt LaFleur found a way to beat us that day.
He loves this. I know him a little bit. And I've told the story many times about that game, week 2, 18, when we're up there and trying to beat them. And I said, man, you guys got so many guys out. He's like, hey, it's the NFL. We'll find a way.
That's what you got to do. And he did.
And
they found a way yesterday,
He's a good coach. I think he loves challenges like that. I think all coaches kind of do. You don't want to be in that situation, but while you're in it, they hunker down. Bill O'Brien good at that. Winning a game with a quarterback we just signed 2 weeks ago kind of thing. And they found a way to get to the Colts. Malik Willis, no shot, right? Well, shot. They won, and it was a low-scoring game. So lessons you can learn within the division. How about this? Jacksonville, what did they have going for themselves? Home opener, all right? You're coming off a loss. You're hungry as all get out. You got to get the win. You're playing a team that you know has a really good defense and a sputtering offense. And you know what? That's what the Texans were playing last night. But the Texans won their game against a really good defense and an offense that's not quite ready for prime time.
Right.
And the Jags lost their game. Now, I know rain, all that, weather factor. You're at home. Find a way to win. They couldn't do it. And that Browns defense was eating. J.O.K. was, wow, he was great. But the Bears defense last night, tough customers to deal with for sure. We knew it going in. The 2 linebackers they have, Edwards, Edmonds, those guys had a game. The secondary is good. We talked about it. You guys talked about a pregame show with Sean and Seth. And I'll tell you what, I came out of there. I was not that surprised that you were in a tight game at the end. I just wasn't. This is how the league is very often, and you just don't know. You'd love to see a 3-touchdown win. I thought we might see one last night. Did not, but that's okay. It's week 2. Who knows who they are yet? Nobody knows who they are yet. Look, we always talk about this. Belichick says you don't know who you are until about Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving? I'm in September here, week 2, and I want to put on a show in front of Carrie Underwood, even though she's not in the building, but I think about her during Sunday Night Football because the song is stuck in my head.
That's right.
So I want to put on a show in front of the national audience here. But you did put on a show defensively. Stroud made some terrific plays. Nico went off. Fairbairn kicking field goals from the outer rings of Saturn. It was all coming together in that way. You didn't get the running game going again. I get it. The fumble really cost you because you put that one in, and it's good night pretty much, you'd think. But at least there's no good time to fumble, Johnny, as you know. But you fumbled there, so you put them on the long field. They did get a field goal on that possession, correct?
On which possession?
On where you fumbled and gave them the ball inside the 5.
Yeah, they got a field goal after that.
They got a field goal after that. So at least you made them work for that on the long field, and it was still a nip and tuck, tight game. but you made the plays at the end to win the game with that defense. So 2-0, move on to Minnesota. They're 2-0. Let's go.
Yeah, it's 19-10 when Cam has the fumble at the 2-yard line. And, it's one of those, I was telling my wife, I talked to her on the way home, and I could see the ball was out. And when I see that, especially in a pile like that, I try and tell you that. And I said, ball's out. And I know you heard me because I heard the tone in your voice go from, he's about to be stopped to, oh, no, the ball's out. Like, there was just you dropped an octave. I could tell. But it was out, and they ended up getting it. But listen, you put that one in there. You're up 26-10. Now they're really chasing because that was there was it 6:28 was left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So now they're really chasing. And who knows at that point, maybe you pick six, it's 33-10, and, oh, man, look at the statement you've made. But, look, you find a way to win games however you can. And after 3 years of 4 wins, 3 wins, or whatever the record was, I don't give a damn how these things go. And look around the league. I mean, just like we just
around the league
yesterday, the losses in the AFC South, and that was the Packers playing the Colts. But just look at these games. Tampa Bay won by 4, Green Bay won by 6, Cleveland won by 5, Minnesota won by 6, Seattle won by 3, Jets won by 7, Washington won by 3. The Pittsburgh Steelers playing a god-awful Denver Broncos team won by 7. KC won by 1. I mean, this league is a one-score league. I mean, that's what it is. So you ended up doing enough. Should you be happy, completely happy with everything Texas did? No, nobody is. I mean, the coaches are going to go in there today and go, all right, like the red pen from your third-grade teacher on your cursive. Yeah. They're going to go to town, and as well they should. There were some things they didn't do, but I'll tell you some things that they did do and some things that really were impressive.
What did they do, Johnny?
How ferocious was the pass rush?
So ferocious.
They
Will Anderson
got after it.
Danielle Hunter. How about the jersey rip?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have an orange string all the way from sideline to sideline at one point.
I had seen that in the there was a college game I was watching, and I saw that happen in the game where somebody was running away and a defender had the undershirt, and it just kept ripping and ripping, and you saw this long just thread of fabric, and that was kind of what was happening to Caleb. But that was one of the turning points. Kamari ends up with that interception. Caleb probably tried to do a little too much on that one because there were 3 Texans in the area, and he was going to have to drop that in a C.J. Stroud bucket. And I think Stroud can make that throw, but I don't think that Caleb's making that throw just yet.
That's the thing. As the ball's in the air, because I did a game with binoculars, I'm following it. It's almost NFL film style. Like, where does this baby end up?
Right.
And I'm used to Stroud now making incredible plays like that. Right. Perfect touch on the ball, even on the move. He did it last night numerous times. So when Williams throws it, I'm thinking, this is my split-second thoughts are, this is Caleb Williams. Is this a moment for him? Is this a coming-out moment as a passer in this league? A throw we're going to be talking about? No, it's not, because it's a pick. We'll be talking about it for different reasons. It's rookie-on-rookie crime right there, and it was a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the first one Kamari had over-the-shoulder catch was an even better catch.
Willie Mays, I had the call and everything. I was pissed.
Yeah, and they threw a holding penalty. They called a holding penalty on Jalen. And when they showed the video up on the board, I'm like, that wasn't holding. Oh. That was not even close. I mean, he got his arm wrapped around his waist.
Well, we can't argue about the officials last night, though.
No.
Oh, come on. The melee in their bench, I was fully expecting yellow laundry to start flying everywhere, and it not be good.
It was almost just like, let him play. There's sometimes officials are like, let him play.
Boys will be boys.
There was no 15-yard penalty on Aziz in any way. No, Aziz is going to get fined. Aziz is going to get fined for some of the things that happened on the sideline after the play. But I'll tell you this. I heard Nico's post-game availability at his locker, and he was asked about the whole dust-up with Tyreek Stevenson. And I swear to you, Tyreek Stevenson, right in front of the officials, took his finger and stuck it right in Nico's eye.
And that's why he pushed him away. And they saw everything, and they don't call it.
And they don't call that for putting your fingers right in his. I've seen that happen numerous times. I don't know why it's happened. I've seen it happen numerous times in college and NFL the last few weeks of guys going up and putting their finger right in their face, and then of course you're going to react when somebody pokes you right in the eye, especially if you're a receiver and get poked right in the eye. Of course, Nico should respond, and that's of course what got the 15-yard penalty. So yeah, you get frustrated. and you got to control your emotions. But, man, somebody literally pokes you in the eye like that. That's ridiculous that you don't see that. You've got 7 officials.
But what happened right after that?
Exactly.
Quarter turns, you flip ends, and then Nico with the He-Man touchdown. Weight room touchdown.
So we know Nico pretty well. Like, off the field, Nico is the sweetest. I mean, he's the nicest, most gentle human being with a smile all the time. Whenever he sees us, he's what's up, guys? I mean, like, he's a really nice guy. But I know that switch gets flipped during a game. Like, he goes, like, you're right, he goes to He-Man status. And so I watched him during that break, and I could just see him stewing. He had his head down. You know, guys were kind of coming up to him, kind of tapping him on the shoulder. He just wasn't, like, he just had his head down. Like, he knew that the result of that was obviously not what he planned, and he was frustrated about that. He talked about it in his post-game availability, talking about, you know, I gotta keep my cool there. But then he explained what happened, and he's like, you know, dude poked me in the eye. I'm like, at that point, yeah, I reacted. But he reacted. And then, holy cow, when he caught that pass, and it's a beautifully constructed, you can see my big play breakdown at HoustonTexans.com, and I explained it. The Bears came out, they were playing a split field coverage. They had quarters to one side, the far side. Nico was on his own, so they were playing a half field coverage. Bobby called a play that was awesome. He had Mixon on a little hitch, a little circle up route. And that drew the linebacker's eye. So the linebacker jumped to Mixon. And because he jumped to Mixon, Nico runs the glance behind, like a kind of a slant, kind of turn-in route behind him. It's beautiful.
And
he's open. So Nico catches it. Now he's on the run. And then he took Jalen Johnson and just He-Man all over. I loved it. It was so good. It was
one of the best quarters in the league.
Bully? You're the bully? No.
Yeah.
I got things. Oh my gosh.
You have to deal with Nico Collins in that secondary. He's a big man to bring down. He's so tall and strong, and he's obviously been hitting the weight room as advertised in his Mic'd Up segment, which is available to see on YouTube, on the Texans YouTube page. So Nico Collins mic'd up from last week, really entertaining. I don't know who was mic'd up last night, but I can't wait to watch it.
I hope
Probably
it's
another
Aziz.
episode of Iron Sharpens Iron coming out.
It's Aziz, oh my God.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh.
If
That'd
it's
be
Aziz,
so good.
Holy cow.
Well, the league might want some of that footage. I don't know.
I would imagine that part on the sideline is not going to make it.
Well, some of it will. I don't know.
Man,
we'll see.
There's so many good things to talk about. Aziz and Henry. Holy smokes, were they good.
Okay, so what about Henry? Led the team in tackles last week, leads the team in tackles this week, 13 combined, had the sack, hit the quarterback. Petrie and Aziz were tied for second in tackles.
Those three.
And Petrie, this is not, he's in the secondary making tackles. No, he's up at the line. They are using him in a very effective way. Now, they have yet to play a real surgical passing attack, right? And you're going to get that next week.
That's right.
I don't know about Jefferson's health, but Darnold is, every once in a while, he does this. There's good Sam and bad Sam, and we saw good Sam week 3 of 2021, Thursday Night Football with the Carolina Panthers. He looked really polished, looked like the kind of player the Jets wished he would be when they drafted him in 2018. Well, now with Minnesota, for whatever reason, and maybe it's the coaching system, Jefferson helps. That bomb he threw to him was amazing. Sam Darnold is playing really well. 2-0 Vikings. This is going to be interesting, but we don't have to get to all that right now.
Right.
More on last night. Defense collectively. Offense did plenty to win the game. When you look at, I know you mentioned it, this is a one-score league in many cases, and it was a one-score game last night. You made the plays you needed to make. Would have been wonderful to be able to run out the clock. Couldn't do it. But the defense did the job for you, and you, John Harris, had a chance to catch up with the head coach after the game, DeMeco Ryans. Here is that brief conversation. I think. Oh, we don't have it. Byron doesn't have it. Okay. We'll get it to you, Byron. We'll get you that conversation with the head coach. But what about the offense? C.J. Stroud throws the ball, I thought made some tremendous throws last night. Under pressure a lot, able to avoid the pressure. He was sacked 3 times last night, but it could have been a lot worse. It could have been much worse. He's able to wiggle out of trouble, move around in the pocket, create real estate and opportunity for himself, and make his way to a 260-yard night with the TD, quarterback rating 94.7. I thought you can never, and I said this after last week, you can never take a guy like this for granted. You can never say, oh, well, it wasn't that. Really? Are you watching the game? They weren't getting the running game going the way they did last week because Mixon had 159 last week. Last night, Akers was the leading rusher with 32. You hate the fumble, but I liked some of the moves he made last night. And Mixon had to leave the game with an injury, came back, 9 carries, 25 yards in the follow-up from last week. It wasn't a good running night for this team. We all know that. And so you're going to have to rely on the passing game, on whatever you could get from your receivers, on creative ways to run the football. But 75 yards, I know Bobby Slowick cannot be happy with that. DeMeco Ryans not happy with that. But they're happy with the victory. And like you said, Johnny, red pen time. It's time to break out the red pen for the corrections, get it done in time for week 3. I started the show with, hey, you're 2 weeks in. Nobody really knows who they are yet. But it's nice to have these challenges while you're putting up W's instead of L's and get your way to the first quarter of the season. How many times, to bring up some of the great teams, or maybe one of them, from the last 20 years, have the Patriots started 2-2? They're not quite there yet. Even the Chiefs last year, look at them before they get to the postseason. It takes time to really gel. We talk about it after week 1. You're playing 60 snaps each side of the ball, whatever the number is, for the first time, and now you do it back-to-back games. So now it's a situation where, okay, what do we got? We got a 2-0 record, but we got a lot of stuff to work on. And I'm going to wince when I look at that injury report. I'm just going to kind of squint on Wednesday. I saw a lot of guys, limping, and I just hope that everybody's okay. Obviously you want Mixon to be okay, and there were numerous other guys as well that I was eyeballing. Anderson on a knee a couple of times, but he did the postgame show on NBC. Hopefully he's fine.
Yeah, the thing about injuries now you've played a couple of games, and I mean that's thinking probably about 120 plays if you played them all for them. Just thinking 60 plays a game in 2 games. Your body's getting a little bit, beat up. I mean, especially at that tempo and pace that game was played last night, that intensity. Ooh, I mean, it was intense on both sides. I mean, that defense for the Bears I talked about it in the pregame. Talked about that secondary. That secondary is really good. I mean, Kyler Gordon played his guts out. He's as good a nickel as there is. He almost came with that interception.
Jack Sanborn's pretty good at linebacker.
Sanborn made the hit on Cam for the fumble. And they don't use Sanborn a bunch, but when they do, and they've got Edwards and they've got Edmonds and they got Sanborn in the game, it's like, man, let's throw the ball because I don't want to mess with those 3 in the run game.
Yeah, but then you're dealing with Johnson and company.
Oh, absolutely.
Here is Stroud after the game talking about what went into it, and he praised the defense.
They played amazing. Shout out to them. We lean on each other, so I'm super proud of them boys.
Okay, that was a long cut from C.J. Stroud. Do we have the DeMeco interview ready, Byron?
We're getting there.
We're getting there?
We're getting there.
Okay.
It's one of those things where you send the email and then it gets stuck. It was stuck in the outbox. It just was out in the I don't know if it was waiting for me to do something. You got it ready?
All right, let's go.
Yeah, Coach, you do make it interesting, but a W's a W, no matter how it looks. It's 2-0. In the AFC South, 0-2, everybody else. I know a lot of people were on trade, but it just felt like a gritty, kind of grinded-out performance tonight, and it just goes to show you guys have different ways to win. Is that how you look at this?
Yeah, that's the makings of a good team. I think when you last week closed it out on offense, right, defense gave up a lot of explosives. I think coming back today, defense shut down the explosive plays, right? But they closed it out when we needed to. They got pressure on the quarterback, special teams, Amy making plays, Tommy flipping the field when we needed, big hits on special. We played as a team. That was truly a team win. We needed everybody. We definitely needed the field goals from Amy, right? We needed every single person on this team to make a play, and they did it.
In the first half, I asked you, I think every drive went for a field goal or a touchdown in the first half except for one, and that speaks to the power of Kaimi. Once you get on the other side of midfield, how hard is it to go, man, I think he could hit this from 60, but, man, I don't know. But he comes up with 3 of 50. How big, obviously, is Emi for your team? I mean, the first 2 weeks he has 3 for 50 against Indy, 3 for 50 tonight.
Wow. I mean, it's just unreal. Yeah. When you have a kicker who's able to do that, I mean, and when you line up, you're confident. as a coach, your teammates, everybody is confident in what Amy is doing. And, man, what a way to start the year. To be the reason why we won these games, to keep us in it, and to put points on the board when we needed them most. Man, I'm so proud of Amy for him uplifting our team this first 2 weeks.
Okay, the pass rush, I got to say, was pretty ferocious. But what I like watching the pass rush coaches, there'll be times where your pass rush is eaten, and then you're like, okay, now we're going to bring 5, or we're going to bring 6, or we're going to bring some more pressure and see if you can handle that. It's like you're layering your pass rush that if they can't even hold 4, they're not going to get 5, and they're definitely not going to hold 6. And it just felt like you were so ferocious with that pass rush today, whether it was 4, 5, or 6 coming at Caleb Williams.
Yeah, that was our key to victory. We wanted to make sure we made Caleb play from the pocket, and we wanted to apply as much pressure as possible. And when the guys did that, they did not make a play, right? When we tried to play off in soft zone, he was able to move around, keep plays alive. So, I mean, the way the D-line rushed today, that's what we need every week, right? So proud of them and their effort. Neil and Will, that's why you need 2 guys like that on the edge. They just showed up big time.
And they've got 2 guys in the back end that end up making plays, too. I mean, Kamari Lassiter's over-the-shoulder catch gets negated for a penalty, but then he ends up coming with 1, and then Derek goes up and does what he does. I've said Sting's got the best hands on the team, but maybe Nico's got him beat. But to have those 2 ball hawks at corners, how does that kind of change, or you have to adjust, like, okay, we can do some things because we have those 2 guys?
Yeah, I mean, it opens up the playbook for us. When I see the way they're covering, the way they cover, that's why we are able to talk about the pressure, right? It's tied together. And the way both of those guys go up and attack the ball, I'm with you. Sting may have the best hands on the team. Yeah. Got to get him on offense to get him a play. No. But, man, it's when offenses think they can just go one-on-one on Sting and he just deflates them by going to pick the ball off, I mean, it's great for a coordinator. It goes when you're calling plays, you're just even more confident that, hey, we can lock these guys down in man coverage, and not only lock them down, but we can take the ball away. That changes the game plan completely.
I know offensively in the first half you're able to put some points up the board, and I know overall there are probably some things to clean up offensively, but number 12 again showing that he's well worth every dime he extended for. He had a tremendous game, Nico Collins, tonight. What'd you think about his performance?
Big-time playmaker. Again, I call him big-time playmaker. Like, whenever we need a play, when CJ starts to escape the pocket, I'm like, where's Nico? Yeah. He's down there somewhere. Yeah. And CJ's able to find him. Like, Nico is as consistent as ever. Man, when we need him the most, he shows up and makes plays. He's tough, fast. Like, he's been our, MVP on the offense this year so far.
Coach, it's been 8 years since we've been 2-0, so we'll take it no matter what. Minneapolis coming up. We'll talk about that next week. Congratulations. Heck of a performance.
Thank you. Enjoyed it.
Geez, Johnny, save his voice a little bit. My gosh, cut him loose. I'm just kidding around.
His voice didn't seem bad to me.
When you were face to face with him.
Not like it was week 1. I'm
listening to this like that's not going to get better for a while unless he's a little quieter at practice.
You're the one that has to talk to him about that because you have some good.
Oh yeah, I know
you have some good tricks for the old voice.
I know what to do, but he's a head coach. He doesn't have time for that, and he doesn't care if it sounds pretty on the radio or not. It sounds good after a win when you're all raspy like that because he coached them to the victory. Nico Collins, 252 receiving yards. That leads the NFL. And let's talk about something the defense did that was historic for this franchise last night in the victory over the Bears. Andre Ware is going to join us next, and we are presented by Houston Methodist, and they want you to know about the signs of concussion. There's so many different symptoms. You have an athlete, or if you've suffered from one, I did in a pickup basketball game of all things, but it happens, and Houston Methodist has 17 locations that offer state-of-the-art diagnostic and treatment capabilities. For more info, visit houstonmethodist.org/concussion. It's the official health care provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger, And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way anyone, even someone like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus, extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with points. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Stroud in the gun on 2nd and 24. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ firing downfield. Hits Nico. 10, 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. A flag on the play.
Yeah, that's weight room right there, baby.
That's weight room.
What?
Let's see what this penalty is for.
What an effort after the catch.
All right, Nico Collins and the mic'd up from the Colts game talked about weight room. Well, he showed it there. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and joining us right now, Andre Ware on the line. And Dre, he's strong, he's good, great hands. He is becoming one of the very best in the league right before our eyes.
Yeah, he is. Good morning, guys. He's a weapon, and he has learned how to take care of his body. He's become a pro. And I think that's why we're starting to see him emerge as exactly that, Mark, one of the best in the NFL. We thought, hey, it could be anybody's week of the three receivers. They're going to spread it around. Sometimes a guy just knows how to present himself and make himself available to the quarterback, and that's what Nico's doing.
Yeah, and it was on that touchdown. I remember what the flag was, because I saw the flag right away, and I thought, man, what's the flag? Tyreek Stevenson hit him right in the face again. On that play, he hit him right in the face, and Nico just kind of sloughed it off, took it, and then took Jalen Johnson into the end zone, which was really, really fun to watch. Your thoughts on CJ last night? Dre, Mark and I, in the first segment, we kind of talked about defense and talked about a lot of things, but we didn't talk about CJ. Pretty solid night, 260, didn't throw an interception, touchdown to Nico, the only touchdown the Texans scored all night. Your thoughts about how CJ played last night overall?
CJ played well last night, or played like CJ would play against a tough defense, which you have to realize the Bears may not be a good overall team in all three phases, but defensively, they've got that side of the ball pretty much taken care of. They made it tough to run the football last night, which obviously directly affects C.J. Stroud. So when you don't have a running game and they know you're going to throw it, they can pin their ears back. He was sacked a couple of times, a time or two. But I thought a solid night. When you take care of the football the way he does, man, it gives you a chance to win every time. And what Mark and I were talking about all throughout the game, just get the ball past the 50-yard line, and Kaimi's you got points because he can hit just about anything right now. So he's been solid.
Well, Dre, I look at what happened with the run game last night, and I really don't know what to think. I think the Bears are obviously very good on defense. We saw it last year.
Yeah.
You're seeing it this year, the way they handled the Titans last week. Now, we're really young in the season, but you had one really good ground game, and, hey, the Packers had a really good ground game on the team. You had a good ground game against last week in the Colts as they ran for even more yards against Indy at home. But what do you make of the run game? What's it going to take to get better? I know you had no Pierce last night, but you had Joe Mixon for the bulk of the game. Yards were tough to come by.
Yeah, they were, and it's what we were talking about at the top of the show, that when you take a guy like Juice Scruggs out and you expect the same result because you're just plugging in one, that disrupts the chemistry of the five guys that have worked together for a while, a good portion of camp, early in the season, last week. You remove that one component, it makes it tough because now the blocks aren't where they're used to being. So it makes it tough up front. But I thought that they'll bounce back from this. They'll figure it out of what the Bears were doing exactly to slow the run game down.
Andre Ware joining us on Texans Monday. All right, you go to Minnesota, and we'll talk more about this one, but you go to Minnesota for Sam Darnold. They're 2-0. Darnold resurrected again. I don't know what to make of this quarterback. You know he's got talent. That's never been in question. What has been in question is consistency, and you hope that he has a downturn next week. What about that part of things?
Well, a tremendous amount of pressure is on him when he went to New York, and I think it's on Aaron Rodgers as well this year to deliver a Super Bowl appearance. And so when you're thinking that way, or we got everything but the quarterback, it's tough on him as a young player. Then he goes to Carolina. He's bounced around a little bit. And finally, you find the right place and the right fit for you and the right coaching staff. And I think he's found that in Minnesota. So it makes him, it causes him to relax a little bit. Now he can just go play without all these other distractions and issues and wondering if he's got personnel that is up to par to where it directly affects him. I think he does, and we're going to see that on Sunday. We're seeing a good, solid football team in Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota's very, very good. And they've got pass rush and they've got linebackers. But we do here as well, Dre, with what we saw last night. Two linebackers played incredible. We'll get to them in a little bit. But this pass rush was ferocious. And one of the things I said to DeMeco was the four guys up front would just rush, and they were getting there. And then he would bring Azeez. And I'm like, well, why would you bring five? And then I realized, he's just allowing those outside guys to get one-on-ones by bringing Azeez when he's bringing an extra rusher. But Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, 3 sacks amongst them. I think they both had a couple of TFLs each. Your thoughts about what this pass rush is doing, especially Danielle and Will on the outside?
Yeah, and I'm equally as impressed with the guys inside, a guy like Mario Edwards Jr. doing what he's doing, because I thought that would be a question mark coming into the season. It's not. They're taking care of the run. They're freeing up guys on the outside. When you bring, as you mentioned, you start bringing a linebacker or two, it's going to gives a lot of guys or some guys one-on-ones and on the outside, and they took full advantage of it. You look up, and it was basically the quietest 7 sacks that I may have seen in Texans history. Yeah, I couldn't believe that they'd actually sacked Caleb Williams 7 times in that game last night. So hats off to the defense. You throw in the 2 picks by the corners, Lassiter and Stingley, and you had one heck of a night defensively for their head coach, DeMeco Ryans.
So 7 sacks, obviously a lot. 6 different players, each recording at least 1 sack. That's the first time this has occurred in the history of the franchise. So it's coming from all over the place. And that's really what you want to see, right, Dre? They set a team record last year, and you want to see it from all over. That way it's harder to game plan against, correct?
Yeah, it's kind of like the offense if you flip it over and flip it around, where you got Nico, Dell, and Diggs, and you throw in the 2-3 tight ends. You can't figure out who's going to get the ball. Well, on defense, you don't know where it's coming from. When everybody can get home at any time or you scheming it up for one guy or the other, that makes you dangerous defensively because you don't really know how to protect yourself.
One of the guys last night, Dre, that I thought played extremely well. You said his name a lot. We talked about it a lot. And I don't want to say he's come a long way, but from his rookie year to now stepping in as a starter, I actually used the words Wally Pipp to Mark a little while ago. He kind of looked at me like I had 5 heads. But Henry To'oTo'o has played his guts out. And it's funny,
yes,
I talked to him after the game. His stat line is amazing. But you know the play that he was like shaking his head the most at was he had a blitz and he was one-on-one with Caleb Williams. There's nobody in his way, and he thought Caleb was going to throw, so Henry jumped in the air, and then Caleb ducked and then stepped around and made a throw. But Henry To'oTo'o's progress, his growth in this defense, Dre, what have you seen and what do you like about what Henry's brought to this defense this year?
The way he's playing this year is just sick. I mean, it's fast, sideline to sideline. He's around the ball all the time, so you know that he takes great pride in what he's doing. And you also know that he's studying the game to allow him to play as fast as he's playing, especially just being in his second year. So he's embraced the defense. You can tell he knows it, and now he's putting all that stuff together. I think you're seeing the makings of a really, really good football player at linebacker.
So developing quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, #1 pick in the draft. He's played 2 games. You see some flashes. But then you look at guys, second year, Will Levis, really struggling for the Tennessee Titans.
Can we talk about him later?
Yeah, we'll talk about him later. Anthony Richardson, year 2. Having a tough time. This is not easy. Even Trevor Lawrence for the Jacksonville Jaguars, they were going up against a real tough defensive unit in the Cleveland Browns, and they were at home, and they didn't win their close game against a tough D. The Texans did. Dre, it is so hard for these guys to find their footing. That's why you can never, and I know you don't, you can never take a guy like C.J. Stroud for granted. But what about what some of these other guys are going through in the process of improving?
Yeah, some of those young guys that you just mentioned, I was kind of surprised that they didn't play much in the preseason. A guy like Caleb Williams, I think he might have played in 1 preseason game, and if he played, and I mean it wasn't for a long time. They got to get a sense of the feel for the NFL game, and that's why you would play them in the preseason. Protect them with their #1 lines, and then let them play a little bit so they get adjusted to the speed. Or you're going to struggle in the first part of the season. And that's why I think you're seeing all the guys that are a bunch of young quarterbacks in our division struggle for not playing in the preseason. I really believe that. And with CJ, yeah, he had the type of year he played or had last year. So you're going to protect a guy like that because you know he's already ready. But the other ones in the division, they need the playing time. Maybe not Trevor Lawrence a whole lot, but it certainly gets you ready, which is why Andy Reid does it with Mahomes in Kansas City.
Okay, I want both of you because you mentioned his name. I had this queued up. This popped up. I got a, what do you call it? Is this an alert or notification?
Notification.
Yeah, I got a notification yesterday about an article, and I just happened to see it, and then I made a mental note of it, and then I forgot about it. And then as we were kind of talking about quarterbacks, it made me think about it. Sports Illustrated wrote an article, and I want both you guys to react to this. Trey, you first, then Mark. The notification I got was Doug Peterson is wasting Trevor Lawrence's career. Now, SI must have gotten some pushback because the article itself changed the headline. The headline says, Doug Peterson running out of time to reach Trevor Lawrence's ceiling. So this Connor Orr from Sports Illustrated is putting it all on Doug Peterson and not on Trevor Lawrence. I don't know. Now, Drake, we the three of us have this famous, for the past 4 years, we've talked about this, and Mark just throws up his hands like, I think I might be right. Your thoughts about, both of you, Trevor Lawrence's career being ruined in some sense by Doug Peterson?
Go ahead, Mark. I'll let you go first.
All right, I'll go first on this one. All right, Doug Peterson, how much do we really know? He won a Super Bowl. Nick Foles did great. He did a good job with Wentz. Who's really sustained after his tutelage, right? So I'm not going to blame that on him either necessarily, but do we really have the data that we need for this? With Trevor Lawrence, this is year 3 of them together, and I expected better yesterday. I know that it was raining, the Browns are tough. You're at home. You got to win that football game. You have to, and you have to score more points in the second half against the Miami Dolphins on the road. Florida weather, you live in Florida. Let's deal with it. So I think there is something there, and maybe it's both guys. I think Trevor Lawrence is good. I've always said this. Trevor Lawrence is good. I don't think he's great. I think he's good, and maybe there are other factors involved as well. They had a tough time moving the ball. ETN did a little better yesterday. I didn't see the whole game. I was watching Red Zone. Sometimes, they'll pull out of the game, and I'm thinking, I want the game to breathe a little bit for me, but it was what it was. So I think it's an incomplete still, Johnny. I wouldn't break up that band, especially if they keep losing games, from my perspective. But I get the frustration because they're 0-2, Dre.
They've gone to the playoffs together, right?
Yeah, 2 years
as a 10. Yeah, they went to the playoffs. I don't think so. I don't think it's Doug's fault. There may be some other components there, like injuries that we don't really know about yet. But I don't think it's his fault. Maybe it's the offensive line. Maybe they can't get the running game going. So the pressure's all on Trevor on game day. But Doug didn't forget how to coach quarterbacks overnight. You guys just described, his successes in the past, and I think he's good for Trevor Lawrence. It's just some other things have to come along with that for it to shine on the quarterback, so to speak. But I think that it's a good tandem, and I don't think they should break it up in Jacksonville. Not even close.
Yeah, it just feels like I watched the game against the Dolphins in Week 1, and in the first half, I mean, he's dealing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's dealing.
Yeah.
I mean, he makes a throw to Brian Thomas in the back of the end zone. It's like, yo, that is a major league throw.
He's got the club in his bag, as you would say.
Yeah, and then in the second half, it just kind of dissipated. It wasn't like it completely disappeared. It was just like those throws they kind of weren't there. And then yesterday against the Browns, the offensive line just got obliterated. And we saw it last night. And I saw this headline. What's wrong with Caleb Williams?
Oh, that's
I'm like,
crazy.
and Dre, you know this, when you're playing behind
you're on your back 7 times.
Yes. I mean, you can't make throws. You can't make plays.
You ready for this one? According to Next Gen Stats, the Texans defense pressured Caleb Williams on 36 of his 37 pass attempts. That's 36 of 37. Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter combined for 17.
With a line that's leaking, at the seams, it's almost impossible to do your job when you're under those types of circumstances.
And, it's the old quarterback gets too much credit when you win, too much blame when you lose. Because last week it was Caleb Williams wins his debut. He threw for 93 yards.
Right.
They were dominant on defense last week. So, yeah, you get the win on your stat sheet. Yeah. But they all know he needs work as a quarterback. And, Dre, I think he's going to be good. I think he needs the coaching. He needs the time. You mentioned it. Not playing much in the preseason. You need to have some time to develop your game. It's not all going to happen in C.J. Stroud fashion where you just blast it away after week 2. Sometimes it takes a little time to develop these guys.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think Caleb Williams is going to be fine. He is a talent. Will it happen in Chicago under this coaching staff? Maybe, maybe not. But it almost seems like they helped with all the skill positional players, and then they did nothing on the offensive line. And at that point, you're going to get the same results that you were getting with Justin Fields. And it's just a little different quarterback, but it's going to be the same results. And I just kind of feel like that for him. You can't really play or find these targets that they signed, and Keenan Allen and guys like Roma Dunze and so on and so forth, because you're getting pressured by the offensive line, which if I were drafting a young quarterback, that's the first thing I'm going to fix first are the 5 guys in front of him.
You know what I love about Fields and the Steelers? They scored 18 points last week, 13 points this week. They're 2-0. So how about that?
2-0.
It's 2-0.
That's the Steelers' way of winning right there. That's how they win.
And they're talking about how can we be better on offense. They're talking about that in Pittsburgh. But guess what? This is the formula right now for the time being. Dre, what do you have in college this week?
Going way up to Syracuse, New York to see Syracuse. And get this one, Johnny, Stanford. So how far? I don't know that Stanford could go any farther to play a conference game. Make that one make sense, guys, because I can't. It's an ACC game between Syracuse and Stanford, and it actually should be a pretty good game because both teams have had a good start to the season.
If you had said this to me 25 years ago, Syracuse and Stanford, ACC game.
Yeah.
What?
On a Friday night, no less.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, short week.
If they go to BC, that's a little further. So, okay, Dre, we'll see you Sunday.
Wow.
Can't wait for it. Appreciate the time.
All right, guys, let's talk later. Appreciate it.
Okay, Minnesota up next. The Texans and the Vikings lead the NFL in what category? These two teams lead the NFL in what category? We'll talk about that next and get you ready for Andy Kalu at 9 when he steps in, and we talk about this pass rush, among other things. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Your next celebration starts here at the new David's Bridal. You'll find unforgettable looks, including the world's most luxurious wedding gowns and bridesmaids dresses, plus fun styles for homecoming, date night, prom, and more. Planning your big day? Pearl by David's turns your dreams into reality. It's all things wedding planning all in one app. For 15% off, sign up for emails and texts at davidsbridal.com. Because your next celebration starts at the new David's.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Tired of blending in with the crowd? Want to make a lasting impression? Look no further than 6J Marketing, trendsetters in the industry. Our team of creative minds will take your brand to the next level. Your vision is our priority. Don't settle. Choose 6J Marketing and watch your business soar to new heights. Visit us today at 6jmarketing.com. Let us help you shine bright in a sea of competition. 6J Marketing, official partner of the Houston Texans.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
From dinner with the crew to an easy evening on the couch, Tito's handmade vodka makes for the perfect pair to any weekday plans. Stock up on your must-have mixers and go-to garnishes, and just add Tito's for a cocktail hour that's best served any day of the week. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled from corn and is naturally gluten-free. Find recipes and more at Tito'sVodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
Check it out, the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and camera control for easy access. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. New and existing customers can trade in any phone from one of our top brands in any condition for the new iPhone 16 Pro with Unlimited Ultimate. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2024 season tickets have sold out. If you're not a Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like front-of-the-line access to 2024 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium, and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Second and 10, Bears from their 47. Williams and Swift in the backfield. Extra instructions for the line, 2 receivers to each side on second and 10 from the Chicago 47. We had movement from a Bear. Williams gets the snap, and here comes a sack by Danielle Hunter.
I mean, gobbled him up just like Will Anderson Jr.
That was nice. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. had one earlier that was great. We said it. 7 sacks. Awesome to see from this football team as you're going to head to Minnesota, and the Texans and the Vikings are 1-2. Minnesota first. 1-2 in the league in team sacks. Minnesota 11, Texans 9. Let's get it on. Ooh, Minnesota's getting after it. And guess who? Blake Cashman. Sound familiar? Mm-hmm. He's getting after it. Big day tackling yesterday. Did he have a pick yesterday also?
No, he had a really nice pass breakup. Nice pass breakup. Diving in front to knock one away at about midfield. So Cashman, JG's rushing really well. Man, he had a couple of really good rushes off the left side yesterday. So, yeah, that defense is no joke. And here's the other thing about that defense. We'll talk more about it during the week. They'll show a lot of different looks.
Yeah.
CJ and the offense are going to see some looks like, wait a second, they were in what looked like cover 3, and they spun that to a, cover 6, and it's like, whoa. Now, the health of Jefferson is one to keep an eye on. I guess it was a quad contusion. I know, hopefully it's not like the Kyle Tucker contusion that he had, which I say that tongue-in-cheek because I don't think that was a contusion. I think something was actually a whole lot worse than a contusion. But he said he's probably going to be okay, so we'll see. But it brings up this point, Mark, and I mentioned this to you in a break. I think coaching, yeah, you got to have players, there's no doubt. But everybody in the NFL has a draft, and they have money, and the salary cap.
Yep.
They all have players. Coaching matters so freaking much. Kevin O'Connell has a team in Minnesota where you may not know a lot of the names, but he's got Brian Flores running his defense, and O'Connell is one of the better coaches, and look at what they're doing with Sam Darnold. Nobody could get Sam Darnold right. The Jets, the Panthers, the Niners, wherever he went. But now look at him. And he, like you and I talk about, he might have an expiration date, and I hope it's in the first quarter against us.
Oh, yeah.
But the first 2 games, you watch that Sam Darnold, and you go, that's the Sam Darnold that played at USC. That's the Sam Darnold that everybody thought should have been the first pick of that draft. And Baker's played really, really well. He's proven he was the right pick at number 1. But you're watching that Sam Darnold, and you're going, dang it, man, that's the one. Now, can he continue it? That's obviously been Sam Darnold's thing. But Kevin O'Connell with the Vikings. DeMeco Ryans here. Clint Kubiak is offensive coordinator with the Saints. I looked up during a break, and I saw we have highlights of GM Good Morning Football's on, and it showed Cameron Jordan and Derek Carr talking. They were laughing. They're kind of putting around it. It made me think, the Saints offense has one new player, basically. It has Talisi Fuaga, who was the draft pick from Oregon State. He's left tackle. One different player. But they're scoring like nobody's business. I mean, they're going off. Why? Because Clint Kubiak went in there, good, smart football coach, and got his guys believing in what they're doing. And now they put up points on everybody, and they're using some innovation. They're using some creativity. We saw that with Bobby Slowick last night, putting Nico in the backfield, Joe at the slot receiver, then giving Joe a speed sweep. I mean, good coaching takes you so far in this league. It matters so much.
And when they have the pieces to work with, like you said, Alvin Kamara, what a toy for Kubiak to play with in New Orleans, as he's still scoring touchdowns on the Cowboys. Sam Darnold, by the way, 4 TDs, 2 picks so far this season. I like that part of it.
He'll throw you one. Yeah, he'll throw you one.
72% completion rate. Now, as far as the former Texans, JG had a sack yesterday. Cashman, 13 tackles, a sack, quarterback hit, 3 passes defensed. Cashman is good, man. When he's healthy, he's really good. Yep. The Texans aren't sick of the blues. I mean, Danielle Hunter's awesome. Azeez Al-Shire, awesome. So, all right, everything's going to work out, right? But you got to deal with these guys next week, and it's former team time, but for Danielle as well. Returning to Minnesota, trying to do some big damage up there. It's going to be fun to watch. As yesterday, the Houston Texans come away with the Sunday night victory over the Chicago Bears, a team with an outstanding defense and an offense that needs work, but you got the talented rookie quarterback, and you were able to hold him off. Johnny, I said before the game, Caleb Williams is not – he's not Mahomes. You're not trying to make the game Mahomes-proof or Burrow-proof or whoever-proof. Yet I did not want to see Caleb Williams with the ball late with a chance to win or tie because I thought, you don't know what he's going to do. He's an unpredictable rookie with a ton of talent, and you were able to make the big stop at the end, 4th and 17. They throw incomplete. All right, coming up on the program, Andy Kalu. We'll visit with him, talk about this defense, what's it going to take to go to 3-0 as the Texans have a 2-game lead in the division already with all 3 AFC South foes losing their games yesterday. They're all 0-2. It's a beautiful start to this season. You have to hope they're healthy. Injury report, the first one of the week, comes out Wednesday. We'll be waiting on that one. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 9th consecutive year. This program is designed to help 6th grade students learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math fun for everyone. Last year, over 340 teachers and 4,500 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com. Go Texans!
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at CDW.com.
H-Town, tickets are on sale now for the El Clásico de Mexico at NRG Stadium on Sunday, October 13th at 4:30 p.m. Mexico's 2 most successful soccer clubs, Club América and Chivas de Guadalajara, will be facing off in a heated rivalry, and you have to be there. Tickets are going fast, so don't miss your chance to get a seat. Vamos, H-Town! Purchase tickets now at lsse.net. That's lsse.net.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $7.4 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like discounted ticket prices, recognition for your group on the video board, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
3rd down and 16 from the Bears 40. Williams in the gun. Back to pass. Fires left sideline and intercepted. Stingley's got it. The Texans with the takeaway. Derek Stingley Jr. He's at it again.
First of the year for Stingley. Let's keep it rolling here as the takeaway trade. You get that turnover bug biting. It gets catchy. Back-to-back drives with a pick for the Houston Texans. Series with a pick on defense because Lassiter had his next time.
I think, did Sting's pick come after Kamari's got overturned?
Yes, Kamari overturned. I don't know if it was the next one, but then Stingley
It was on that drive, right?
Then Lassiter pick, and it was beautiful to see. Would have liked to pick at the end. Why not? Just add another one in there. Yeah. But I'm not going to complain here about a 2-0 record, Johnny. You'll never hear me complain about a victory of any kind unless people got hurt badly. Let's get to Andy Kalu and talk about this defense to start out, Andy, as you were facing a Bears team that did not play good offense last week, but you wanted to keep them down. You held them to 13 at home. You did the job. Good morning. What did you think?
Good morning. Good morning. I'll say this. This was a fun game for me to watch, and I don't think the Bears defense gets enough credit. So for the Texans to do what they did with the 7 sacks, the 2 interceptions, and you're going against a Bears team that's not good as an entire unit, but their defense is very good. So we arguably saw 2 of the better defenses in the NFL playing, and it played out the way you would expect it to. But, man, where do you even start? I mean, do you start with the guys up front with, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, each having a sack and a half? And let's not forget about Mario Edwards, another week where he shows that not only can he play the run, but he could also get you some pass rush or the big plays by your cornerbacks. When we were talking in the preseason about Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, these are the type of games that we envisioned during the regular season. It was fun to see it all come together, and I'm not overly concerned. A couple of people, oh man, they should have blown out the Chicago Bears. Anytime you're in the NFL and you're playing against a team that has a good defense, it's just hard to blow them out. I'll take that victory any day of the week.
Yeah, and indeed, we were talking about that earlier. It's 19-10, and you're at the 3-yard line. You're about to hammer one in and go up 26-10. And then, Cam fumbles, and, obviously things change at that point because they go down and kick a field goal. It's 6 points, et cetera. Last night, I kept thinking about UND because I always think about pass rush, defensive line. You and I have talked about this so often. But that one of the things that DeMeco did, and I want to get your thoughts on it, he would bring Azeez as a 5th rusher to make sure that everybody up front essentially was getting a solo matchup. And as the Texans got solo matchups last night, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson were just absolutely eating. Your thoughts about how the pass rush just really impacted the game and how DeMeco was scheming up the pass rush just by using an extra rusher to make sure they got one-on-one matchups?
I wish you could see my notes that I took last night because I don't want you to just think, oh, yeah, I agree with you, John. I literally wrote a note sending linebackers to keep the offensive line honest is how I put it. And what I meant by that was I was noticing, just like you mentioned, when you saw Azeez and a couple of times Toa, what it allowed for one offensive lineman to have to pick them up, and it gave you a chance to have Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter with one-on-one matchups. So it wasn't a situation where you're just thinking to yourself, we're going to blitz just to confuse the young quarterback. It was also, no, we're going to blitz our linebackers so we can utilize the great one-on-one matchups that we have on the edges. So, no, I thought that was a great job by DeMeco, great job by you noticing it. And I even made that note that, and I can't get into DeMeco's head, but I did play with him for 3 years. I don't think it was just to confuse Caleb Williams. It was like, no, we want to get these one-on-one matchups up front. So I do feel like we're going to see that a lot during the year.
Stroud is not the talk of the team all the time, but like last week, ND, here's my C.J. Stroud appreciation question because 260 yards, no turnovers. That pick was not a pick. We all saw it as it happened. I thought, bring that baby back. Come on, review this thing. threw the touchdown pass to Nico. It was not the kind of game that, well, former coach here would say you'd send to Canton, but it was the kind of game that got the victory, steady as she goes, especially on a night where you couldn't run the ball well.
No, absolutely. And the biggest stat line for C.J. Stroud in a day where, you know, he doesn't blow you away with the stat line is the 0 interceptions, because he allowed his defense to do what they had to do. He allowed his special teams to do what they had to do. When you talk about 3 phases of football, you know, coaches always talk about defense, offense, and special teams. Last night, the Texans looked great in 2 of those phases, special teams and defense. And with the offense looking good, you could even say average to good, but it's hard to say average when Nico Collins had the night that he had. So I'll say above average. You're going to win games as long as somebody doesn't screw it up. So for C.J. Stroud to drop back 36, 37 times, not throwing an interception, he did just enough. And we know whether it's Minnesota or game after that, he's going to have another C.J. Stroud type game. But I love the fact that he didn't turn the ball over and he allowed his defense and special teams to, you know, be the riding factor for winning that game.
Andy, I'm going to ask you a question that's going to sound really kind of weird, but it's something that I brought up in the last segment with Mark. How much is good coaching worth in the NFL, in your opinion?
Oh, good. When you said weird, I thought you were going to ask me what I was wearing, and I haven't got dressed yet for the day.
No, how much is good coaching worth? Because the reason I bring that up is you're seeing what obviously DeMeco and his staff have done here. Clint Kubiak with the Saints offensive staff, what they're doing. I mean, they've taken the same talent and turned it into a scoring machine. You know, Andy Reid, what he's done, you know, all the years, and you know Andy obviously really, really well. How much is good coaching worth and, you know, most teams, I'm not going to say the talent is similar, but it's similar throughout the NFL. How much is it worth? And how much did you feel it when you had good coaches on your coaching staff helping you?
No, the talent is very similar. I think you're dead on with that, and that's why you have to have great coaching and creative coaching, and not just coaching, but, you know, there has to be that psychology factor into it where coaches truly understand their players. I think that's what makes Coach Harbaugh in Baltimore such a great coach. When I was with him in Philadelphia and he was a special teams coach, he was always reading The Art of War and all these different psychology books. And I remember asking him, and I'm like, Coach, why are you reading that book? And he's all, Kalu, I'm not going to be a special teams coach forever. You know, I was like, at the time, I was like, yeah, whatever, youngster. You know, but now I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. And that's why his players, they'll run through a wall for him. But back to the X's and O's, it's huge. I don't want to just throw an arbitrary number on it, but I think that's what separates great seasons from good seasons because, like you mentioned, the talent is very, very similar. Look, just within the Texans, so we could localize it, Nico Collins is, you know, having an all-pro type year after only 2 games. Talent-wise, like if you compared him to Xavier Hutchinson and they run the 40 and they do the bench test and they do all these different drills, there's not going to be much difference. But when you go out there and you are coached up a certain way and the intangibles, that's kind of what separates players and teams from one another. That wasn't a shot against Xavier Hutchinson. I'm just showing how one guy and one player who's a star in the NFL versus a up-and-coming player in Xavier Hutchinson, physically there's not that much difference. And when you look at the entire team, you could say the same thing. So coaching definitely matters.
Andy, let me try not to word salad this thing too much after 4 hours sleep and late night and all that, but a lot of talk about what the Texans are, what they're doing. Of course, we're going to be critical. We're going to analyze everything. They're 2-0. How long does it take till you really know what a team is all about? Because in the preseason, we analyze these 8-snap performances of a unit or a player, and then all of a sudden you're jumping into full games. And I think it takes a few weeks to really know who you are, what you really need to do. And you have to do it on the fly. You have no choice, and you win and lose in the process. But what are your thoughts on how long that takes to really determine what you're all about?
Week 8. Like week 8 to me is when you can determine, okay, these are the teams that have separated themselves from the rest of the pack. These are the teams that, you know what, they got off to a hot start, but reality starts to set in. I've always thought week 8 is when you could truly start to look at these teams and say, okay, these are your top power rankings, and this is everybody else. Look, it's fun. They're 2-0. Who knows what's going to happen when they play Minnesota? Sam Darnold, one week he looks like, oh, yeah, that's the number 1 overall pick. The next week you're you're wondering, how did he go number one overall? So I just feel season to season, you need about 8 weeks, which sounds like a lot of weeks, but also, God forbid, but it just happens. It's the NFL. That's also when injuries start to settle in and you start to get a good look at your depth. So it's a fun ride, keep the winning. But when you look at the AFC South, I'm all over the place because I love this question. The AFC South looks like it's the Houston Texans and just everybody else. But you have to believe somebody's going to emerge, whether it's the Titans, whether Anthony Richardson starts to get into his flow. He did not look good yesterday and starts to play, or Trevor Lawrence. I still think Trevor Lawrence is a good NFL quarterback. So week 8 is when I really start to say, okay, what you have in these teams.
And I know at this time last year, who thought the Texans were going to win the AFC South after the 2 games they had to start the year? You know what I mean? Nobody thought we were going to do anything, and there was a lot of talk about what was happening with us. We were a complete mess against the Colts last year, and turned around and won 10 of the next 15 games, and it won the AFC South. So Andy's definitely right about that. Andy, I want to ask you about a funny moment. This actually happened in the Packers-Colts game. After the game, there was a play in which Malik Willis did not make a throw on 3rd down. He took a snap, he dropped a pass, and he didn't make a throw on 3rd down. And Matt LaFleur was asked after the game about that. And LaFleur said, yeah, I asked Malik about that. And he said, yeah, Josh vomited on the football, meaning Josh Myers, the center, vomited on the football. He said vomit was all over football. He couldn't get a handle on it. What's kind of the weirdest thing that you've ever seen kind of happen on a field like that in a game in which somebody vomited or something like that happened? I mean, we've seen dudes vomit, but he vomited on the football and his quarterback couldn't throw the ball as a result on a key 3rd down in the game, which I thought was pretty interesting. What's kind of the strangest or weirdest thing you've seen happen on a football field in that vein?
That's very odd to actually vomit on the football to where the quarterback can't throw it on the down. But speaking of, regurgitating and throwing up, I do remember when I was with the Philadelphia Eagles. Don't quote me on the team. I want to say it was the Carolina Panthers, but our offense was putting together a masterful drive. I mean, it was one of those 13-minute drives. They're matriculating down the field, getting first down after first down. It was hot. Donovan McNabb, our quarterback, was picking up first downs with his legs. And in the middle of the drive, in the huddle, he's calling the play. Then he kind of just excuses himself right outside the huddle, throws up, finishes calling the play, gets the ball, and then he runs for another first down. And I'll never – I don't know if the news made it down south to, Houston at the time, but up there – that he got a lot of crap for that. Like, they were like, oh, he's out of shape. And the whole team, we're scratching our head like, man, this dude, like, he really showed what type of leader he was on this drive, that he gave it all he had in the middle of the drive. He's throwing up, he has to excuse himself. He goes back to call the play, and they go down and score on that drive. So that was very impressive. And there's guys are always throwing up. I mean, guys are always throwing up and doing other things, letting loose other liquids that you don't want to know about on the football field. But for it to happen on the ball, that's pretty interesting.
Okay, Indy, on the last play of the first quarter, the Texans, I think we got down to like the 8 or 9 yard line, somewhere in there.
Nico and
Tyreek Stevenson getting a little dust up, in large part because Tyreek Stevenson stuck his finger in the eye of Nico Collins, and Nico reacts, and Nico ends up getting the 15-yard penalty. I don't really know how to really ask this question other than there's a lot of things that happen on a football field, but it feels like poking a guy in the eyes, that should be free reign, that you should be able to punch that dude right in the face mask if you want. Did you have, I mean, I know things happen in the pile all the time, but did you ever have a moment kind of like that where dudes were trying to poke you in the eye when you were playing in a football game, and how did you react?
That always happens because guys try to get you out of your game. When I saw that, I was so upset because he did it right in front of the ref. Usually they, and coaches always tell you, hey, try not to react because they always see the reaction and not what initiated it. Like, coaches will tell you that from junior high all the way up to the NFL. But when you get poked in, I didn't know if he got poked in the eye or if he did the pointer finger shoving of the head. That's what it looked like, from my vantage point. But either way, as a man, you just have to react. You have to react. I thought that it should have been what do you call it, double penalty where they kind of erase themselves. But
offsetting.
Thank you. Offsetting, offsetting penalties. But Nico had to respond to that, because if he didn't, then guys are looking at him in the locker room like, oh, really? Look, we don't care about the 15 yards, but being our teammate and as a man, you can't let somebody just shove you with their pointer finger and not react to it. I was just so annoyed that the ref didn't see it. But, John, as you know, that stuff happens all the time. The worst for D linemen, it happens like when there's a pile under the pile. Yeah. Like that's when guys start trying to break your finger. They're poking you in the eye. And that's when you get up and you react. And then you look like you're a fool. You look crazy to everybody, in the stands. Like, why is he so upset when they're getting out of the pile? Because a lot of those offensive linemen, Frank Middleton from Beaumont, Texas, played for the Raiders. One of the nastiest, dirtiest offensive linemen, NFL players out there. He was known for doing things like that, like under the pile when the ref's not looking, trying to clean up the pile. When you run to go make a play, but then you pull up because you know that the play's been made, he'll try to clean you up. He was a guy that always tried to get you to react in a certain way.
So I explained this. I was talking to my daughter last night and my wife, and I explained this about, the pile in football can get kind of wild. There's some things that happen and all that. And this is when I realized I raised a good daughter, because she's like, oh, yeah, I'd be doing all those things. Whoa. I was like, yes, my daughter's feisty. I like it.
There's no gentleman's code here. No way. It's not like that. I'm in the wrong sport.
No,
it's not golf.
Not the pile, baby.
Not the pile. I get it. And the travel on the body, I wanted to ask you about this. I know you've never played for a West Coast team, but you've had probably situations similar to this. The Jets go to San Francisco Monday night, and they lose. Then they have to travel to Tennessee for a nooner on Sunday. And I thought they were sluggish. I thought they were affected, but they won the game. Thank you very much, New York Jets, for beating the Tennessee Titans. And then I look at Seattle, and I know the West Coast teams tend to come out a day early. They come out Friday to play a noon or 1 o'clock Eastern game on Sunday. And I thought Seattle looked a little sluggish, but they got the win against New England in overtime. How much effect does that have on these guys' bodies? Or are they young and they can just bounce back from this stuff pretty easily?
No, it has an effect because, like we talked about earlier in the segment, when you talk about the margin of talent being so slim, any little thing can give a team an advantage. That's why all the good coaches that I played for, I spent most of my career on the East Coast with Washington and Philly. When we went to the West Coast and sometimes even the Midwest, we would just leave 2 days earlier just to get used to it, get us almost that training camp feel, like get us away from the families and use that one day to relax, get our legs under us. Another time, which is interesting, when we would leave early, if we ever went up to Colorado, to play Denver, because the sleep like throws you off because of the I don't know what it is, something about the air quality up there, but it just throws you off. So we would always go early. So I really credit the coaching staffs that think about that. There's some coaches like, whatever, these guys will figure it out. But the ones that truly understand, like with the time change, with the climate difference, we want to go get there a little bit early and kind of get our bodies used to it. So, I think that's a big deal, Mark. And it's usually the good coaching staffs and the good programs and teams that really adhere to that.
Indy last night with the Texans didn't run the ball exceptionally well. There were some moments, maybe they left some yards on the field with the run game. Cam Akers came in there, and that was obviously someone that you and I talked about during the broadcast. And Cam gave him good things until obviously the fumble was a tough one. But just as you kind of watched the TV copy, was there anything that stood out in the run game to you that you thought maybe was either different from week one or something they could have been doing better? You said it earlier. This Bears defense is pretty good. They're long, physical, athletic up front and then at the linebacker spots. But just in your opinion, do you think the run game, there was something that they could have been doing better or something that they have to improve upon before going to Minnesota?
Now, I don't want to give the offense a pass, but as I was watching that, I wasn't thinking to myself like, oh man, this run game is bad for the Texans. I was thinking like, man, these Chicago Bears, they're beasts. I mean, those guys up front, the way they were shedding their blocks and getting in their gaps. Tremaine Edmonds, I've always thought he was one of the underrated middle linebackers. I mean, he's a Levon Kirkland type, but with a better build. And for those that don't know, Levon Kirkland, longtime middle linebacker for the Seahawks, who, weighed in at about 290 pounds playing middle linebacker. Tremaine Edmonds he's every bit of 255, 260 pounds, but can move. I mean, that dude is a straight stud. And I would have liked to have seen on just a few plays, John. I'm not going to act like that I was able to rewatch every single snap, but I would like to see the guys just stay on the block a little bit longer. And it doesn't mean you have to have a pancake, but just be in the way because it's so tough to make a tackle when you have a 310-pound guard in front of you and you're trying to make an arm tackle. So I would have liked to have seen them just stay on the blocks a tad bit longer. But you have to credit the Chicago Bears front seven for, doing a good job shedding the blocks.
Andy, Andre was on earlier, and you'll be glad to know he did not say anything about what happened over the weekend, crosstown.
Oh yeah.
So you'll be glad to know that. But what's the future there? What are you thinking here as they try to get better at Rice, your alma mater?
You know what? It's tough. You should not have ended with that question because I have so much to say about college football in general and with the NIL, the portal, I think it makes for a more polarizing season across the board because you have teams that you weren't expecting to be great, have some upsets, and you have teams like Florida State where the field is caught up to them, and that's how they're sitting 0-3. But it really hurts teams like Rice where we can't just take any transfer. With all these other schools, it's like, you're not a mouth breather. Okay, you can sign up and play for our school. But with at Rice, it's still a little bit different. They don't take the credits from certain schools, and it's just tough. Not an excuse. You got to win. Credit to the Cougs. They kicked our tail, so shout out to them. But I just think the whole landscape of college football is so different. It's going to be tough for the Stanfords, the Rices, the Northwesterns to be consistently competitive.
Andy, how about Lil Kalu getting a win for the Baylor Bears this weekend? How did the young man do?
Got his first start. I was a proud dad. He even got a tackle for loss, so I was happy. The regular starter got hurt, and the regular starter, he's a stud. So my son's learning a lot from him. But for him to start and play every play in the first half, I was just up there. I was actually yelling for the coach to take him out so he could get a rest, but he held up. I was very, very proud of him, and shout out to Baylor for getting that home victory.
That's unusual for a dad to be saying, take him out. Take him out.
But against that offense, man, you're getting cut block all game.
Exactly.
And all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Awesome,
look,
man.
John, John, that those cut blocks, like they were legal, but I was so mad I went to run out on the field and be like, try that mess on me.
It's so tough to play that offense, man. Congratulations, man. It's awesome to see him do so well, man.
But one thing about college sports in general, and my buddy Stan was in town. He's vice president of student affairs at Central Michigan. But I used to do games with him when I worked there a long time ago. Yeah. Anyway, we were talking about college athletics, and he has a lot of insight. And he talked about the basketball team there. They had a pretty good year last year, lost 9 guys because they all got more money somewhere else, right? Mm-hmm. So every year you're trying to put a band together at that level. You're trying to get guys who just did not get good offers, but they're trying to prove themselves or improve it deals. And it's almost like, remember when everyone talked about Calipari, the one and done thing, and they still do, but everybody's one and done now. You got to put a band together, develop a culture in a summer, and let's go play either football, basketball, and then a lot of you guys are going to leave. If you're at a certain level, even if you're at a high level, they leave. They go to another high level or wherever there's more money. And that's tough. It's tough for these kids to resist the money, especially when the academic experience or campus life experience might not be the number one priority. The sport is probably the number one priority.
I've heard situations, I won't say any names of the players. Well, when you talk culture, it's not just 1 or 2 players, but guys now, when they transfer to other schools and they're asked to actually go to class, they're actually shocked and upset. Like, I've heard situations where the players are like, now they're used to online courses, but they get upset when they're required to actually go to class. Like, it just blows my mind.
It's definitely changed.
Absolutely.
It has absolutely changed. There's no question about that. But I like seeing Baylor 2-1. I like that in the Big 12.
I love it. I'll take it.
Big 12 had a good weekend. It was a good weekend. So that was really cool. ND, man, we appreciate it. Thank you as always, my friend.
And real quick, shout out to Alan Aldridge. May his beautiful soul rest in peace. This was a guy that played at U of H. He mentored so many young guys, obviously played in the NFL, won a Super Bowl. But in the Fort Bend area, you know, I really got to know him coaching the Little League Fort Bend teams. And obviously he was a coach in high school and unexpectedly passed away. Just a beautiful man. I just want to make sure, you know, I say may his soul rest in peace. And we're praying for his family because that hurt the football community, especially in Houston. That hit us hard.
Yeah, well said. I played against Allen in middle school, then in high school early on. I think he went to Missouri City Middle School, and then he went to Willow Ridge. So he was my year, class of 90. So, yeah, we played against each other long time ago, football, basketball. So, yeah, well said, Andy. Well said.
All right, Andy. Amen. Thanks a lot for bringing that up, and thanks a lot for visiting. We'll check in with you tomorrow.
All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow, brothers.
All right, Andy Kalu. Wonderful having him on Texans Monday, along with Andre Ware. And next up, the General. How did he see things last night? How does he see things around the league? Another wild day of the NFL. I was mainlining Red Zone before the Texans game, and man, there were some wild finishes in this league. Let's get to them and other things next here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Monday is on the way. More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled onions, melty cheese. I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Okay, it's football season, and you know what that means. It's time to light up a new grill from Texas Star Grill Shop. Save hundreds on the full lineup of Traeger wood pellet grills. I've got one. Build the quality outdoor kitchen you've always wanted at a great price. They now have 4 locations to better serve the Houston area with free assembly and delivery. That's huge. Say Texans at checkout, and they'll throw in a special gift. TexasStarGrillShop.com. Texas Star Grill Shop, the best grills at the best price.
H is up, H-Town. The Houston Texans are bringing the heat on the gridiron, and we want you to keep turning the temperature up. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Tate Dell, and the rest of your Texans need you to be loud and in the stands this season. Be part of the action, and don't just watch Texans games from your couch. Experience them with thousands of other fans, live. But hurry, tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Lease a 2024 BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 per month. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today. This is a public service announcement for hard seltzer lovers. Neutral Vodka Seltzer has arrived. Made with simple ingredients like vodka, seltzer, and real juice, Neutral tastes good. Like real good. So good that you'll never want to drink another artificial tasting seltzer again. Neutral's light and refreshing taste will show you what a vodka seltzer can be. Try Neutral, proud partner of the Houston Texans. Neutral. Keep it tasty. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch. Neutral. Flavored vodka and carbonation. St. Louis, Missouri.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Second down and 15 from the Chicago 25-yard line. Williams in the gun, Swift to his right, 2 receivers each way. Caleb Williams gets the snap. Caleb Williams in trouble, and Danielle Hunter can't get him down. Williams escapes to the right, throws downfield, and intercepted by Lassiter. Runs upfield, 45, and he's out of bounds inside the 45-yard line. The rookie with his first INT.
One got away earlier in this game. Not that one. Stingley, I see you, and I'll raise you one interception.
There we go. Lassiter with the first career pick. Beautiful. Get it going. Get the takeaway train rolling throughout the season. That really helps. Darnold has coughed up 2 already, even though he's having a good start overall with a 2-0 Vikings team. So maybe some opportunities on Sunday. On the road, you've never beaten the Vikings.
You know what I like? I like your call. Call was great. But as you're making the call and he's getting out, it's quiet. And then when Kamari makes the catch,
yeah,
the eruption of noise was just awesome.
Well, because that was ball in the air. I'm thinking, is this going to be a Caleb Williams moment?
Right.
And it was, but it was a bad moment for him. And let's get to those moments with John McClain, the General, joining us now. All right, John, how did you see it last night? 19-13 victory, 2-0. Good morning, your thoughts.
It was an incredible atmosphere. I had a bunch of friends that were at the game text me afterward to tell me what an experience it was. And first of all, it's the second game in a row the Texans have let be closer than it should have been. Cam Akers' fumble, inexcusable. They should have put it away there. But these lessons they're learning, and Henry To'oTo'o talked about this afterward, will serve them well, maybe starting against Minnesota. When you say Minnesota, what do we think of? 2012. Blew the home field advantage of that game here. Maybe they'll go up there, beat them on the road, be 3-0. It's amazing. You already got a 2-game lead in the AFC South, and everything's got to start with Kaimi Fairbairn. He is off to the best start of any kicker in NFL history. I don't know what he's been eating, but they got to keep feeding it to him because he had never kicked like this. I asked DeMeco to explain it because in his 8 seasons, we've never seen him. He could have hit for 65 or 70 yards, and he really couldn't, other than he talked about the operation. Flawless with the best snapper in history, John Weeks, my words, not DeMeco's, and holder, punter Tommy Townsend. But I've never seen a kicker kick like this, and none of us have, because it's unprecedented. And then the defense, I almost felt sorry for Caleb Williams. Next Gen Stats had him, got it. They had, let's see, 36 pressures, including 17 by Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. That's 81.8%. Next Gen Stats also said DeMeco called more blitzes than any time in his first 2 seasons as the coordinator. And the sacks, the pressure, stuffed the run. If Williams hadn't got loose on that 24-yard run, they would have averaged 2.3 yards a carry instead of 3.1. So the run defense was great. Second week in a row, they totally shut down the running back. Jonathan Taylor in the first game, DeAndre Swift in this game, and the quarterback has been the leading rusher out of desperation. And, I felt bad for Joe Mixon, but they struggled to run. Matt Eberflus is a hell of a defensive coach, and they had a great plan. And they had a great plan for the Texans' running game, and it looked like the passing game was going to work really well, but it didn't in the second half. But to be able to come away with a 6-point victory, and I felt terrible for those people that bet and took the Texans at 6.5. But to leave there with a victory and be 2-0 for the first time since 2016 is special.
I was thinking about that when Santos' field goal went through. I was like, there are a lot of people cussing the screen right now.
Yeah.
They were really mad. Yeah. Really mad because the number was 6.5.
Oh, boy.
So at that point, okay, General, you mentioned a lot of really good things, and we've been talking about a lot of really good things. What are some of the things that's still like stuck in your craw a little bit that the Texans have got to improve as they get ready to take on a 2-0 Vikings team next week?
You can't fumble at the opponent's 3-yard line when you can put the game away. Tank Dell dropped a pass that he should have caught. They got to find a way. They're getting the ball in Dell's hands as a runner, but the pass plays that he was getting last year, he's not getting so far. And because they're running more, they can't keep all the receivers happy. Nico Collins has been incredible. That sideline catch, one-handed, was almost as good as the catch he had last week for 12 yards in the first down. And Bill Belichick, and he's on everywhere. I can't remember where he said it. I think it's Inside the NFL. Said he doesn't know there'll be a better catch this season. We'll see. Then Nico's 12-yard gain, and, of course, the perfect pass by Stroud. Stroud, another game without turning it over. But the passing game, and I think this was because the Bears have a really good defense and because Eberflus is a great defensive coach, just like DeMeco Ryans, and they had a good plan. But the Texans have to make sure they don't make mistakes that allow the Vikings to hang and stay in it with a chance to win it, like they have in these first two games that were closer than they needed to be. But who can complain about a 2-0 record? Expectations are so high for this team right now, and they should be. I know DeMeco would go crazy if somebody asking this question, and it would be a stupid question. But if they beat the Vikings for the first time in history, they come home against Jacksonville. And the Jaguars are 0-2. They're better than the Jaguars. They could be 4-0 when we have the Stephon Diggs game against the Bills at NRG Stadium, which will be like that playoff game in 2019 that went to overtime, in which the crowd was hysterical.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask him that question just yet here, General.
I'll say, hey, Mark Vandermeer wanted me to Mark Vandermeer wanted me to ask you.
Yeah, after you're 3-0, what do you want? Yeah, this is going to be tough this week. We all know it. General,
looking ahead.
Yes, looking ahead, 3 games down the line. What is your level of shock and or surprise about what happened to Indianapolis at Green Bay with Malik Willis getting the start for the Packers?
They ran some more. I think they had like 236 yards rushing in the first half. And Willis, I thought it was hilarious. There was one third down play, and they asked him why didn't he throw the ball, and he said because the center had vomited on it. And so he just kept it and tucked it. And then they showed the center throwing up on the ball before he snapped it. Oh, my goodness. When you rush for that many yards, you ought to be able to win. Anthony Richardson had 3 interceptions, and he was off target. And they had a good running game with Jonathan Taylor, and the Packers played great defense. Matt LaFleur is a hell of a coach. I don't know if we saw that coming when he was here working for Gary Kubiak, but, boy, he played to – he had a great game plan for an inexperienced quarterback, and Malik Willis made the most of it.
Okay, General, you just mentioned the AFC South. All 3 non-Texans teams are 0-2. Now, the Texans were 0-2 last year, and I know they're differently constructed teams. I get all that. But of those 3, Titans, Colts, Jags, which one would you feel most confident in saying they could pull a 2023 Texans and rise from 0-2 to win the division?
Boy, right now I wouldn't have confidence in any of them, but Will Levis has made 2 of the dumbest plays in NFL history in each of the first 2 games. And you could see his coach, Brian Callahan, screaming at him, "What the bleep are you doing?" And both of them led to touchdowns, and it cost them victories. So I have no confidence in Will Levis at Tennessee. Anthony Richardson, 3 interceptions. I guess I've got to go with the best quarterback, and the best quarterback is Trevor Lawrence. You know, they could have beaten the Browns, and Deshaun Watson didn't play very well. No touchdown passes, had another low rating. but Cleveland's defense won that game. So I guess the Jaguars, Travis Etienne's a good running back. Lawrence is a good, not great quarterback, but I have more confidence in Trevor Lawrence in his fourth season than I do Anthony Richardson or Will Levis in their second seasons.
How about this for the Jaguars, though? They had to deal with that defense yesterday. They have a game at the Bills Sunday.
Yep.
And is that a Sunday game? No, that's Sunday Night Football, right? Wait a minute. Hang on a second.
They'll be 0-3 regardless. It doesn't matter when they come to Houston.
That's Monday Night Football.
It's Monday night, yeah.
Yeah, so Monday, they go to, they have the back-to-back travel bugaboo. Ooh. They go to the Bills, and then they come here.
Right, we talked about that when the schedule was released.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, boy. That could be rough for them.
Bury them. Bills bury them, then they come here, we bury them. Just
send them to 0-4. Enjoy that. Then they'll have the Colts at home, but they always win against the Colts.
Ooh, boy, you guys are looking ahead. You're not
I know. All right, well, stop us.
You were telling us to ask DeMeco Ryans that question in a press conference. What are you talking about, General?
So, DeMeco, John and Mark were looking ahead to your Jacksonville and Buffalo games.
Oh, my gosh. General, the Ravens are 0-2. I don't think anybody had the Raiders going in there and winning, but they did. And we were talking to ND and Andre about this. Look, it's early. Teams are trying to find out who they are. Are the Ravens that bad? Probably not. Close game with the Chiefs, close game with the Raiders. And then you look at the Saints, dominating victories, and they blasted Dallas. Let's look around the league here a bit. Let's start with the Saints because Clint Kubiak is really doing the job as the OC there.
I texted his old man, and I said, you might be coaching quarterbacks next year. Because Clint Kubiak, when Derek Carr's been in the game, they've scored on every possession in 2 games against Carolina and Dallas. And I thought they'd come back down to earth. My God, Derek Carr had to be 6 games last year to throw as many touchdown passes, 7 games to throw as many touchdown passes as he has in 2. Word's already out across social media about Clint being a red-hot head coaching prospect, and good for him. That team looks so good. The biggest victory besides the Raiders going to Baltimore and winning was the Buccaneers going to Detroit and winning. That is stunning. The Buccaneers are 2-0, and they beat Detroit, so many people's favorite, to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC. That was so impressive. And it wasn't that Baker Mayfield tore it up. They played great defense. Lions made a boneheaded play that Dan Campbell took the blame for, and they have a knack for that. But those were the 2 that got me. And I see all these voices of doom about being 0-2. One was since 2020, only 4% of the 0-2 teams made the playoffs. Well, I'm guessing that's the Texans. And then 11% going back farther. And we've seen the Texans start 0-2 twice, including in 2018, rebound to go 10-6 last season, 11-5 in 18, win a division, win a playoff game. So it's not impossible, and yet people act like it's the end of the world. And it won't surprise me at all if the Ravens don't come out from their 0-2 start. And the Bengals have been 0-2 before and rebounded. And man, oh man, I bet they feel like they was robbed in Kansas City on a long interference play that set up the winning field goal. But the weekend was so incredible. So many close games that came down to the end. And Texans should breathe a sigh of relief because they're 2-0, and they've got Minnesota and Sam Darnold, which should be very interesting. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if they don't beat the Vikings for the first time in history.
General, you must have read my mind as I wrote this down. Which 0-2 team do you think bounces back, Cincinnati Bengals or the Baltimore Ravens? The Bengals lost at home to New England, then lost at Kansas City. The Ravens lost at Kansas City and then lost yesterday to a team on a negative body clock game, the Las Vegas Raiders. Which one do you think bounces back? Maybe both. Cincinnati plays Washington also on Monday night this coming week, and the Ravens have I don't see the Ravens. But either way, which team do you think bounces back from 0-2, Bengals or Ravens?
The Ravens have been 0-2 4 times in their history and failed to make the playoffs, any of them. The Bengals are used to starting poorly, 0-2 with Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor. So I'm going to say I would like to see the Bengals, but their running game is awful. You know, they, for whatever reason, they wanted Zach Moss to replace Joe Mixon, and Seth Payne explained it great on the pregame that they've gone to a shotgun offense and not under center, which is where Mixon runs the ball better. But right now, Mixon would look good in any offense considering how poorly their run game is. So I'm going to say the Ravens, who can run the ball, is got a better chance to bounce back than the Bengals.
HoustonTexans.com. What do you have for us, General?
I'm writing right now about the defense and Kaimi Fairbairn, and I'll have 2 more this week. And what a victory for the Texans on to Minnesota.
All right. Thank you very much. John McClain joining us. We appreciate the time. Coming up, smoking hot players of the game. Also, I'll review Tom Brady. I heard a little Brady on the broadcast.
I'm with you.
Brady broadcast review coming up here, among other things. And also, save money today with Texans winning deals like Pizza Hut offering 50% off menu price pizzas at participating locations the Monday following a win. That would be today. Order now using the code Texans, or order later using the code Texans. And I'll give you a couple of others after the break. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video board as they run onto the field to pick up the kickoff tee. Sign up your child today by texting Texans to 79795 or online at HoustonTexans.com. Ashley, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans.
So let's go.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut pizza? You do. Duh. Texans win, you win 50% off Pizza Hut pizza on Mondays after the winning game. Every winning game. Use code Texans on PizzaHut.com and start your winner's party off right. What are you waiting for? Texans win, you win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Okay, carry the one. Texans win, you win. Boom, 50% off. No one out pizzas the Hut. 50% off menu price pizzas, valid the Monday after the winning game only.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the Buy H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
What's up, H-Town? The Houston Texans are looking for one extraordinary Texans fan to be the 2024 Houston Texans Fan of the Year, presented by Ticketmaster. One lucky Texans fan will win a trip to the 2025 NFL Honors Ceremony, Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans, a custom Fan of the Year jersey, and be awarded so much more for their Texans fandom. Do you think this is you or someone you know? Nominate yourself or a fellow diehard fan today at HoustonTexans.com/Fan of the Year.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Third down and a long one at the 41-yard line. And Carter checking in late, stacks up with DJ Moore wide side right. On third down and short, Williams shotgun Swift to his left, Adunze short side left. Williams calls for the ball. Play clock running down, leg down. Williams fakes the give, and he's sacked! Eaten alive by Will Anderson Jr.
Boy, he just engulfed him. I mean, he went just gobbled him up. You couldn't even see Caleb Williams after Will got there.
7 sacks by the Houston defense. Let's rock. All right, 2016 was the last time they were 2-0. They're 2-0 now, facing the Minnesota Vikings on the road on Sunday. A couple of things before we get to smoking hot players of the game because we're running out of show. Quick Brady review. Johnny, I like Tom Brady. I do. Now that he's retired, I like him. Yeah. And I like some of the other stuff that he's done. And he's funny when he does a Manning cast appearance and things like that. But Brady on the broadcast is not there yet. You offer a guy all this money, and I get it. He's the biggest name, blah, blah, blah. But can he do the job? And I'm not saying he can't do it in the future, but he doesn't punch. He doesn't pop out of the microphone. The speakers, you got to come out of those speakers with some verve. Yeah. Romo, say whatever you want about him now. Does he prepare enough? Whatever. But Romo, he's there. Right. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman is who I'm getting to. Troy Aikman, bam, he pops. Collinsworth, a little more of a drawl, but, he's there. Brady, it's just kind of quiet, and he's not punching with authority. And as far as the content goes, look, Brady might have won the Super Bowl without Belichick. Belichick's winning the media without Brady. Because Belichick, I can't get enough of him. I love listening to him now. He's fresh off coaching. The perspective is fresh. He knows what's going on around the league, and you're getting all that now. I don't know if it stays that way forever, but you're getting it now.
In the game, I was watching Red Zone, but it flipped over to the Dallas game at one point, and Dak was up at the line of scrimmage, and Dak was, I don't know what he was doing. It looked like he might have been changing a protection, but he was looking at something, and he went up to the line of scrimmage, and he changed something, and then they ran a play. It was a good play, and Burkhardt said to Brady, hey, Tom, what's Dak doing? But essentially, what's Dak doing up there?
Yeah.
And Brady just word salad something about Dak. Well, he's got control of this offense, et cetera, et cetera. Like, no.
Yeah.
I want to know, you know what he's doing up there.
Exactly.
What did he do? Did he change the protection? Did he move? Did he see something with the mic? Did he see something with the defense? What was it? And it just
Which you did get from Romo when he started because he was fresh and he knew the league, and it's harder to know the league when you're not playing. And Brady can't go to the meetings. Brady can't because he's a partial owner.
That's right.
He can't do all of this stuff. It's not going to help him. If he could be in the rooms, that would obviously help.
So with Brady, like I like hearing players say, well, when I was playing, this is what we were looking at. I think this is what Dak was looking at. Hey, let's circle it up. Here's the mic. This is what I think he was looking at. And that's what I believe. But he's not even going there. And I saw a write-up that said Brady's second performance showed that he's not excelling, but he's doing much, much better. I'm like, man, if that was much better, I don't want to see what week one was like.
He needs to get better, and we'll see how it goes.
He's got to just open up. You got to open. You got to let people in. You got to think about infotainment.
Yeah.
You got to inform and entertain.
And you got to punch.
And I don't know that he's doing anything.
The sound of it matters, too.
Right.
How you sound. Yeah. And he doesn't sound good yet, and maybe he can. Maybe it won't happen. I don't know, but this is 2 weeks in, and we evaluate what we see. All right, smoking out players of the game. No doubt Nico Collins, back-to-back century marks for him. Leads the league in receiving yards. Beautiful to see. Fairbairn,
absolutely.
Question. Best start ever. You're looking at 7 field goals, 6 from 50 and beyond.
Yep.
The shorty was 47 yards. That's incredible.
That's unbelievable.
And
what that man's
the
doing.
swing is looking so good right now. The swing of the leg is just effortless. Oh, by the way, so Johnny gives me field goals in Q, except at the end of the half, Where were you? I know you were getting DeMeco.
I'm getting DeMeco, so I was on the other end.
You're on the other end, and that's when I needed you, buddy, for the 59.
I know.
I got the call, of course.
I know.
But I wanted that because
the first one. Tell the story of the first one.
Well, Johnny's calling it good when the ball's literally at the 20-yard line, still in my field of vision.
Yeah.
He's like, good, because he could see it coming down the line. But I'm like, don't tell me yet, because it's just really that's unnerving to me.
Build the suspense.
Yeah, that's unnerving to me. With the 59-yarder, I'm watching trajectory of the ball, and you're thinking a 59-yarder might start to fade a little bit, and then. Is it short? Does he have enough leg is the question. And if I don't have you, the old play-by-play rule is don't say anything until the official's arms go up, because you might think you can see it. You can't see it.
That's right.
They can see it.
That's right.
So anyway, he's awesome. I love seeing him kick. Unbelievably valuable, especially this year through 2 games. 2-point win last week, 6-point win this week. If he misses any one of these, it's a completely different situation. The universe changes.
Yep.
So awesome start for him. CJ, I cannot say enough. I know, could be this, could be that. Listen, don't take this for granted. Are you kidding me? Go look at Trevor Lawrence, okay? Go look at some of these other highly touted
quarterbacks. Look at all the
quarterbacks.
quarterbacks in the AFC South.
Yeah.
I mean, and they all think they've got the answer against our guy. No. And look, could we look at CJ and go, there's more there. Just wait. Yeah, we could say that, but 260 yards on Sunday night, clutch throws throughout the night, 4th down to Stover, the big throw to Nico for the touchdown. The throw to Nico on the sideline where he got away from Darrell Taylor. He's getting hit by Darrell Taylor, and he hits Nico on the side. I mean, come on, man. Stroud's our guy. Defensively?
Henry, no question.
Yeah, Will and Daniil.
Well, the whole ensemble. You get 7 sacks, 6 different players. First time in franchise history. You get the picks by Lassiter and Stingley. Amazing. All right, DeMeco Ryans show at 5. In the Loop coming up. Those guys are going to break it all down for you. Thank you so much, Byron, for producing. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
At Hyundai, peace of mind comes from quality you can count on. That's why Hyundai vehicles offer advanced safety features to help you stay safer on the road, which led to Hyundai having 9 2024 IIHS top safety picks this year. Peace of mind. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Get 1.99% APR for 60 months on the Elantra or lease for $199 a month. See your local Hyundai dealer, the official car.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 6.
That's right. In the loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy, you got myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Texans victory Monday for the second time in a row in 2024. Hope you are having a great.
We're feeling all right.
Victory Monday.
Hey, I feel to be 2-0, man.
How about that?
Yeah, the feeling all right is largely the 2-0 because one thing about a primetime game, it's late at night. And everybody's feeling
we
a little
will get
bit.
to that.
But you know what?
Sunglasses and Advil.
Yeah, man.
Last night was mad real.
Yeah. That's right. But you know what? I don't need that. I don't need no caffeine. I don't need none of it. I am running off of the vibes of a victory for your Texans. In fact, I'm running off of the vibes of, good times, 2-0, the only one in the division. In fact, by far, the only one in the division that has that 19-13 victory for your Houston Texans. Always get involved with the program. Texting in 713-572-4610. We also always have the Odyssey app going for you. YouTube, Twitch, all those things there. So let us know how you feeling. In fact, how was your primetime experience? In fact, first Sunday night football game since 2019, and it was palpable.
Oh my gosh!
Being in around the stadium.
Oh my gosh! It was it was quite. It was a hell of a night for Houston. It was a great night for football fans, for the team. Although we'll parse out some of the things that we maybe not are feeling great about. But
that's another thing. Is like in addition to how was your prime time experience? Because I definitely want that. Again, 713-572-4610. How are you feeling about this game as well? Just like overarching. Like, is it all positive? Is it all negative? Where on that spectrum does it exist? Because that was another thing that I definitely got a feel for in the course of like going around the stadium. I tried to make the full use of my press pass and went into the locker room and there was obviously jubilance over a win, but you could tell that the expectations that have been set for this team in general have pushed it to where it wasn't just joy. And I don't know exactly how to put a word on what the remaining feelings and emotions were, but it wasn't all just exuberance and joy after a victory.
But I think let me try to just kind of like put the whole night into my perspective.
Let's do it.
Anyway, the fact that we can parse out and nitpick little things that we'd like to see better.
1 p.m.
is, yes, 1 p.m. We'll be doing that, the nitpicking. But the fact that we can do that, the fact that DeMeco Ryans can stand up there and say, man, we got to clean this up, we got to clean that up, we got to clean that up, and the Texans still just put an absolute smackdown defensively on the Bears, and the fact that they're still 2-0. I said this last week. I think they're in a different place. They can win different ways. We have different expectations. We are going to talk about some of the really good things, but it's also some of the things that we're like, okay, we got to keep an eye on that. But the fact that we are here says how far this team has
100%.
come. I mean, it is absolutely. I walked away from that game, and I wasn't ignorant of some of those other things, but I walked away from that game saying this team is different. Mm-hmm. This team is different from anything that we've experienced. They can play any way you want. They can play the beautiful football as we've seen in the past, and they can absolutely give Caleb Williams an amazing long night, and they can change the way they play. DeMeco Ryans doesn't blitz. He blitzed his ass off. Derek Stingley doesn't really travel too often with an opposing wide receiver.
He was on two all night.
He traveled DJ Moore the whole night. So, like, this was a fantastic night. Now, you talk about the experience. I mean, roof open. How many times have we seen that? Had a flyover with the Coast Guard. How many times have you seen that?
Yeah. Apparently, Mike Tirico said, 40-something times in the Texans, I guess, existence that the roof been open?
No, it hadn't.
I seen somebody, I don't know if that's like.
Maybe he said 4 or 2. not
yeah,
42.
I said, yeah, it was a big number. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know who gave him no numbers.
But that ain't right.
That's the hilarious part about retractable roof. Like, it feels like retractable roof in theory in a lot of places that have retractable roofs.
Yeah, I only remember one time since I've been living here.
I think he said 4 or 2, Fig. You might have misheard that. No, I think he's wrong, to be honest. But no, Reggie, man, I mean, I was like, you know, there have been games like this where you kind of rub your forehead and you go, oh, this is gonna be tough all year long.
Yeah.
I don't feel that.
No. By all means, that is not the way that it feels. Mm-hmm. And I understand why you've had that you have to have that comparison, because it hadn't been that long ago when you had to have those feelings. So yeah, that's absolutely one I want to get a feel for. And shout out to all the people texting in from the 713. They said they love the experience and the game. Props to the Texas fans in attendance because the TV and the Bears fans sounded loud. True at the game or just TV? There was a lot of orange in that building. There was a lot of Bears fans.
There was
not
maybe not like it has been on the dark days here, but that's expected. But there were a lot.
Yeah, no, there was a lot, and I mean, we got a feel for that when we were out. You know, before this game, we were walking around, obviously doing the tailgate of the game, getting that situation. And there was a lot of Bears fans. I was surprised at how many times I turned around and just like, oh, well, there's a grip of them there, and oh, there's another one. And of course, what is always hilarious with any game day is seeing the houses divided. You have a Texans jersey, a Texans-clad woman, and a Bears-clad man holding hands, walking into the stadium. Like, okay, so they're gonna have a fun night. We saw sisters as well. That were on either side of this. Yeah, but there was a good amount of Bears fans, and there was points where you could hear the Bears fans chanting defense, and I was like, it doesn't sound like a home game, but it definitely doesn't sound like it should on a road game. Like, there's somewhere in between. And so, yeah, no, there was definitely a good amount of Chicago Bears.
It felt like a Sunday night special occasion, and it was exactly that. You mentioned outside, and we'll get into some of this during passing thoughts, but no, it was a special night for football and special night for Houston, and I walked away feeling much more positive than negative because we got a defense here, man. I mean, we have a defense here.
Absolutely. Yeah, the defense really stood up well, and you mentioned the idea of blitzing. Like, I do wonder over the course of this thing if we'll see that the blitz rate was really more about that's a rookie quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Whenever you see a rookie quarterback, in my mind, I'm like, okay, heat him up and see how he handles it, right? See how he handles the heat. And I do wonder if that ultimately bears out that that's what's happening there, or if you're right, that this is some level of shift in DeMeco Ryans' general philosophy about playing defense as he continues to, and as we all do, over the course of careers and whatever we do, like, evolve in the way that we go about things.
Yep. Evolve and also adapt and adjust to the personnel that you have.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, we talked about it Friday. Maybe they could make for a long night for Caleb Williams. They did.
They did.
they did. Jalen Petrie, we thought about maybe seeing him coming off the edges and making some plays up on the line of scrimmage. He did.
That one tackle, he ain't whiffed that one.
Woo, baby.
That was a college tackle. That was like one of them college rivalry type of tackles.
He hit that man so hard that the refs were like, that's got to be a flag.
Yeah.
Look, I don't even know. I ain't see it, but it sounded like
what's
a flag.
Those tackles they used to call in slobber knockers?
Decleaters. He decleated his
like
ass.
face to face.
Yes. But that all ties in. And the players knew. The players knew it was prime time, and they were the only game in town. They were the only game on television. They absolutely took it to another level. And then there's this the whole vibe outside the stadium, the whole vibe inside the stadium, and then the vibe on the squad in the locker room.
Yeah.
Because they played at a different kind of crazy level, man. It was wild. Both teams, but especially the Texans.
All right, interesting text comes in here from the 713. Acoustics in NRG were terrible with the roof open. Time for them to recalibrate, as I do to recall it. I don't recall
it was loud.
That's interesting. All right, so here let's ask Will Anderson. Like, how did you feel the energy was in the stadium?
Man, it was rocking. It was rocking. I had chills when I got out there and I looked up, and I've never seen the stadium open, man. And it's just wonderful to see the city come out, man. And that's what we do it for. We do it for the fans, man. Of course, our families and ourselves, but we really want H-Town to mean something, man. We really want the fans to be a part of something great, man, and that's what we're trying to do here.
No, I felt it. I didn't notice any Figgy. I didn't notice any different, and I thought it looked cooler. First of all, with the
it looked super cool.
Yeah,
it was a little bit. I mean, it wasn't hot where I'm like, man, this is terrible, but it was a little muggy in there.
All right,
but it was like a normal stadium.
Yeah, I was like, where did y'all end up ultimately? Because I know that there's various different points where we can watch the game. We're very blessed to have obviously access to the press box, which is air conditioned, right? So there's that. There's the suite that we have access to as a company, and that can lead into a little bit of that lower bowl, so you get maybe a little bit of a feel of that. But if you're up in the suite, again, kind of air conditioned. So I do want to get a feel for that. But then also, I know that in the first half, I was trying to get a feel for what does the roof feel like. And when you're up there in that press box, I felt like I actually didn't really get a feel for anything that was happening.
You never do. That's why
I hate going up there,
That's why I always leave. I wound up on the club level.
Bad and bullshit.
Yep. Had some buddies on the club level, but I did, for the record, go down to the first level for a little bit. It wasn't too hot.
It wasn't bad at all. It wasn't bad at all.
But just everything was cool. They had those little lights working.
That was a good touch.
Yeah,
I really
nice.
I know that me B Scott were talking about is just the idea of those lights and the ways that they were able
the little wristband.
Yeah, the wristband. I think that even then, I feel like there's still more that could have been done with those. Like I do wonder if that's going to be another
and they controlled
evolution.
them. Like I was sitting talking to my buddy Rick, and all of a sudden his wristband turns on at halftime. What's going on with you, man? No, it was really, really cool. And when you look at the team and how they played all together, okay, it wasn't an A+, but it was very much of an A for me, A- maybe because of the mistakes that we're going to get into and some of the other stuff. But just the way they responded, I said earlier on, they can play any way that you want to, and they can beat you any way that you want to. Let's not forget, we have a 6-point win and a 2-point win.
Yeah,
that could have gone either way, but they won.
And to me, that's a good sign because you got some explosive teams with weapons. I mean, look at the Miami Dolphins. Whenever it get to a nasty game like that, they just fall right. Yeah, they fall flat.
Good point.
And they can. To me, this win show you that when it get ugly, we could sling mud around too, but we gonna win. We gonna win. It ain't gonna be pretty, but we gonna win.
I don't know if I go so far as to say they could win anyway, because I still think that remains to be seen. But they at least they want some dirty ones, right? Like they want a dirty one in this case, where there's definitely aspects of the team that were like, we didn't hold up to our end of the bargain, and still you end up with an instance where it feels like if you did not have the self-inflicted wounds, that you still would have had a double-digit victory. And so that's the portion of this that you really, take solace in, is that, oh, man, this team, even when it was bad, manages to get a win. And that, I mean, look, NFL football is hard, man. It is not easy to get wins in that way. And so you have to appreciate that from that perspective. Another thing that was brought up by our guy Ocho actually said, hey, man, didn't like waiting until Sunday night. Didn't like waiting this long over the course of it. That is another part of the primetime game. How did you guys feel about the idea that, hey, man, you go through all of the slate and we still ain't gotten to football time?
It's an adjustment, but I think it's an adjustment that we better get used to. Because that's just life when you're at the top of the heap, or one of the teams that's considered to be at the top of the heap. But yeah, I mean, the good thing is I got my red zone fill. That's for sure. All day. I was all over red zone, and then got out there. But I was excited, and the reason I said that they can win anyway is because of number 7. I mean, if that were a shootout, I'd still bet on the Texans in a shootout. If it was a game like last night, we saw what the Texans did. 7 sacks, dude. 7 sacks, and all those extra pressures. And all those loud, hard, tough hits, not even counting Petrie. I think they're built in a way that, I'll say it, championship teams are built. Like how do you guys want to do this? Okay, we'll do it. That's what I'm feeling with this squad.
It's early though, man.
Of course.
I hear your exuberance.
It's early guy.
Yeah.
I guess I miss early guy. This is my bad. But it is. And like, the questions that are popping up are making me pump the brakes a little bit. I get it. When it goes to like championship, but you're right. Like at least I can see the foundation for when things click, you can get to that level. And I think that's the beauty of this at the very least, right? Yeah. Even if you want to be it's early guy, even if you want to kind of temper some of this, which I feel that's another thing. I'm like, yo, how are the vibes as well on that perspective, right? Like, did you see this game and go, oh man, Texans to the moon, or did you see, okay, there's some places where I'm going to reserve some of these things? And I do wonder if some of that is just the way that sports fans can be in general, right? Some people are open my heart up, I'm ready to be hurt. Some people are very guarded in that way, and maybe that's the way that this is playing out for us. But, yeah, I do think that at the very least you can look at this and you go 2-0. That's a great place to be. I think C.J. Stroud, in fact, said it in his availability. Yeah. Because, C.J. Stroud was hard on himself and this offense. He was like, 0-2 sucks a lot more than being 2-0 when you compare his first 2 seasons. And so at least always appreciating a win on a Victory Monday is something that you got to do.
Yeah, I just, look, I'm the king of don't ignore in victory what you would not ignore in defeat. We're not going to ignore those things. What I'm saying is the how they're equipped is the way a championship team is equipped. And yes, we have not seen them have to get in a high-scoring shootout. But I like the Texans' odds if they do that because of C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud made a throw with 11, 12 minutes left in the second quarter. That was about as good a play as you will ever see any quarterback make anywhere. It was incredible. And that's the kind of stuff that only he can do. On the heels of the throw that he made to Nico at the end of the Colts game to ice that one. Like, you have a guy that can get in those situations if the defenses are a little bit not like we've seen lately, and they go up to a 38-35 game. You have a guy that can win that game too.
Yeah, and on the CJ front, one of the plays that I absolutely loved, and I think it was in third quarter because I was hanging out in the suite at that point, was CJ making something happen right with his legs and then throwing the ball downfield, finding Tank Dell, running booty butt naked open, as I like to say, and Tank drops it, which we'll have that conversation. Yeah. But just I was amazed in that moment at, man, the wherewithal, the awareness, the ability to get out of what was a pressure situation, get your shoulder square, sling that ball, put it right where it needed to be, and also with anticipation. Yeah, man, this is a dude that not that we needed any more convincing, but this is a dude who continues to grow to the place where, that's championship type play from your quarterback and a leader on this team. So, look, man, we're just getting going on a Texans Victory Monday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. There's a lot to talk about, but one thing that we always want to get on a Victory Monday are the OG's passing thoughts. We'll do that next.
The Texans improved to 2-0 with a win over the Bears.
CJ
news later. Sports Radio 610. It's a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, man. Let's get right in. I got a bunch. I got some passing thoughts coming out of my ears today, so let's get right to it. We talked about the vibe a little bit. I want to add something because it's kind of like I've often said. If you haven't listened to them very much lately, sort of just stream of consciousness as I get to the stadium and all the way to the end. So let's start there. All right. So Reggie and I, Figgy, were judging the tailgates, and first of all, 3 world-class tailgates. Like
I'm not shocked, man.
Off the charts.
I'm not shocked.
It was prime time tailgating, man.
Yeah, man. It was a good time.
It was prime. So the first one we go to, you know what song is blaring as soon as we get there?
What song?
Tops Drop.
Fat Pat.
Okay.
Do the tailgate, have a good time. Go to the second tailgate. You know what song was playing when we got there?
Top Drops.
Fat Pat.
Oh, yeah.
And Figgy and I, Reggie and I were going like, are they planning this?
Yeah, I was like, look, man. I mean, people know what the tailgate, thing is. They know what's happening. Yeah. They're like, some guys from Sports Radio 610 will come through. But I was like, did they know that it'd be me and John? And they were like, were they trying to do let's give them a little nod, see if that'll give us a little bit of a benefit here.
Yeah.
Or it could just be that
that's just a cookout song.
Like, maybe it's just an anthem in Houston, man, a cookout song, and it's got to play. But as soon as we
walked in,
Top Drop,
and it was rocking, man. Fried ribs, we had ribeye, all kinds of good stuff. But this is what I wanted to get you. So the tailgater of the game was called Red Eye Tailgaters. All right,
I've been there a few times.
Yeah, they were really good.
Yeah.
Cal and Hannah showed up as a surprise to give them the tailgater of the game flag, dude. If you didn't know how much of a 180 their reputation has taken in the last couple of years before, literally...
Yeah, the fans took in the DeMeco Ryans mantra. They swarmed.
From hundreds, like from hundreds of yards away. Like from all the tailgates around, just it was like a bumblebee net hive.
Yeah.
It was incredible. So I thought that was pretty good. People spilling stuff all over Hannah's white dress. And
man,
it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was a party foul.
All right, so party foul. So we get to the stadium, we get to the game, and we find out immediately.
Thank you for not mentioning what state I was in once we got to the.
Dude had 6.
6 shots, 2 drinks.
We're going to get to that at 120.
Okay, excellent, yeah.
6 shots for my man who really doesn't even drink that much.
That's correct.
And I told him, I told you exactly how it goes when you do these tailgates.
I tried,
man.
but people were being hospitable. I said no to drinks, and I had 6 shots. 2 drinks.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, you can't turn down a drink, man. It's hard.
It's hard. So we get there, find out Juice Scruggs is inactive, Damian Pierce is inactive, and so we start to kind of kick around that. No Mechie either, and it seemed like Cam Akers would acquit himself pretty dang well. I think he ended up being the leading rusher on the team. But then he had a fumble.
Yeah.
At the very
when I seen that, I was feeling good about my confession, man. Remember my confession. I said, hey, if he have a good game, I think he might end up being number 2.
Yeah.
And they had that fumble. I'm like, damn.
7 for 32, which is 4.6 a carry. But you mentioned that fumble.
Yeah. And then the crowd, I don't care what Ron Hughley says. I'm looking at you, Ron.
I'm looking at you, Ron.
I'll put his name on it. Come at me like I'll shire. Anyway, the crowd was there early. It was relatively full. They were pretty quiet on offense, and they were loud on defense. They heard DeMeco and CJ talking, and they heeded their advice, so it was pretty good.
Also did a decent job with the Liberty whiteout.
Yeah.
I think that one of the reasons why it didn't look like it got as whiteout was I think there was a good amount of Bears fans.
That's a big
one. I think there was a good amount of kind of navy and orange scattered in there.
A lot of people wore white, man.
Bobby Slowick, early on, I thought this was going to be a clinic. He was in his bag. Reggie was sitting next to me. This is when I was still in the press box. And, dude was doing shifting, motioning, mixing out of the backfield into the slot, into the wide spot on the field side of the field. I mean, Bobby Slowick was showing everything early on.
Yeah, man. There was one point where I don't know if I said it to you or I said it to Bijani. You guys were on either side of me, where I was like, man, Cade Stover in the backfield is, as a fullback, it's almost looking like a tell. And as soon as I say that, boom, Cade Stover on a 4th and 1, sliding out the backfield, throw it to him, boots butt naked open, first down.
John Christian Kaimi Fairbairn. Talk about a stud. 3 50-yard-plus field goals last week. 3 plus 60-yard field goals this week. He's the reason they're winning. I mean, when it comes to
I was going to say Pro Bowl. That's probably
all pro.
That's an all pro kicker right now.
I mean, that was incredible. But that leads to another one, and we'll get to this, I'm sure, later as well. If it wasn't for Fairbairn, we would be torching Laramie Tunsil today.
Yeah, man.
Torching him.
You was torching him.
I was torching him. But the one, he made a 59-yard field goal that could have easily been, it was a low percentage kick.
That was the end of the first half.
Yeah.
You were, looking like you were playing to maybe even possibly get into the end zone at that point, and then you stall out the drive.
Yeah.
On a 3rd down, getting taking a penalty.
Yeah, and so we'd be killing him. And so that's something you got to put a pin in right there. Derek Stingley traveled with DJ Moore the entire game. This might be something that is just going to be the norm because he's that good.
I don't know if that's the case, but it's possible, right? Like, I do like that it's in his bag at the very least, right? He is not stuck over there. But I think that what you got a little bit of a benefit of Keenan Allen not playing in this game. I know Roma Dunze did still play, but it did feel like they were like, oh, okay, this team that's playing against us doesn't have as many tools to try and beat us. That's the main one over there. So let's go put Stingley over
I
there.
hear you.
Right? Like, it was a, hey, we need the clamps on him. We need to shut that down. And he did a damn good job of that.
Yeah. Henry To'oTo'o played the game of his life, flat out, period.
That brother was all over the place, man. I kept hearing his name.
Led the team in tackles, had a tackle for loss, had a sack, and Christian Harris isn't even back.
He was in the right place
He
all
was
the time.
aggressive.
He was in the right place all the time.
Was aggressive. This might be a confession, but I have others, so I'm just going to say it right here.
Okay.
I kind of love that the Texans are the squad that get under the other team's skin now. Yeah, Nico, the dude pointed at him. Don't point in my face, man.
He started first, though. Man, like, what kind of disrespect? You putting your finger in another grown man's face. You should expect. You just started the fight.
Yeah.
You expect that you started the fight in that instance. If you put your finger in somebody's face, what do you expect?
That's equivalent of hitting somebody. You might as well hit the person at that point.
Exactly. Right? There's a few things that if you do that, I didn't start the fight. You started the fight. Put your finger in my face, spit on me.
Yeah. When you point in my face, you better off just socking me in the jaw, right?
Exactly. And then Al-Shair said, I'll fight all you guys. I'll fight all of you.
He did the Riley Cooper.
Nah, he did the Drewski, standing on business.
Yeah. I'll fight all of you. You and you and you and you. I'll fight every one of you.
Yeah, he went so far as doing the thing that I will never understand in football, which is punching into the helmet.
Yeah.
Hey, he was looking like Charles Oakley at Madison Square Garden
running
with the security.
If you needed to know that is the leader of the defense and the advanced physicality of this team, right there. There you go. There's a snapshot of it.
I like that they get under people's skin like that, make them do stuff like that. This is just a true passing thought that we'll elaborate on as the day and the week goes on. But let's not forget how special C.J. Stroud is. I mentioned that one throw earlier. That was about
breaking news,
dude. That was about as good a throw as you will ever see any quarterback make in any situation. And I believe it was on the touchdown drive, wasn't it? The one where he scrambled out and then went to Nico on the side with just an absolute, BB in the perfect spot. It was pretty incredible. Another one here, and this was when we were having the discussion in the press box. I don't know if I was talking with you about it or not, Reggie. I didn't think, and this is on me, I guess, I didn't think that you could challenge a play. You win the challenge because they move the ball forward, but you challenge the first down ruling, so you still lose a timeout. How do you have a successful challenge? They move the ball because you were right, and you still lose a timeout.
Yeah, because, like,
you're supposed to be the other way around.
I know.
You lose the challenge. I mean, it's a successful challenge. You lose that challenge, but you keep your timeout.
It's successful challenge. You didn't get what you wanted in the first down. And, that inspired me to tweet that I still don't functionally know what counts as a catch, because that's the thing that the NFL has made so complicated that only God knows. And I also apparently don't know what spotting a football on the sideline is.
He won. They moved the ball up, and then they took away a timeout. I don't know. Here's another one that I know we'll dig into some more. I guess we're just not going to enforce the hip drop tackle, right? We're just not going to do it?
Well, in looking back at that, like, I do wonder when they and I'm going to, in the break, go and look at, like, the actual, language on this. Because it would happen from behind almost.
But it was a textbook hip drop tackle. It looked a lot like, like all the ones that they used in the, in the films that they were saying this is going to be illegal.
Yeah.
I mean, they just did not enforce it. And they have not enforced very many of those that I've seen. So I don't know. Maybe that's just something they're like, you guys be careful now.
And this is the thing about that. I recall talking about this when they said that they were going to try and institute this. I was like, I don't know how you are able to enforce this and minister this, because if we're taking away the ability for you to get your hands on a player and then utilize your body weight, I don't know how you're supposed to tackle, especially like, even if you're just dealing with like a tackling dummy, right?
Yeah.
Talk less of these big, giant specimens of humans that are like all monsters, if we're going to be completely honest, right? And then they're all moving at the fastest speeds possible. And now you have to, and look, defense has already become so difficult in this league, and not to defend a hip drop tackle, right? But what
is he supposed to do?
I
what you're saying.
don't know how then, from a perspective of the officials, you go, all right, we're taking all those out of here, right? So, not passing off, because the whole idea is that it clearly creates injuries, and Joe Mixon was in that place where it created an injury.
Yeah,
I just always knew that this was going to be tough, and it seems like it's also going to be tough in a different level of way, which is the administration of it. Because if they're also not going to be consistent with it, that's even going to make it even more of an annoying thing to watch.
Another couple for you here, real quick. Remember all I've been saying about Kamari Lassiter, his ball skills. Dude, you saw it in living color. I couldn't wait for fans to see how he can react to a ball in the air, and he got that interception, had a couple of other plays. Absolutely great ball skills, and we'll dig into that some more.
Takeaway defense.
Man, you talked about that on Friday, takeaway defense. Two more, and I got to give credit where credit is due, because this is not something you say every day. There was some good officiating out there. Outside of the hip drop tackle, Jalen Petrie had the hit where he decleated that guy, the slobber knocker. They're like, well, that's got to be a penalty. They talked about it, didn't call a penalty. The very next play, I think it was the next play, intentional grounding was not called. They got together, threw the flag, intentional ground. That was some good officiating right there. You got to give it to where credit is.
I kind of like that they didn't really call anything on that sideline, that little scuffle, or they didn't throw Aziz out.
Yeah,
because he probably should have been thrown out.
Yeah,
but that does lead me to
me
kind
that's
of watch.
Football.
Yeah, that kind of leads me to watch the space of the NFL league office in New York.
Oh, he'll get fined,
right? Like what fine? What level of fine? Do they even feel that he should have been thrown out and turned that into some level of suspension? Right? Like, I don't know how far they go, because again, I don't understand how the NFL administers any of these things. These things are not as consistent as we would like them to be.
They just flying by the seat of their pants.
Last one. If you had the Texans covering 6.5 points, you're not as high on Cam Akers today as you were going into the game. Dude, I can't tell you how I was just imagining what Las Vegas looked and sounded like when he fumbled the ball about to go into the end zone, because that would have been a walkaway cover.
Yeah.
That would have been a walkaway cover.
It absolutely
should
have been.
Yeah.
And then that happened. So, shout out to Cam Akers. Actually getting to play at least. Like, I'm sure there was plenty of people, at least in the Houston area and Texans fans abroad, that are like, oh, we actually get to see Cam Akers. Hope that Dameon Pierce heals up. There you go. OG's Pass the Thoughts in the Loop, Sports Radio 610 on a Texans victory Monday. Let's continue on in the loop as we'll do our question of the day. Texans inspired, right? Texans have won 2 games in what I think you would call Lopez an old school way.
Old school.
So with that being the case, what's your favorite old school things specifically in sports? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
All right, lowtcenter.com right now. Let's get you guys taken care of. Good time to set that up.
USA.com today. Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In Loop, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Victory Texans Monday. We got our Victory Reaction Monday. Texans Victory React. Y'all get it. Texans won 19-13 over the Bears.
It's a Victory Monday and reacting to it.
That's right. Thank you, Figgy. Thank you, John Lopez. Thank you, listeners, rocking with us. Folks letting us know, 832, playing Tops Drop was probably in more in reaction to the roof actually being open for the stadium, which sure. I think
man, it was because of us.
Okay, all right. Well, if John say so. The thing that really caught my and John's attentions was just we walked up to the function and then they started playing it, and it felt like it was entrance music almost, and that's where it was like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Like,
WWE,
wait,
man.
Hold on.
Let's get in the loop.
Y'all listening?
Like WWE.
Appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. Like so. But let's do our question of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Texas won some old school games, particularly this one, man. Just defense. Got them boys hemmed up. Managed to get a 19-13 victory. What is your favorite old school thing in sports? However you decide to define that. That's 713-572-4610.
So really, both games, defense, sacks, field goals,
toting the rock,
field position, exactly 159 yards from Mixon last. Now we're talking sports. So I think about a week or two ago we talked about just like sort of old school things, but I'm not talking about that.
No,
I'm talking about sports.
Sports specific.
Old school things you like in sports. I'm gonna give you a couple, and I'm curious what you guys and our listeners come up with. Maybe I'm like so giddy about this, and I'm because it was old school, like because they were punishing the quarterback, like. Caleb Williams is having a hard morning, man.
Hey, man, there was one time where Will Anderson coming off the right side, screaming off the right side, unblocked because the left side of the Bears line didn't get themselves together. I mean, I remember that was one of the matchups we talked about, is that was a place where he could have success. Sure did. Caught Williams in that back of that 18 on his blind side. Boom. And then it happened on his front side with the Danielle Hunter, and I was like, oh, okay, so he's just gonna get those old school, like that dude might be out for a few plays or longer type hits. So, you definitely got some of those knocks on the quarterback.
I thought Danielle Hunter ate him. I thought he ate him, like, because he just disappeared for a second on that one side. Did he eat him? I thought, other old school sports things that I like. I love a good mud game, a good rainy mud game.
Gross.
Not snow, not all that, but like, you're in Chicago or you're in Green Bay.
All I'm hearing is sloppy feet.
Yes.
That's
I love a good sloppy, muddy game. It's not pure football. It's not necessarily fair, but we're talking about old school things in sports we like. That's one. And then I got another one. I'm curious what you guys have after this. And this is totally old school.
How are you going to throw me a mud game when you know I like watching speed?
I know.
It just slows the whole game down.
Well, the topic is old school.
All right.
Yeah, we want to see some offense.
Yeah, but there's old school things that I think were better. You went to an old school thing that made the. All right.
Give me some mud.
Okay.
I want
a snow game too?
No, I don't like snow games.
What's the difference?
Right. Because the mud's all black. It's on your uniform. It's in your face mask. You see it dripping off their faces.
Oh, the mud clump is always a hilarious
The mud clump in the mask. I love that stuff. And then this one is totally old school. Call me old. Call me whatever you want.
Okay.
Because I do like celebrations, some of the modern celebrations, but there's just something about acting like you've been there before. Like you score a touchdown, just give the ball to the referee.
Here you are, sir.
Jog to the sideline.
Thank you for the opportunity to score a touchdown.
Yeah, I just like that. But that said, I do like some of these celebrations. It's just something cool about that old school. Here you go, sir. I just scored another touchdown.
All right, old. Let's get to my thing.
Yeah.
That I love old school wise.
I said you could call me old. I don't mind.
And that's why I did. Anytime I have an opportunity to, I got to.
Yeah.
Hey, man, how about post-game in the NBA? It is like having big men get the ball fed down low.
Oh, yes.
Post-game, right?
Oh, yes.
It is we have gotten all the stats in. It is not the most efficient way to play basketball, but dag nabbit if it ain't fun to watch. Just a technician using his strength. Like, because look, man, when we talk about sports, a lot of times we're trying to see athleticism, but sometimes just like a man that knows how to utilize his body and like knows how to control
Puts
it
that hand
and
up.
has, has technical command over his craft. And you see Hakeem Olajuwon put a man on his back, get that ball, get to work. Like, here comes a shimmy, here comes a shake, here comes our footwork. I miss that, buddy. I miss that so bad. And sometimes you just get big mastodons of players like Shaq. Get the ball and just go through somebody's chest. Man, I miss it so damn bad.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I don't know if this is considered old school, but it kind of I really enjoyed last night how they don't call a whistle for everything, man. Like, even
let
if it's
them play.
If it's a little scramble, just separate everybody and just push them back to the huddle.
And a couple of hits on the sideline were iffy.
Yeah.
And they let him go.
Yeah, to me, I mean, I don't know if that's considered old school, but sometimes you just got to, don't call everything, man. Don't throw nobody out, man. Sometimes people be into the game, and now if it escalates all throughout the game, then you take the next step. But I feel like the referees didn't react too much at all, man. They just let them play. I think they knew the vibe of the game, and they let them play. I'm kind of old school with that, man.
I like this one from the
Don't throw everybody out.
Yeah, especially because it takes away some of the flopping elements that we can get sometimes where dudes are like turning to the refs like, hey, man, bail me out. No, go do it.
No, go play football.
Yeah, don't throw a flag.
How about this 8-3-2? This is a cool one. Student body left, student body right.
Oh, yeah, old school runs. And along that, somebody was like running the option or the wishbone. There was a moment where it looked like the Bears
an inverse
came in. Yeah. It's like, yeah, man, put them 2 running backs back there, sometimes 3 running backs out there, get you a wing back.
Yeah.
Let's go.
How about raising your hand after a foul? When was the last time you've seen that?
Okay, he's been watching that PSA. It was out on me, Coach. All right.
That's on me. That's on me right there. Neck rolls.
Yeah, man. The neck roll. Honestly, I have more of an affinity for the cowboy collar, the butterfly collar, that kind of. Just the linebacker that looks like he eats small goats for lunch.
Glass.
What about the people that wear the long jerseys, like the arm?
The ones that are like that aren't cropped or whatever.
To me, like Jacoby Brissett is probably the only quarterback that had the long arm.
They're starting to because Aaron Rodgers loves wearing the loose sleeve or whatever. They're starting to come back. I don't know exactly how I feel about it.
I don't really care for them, man.
But what I will say that's kind of close to that, and I don't actually want to see it come back, but it was always fun to see the running back with the big old pads just flapping in the wind as she's running.
Oh, yeah. How about thigh pads?
Barry Sanders.
How about the big thigh pads that look like, I don't know, they look like platters on your on your legs? Big old thigh pads. Old school stuff. Pitchers having to bat. Sure, we'll take that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll take that.
Because it gave you moments of magic, right? You never get Bartolo Colon if you don't have pitchers having to bat. Yeah, no, those are fun. And I think also it got to one of the things that I think the baseball purist loves about baseball, which is the tactics that are necessary, right? It's not just, it is pitcher versus batter, but it's also manager against situation, and you have more of those when you have a dude who you might be considering an easy out, and you have to work around that, and you have to use your bench and those types of things. So, I feel you in that. I'm not going to lie. Yes, those are some
we're getting a bunch still in.
Yeah, we are still some bandanas under the helmet. Absolutely.
What about the headbands in the NBA? Remember that was a heavy thing?
Yes, headbands in the NBA. Yeah. For sure, especially in the 90s when everybody was going bald by choice. Everybody was shaving their head. It's like, okay, this is a thing.
Going bald by choice is wild, man.
But that was the 90s, brother. There's a lot of people that have brought the hair back. It's like, you had hair this whole time? Jalen Rose is one of those, man.
Yeah. Shout out to the dude. I forgot his name, from Onyx. Remember?
Who said?
What's his name?
I don't remember. Saying that MJ was copying them.
Yeah.
Okay, dog. 713 Sports Goggles like Eric Dickerson. Yes, bring back rec specs.
That was good.
And then in baseball, they miss when announcers refuse to use the term no hitter during a game.
Do not miss that at all.
You don't like the superstition of it all.
It's dumb. It's dumb. We've talked about that. It's dumb.
It's the magic of it all.
Yeah.
And shout out to Fredo Starr. That's the guy from Onyx.
There you go. All right. Shout out to him.
Apparently, Michael Jordan was a big fan that he shaved his head because of him.
All right. Look, man, sometimes you just got to say things, man. Sometimes you got to say things true or otherwise. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. with the question of the day, the old school things in sports that we really appreciate. On a Texans Victory Monday, we reacted to all of that. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL and pretty strongly around the AFC South as the rest of the teams lost. What happened there? What happened around the NFL? We'll discuss it next.
Coach DeMeco's defense. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL on this Texans Victory Reaction Monday. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Adetula hanging out with you. And I'll begin by kind of going around the AFC South where, spoiler alert, Texans still atop of that AFC South, first place, and by a good margin now, as the Texans are 2-0.
It's over, man. I said it last week.
Win or loss, we would still be that top.
That is true, because everybody else did not handle their business. And
Ofer.
Ofer. That is correct. 0-2 for all of those other teams, meaning 0-6 for non-Texans AFC South teams. Good job, team. Way to go. One of those games that helped achieve that result was Titans-Jets, where the Titans fall 24-17 in no short order or no small part due to Will Levis having a little bit of what I like to call the bozo gene in there. He had another one of those head-scratching, blood-boiling turnovers that I like to that is likely or likened in my mind to Josh Allen at times when he gets to the lizard brain situations. And so Brian Callahan, your guy, your man,
my guy,
your man's, Brian Callahan, the head coach of the Titans, he got a little upset, a little irate, and it got caught on cameras. He was asked about it in his post-game availability. This is what he said.
Did you say the wheel of the fumble? I know you looked very upset on the sideline.
I think the camera caught it pretty clear, if I had to guess. So, I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown-up, and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
Thank you. As I put with you guys before the show, and he just said it, Will Levis is dumb. Will Levis is dumb. As quarterbacks go, he's dumb. And let's keep this in mind, too. Just put a pin in this. Brian Callahan didn't draft Will Levis.
No, he did not.
There's no guarantee that Will Levis is going to be the guy all year long.
Of course not.
There's no guarantee.
I mean,
he has no investment in him.
I've already seen publications like, should they go to Mason Rudolph? And I was like, I've seen that movie. Is that really how you're feeling?
But still, there's no guarantee. He might have
No, this was his only year to see if they had anything in them.
Well, and the other thing, Reggie, is the Titans' defense.
Carrying.
They have a great defense.
Carrying,
Number one in the NFL after 2 weeks. So if Mason Rudolph is a guy that won't make that mistake, it's in play, and I think it's in play this week.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, you're not wrong in that regard. Well, the thing that I loved about this, obviously, you can talk about the Will Levis of this all, and he does have great potential because there was instances where you scored because of his ability to be mobile and those types of things. But no, the up and down of it is tough, and you're right. For a coach, sometimes I'd much rather have predictable than I would dynamic.
Yes.
Especially when you have a defense like that. But the thing I loved about it was the coach itself, right? That was the complete opposite of coach speak. He was like, I mean, y'all already saw it, so no need to talk around this. Yeah, man, I was mad because I was dumb. Like, he cost points.
They brung up last week.
I am a human being, right? Like, he was piling it on, which, does lead me to believe that either Brian Callahan is going to shake the table when it comes to coaches talking, or he's just really sick of that guy.
But that's a benchable thing. 2 games in a row like that?
Yeah, that's a bad look, especially for a head coach, because remember Bill Belichick was just talking about
torching
that.
Him.
Yeah, you could tell that was like a quarterback play no coach ever want to see.
Right.
So there you go. That's one of the losses that happened in the AFC South. Let's go to another one where the Cleveland Browns got a victory this week at the expense of the Jacksonville Jaguars. 18-13 was the score, and the touchdown that the Browns were able to come up with was the quarterback, but he was running because it felt like what they had to do was just say, let's utilize the legs a little bit in order to make this go in a better way. Trevor Lawrence, I guess, spoke to the media. What caught you here?
Well, let's listen to what Trevor Lawrence had to say about themselves.
Trevor, how stunned are you by the offensive performance in the last 6 quarters?
Yeah, I mean, we suck right now, so pretty shocked. Obviously we had a great offseason, great training camp, and we got to figure it out.
We suck right now. There's your AFC South, 2/3 of the rest of that.
Yeah.
It's dumb and we suck.
Well, they look bad too, man.
Yeah, very bad. And to that end, right, going further, Doug Peterson, who is the coach of the Jags for the time being, said the Jags have a lot of talent on this team, to which his running back, ETN, actually had a response to. Fig, you want to give me that?
Most definitely, but as you see, talent doesn't win games in this league. You can be talented however you want. It's all about execution. And you don't have to be talented to execute. And that's what we have to focus on, just the execution and just, like I said, matriculating the ball downfield. Let's not try to get that 30-yard play every damn time. Just get that 5 yards, get that 3 yards, just move the chains, keep moving the chains. Kind of wear the defense down. Like I want to say the first quarter, we probably had 9 plays. You see the Browns, they
all right,
matriculated.
That's good. You get the point.
It's coaching.
It sound like the coach should have been saying that.
It's coaching.
Yeah, the running back is talking about, hey man, talent's all cool. We got to execute.
Yeah. We don't have to get the 30-yard plays. We got to get 5 here, 5 there.
Yeah, when he said that, I was like, who is he talking to? Is he talking to the coaches? Is he talking to the player? Like, who is he talking about?
Peterson should be saying that.
Yeah, no, and I think it is coaching.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times you hear this team here in Houston and other teams that are successful, saying things along those lines. Hey, you can't get it all at once all the time. Take what you can get.
So, yeah, I was like, I don't know if he was talking to his quarterback or his play caller, but either way, doesn't sound like things are going as swimmingly as I'm sure they imagined, especially after the last season that was very disappointing for them. Wouldn't let that happen to me, though. So congratulations to the Jags and elsewhere around the AFC South. Another game that happened wasn't with the Packers
and
taking
Colts.
on the Colts.
Yeah,
where that game was just a mess.
It was a mess,
right? Like
in more ways than one.
Our priors on the Colts looking very different now as the Colts by far and away. I mean, through 2 weeks, and of course we have the one more game pending with Monday Night Football. But through 2 weeks, the Colts are giving you a terrible showing. I think they have the worst rush defense by yards, by 40 yards a game almost.
Yeah.
And so, that if you want to know why I have a little trepidation about if the run game is actually a thing, is you stacked up a whole bunch of yards against a team that looks like they might just be giving them away. But yes, thankfully for them, that wasn't the most disgusting thing in that game because, yes, disgusting, giving up a whole bunch of yards. Also disgusting what the Packers center did to the football before one of these plays. Let Coach Matt LaFleur tell you about it.
Yeah, I asked Malik why he didn't throw the ball on that 3rd down, and he told me that Josh threw up on the ball. I was like, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Matter of fact, the official came over to me, Sean came over to me and said, we saw your center thrown up on the ball. Do you want us to take him out next time? I said, absolutely, please do that, because, you're talking about a critical situation. And it's 3rd down, and I've never had a throw with vomit on a football. So I don't know. I don't think Malik probably didn't appreciate that.
How many teams are going to be working on this in the offseason? Hey, can somebody vomit on that ball just in case?
I don't think you need to work on it. I think the working on it is conditioning, making sure that center does not feel like he needs to give up his lunch at any point during the game. I feel like that's probably the thing.
You know what? Not throwing the vomit ball was probably the best thing. I guarantee you it was slippery than ice or snow or rain. You got breakfast all over it?
Yeah. So,
is that tuck it and run, baby? Tuck it and run.
Is that not worth calling the timeout though? At that point,
oh, for sure. But it was like so fast. He went like, and then snapped the ball. It was like so fast that it happened.
Also, a reminder: those linemen, they're different. He was just like, throw up, go back to work.
No, it was like literally, and then just
exactly. Hey man, we got to get this play going.
That should have been a false start. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You definitely moved. I saw that.
I'd like to be the defensive tackle. Go get right in the middle of all that.
Let me move around that vomit.
Yeah. I feel like if vomit is going to mess you up like that, then you're probably not built to be a defensive tackle.
Well,
right?
this is true.
Those guys are
this is true.
Just a little.
Some of them guys be peeing on themselves.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen
started,
that.
Man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bigger question, and I know you and I are on different sides on this. This is why I can't trust Anthony Richardson, man. Just can't. You talked about it earlier. I love dynamic.
Yeah.
But come on, man. I mean, he just misses guys. What do you have, 3 interceptions?
During the course of this game?
I think he had 3 interceptions.
Yeah, that's not.
I mean,
not what you want.
I can't trust him.
No, and you're absolutely right. Like, and this is the thing is like these down games are there. Yep, 204, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions for Anthony Richardson. Yeah, he has to make it. You have to find a midline a little bit sooner, and that's tough. But funny enough, during the course of that game for the Colts, Anthony Richardson absolutely up and down, and really a lot more down than up. But it feels like Shane Steichen, that's the guy that I put a lot of trust in with that Colts team, and the reason why I think that they'll be pretty solid. It seems like he kind of has moved away from some of the things that they did really well last year, and that's not a thing you want, right? Like because they simplified that offense or made it easy, made decisions easy on the quarterback.
Yeah,
feels like that's what you need to be doing for Anthony Richardson at this point. So, but I mean,
absolutely.
please don't, right? Go continue to go 0-2 and maybe even 0 further, right? 0-3, 0-4, keep going. Let's see how far you can take that. As the Texans atop the AFC South. Some other things around the NFL. The Chiefs are going to be without their starting running back for at least a little while, as Isaiah Pacheco is expected to land on the IR after he suffered a fibula injury during the course of their game versus the Bengals.
And depending on how serious, and there are reports that it's relatively serious, he might be done. But even at that, if he comes back, it's going to be hard to expect him to be what he showed in Week 1 and some of the things they were expecting from him. So that's a big hit. That's a big hit for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs were able to get a victory over the Bengals 26-25.
Thank you, refs. Come on, man. That doesn't get called 80% of the time. That pass, if you didn't see it, both of them going up. He was behind the guy.
Yeah.
There's no question he was behind the guy, but they both had hands on the ball. The ball hits the ground, and then the referee on the back goes, I better throw a flag now. Come on, man.
Well, I do wonder, like, again, this is the aspirations and the place that the Texans are in, right? Now you have to do this thing where you're comparing them to the top of the league. An injury, you never wish that, but if the Isaiah Pacheco is out, he gave them a lot of dynamic play, especially with his speed as they've developed a really speedy element all the way around. What does that do for the Texans in comparison to the Chiefs, one of those teams that you're looking at them comparatively up there with?
Yeah, no question. And but it's still going to be a big hit for them. I feel like, as great as like when the Texans face the Chiefs, I could easily see this being a game similar to last night, a game similar to the way the Chiefs played yesterday, where Travis Kelce didn't have 3 catches for the first time in years, right? I forget the exact number, but where it just gets kind of ugly and gritty and 2 good defenses. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Texans and Chiefs face off down the road.
So apparently, when it came to Jamar Chase in that game, he was penalized in the play that kind of sputtered the drive for the Bengals for supposedly abusive language towards the ref. Referee Alex Kemp said that Chase was upset at what he believed was a hip drop tackle. There it is. We'll talk about that even more as Joe Mixon decided to get active on Twitter to voice his concerns about the hip drop. But per the post-game poll report, he said that after Chase was upset about that, then he used abusive language. Quote, "It's pretty clear-cut. It's just simply abusive language towards a game official. That's all it was, and there was really no interpretation." He said he wasn't going to repeat what was said.
Yeah,
so
I guess not.
Now it's just a he said situation. But yeah, that's what it takes at this point.
Mm-hmm. I guess not. But look, with that squad, with the hip drop tackle, it's going to be something that the referees are going to hear a lot more of. Joe Mixon's tweet. What exactly did he say? I had it here a second ago, but this is a big thing that we're just starting to hear a lot of criticism on these referees because Mixon could have broken his leg. I mean, apparently it was some sort of sprain, but he could have broken his leg, and it would have been because they didn't call that, or first of all because the guy did that tackle, but secondly because they didn't call it.
So this is what Joe Mixon tweeted. The NFL and NFLPA made it a rule and an emphasis for a reason. Time to put your money where your mouth is. That's 11:38 p.m. After the game. And then he follows that up with, when I got up, I asked the ref, where's the flag that was a hip tackle? And his reply was, no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
And you could see it. I went back and watched the clip of it on the All-22, and, as soon as he hits the ground, you can see him pointing to his hip as if to say, that was very clearly a hip tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, when it comes to the rule of the law, right, the letters of the law, you look at it, and that is a hip drop tackle, right? He wrapped him up per the rules, and then he,
all his weight
lowered his weight.
Yeah.
And we were kind of talking about it in the break, the idea of, for the defensive player, you get a dude wrapped up. If you can't suplex him or whatever, and you can't drop, like, you kind of just have to stay there wrapped up. But those are the rules. Those are the rules that have been established. Just hold on, buddy, and see if you can get that whistle for forward progress. But that's the rule that's established there, and they're not executing it consistently. And that's one of the things. And I kind of say it in jest in some ways, but obviously there's truth within it. I don't know what a catch is. I don't know what spotting a football on the sideline is. Like, there's so much objectivity, or subjectivity rather, in the way that the rules are deployed, that I understand why fans get mad every Sunday at the refs and are like, yo, the refs are messing it up, because there's not consistency within it, which I think is the one thing that people want.
You say that, and I get it, but that could have been on the off-season tape that they sent around the league.
Yeah.
It was that defined. It was that clear. It's hard to know what a catch is.
Yeah, but that's not leading to
what that was.
Yeah.
Like, that was very, very clear. And
well, the reason why I say it's hard to know what a catch is.
Well, because of how they interpret it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so in this instance, it feels like now we're in an interpretation spot, even though it shouldn't be, because by the rules that you established, we set these rules up, right? By the rules you established as a league, you're not existing in that place. And so that puts me in a place where I don't know what that means. And usually, and this is what we saw in the Chiefs-Ravens game, right? Usually, at least, you start off, calling it tight, and then if you want to loosen it, you can.
Yeah.
This is a loose interpretation to the point where I think that the rule becomes completely ineffective.
No question. No question at all.
So there you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. And the general takeaway, AFC South, already in the pocket of the Texans. You love to see it. So there you go.
It's over.
That, for sure. Absolutely. It's in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald's Attitude. Coming up next, what is happening with the running game? I mentioned that the Colts have been giving up all the rush yards, and after seeing Joe Mixon and this offensive run game not necessarily look as stellar in this one, where are we at with the run game? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
All right. Right now, let's talk about affordability and your next vehicle. A lot of auto companies are grappling with this with their customers, but D&M Auto Leasing has been attacking affordability for clients for darn near 50 years, and right now it's going to be even more affordable. ball.
For sure.
But they were running the ball against a Colts team that has given it up. You know, that we know that now, that they're getting gashed in the run game. So how much of it is that run defense, which we thought was going to be better from Indianapolis, and how much of it is your shortcomings that we saw in the preseason? You know, we saw it when they had these guys together. And then there's another part of this, and I'm not saying one guy could have made a huge difference, but it was another change in the offensive line. You know, Jarrett Patterson was at center, and you guys know how I feel about Juice Scruggs. I think he's going to have a huge year, and I thought he was a monster in the Indy game. So it's like, it'll be fine, or are you going to really try to change some things, and especially, you know, benefit when Juice Scruggs gets back?
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I think pops up when you have Patterson at center is that you had a little bit of pressure up the middle at times with, you know, some stunts, and he was talking about it, DeMeco, there, the idea of had some schemes up there that gave him a little bit of issue when it came to the defensive line versus your Texans offensive line. But that did not feel like the extent of it. And, of course, you look at another game, as I mentioned earlier, right, where now the Colts, through 2 weeks, of course, sans the Monday Night Football game that is going to happen tonight, by far the most givingest when it comes to the run game defensively. And so it's like, all right, how much of that it was, you know, this offensive line, how much of that was that defense, you know, allowing things to happen? Like, I do think that Joe Mixon factors in a good amount, but Joe Mixon wasn't able to get his rocks off in this contest against the Bears team that I don't know how much I was looking for them to be a run stopper. I was looking at them as a team that had a good secondary, although they have playmakers at every level. That's something that we talked about coming into this game. But I did not anticipate the run game looking the way it did, especially for Joe Mixon, who only had just below 3 yards a carry in this one.
Yeah, and you could tell that they were sort of spitballing in the run game, because they put Dare Ogunbowale in there to run the ball. You know, usually maybe they were mixing things up, but they were trying everything. Cam Akers finally got his feet under him a little bit and was getting going. But the run game in general was just, I mean, the Bears defense shut them down.
Yeah.
So it was tough.
Yeah, so that then comes into, into question for me, or at least it's a place that I'm watching, right? Because I don't want to, again, 2 weeks in, right? It is early. I'm going to lean into it's early guy, I guess, in that way. Go ahead and ding that one.
Yeah.
But right, like, as much as week one was also a place where you go, okay, how much does that matter? How much does then this one matter? And we kind of have to stack these together and view them that way. So I don't want to be, go too far. But seeing Joe Mixon have a little bit of issue, and then also seeing Joe Mixon deal with an injury, right? Because one of the things that we did know is that it felt very much like Joe Mixon brings an added element to this run game. And it put you that much closer, even though understanding that football is a contact sport and it's an any given day type sport as well, right? That Joe Mixon, in theory, could have an injury, miss time at times. When he has that happen in week two, where there's a hip drop tackle that could have been a really significant injury, it then reminds me, hey, you're one play away from then having it being Cam Akers, Dameon Pierce toting the rock consistently, and now what does the run game look like? In addition to what is being schemed up for? It's
going to be fascinating and very interesting to watch how they respond to this, because part of it also, and we talked about this leading into the game last week, like, their secondary is really, really, really good. It affords them the opportunity to maybe pile up a little bit more versus the run game. And early on, you could tell that's what they were doing. Like, they were like, all right, Joe Mixon, man. Like when the Texans tried to establish Mixon running the ball, they were really, really focusing on that. But that's no excuse, because here's the other part, Reggie. You're going to face great defenses. Like if you think you're a contending team, and we think they are and they think they are, you're going to have to deal with this. You're going to have to deal with, the Chiefs of the world, defenses like we saw yesterday down the stretch. No, this is going to be something that they have to correct, at least even just marginally, to be able to have success.
And here's the thing, right? And I appreciate you guys texting in. Please do, right? From the 832, they were running into a heavy box a lot. Actually, when it comes to stacked box percentage, it was actually fairly low for Joe Mixon in particular, but for this run game. And so I think that was the thing that you start looking at, and you're like, hey, you're not running into a stacked box a lot. I think it was somewhere near 22% in the course of this, which was fairly low within this. And so with that being the case, it's like, you're not going into this place where it's all, well, now it's a heavy box. No, you have opportunities to run into, I guess, lighter boxes, and you did not get great looks. Now, again, it could have just been an off night.
It could have been where they're coming out of the box too.
Yeah,
like let's not forget for all the issues that he may have had here and there.
Sorry, 25% for Mixon.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus knows how to coach defense. But my point is, you're going to have to face really good defenses and succeed running the ball. That's just a fact of life once you start contending.
Yeah, and so look, I think that also raised the question for me when it comes to Bobby Slowick and how he's utilizing this run as well, because a lot of the runs were also inside or not outside the tackles for Joe Mixon, and it was not very successful. A lot of runs inside the tackles for Cam Akers within this. But then we also saw a lot of the Tank Dell that end around. Like, it worked very well early for an 18-yard game, if I remember correctly. Are we overutilizing that as well in an attempt to try and get him the football, because it looked the return on investment there seemed to drop very quickly.
Well, they had some success in week 1. We've talked about it a lot. Bobby Slowick loves him some end arounds and some reverses. It's just going to be the way it is. I mean, he loves to do that. But I'm also very, very intrigued by when Juice Scruggs gets back.
Yeah,
I thought he was really, really good in week 1. Can you put it all on one guy? Probably not, but I think it would help. I think it would absolutely help to have him back.
Yeah, so that's a space that I'm watching. Like, how good can they be? Because
what do you think? How concerned? What's your concern level?
I mean, if we're going 1 to 10, it's at a 5 now, right? Where I had let it, or actually probably a 6 now, right? Because one of the things also is that, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow, because I think that there's been a lot of stats that have been coming out with people looking at the way that offense is going early in this season, and there's an interesting trend kind of that would point you to the idea that running is becoming more important again in the National Football League, where it had kind of been devalued to where we were leaning more and more to a passing league. And with that being the case, this is a team that really, as you mentioned, situated to be a passing team, right? And the nice thing about it, you brought Joe Mixon in week 1, and it looks like, oh, they're going to be able to do this and complement, and maybe even not even just complement, but lean on this and utilize that in situations to put away games. This game that you have against the Bears Sunday night brings some of those things into question, and now you're back into a place where, yes, you could throw the football consistently and be that kind of team, but can you then lean on the running game? And that's something that I'm not certain on, especially as running becomes more important.
And one more thing, is Joe Mixon going to be healthy? It's one thing when you're on adrenaline and you turn your ankle and you try to get back in the game and then you sit out afterwards, because is that ankle worse now that he's had a day, for it to get to swell and for them to get the tests and all that? I mean, I talk about Juice Scruggs. Hell, we got to get Joe Mixon back. I mean, we got to make sure because that's about as important as you can get.
So I find that to be an interesting thing within the course of this. How much does that run game go? One of the questions that we were asking is, like, this year, Bobby Slowick going to draw up some run plays in a better situation? I think that these are all things that I'm watching. And again, I'm nitpicking earlier than we need to. It's a victory, 19-13. And one of the things, if we're talking about a run game in general, just overarching, defensively, they were incredible stopping the run, right? Especially when you look at starting from the defensive line, at the linebacker spot. I think Henry To'oTo'o had an incredible game, as did Jalen Petrie in that space. But offensively running the football, I think it's really because of the shift in, man, I got really high seeing that you could put up 159 even in an instant. And I was like, even if this is the high end, okay, what does the median then look like? And this game made me wonder if that median is as high, or, that average is as high as I would hope, or as I had hoped that it could be, if that makes sense.
No, it does.
You're in the loop, Sports Radio 610 on a victory Monday. I know it doesn't sound like it, but 19-13, your Texans 2-0. Running away with the division already 2 weeks into this thing, as everybody else is 0-2. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Talk a little bit more about some Texans, but also what happened over the weekend with your Astros, including Verlander's penultimate start in the 2024 season. Let's talk about that next.
All right now, let's go to Ability Trees and Ability Trees.
Best price, Texas Star Grill Shop.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, what's poppin' in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Fig, myself, Reggie, hanging out with you on a Texans Victory Monday, 19-13 victory over Caleb Williams and the Bears to take your Texans to 2-0 on the season. With that being the case, another thing that was popping is that Azeez Al-Shaair decided to let people know that you can get it if you want it, right? Like,
I'm going to fight all you guys.
You can get it if you want it.
I'm putting cases on all you.
Every one of you.
Yeah, you can get it if you want it, no matter
you think
how
you
many.
could do this to me?
Jay! What did you take away from that? Because clearly you had quite a fascination with that moment, as I think we all did.
Yeah.
What did you take it for?
That moment and the Nico Collins moment, and this maybe just is me because the Texans usually are the timid ones, sort of the get pushed around guys, bullied, if you will, over the years. I like that the Texans are now getting under people's skin. I like it. I mean, obviously, as Figgy mentioned earlier, I wouldn't want to be over the edge and just be a dirty, cheap team. But we talk about don't put your finger in my helmet, don't point at me. That's like spitting on somebody. That's asking for a fight. But let's be real here. Nico and he have been talking, and Nico got under his skin. I mean, flat out. I mean, that's just the way that plays out. Same thing with Al-Shaair. He did. I love that. That's one thing that I took out of it. The other thing is, like, Al-Shaair is a dude that you just do not want to mess with.
No.
He is just do not mess with Al-Shaair, and I like that too.
Because there's one thing if you like, oh man, he just loose cannon. Actually, the dudes that like can unleash it, but then come back and sound as comfortable and calm as he did after the game. Yeah, that's where it gets to be real interesting. And this is Azeez in the locker room after.
It was saying stuff that obviously I can't repeat. I respect the game. I know how it is. Like, a lot of guys think they're tough when they got pads and stuff on, and I know how it is. I grew up different. So there's some things that you say that you gotta speak on and you gotta answer for it. And I feel like it was just some crazy things said. Obviously, I'm trying to get up and dudes pushing me on the ground and stuff like that. So for me, it was just more so trying to, like, I see a swarm of orange and I'm trying to protect myself because people saying all type of things to me, and where I'm from, stuff like that, you don't take it lightly.
I love that. Afterwards, I was telling Sean Pendergast earlier, I was like, after I heard that, I'm like, he's not that bad. Seems like a pretty
I wouldn't have thought that was the guy, number 0 over there, punching the helmet.
He seems like a swell fella. He really does.
And you know what's funny about that? You talk about the attitude. He is the attitude and the setter in some ways because I think Bijani mentioned this during the game, is that it felt like the intensity of the entire defense went up a notch after that moment.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely, and that's what I like. I like that they get under people's skin. I like that. He reminds me of Brian Cushing, if we're being honest.
Somebody made that mention on the text line earlier today that, like, it felt like he was Brian Cushioning it. And yeah, man, he's got some of that energy, some of those vibes.
Now, Brian Cushing was, I think he would tell you this, a crazy man.
He's a little more scary too.
he was a crazy man.
Like, he sounded was, and that's nice. That's nice of you to assume that it's not still to this day.
Yeah, right, exactly. But yeah, did you see him at the opening? Whew. Scary dude still. But I think Al-Shaair understands his role like Cushing did. Like, if it's not me doing this, then everybody's going to be bullied. See, I think that's the most key thing. The most key thing here, Figgy, he's the middle linebacker. He's the dude that everybody follows. He's their C.J. Stroud.
A little bit of a throwback in that way.
And a little bit of a throwback. So if he's not doing that, then everybody's going to be passive, right?
Yeah, no,
in theory.
I think so, and I think we seen it in training camp, man. Like, it was a couple scuffles in training camp, and at that point, I'm like, oh, this a different type of team.
Yeah, it is.
This ain't just to push around and kumbaya, and I'm sure they do have those moments, but it was very competitive, man.
No,
we seen Stingley in the scuffle during training camp.
He came running across the field and hit Dalton Schultz.
Yeah. So, this is a team that you want to have. Somebody that ain't backing down from nobody.
Yeah. Yeah. No question about it. And afterwards, the way he was talking, you just heard some of it. It went on for a couple of minutes, and it was very impressive. I think, Al-Shaair has, in just a matter of, 2 weeks of regular season, but just a matter of weeks, has kind of become and taken on that role. And you know what? I think it comes back to DeMeco Ryans.
100%.
Swarm. We're going to be tough. You're going to know you played us. They've been saying that for how long? When you play the Texans, you're going to know that you played the Texans. Well, the Bears know. Caleb Williams,
he definitely
more
know.
than anyone. He knows.
We mentioned the Joe Mixon situation, the hip drop tackle that was not, I guess, if you wanted to listen to the officials, that there's going to be more evaluation today of Joe Mixon's ankle, including an MRI.
Yeah.
We don't have results of that yet, but keep it locked here, Sports Radio 610. When we get information, we will let you know. And, of course, the coach is going to be talking today, I think, just after 3. So you want to listen to the drive as well to know what DeMeco Ryans has to say after being able to revisit the film.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing. Lost in the mix of all the excitement of Sunday Night Football, Astros were playing some baseball this weekend, and they come away with a nice, clean sweep of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. And there's a few things that you can take away. One of those is that Yusei Kikuchi he's nails. I think he ultimately said it to the media that he wanted to make sure that it was abundantly apparent that Dana Brown made a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have a question that it was going to be a good move, at least in this year? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
We were like, what the hell are they doing?
I know.
Do you see this guy ERA?
I know for me, I actually was thinking more of the instance of, I don't know if this is a good deal because you're giving up prospects in a market that doesn't feel like you need to get this level of pitching for a rental, I guess. His ERA wasn't great.
That was the conversation, too. But he gave up all these players for a rental that, that's not really haven't been good the last 6-7 games, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, the breakdowns that I saw was like, oh, well, he has the bones of a good pitcher. You just kind of, how you're looking at houses, Fig, how people are like, oh, this house got good bones. You just got to do a little bit of, remodeling. That was basically the way that I heard you say, and he's delivering on that in a big way. He's 7 innings on Friday against the Angels, 6 strikeouts, 3 earned runs. He handled his business, and he feels like he is in a great place to help you in the postseason.
And he handled his business talking about it. He was available to the media this week, and they kind of went into this weekend, and they went into the depth of him being here. He said that he had heard some of these criticisms, and he had seen some of the doubts about him, and kind of put it on himself to really take it to another level. That was terrific to see and to hear, but it's also terrific to have those results because Justin Verlander, we still don't know. Do you know? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
Saturday night, a 5-3 victory, but Verlander, 5 innings, 2 strikeouts, 2 earned runs. It wasn't a bad outing by any means, but this is the penultimate one that he's going to get this season. One more outing to be able to determine if the stuff is in the right place, if he's gotten the mechanics right. And I don't have an answer for you, which really feels like this might be a tough question that Joe Espada, Dana Brown have to decide and answer in some ways when they're going to put together that playoff roster.
Dana Brown said it yesterday. He said we still have a start or two before we have to make a decision. That's not an endorsement.
But here's the tough thing about that: can you make that kind of decision on a start?
On one start?
You know what I mean? This is something where you would like to see a little bit of a track record to say that, okay, he has definitely found himself or refound himself. Because, look, we've seen Justin Verlander this year looked like himself. I haven't seen that Verlander in a little bit. No. And we had somebody at the Texans game ask us, you think that Verlander, maybe they have him out of the pen? I'm like, he hasn't done that a lot. And when we were talking with Spo last week, he was like, man, if he's not a starter, there's a likelihood he's not on the roster. Yeah. And if you're in this moment just kind of gauging it, percentage chance that you think that Verlander is on this playoff roster after seeing Saturday's performance, where are you at? Because I'm below 50%.
I was going to say 50-50. And that's based on the general manager saying this after his latest start. That we still have time to make a decision, to have to make that decision. And then the other factor in it is what you're getting out of Kikuchi, what you're getting out of Fromber, what you're getting out of Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
And you can even maybe go, a little beyond that with Arrighetti, depending on how you feel about that. But I think those are the hot hands. Those are the guys that have been consistent of late. So it's going to be interesting. And oh, by the way, that Jason Hayward acquisition.
What a get.
Wow.
What a get.
Wow.
On Sunday, we're getting out there. You and myself are out there at NRG getting into the lot so that we can go determine who was the tailgater of the game.
Yeah.
And we're checking the phone, seeing, Hayward had a solo shot, and here's some RBI singles, and there's a pass ball that ultimately results in a run. Like, they were getting it done, but Hayward has definitely been great. That Gold Glover, that defense that he has, but then also bringing it to the plate. Like, all of these things you hit on a little bit of a lottery pick, in trying to get your outfield a little bit stronger.
Well, they have an outfield that looks like it's supposed to and plays like
now
it's
with
supposed
health, especially.
to, right?
Like, I looked at the outfield lineup that you had yesterday, and you had Hayward in left, you had Myers in center field, and then you had Tucker in right. I'm like,
you can't beat that.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm
100% okay with what you're doing there.
I got out of my truck. I said, I think it's 1-0. I walked about 50 feet, and I was like, I think it's 5 now.
Yeah, it's a lot of them. They found those runs. They definitely, it's a lot of them. From the 281, no way they leave JV off the roster. Let him get that third start with an extremely short lease. They have other starters to pack it up.
I don't know about that. No way? No, there's a way.
There's a way. But I understand that, that might have been a little bit of hyperbole, what we call in the business hyperbole. Lopez, you might be familiar with it. But yeah, the idea that you go ahead and you just trust that he has that experience, that he has that level of knowing his body, as we talked about, especially with veteran pitchers like himself.
Yeah. And
then, short leash, and you do have guys that you can kind of throw in to piggyback off. But I don't know. That roster gets real tight, and you want to make sure that for certain that he's going to be there at the level that you want. But that remains to be seen. It sounds like Dana Brown is going to be looking at that final start really closely, and I guess that means that we do as well have to watch that final start that Verlander gets and determining whether or not what that's going to mean for the playoff roster for your Houston Astros. So right now, tonight, they get back into action against the Padres in San Diego. Good for them. Being in San Diego, they'll get a
little Arrighetti action.
Arrighetti versus Yu Darvish.
Yeah,
so that should be a fun matchup tonight. Looking forward to that one for your Houston Astros. All right, coming up next in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about who hooped, and it's going to be a lot of defenders on here because they locked down the Bears. Text in 713-572-4610. Who do you think was the folks that really stood out in that Sunday Night Football game? We'll discuss it next.
All right, Low T Center. Let's discuss right.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
First down from the Chicago 30. Bunch formation right. Caleb Williams in the gun with one back, Swift. Here's the snap. Here's the pass to Swift, and he's knocked down by Petrie. What a blast in the backfield.
What recognition by Petrie. Recognized the formation and played fast, and as soon as the ball hit the fingertips of Swift, Petrie was there. Man, is he having a good year.
That's a Stafford stick.
A Stafford stick.
Stafford stick. Pause.
Yeah, that's wild. You heard the way that the ooh, just say almost.
You could hear
nasty.
the hit.
Yeah, you could. That is before we became more enlightened as a football public. That's what we would have called getting jacked up.
Yeah.
You got Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, you got myself, Reginald Adatula. All right, man. I'll put my hand up. I've been a little more negative than you should be on a Victory Monday. So let's talk about who played really well in the course of a Texans 19-13 victory on Sunday Night Football versus the Chicago Bears. And we got to talk about that man right there, Jalen Petrie. Got to give him his flowers. Got to. I know that B. Scott very early on was this like, oh, man, this might be one of the best games that he has played in a Texas uniform. And absolutely, right, one of the things for me with him was what is one of those watchwords that DeMeco has for his team? Physicality.
Yeah.
And he embodied that to a T with that play. But you saw all around the field, it wasn't just him, but he definitely stood out. Number 5 stood out for giving that physicality and bringing that to this game.
I mean, he's found a home. You know, we wondered about how they were using him during camp and preseason, and is this going to finally work? Well, breaking news, it works. He looked the part, and great analysis there from Andre Ware, because it was a recognition play. It was a scouting. I've watched film. I know what's coming. I know what they do when this play is called, and didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, I will meet you there.
Yes, it was very reminiscent of the Christian Harris play on the interception. We heard the mic'd up stuff with DeMeco. Hey, if you see this, do this, and he got that big interception against the Browns. Very reminiscent of that. But it's one thing to have all these things in your mind, but to have it as second nature where you're not thinking about it, so you're not going slow. You know, I mean, he went because he'd practiced it, he'd scouted it, he knew what was coming.
Yeah, it's what they talk about is just read and react, where you're not seeing the gears turning, you're not thinking, right? You've done the work ahead of time, trust the instincts.
Yeah.
That was instincts, and then that allows you to play fast, play physical, and that's exactly what Jalen Petrie did. So I wanted to give him his flowers. At one point during the game, B. Scott turns like, who do you think was the best player of this game? And the one answer I had, Derek Stingley, because Stingley was hooping in the course of this, man. Like, again, early on, and this was a question that we had earlier, is like, is he going to travel at all? And in this game, buddy, he was plastered to number 2, DJ Moore, and he did a fantastic job. Ultimately, also coming up with an interception in the course of this. We'll pair this with another one that comes up in Kamari Lassiter. And ultimately, you got to come around and say, hey, remember how we were talking about the idea of a turnover defense? It's here.
Yeah.
It's here.
It is here, and Derek Stingley. You know, you mentioned earlier, and it got me thinking that maybe they'll travel him a lot. Maybe they won't. Maybe it's a team like this that has one real threat. Eliminate that threat, and you get better. But I'm also starting to wonder, maybe they do just pick out a guy. You know, no matter, even if you have 2 or 3 big time opponents, like their best receiver, and say, go with him.
Yeah,
go get him. It's gonna be interesting to watch. And you also just said, you know, who was the best. Derek Stingley is absolutely a good choice. Not my choice. My choice is Henry To'oTo'o. Like that dude was a monster.
Yeah.
And that's not something we've ever said about Henry. He's had some decent games. He's made some plays. He led the team in tackles. He had a tackle for loss. He had a sack.
That's correct.
He was really on the field, that much because Christian Harris is out, and just absolutely rocked the Bears, like continually rocked them. And also similar to Jalen Petrie, there was no hesitation in his steps.
No, you can see that he's gotten real comfortable with this. And so you could tell he's getting to a place where he's trusts what he's seeing as well, right? Because that was one of the issues in some ways, that you end up like half a foot away from where you needed to be, and that also put him in a place to miss tackles.
Yeah.
That was one of the issues. When you're in the right spot, it makes it easier for you to finish those tackles. He did that in another way. He was another one that had that physicality in the course of it, and it makes it so that you're not doing nearly the same amount of. Imagine what Christian Harris looks like when he gets back, because you can do that, and that does get the blood pumping a little bit. But it does not feel like you are longing for Christian Harris to return because of a deficiency of some sort. Henry To'oTo'o stepped up to the plate in a way that absolutely has to be
13
applauded.
tackles all over the field. And so, it kind of pulling the curtain back, once we do a show, I start deleting all my messages and notes from the previous day. I didn't delete this one, though, because this is what I wrote on Friday when we were talking about the keys to the game. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to be key. If they go off, it's going to be a long night for Caleb Williams. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter went off. I mean, they went absolutely off.
Yeah, and I thought they went off to the degree of, it was real cute. They got matching sacks, right, just from different sides of the field.
They met at the quarterback, literally.
They sure did one of those as well. Let me get this one here. This is Will Anderson going and tattooing number 18.
Third down and a long one at the 41-yard line. And Carter checking in late, stacks up with DJ Moore wide side right. On third down and short, Williams shotgun Swift to his left, Adunze short side left. Williams calls for the ball. Play clock running down, leg down. Williams fakes the give, and he's sacked! Eaten alive by Will Anderson
That's right.
Jr.
Yeah.
Boy, he just engulfed him. I mean, he went just gobbled him up.
Eaten alive.
You couldn't even see Caleb Williams after Will got there.
Yeah, man, and Danielle Hunter gave you one from the other side. Those were hits that you started seeing coming. Those were, oh, no. Yeah. Like, you almost wanted, that was a Ricky. Yeah. Like, you are in danger. How do you not see this? Yeah. And it was beautiful to see. We talked about that particular matchup for me on that right side with Braxton Jones, their left tackle. I was like, oh, he that's food over there. Yeah. And they did what they needed to do coming up and getting those sacks, but also just constantly applying pressure. Those guys, they deserved it after week one where they had to, be a little more conservative and making sure to keep contained. They got to go feast today.
They just made life so miserable for Caleb Williams. It was ridiculous. I want to say Caleb Williams. Yeah, here it is right here. They had 12 pressures and 5 sacks on blitzes. Which, by the way, let's say that DeMeco Ryans hooped because DeMeco Ryans in his DNA doesn't really blitz a lot. Well, they blitzed a lot, and they got 12 pressures and 5 sacks out of it. So give it to DeMeco Ryans as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was really I always think of it when you have a rookie quarterback that one of the opportunities is go heat him up. I thought with Caleb Williams, it'll be interesting to see if they decide to do that because of his ability to escape. And boy, did he do that. Yeah, I know that Danielle Hunter talked about it a little bit because you had the picturesque instance of Danielle grabbing a fistful of jersey and somehow Caleb still getting free, and he was like, man, that guy's got strong legs. But even with that, they were not afraid to go and rush him. Now, there was in one instance where you had an opportunity to sack him because you sent 6. You still happened to let a little bit of space where Caleb got through. There wasn't as many of those as there was Caleb in trouble, fighting for his life, dancing, where there was one of those where he almost got free and still, because there was just so many people, he could not get there. They sent pressure, they heat him up, and you saw that was an effect on him. So, yeah, definitely shout out to the man calling the plays.
And Matt Burke. I always want to give Matt Burke credit, but, yeah, they blitzed 42% of his dropbacks. That is the most, if you're wondering, that a DeMeco Ryans defense has ever blitzed.
And that led to a pressure rate of about 48%, which was very, very high. Fantastic job by the defensive line. I do want to go back a little bit. Actually, no, let's go forward because I can't forget this man, and I want to make sure that we give him his credit here as well. Can you give me cut number 32 here, Fig? It's not the one that I was looking for because it wasn't the longest one, but this man that they call Emi, he hooped.
This is big for a 2-score lead early in the fourth quarter. Weeks with the snap, 53-yard attempt, right hash mark. Here's the spot. The kick is on the way. Plenty of leg, and it's good. Fairbairn hits it again. from beyond 50.
The guy is 2 weeks in, a long way to go. It could change. The best kicker in the NFL, and I know there have been some great ones.
Hey, Justin Tucker falling off, man.
He has. I know Butker.
Washed up.
I know Butker has done his thing.
Yeah, he hit his game winner up there. That's cute.
Yeah.
How many 50-yarders you got, though?
6? You got 6?
You got 6 of them things?
How about a 59?
Kaimi got 6 of them things.
Yeah.
7-7 on the season. 6 50-plus yarders. Kaimi Fairbairn is indeed the only kicker in NFL history to make at least 3 50-plus yard field goals in multiple games throughout his career. If you're scoring at home, he did it in back-to-back weeks, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever done them in 2 weeks in their career. He did it in back-to-back weeks. Plus, he's the first kicker in NFL history to make 5-plus 50-yard field goals in a 2-game span. Like, he is Johnny on the spot. You need him to be there, and he's there. Yeah. The leading scorer for your team, especially, and it's huge, especially in an instance where this is where you definitely lean into the idea of, hey man, when you just need to win, if the offense is doing things where they're shooting themselves in the foot, where they're not necessarily getting themselves, just get anywhere near close, get us any semblance of close, and Kaimi will give you an opportunity to put points on the board.
I mean, there was one, I believe it was after the review that the Texans won, but they didn't, where. How many times have you been like this? It's like pushing 60-something yards, and I'm sitting there going, kick it, because he's gonna make it. Like it was, that's the confidence you have right now in Kaimi Fairbairn. The guy is just nails in every sense of the term. Now we're talking about who hooped, and this is
a lot of defensive guys.
A lot of defensive guys. It stands to reason. Two that for sure. I know one you're thinking of. Kamari Lassiter, just the way that he can make a play on the ball is just uncanny. And then this guy that we're just every week taking for granted, that's Mario Edwards, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Mario Edwards just pushes the pile, makes tackles, got another sack. I mean, those two guys, you can't forget what they're doing on the defensive side either.
Oh, that's a great point by the man T. Mill. Appreciate you listening, buddy.
Yeah.
He said, don't forget, Kaimi would have had an 8th field goal if they didn't botch the end of the first half last week.
Yeah.
So, but yes, Mario Edwards, he steps into, he's doing next man up stuff where we almost forget he's next man up, right? DeMeco Autry is out for the first 6 games of the season, rather. And it's been no problem. Mario will come in and do what he needs to do, and he has. Absolutely got to salute that man. Applying pressure from the middle of the field to the point where I really hated that. What was it? The unnecessary roughness penalty.
Oh yeah,
up the middle, because it just felt like, hey, that's a great play up the middle. But yeah, Mario Edwards definitely deserves credit. I want to give an offensive guy.
I do too. I was saying, who are you saying?
I wonder if it's the same one. It is wide receiver 1, Nico Collins. Right, like it just he
wide receiver 1.
That is the caliber
until
of play.
further notice.
That is the caliber of play that you are getting from Nico Collins. Nico Collins, quiet as is kept in this game, 135, 10 targets, 8 receptions, and a touchdown. And the thing about it is, it's just so damn smooth, right? Like he's running slants, posts that look real simple, just getting inside, but he has so much, like, in addition to the big body, speed, fluidity, grace, right? I feel like I'm putting together a perfume commercial with these adjectives that I'm using. But, like, all of that comes together in a way where he feels undeniable, And I love that. Obviously, CJ has a ton of targets that he has at his luxury, and it feels like Nico Collins is one that it's just always there. He talked a little bit about like the building relationship that they have, and it just feels so smooth that you go CJ to Nico, easy money.
Yeah, and CJ said after the game, he's our I'm paraphrasing. He said he's our version of Andre Johnson. Lofty comparison there. But I'm going to add one on the offense.
Please do.
And that is one C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, fair enough.
One C.J. Stroud. I was sitting next to you at the time, and that one play that he made, but he made several where, especially in the first half, things kind of bogged down in the second half. But you're like, normal quarterbacks don't even come close to making that play. Like he's an abnormal quarterback. He's a special quarterback. Like the plays that
he's different.
He's just it's mind-blowing, the plays that he can make and the places that he can put that ball, man.
Yeah, the play that sticks in my mind, and maybe it's just because I had the end zone view hanging out in the suite a little bit, was the play where it's kind of broken. He's making something happen, and he spots Tank Dell before Tank gets open. But he's like, I'm with anticipation, and if Tank catches that, it is a go-away touchdown, right?
Yeah.
He's just out in the open, over the top of the safeties. It's about to be an out-and-out touchdown, and it's just one of those things where you get a different perspective of it, and you're just like watching him make magic. We're watching a dude make magic on the regular.
Yes.
And it really is a beauty because not only is that something special in the NFL, period, but again, this is where I'll go back to the thing that happens in the NBA, especially with what was it, Jason Tatum, where he's only 19 years old. He still is in his second year, and just at the beginning of it too, right? Like the expectation that he's going to do this, that's where it is. It's an expectation. It's not just, oh wow, this is found money. The expectation that he's going to do this, the weight that carries, it's immense. Like we shouldn't forget that, and he delivers every time.
Time and time again. It's incredible what the Texans, what you have, Houston, at the quarterback position, even on what largely will be considered. Oh, they were all right. They struggled a little bit on defense, and he was incredible.
Yeah. So shout out to the 713 CJ when he's scrambling. Other coach, where's Nico? Where's Nico? Yeah, that's what you need to be on. Shout out to our guy Derwin. Yeah, like you absolutely need to be on because they have such an immense relationship. It just when CJ gets open, he knows that he's going to find Nico Collins. In addition, there's a lot of guys to shout out.
Yeah.
When we talked about who hooped. I love that, man, because they deserve it, man. It was a fantastic game for your Texans. 19-13 is a victory. 2-0 is the score in favor of what's happening. I didn't even get to this one, so you will get to use this as we move along in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Lunchtime confessions coming up. A little bit of an audio spice element is coming from Lopez. If I could tease that, make sure you stick around. We'll do it next.
The Texans. sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
What's that stat you just gave me on Will Anderson?
Yeah.
Say it for the whole class.
I'm being a jerk. I'm keeping all the good stats to myself. So Will Anderson Jr. finished with a team-high 9 pressures and 1.5 sacks, 35 pass rushes, including 4 quick pressures, and 3 entirely unblocked pressures.
9 pressures.
He was eating against Braxton.
And as
Jones.
Vandermeer said, and I said earlier, I hadn't heard the call, to be honest, I thought he ate a dude. I thought Danielle Hunter ate a dude as well. Just
same dude.
Swallowing up Caleb Williams the way they did. But here's my first confession. Will Anderson is an absolute joy, people. He is an absolute joy. He's always seems to be in a good mood off the field.
Yes, he does.
Always very candid and captivating. And so he was asked who had the hardest hit of the night.
Petrie. No doubt, man. Petrie. He has a condo in the trenches, man. He likes to visit down there every now and then. We let him come down there, hang out with us, man, and stuff like that. So we love him, man.
I like that.
He's got a summer place.
A condo in the trenches.
Condo's a good way to go, though.
Yeah.
At least it's not like a time. It's not a timeshare.
He said he'd like to visit once in a while.
Yeah, he just got a little place, down in the trenches. It's just a pleasure to be around Will Anderson, and that dude. He's got several plots of land. He's got acreage in the trenches. he's got a whole lot of area there in the trenches, and he was a terror.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I just got a new confession. You remember on Friday we had on the YouTube a Bears fan kind of talking.
Oh, yeah.
Chili Block Trading has returned. And my confession, I did not expect Chili Block Trading to come back through. So shout out to you on the YouTube. Congratulations, Houston's, on the hard-fought victory.
Now that's respect.
You guys have a well-coached
My man
team
got heart.
that plays hard for each other. Absolutely do. Appreciate you jumping back in and saying what's up. Also, I just did not anticipate that there being that many Bears fans. I guess if you show up to the game, you got to have a level of belief in your team. But they really did expect to go out and beat the Texans. And if the Texans did not shoot themselves to the tune of like 100 and something penalty yards, I don't know where that necessarily was. I don't know if that was well placed.
Yeah. No, look, it was a lot of fans there. It was a terrific game. Shout out to him for taking the bullet, so to speak, and being the bigger man. But it was tough if you were a Bears fan in the end because you thought you had a shot.
Yeah, Tom about to start a ticket for Eberflus, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because they was expecting him. Remember, that was the highlight of the offseason for them. Mm-hmm. They was expected to make the playoffs.
Yep.
So I don't know what's going on after that.
Well, we'll see.
Apparently that the people that are saying that the Bears lost to a Super Bowl contender in Chicago. So
good.
That's a good way to put it.
I'm good with that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I really enjoyed the roof being open, man, especially for a night game. I got to confess, the next time they have a night game, they should have absolutely had the roof open.
Absolutely.
Like I'm talking about if the weather is good and all that stuff. If it's raining, of course not. But if it's a perfect night, they should absolutely have the roof open every single time.
It was muggy. Not gonna lie, but
it wasn't too bad.
We're Houstonians, right?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's like going to a open roof place, like somewhere else, man. Like sometimes it'd be a little warm. It wasn't unbearable or nothing like that, but I thought it was perfect.
I have a question for our listeners. I'm glad you brought that up before I get to my next confession. Somebody texted me that the Coast Guard flyover wasn't exactly over the stadium, and it was well after the anthem ended. Cause we were in the press box, so I didn't even see it.
I couldn't get a good look at it.
Was did they miss? You were in the press box. No, where were you?
I got there a little bit late, so I got in as they were finishing the national anthem.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Fig.
I totally missed it.
This might line up nice for you. October 31st is with, oh, never mind. That's
in Cotton City.
Yeah. 713-572-4610.
They do have another Sunday night football game against your Detroit Lions, Lopez.
Oh, man, they ain't my Lions that night.
Yeah,
That's
November
gangster.
10th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to be open.
Yes, if it's nice weather, no rain, and not too chilly and all that stuff, not too hot, open the roof.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It is confessions, and I just have to be honest. I got home last night, sat in my chair, turned on the TV a little bit just to kind of wind down, and I thought to myself, I'm washed.
Yeah.
I am washed. In terms of, it didn't help that I had shoes that were a little tight, and we were walking all over the place. I mean, I was all over the stadium. Before the game, we were tailgating. And then you're running out to the parking lot trying to beat traffic, which I didn't, and all that. And I sat down, and I'm like, I love what I do. I know we're going to bring it tomorrow, which is today, and all that, and you get that adrenaline rush. But in that moment, I said, I'm washed. That was tiring. I'm actually a little sore.
You're not the only one. There's a lot of folks that with the primetime game, like that's also one of the, it's primetime for everybody, and that shifts everything back, including postgame show, which of course Sports Radio 610 got you covered, right? Like all the way till 1:30. Apparently. I say apparently because God knows I wasn't up. But the fellas had you. So shout out. I want to take this time to salute, obviously, Clint and Sean.
And our program director, Parker. Up till 3:30.
Yeah, man. So shout out to, but Sean especially turned back around in a couple of hours after just a little bit of sleep to make sure he had
to do a 2-hour show.
The show going
and the podcast after the show.
That's right.
You know how there are things in our lives where you say, I don't know how I did that. Like whether it's like when you played football in high school or whatever, and like I don't know how
pulling all-nighter for a whole weekend.
Pulling all-nighter, all that. I used to do pre and post. I don't know how I did that because last night I was washed. I was just a vegetable.
Well, you made it.
I made it. We're here and we're excited and we got energy today.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Before I get going, Lopez, you got change 420? Yeah. I thought of this last night. I thought it after the noon slate. I'm so happy to be here and not in Dallas right now. Oh my goodness! Like after that shellacking that the Cowboys took,
we've been there.
I was like, yo, I am so happy to be in Houston right now with like the positive energy, the excitement that there is for this team compared to just the outright apathy that I know that them boys in Dallas are facing right now with that fan base.
Yep.
With all of their playoff lack of success, and then going and having the Saints walk in with Derek Carr at 33 years old, finding himself, right, apparently deciding, oh, I can throw the football, and then throwing it all over you. I'm sure it is toxic up there. Not down here, though. Not down here, though. We having a good time.
It's a mess up there, man. It is an absolute mess.
What's crazy is that was probably the worst team they could have lost to, man, because those New Orleans Saints fans are
Did you see the parade?
Obnoxious is the word that you use? Is that what I heard?
I'm trying to be nice because I don't need nobody hit me.
I was just trying to make sure if I heard right. I'm not saying that. I just wanted to hear.
Two of the most craziest fan bases in New Orleans, and they was getting blown out like that. Oh my goodness!
They had a parade around AT&T. Did you see that video?
No.
Like it looked like thousands. It might have been hundreds, but thousands of Saints fans just.
They went Wall of Jericho on it?
They just did a little, they had tubas and everything. And by the way, you got to be a really good fan to take a tuba to a road game.
Oh, so they did like a second line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. I was trying to remember. They did, like all the way around.
For the Cowboys fans, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like that sounds cool, though. If you're a Saints fan, that sounds real cool.
They had a parade, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
As much as I like the primetime game and just being in the spotlight, I gotta confess, I was a little bit antsy after watching all of these slate of games leading up into the primetime game because it seemed like all the teams that we thought was going to be good just kind of fell off. Like,
you thought, oh no, here come the Texans.
Yeah, I'm like, man, this is a wonky week too, man.
Ravens lost.
Yeah, Ravens lost. The Chiefs probably should have lost.
Yeah,
it was just so many teams that just
Niners lost.
Yeah, Niners lost. So I'm thinking like, man, it's one of these wonky week twos.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man. So I was a little bit antsy, man.
No, I hear you, and I totally agree. But I was just anxious because I wanted to get going. I wanted to get there and get it done. I got one more.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Ron Hughley is the reason you should never, ever, ever, ever make a bet that lasts more than one day or one moment. Dude, we were out. He's had it with that hair.
Yes, he's
had it.
I keep trying to tell him, I think it's good. I think it looks good.
It look all right, man.
Yes, but he's had it.
He just got to get a haircut, man.
And for those who don't know, what was the actual bet? It was that
the Astros won't sweep the
Royals.
Yeah,
and he dyed his hair blonde. Dude, that's enough. Let him grow it back. Let him do something or whatever.
I don't think that's a decision. I don't think he can just decide that that's where he's
dye
at.
it back. Shave your head. Something.
Nah, he just gotta let that roll.
You can never make bets that go like 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. That it's going to be still there.
Yeah.
Just do your helmet, like I did. Get it over with.
He loves that helmet. He really does.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to do it every day for 5 weeks or whatever it's going to end up being.
That sounds like a challenge. I feel like we can make it every day for 5 weeks. That's probably a good way to go. But Ron looked good. He's handling
I think
it like
looked fine, man.
He's handling it like a champ.
He's not handling it as good as you think.
He's not enjoying it, but like on the outside, it looks good.
We gotta get Lopez to do a bet like that.
Nope.
Instead of
did you just hear me?
Hear me out. Not blind. You if you lose a bet, you gotta go all black.
No,
Jet Black.
I just said he's
Jet
the
Black.
reason. He's the reason. He's the example that you never do those.
What's
types
wrong
of
with Jet Black though?
It's not me.
Come on, man. He was Jet Black at one point.
Brown, but yes.
Just go back brown.
Yeah.
Just go
or put my fro back.
Brown.
Get my fro back on.
The Just for Men.
Just for Men going. Go all the way brown like the old days.
I would look like an idiot.
All right, I got one more. I got one more.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Gentlemen, I am fighting a losing battle on remembering names. I've been meeting so many fine folks, especially on a day like yesterday when we were out tailgating, all sorts. You mentioned the sisters that were on opposite sides of this. I do the thing where I try and make sure I say the name a few times to remind myself. And buddy, I can't pull it off. I have no idea those fine women that we were talking
now
to.
You got
the sisters.
Me thinking. I can't remember it either.
There's so many.
My man's name.
One was Michelle.
That's your guess is as good as mine. I say that to say it's no disrespect to all the people that we're meeting because really
it was a lot of fun.
A lot of people showed us a lot of love and I appreciate it. I'm losing. I'm losing.
I'm the same way. I could sit there and shake your hand. Hey, what's your name? Oh, pleasure to meet you. Turn around twice. What's your name again? I totally forgot. I would miss somebody's name.
And so with that being the case, please understand if I ask you for your name again, it's no disrespect to you. It's all me. I'm not winning when it comes to remembering these names. So
this is true.
Again, those are our lunchtime confessions here, Sports Radio 610 in the loop. It was fun tailgating and meeting the people, man. I can't wait to get it going again here in a couple weeks when Jacksonville comes in. But here we go. Coming up next in the loop, where do the Texans stand amongst all the 2-0 teams in the land? Let's talk about that next.
Celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Caleb Williams gets the snap. Caleb Williams in trouble. And Danielle Hunter can't get him down. Williams escapes to the right, throws downfield, and intercepted by Lassiter. Runs upfield, 45, and he's out of bounds inside the 45-yard line. The rookie with his first INT.
One got away earlier in this game. Not that one. Stingley, I see you, and I'll raise you one interception.
Yeah, man. It's fun. Texans, victory. Monday, get used to it, Texans fans. Feels like it's going to keep happening. 2-0 for your Houston Texans after a 19-13 victory over the Chicago Bears. Get involved with the programs. 713-572-4610. Where do these Texans rank amongst the 2-0s in the NFL? It's funny, as I was looking at, all right, I want to come back with a highlight. Who are we highlighting? That's Kamari Lassiter. But I was, he obviously deserved it, getting an interception. Shout out to the turnover defense, as we rightfully predicted. But offensively, it's like, man, there's not a play that sticks out as like, oh man, huge gain play, because last week it felt like there was so many of those, and you look at it and they didn't really have that many like giant big plays this week.
In terms of yardage, no.
Yardage-wise,
they had some big crucial plays to get them into field goal position, and of course the Nico touchdown. But not, I think I saw 23 yards was their longest play, at least going into the fourth quarter. But yeah, I mean, they still had some very crucial plays, and most of their big moments were on the defensive side.
All right, so there's 2-0 teams all the way around, and of course we got one more game to go that might see us add some 2-0s. But let's work with what we've got right now, right? So in the AFC, there are 5. Clearly, actually, you know what? Let's do a little guessing game. See how John Lopez. Oh, well, he's got it up now. Damn it.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to see if I could get him before he got there. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So there's the Houston Texans, there's Los Angeles Chargers, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Buffalo Bills, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So that's in the AFC. NFC has 4 more as well. New Orleans Saints, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Shout out to Fig calling that one. Seattle Seahawks, and next week's Week 3 opponent for your Texans, Minnesota Vikings. So how do you want to focus just on the AFC here? You want to take this all the way around?
I want to do, because the way you put it is like, how do they stack up amongst the 2-0 teams?
Yeah, man.
Where would you put them right now? I think there's a very clear number. Now, let me qualify it. We always used to say, and have said, and probably will continue to say, the Chiefs are the best team. The Chiefs are the best team.
And that's kind of
but that's sort of like in a larger picture.
Yes, it is a career achievement in some ways.
Yes.
It's almost the Astros thing, where you keep getting back to these championship series, or in their case, the championship games and Super Bowls. We learn our lesson than ever going against you, right? We're like, we're just going to put you there until you fail us, and then we'll change the way.
But let's set that aside, and let's just base it on what we have seen in 2 weeks. What we have seen in 2 weeks. I don't think the Chiefs are the best team in the NFL. Like, again, they're the team to beat, and they will be, but I don't think they're the best team in the NFL. We saw what they did against the Ravens. It was a good game, but, whatever. And then they flat out should have lost yesterday.
Can I work backwards a little bit here?
Yeah.
Can we just go ahead and sort out the chaff that way? The Pittsburgh Steelers don't feel like they need to really beat this conversation.
No.
Shout out to them and Mike Tomlin getting wins where wins, just to do it.
It's kind of like
Figgy was quick with that.
Yeah, it's kind of like that season. Remember when they went 11-0?
Yeah,
and it was just
buddy,
nah,
that year
that's
made
fake.
me so mad.
That's fool's gold.
Because
right
everybody was like, "Yo, when you're 11-0, you're good." I'm like, "No, you watching? They're not playing good football.
They were not good, man."
All right, so we can get them out of here. Is there another team that you feel like we can get out of here? Because
I as much respect as I have for their head coach, I think the Chargers.
You think that's fool's gold?
Maybe not to that extent that you just described, but they've beaten the Panthers and the Raiders.
Okay, they haven't shown you enough just yet.
Yeah. So, and I know the Raiders had their moment yesterday, but I'd put the Chargers there.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I thought that'd be a lot easier to knock someone's out, but
where do you put the Vikings?
I thought they're interesting. Like they clearly have a pretty solid. They have some pieces around Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold is playing very well in a way that I did not anticipate, in a way that's making me reconsider some things.
Yeah, and then too, if you look around that division, like I don't know what Green Bay gonna be without their quarterback.
Yeah,
you got Detroit. I mean, I think they'll be fine, but Chicago look pretty rough right now.
Yeah. They absolutely do, but they beat the Giants and obviously Daniel Jones hasn't been much, but then they come back and beat. I'll keep them in the list. I'm not gonna put them out.
All right, so now at least we knocked out the Pittsburgh Steelers. We did a thing.
Yeah.
All right, so you want? Let's do it. Kansas City. Do you feel like they are one?
I do not. I don't. I wouldn't put the Chiefs as the best 2-0 team that we've seen thus far. I think there's a very simple answer. I think we all know it.
You're going with the New Orleans Saints.
It's the New Orleans Saints. I mean, what they're doing is not fool's gold. It's not something that you think is going to go away. What was the stat? 14 straight drives, something like that. That Derek Carr has led them to points. 14 straight.
Yeah. that they have some special on offense there, and they've been stacking, talent in some ways. It just felt like quarterback play had not been there in a way that it needed to. And then they brought in Derek Carr, and I was like, good luck with that. Derek Carr looks the part on paper, but it seems like he's never getting the most out of it. And due respect to Clint Kubiak out there.
Oh,
he is brought that out of Derek Carr, where that vertical element that he has available to him that he doesn't usually tap into. He is doing that, and that's a world of difference in the way that they're going about
They're
things.
the best team in the NFL right now.
They're real dangerous. So, okay.
Through 2 weeks.
All right.
How about you?
Through
Would you
2
agree?
weeks, I feel that way.
Yeah.
And I am shocked and astonished that I feel that way, but I do feel that way with that being the case. Like, at that point, is there anybody else that you feel like is clearly ahead of the teams that we're talking about, specifically with the Texans?
I would say the Chiefs are right there. Even though I just said that they're not my number one, they're still impressed. That was a good win against the Ravens, and even though they should have lost, they won. Even though the referees gave it to them, they won.
And then you could point again to the Bengals game again in that same way, where it's like they played it tight, but they ultimately got over a team that is pretty good. We're watching that space to see if the Bengals remain in that space, or if maybe they're shifting away from being there. But I think that's fair, especially with the kind of the deference that you give to a team like that.
Yeah.
Once you get those teams out of here, who are you looking at then?
I think the Texans are right there. I think the Texans are right with the Bills and Figgy, the Bucks.
That was one that I'm looking like, because the Bucks, solid defensive team.
Yeah.
I was like, hey man, Dave Canales, who name is in the news right now.
We'll get to that.
I wonder why.
But Dave Canales, I was like, okay, is he the reason why, or did he play a huge role in helping Baker Mayfield, resurge a little bit with his offense? And I was like, all right, so is that sustainable? Can we anticipate that with Dave Canales gone, that'll continue? And the answer has been yes early. Baker has looked really good getting the ball to some incredible playmakers there. And you add an offense with a defense that's capable in the way that they are.
And give it to Baker. I mean, that guy just keeps on going, man.
Yeah.
Just keeps on going. But I would say Saints 1, Chiefs 2, and then throw a hat on the Bucks and the Texans and the Bills. And guys, I've not been a Bills believer the entire offseason. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. I mean, they whacked the Dolphins. And the Cardinals are pretty dang good. And they beat the Cardinals in week 1. So, I would say those three, you can throw a hat on them.
So the way that it's shaping out is that we feel like, all right, New Orleans, Kansas City, they're up there because of the performances that they've given, partially also because of the teams that they've played against early. Now, the Panthers were one of the Saints' oppositions, but they blew them out of the water in the way that you're supposed to beat a bad team.
Yeah.
So I think that is what's pushing them high. Kansas City gets a couple of wins, but once you get past that, I don't think there's a team that we feel super confident is better than these Texans right now, and that's with after a performance where the Texans' offense did not cover themselves in glory. There was a lot of discipline issues, I guess is the way that I'll call it, and we'll talk about that more in this next segment. But they have not played their best game yet.
No, they have not.
They've gotten a couple of wins, and it feels like they're still in good position.
How are we feeling about Seattle?
I don't feel like I've watched them enough early.
Broncos at home early, they beat, and then they go to the Patriots, who have done quite well did quite well in their first week. So I think they're a notch below, but you have to give them credit for that.
Yeah, look,
and the Vikings for that matter.
Yeah, the Vikings I think I'm more interested and more intrigued in because I've always known Kevin O'Connell has a good offense, and it seems like you're getting somebody who's capable of running it at a higher level than Kirk Cousins, which that's a fun concept to think about as well. Hello, Falcons fans. But Seattle, they're getting tough wins in some ways, and I think with the new head coach Mike McDonald, I feel like that's just that's something that we'll continue to watch. But I think that's just like they're being gritty in a way that he wants them to be. We talked about the idea that they like being physical in the offseason. They're just fighting folks. But yeah, Houston in that place where in the AFC, I think there's only one team that you feel like, all right, they're definitely in a better place. And some of that is just because we give them deference. Texans doing a good job, but they still need to get some things in order.
And then the other part of this, if you want to kind of split it between the NFL, all of a sudden the AFC looks very gettable.
Yes.
Very gettable in the AFC. We talked about the Steelers and the teams and the Chargers that I'm not necessarily believing in. You might believe in them a little bit more. We'll see. Respect to their coach, of course.
They tote the rock.
Yeah, they do. Bills, I do respect a lot, and I'm so far very wrong on how they're going to respond this year. Chiefs are still the Chiefs, but after that, I mean, right now it's Bills, Chiefs, and Texans, isn't it?
Yeah, like I don't know what's going on in Baltimore.
Yeah, 0-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know some of what's going on. They didn't invest in offensive line. They thought that they could, figure it out. And early on in the season, even if they do get better, early on in the season is when you're susceptible, and that is shown to be the case thus far. But great thing for the Texans, still room to grow, and they've got a little bit of a challenge coming up in Week 3 versus the Vikings, who are another one of those 2-0s. But at the very least, you're in great company as a 2-0, and it feels like even as they have not given you their best shot yet, they're still in a great spot. So there you go. What's happening with the 2-0s and your Texans. But coming up next, it's a Victory Monday. The drivers say it's a Mad Dog Monday, but God bless him.
I saw Tyler packing some Mad Dog
when
he walked by a second ago. Bless his heart.
God bless him. But it's a Victory Monday. However, you can't not address some of the things that you saw negatively. So let's do a Victory Monday nitpick. What are the things that, even in a victory, we got to pick at? We'll talk about it next.
Coach DeMeco's team. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to get to our Victory Monday nitpick. There's definitely some room for improvement for your Texans in a 19-13 victory over the Chicago Bears. But before we get there, we're reacting to other things as well on this Reaction Monday.
How do you do it, Figgy?
As about 19 hours ago, maybe a little bit longer, it was said that the Carolina Panthers would, still stick with Bryce Young despite a Week 2 dud from the quarterback. Well, as about 15 minutes ago, Tom Pelissero let us know that the Panthers are indeed benching Bryce Young and will start Andy Dalton in Week 3. And so a year and 2 weeks is what it takes for a number 1 overall pick in Bryce Young to fall out of favor in a place in Carolina. I am fascinated by this because obviously we talked about Brian Callahan in Tennessee, who did not draft Will Levis. Neither did Canales draft Bryce Young, but I imagine that was a large part of taking the job is, I can work with this guy. And so
for sure.
2 weeks in, on a Monday, no doubt, right? Yeah. Like Monday of heading into Week 3, they're like, we are going to go with this other quarterback, with Andy Dalton, mind you, right? Like, who is a backup quarterback, but not one that I look at as like an incredible one at this point. He's solid, he's fine. But they're willing to go with him just because Bryce Young has been that poor thus far.
This is, in reality, to me, it's a bombshell because you don't bench your number 1 overall draft pick quarterback 2 games into his second season unless you know. Like if you think maybe there's some issues, then maybe you can work with him. If you think he just needs some more snaps, maybe you can work with him.
Also, like, how much of this is a unilateral decision for a head coach? How much does this have to be talked about with the general manager and with an owner,
sure, right?
And in an owner with an owner like Dave Tepper, who seems to like his hands in the business of the football stuff?
He wanted Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Nah, he wanted him.
But that's why it's so important and big to me, this story here, that Bryce Young is getting benched. You have to know. Like, I know he's not the guy, or I know we're losing the locker room. One of those two things you have to know. You can't think, you can't speculate, you can't guess. Like, so right now the Carolina Panthers know that Bryce Young is not the answer, either as a quarterback, which I think has been pretty obvious, or he's losing the locker room.
And it's possible that it could be, the latter, but it could just be both. Because one of the things is, and look, we got the TV investigative reporters all the time, but there's been a number of times where people have looked at it and like, it looks like that guy's not really rocking with Bryce, right? Like maybe that message is not being heard. And I think we saw something like that this week as well. So it is possible that he's losing the locker room and they do not, respect is a big word, but they do not believe in his capability of getting the job done. And football ain't a sport that you go out there if you don't believe that you can do something out there, right?
Yeah.
Like it is not the type of sport where you can just go out there and half-ass it. Yeah. And so with that being the case, that could be a possibility, but just happening this early into it is kind of
ugly, man.
To me, that's the story because this just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen with so many reputations on the line, so many people who put their neck out on him, for him, including Dave Tepper, as we talked about. And the first-year head coach, who clearly, as you pointed out, probably said, "Yeah, we can work with that." No, they know he's not the answer.
They mortgaged the future for him.
Yeah, that's where I was getting at, man. Y'all paid a lot to move up to number 1 and drafted the wrong guy.
But part of me still kind of respects it. If you do know,
if you think you know,
pull the plug.
And they missed. They missed.
They missed. Pull the plug.
They missed by one spot because pull
the plug.
You know who they didn't get?
Yeah, we do.
Your man, C.J. Stroud. Fantastic in the game. In fact, Figgy, if I can try and make this transition work, if you can give me C.J. Stroud talking about this is cut 8 from him, in fact, because there was a little bit of a nitpick necessary within this, but he was asked, how do you balance wanting to correct the mistakes but also celebrating the win?
It's football. It's hard to win in the NFL. I'm happy. Of course, I'm not satisfied. I'll never be satisfied. There's always things that you can point out. We're not going to let one half of football make us put our head down. We're going to stay confident. We're going to stay taking shots. We're going to stay, betting on us. So I definitely, understand, we need to be better. But, like you said, winning is number one. So we won, and now it's time to move on and get better.
Time to move on, get better. Winning is number one, and they definitely got that win 19-13. But what are the things that they need to get better at? Let's dig into them. And I feel like the first one that jumps off the screen for me is, hey man, can we not have all these damn penalties?
Yeah. That DeMeco was about as irate as you could get after a win, talking about this, and it was all over the place. 12 for 15 yards, very untimely penalties. And this isn't even really, I guess it's kind of nitpicking, but to me it's very big. It ties in with that. I'm gonna go back to Laramie Tunsil, and we really have a lot of fun with him. We laugh about the target on my back and stuff, but it ain't funny if you're gonna lose a game because of it. And they damn well could have, if it wasn't for Kaimi Fairbairn kicking a 59, right?
That was 59
yard field goal after a Tunsil false start. That's no joke. Nobody would have found that funny.
Yeah, you almost took 3 yards off the board there.
Yeah.
You had another one last week where he killed the drive off of a false start. Right? You have to be further on your P's and Q's because the game gets, or the margins rather, get a lot thinner, and the expectations also don't help those margins either. Where you're playing against, when you start playing against some of these tough teams, you can't just wipe these games away as, well, we got a tough team, or a tough team that we're playing against.
Oh, that's just Laramie. Ha.
Expectations
man.
dictate that you need to be on top of it.
And then two of them. But that one was the worst. That one could have been, because then you're talking about they don't have, last week they didn't have an opportunity to kick a field goal at the end of the first half. This week it could have been no field goal there. And then all of a sudden, the Bears, if everything plays out the same, the Bears have the ball late, with a chance to maybe tie the game.
Yeah.
And
those are the margins that change, right? Like it's a game of inches is what they say. And if you're giving up 5 yards or 10 yards because of a play there, that's more than the inches that are necessary to shift a game. Along those, I think this also goes in there as discipline all the way around, right? Like I know that we kind of laugh about the Aziz, being on the sideline, punching a helmet, because that's a thing that I just do not understand. But hey, man, you weren't penalized for it then. We'll see what the league office says. It's a possibility that you could have been penalized, thrown out, right? We know that the NFL isn't the most consistent about these when it comes to being officiated. What happens if Aziz Al-Shire is thrown out of that football game? Like, what are you looking at in that instance?
Yeah.
And then what led to the one touchdown that you could point to, a touchdown, or the one that you can point to for the Chicago Bears, was Kalen Bullock, who has been very good early, but a little too physical on a PI where you had an opportunity to play the football, my man. You did not have to play into the body. You were there that early. And that allowed them to go on a third down where you probably could have gone off the field to the 6-yard line and then ultimately punch in a touchdown. The game looks a lot different if they don't get that touchdown on the board, And so it's that stuff. And, I mean, he's, again, a rookie. This is week 2 for him. But those are the types of things that you need to be on top of if you do indeed want to win a championship.
One other little nitpick thing that I had is on the offensive side of the ball. I thought Bobby Slowick came out and was just in his bag and doing a lot of things right. Now, the flow of the game became such in the second half that it became a slugfest. It became a defense-oriented game, and the Bears do play very good defense. I would have liked to have seen him try some of those same things in the second half. Just take a shot, move guys around in the backfield, because we were sitting up there in the first quarter. I was like, whoa, this guy is on it.
That's game script, man. Game script versus,
And then the second half, we didn't see that. We got much more, not conservative, but I guess close to the vest, protecting the lead. I get that. Take a shot, man. Take one shot. Their longest play, 20-something yards. That ain't going to cut it when you have those 3 receivers. I would have liked to have seen Bobby Slowick just maybe take a couple more risks in the second half and maybe open up the lead.
And I mentioned the idea that Caleb Williams was pressured a good amount. I mean, like, CJ had a decent amount of pressure on him as well. The pass protection is not all the way fixed. It's not all the way in the right place just yet. We still need to see that improve to a level, and it ends up not being as big of a deal, or it doesn't appear as big of a deal because CJ Stroud, as you like to mention, is very good at helping make things right that are a little wrong. Great movement, great pocket management this early into his career. But you need your pass pro to stand up and give him an opportunity to make the easy plays, make some of those plays boring. To make big plays and move you down the field. And so there's still some room for improvement pass protection wise with this team, and making sure that you handle what ends up being at times, fairly simple games up front from a defensive line, right? You saw that with Patterson, where once that guy slides inside, all right, cool, I don't have to worry anything. And here comes the other tackle wrapping around him that's now in the backfield because you were not on your P's and Q's. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was going to be my other one. Laramie Tunsil, I don't think, allowed a pressure at left tackle, which is no big surprise. He's a great pass blocker. I think Titus Howard allowed 5. So there's your right tackle after a very good game week 1, allowing 5 pressures at right tackle. That's kind of nitpicky because of what you said. Obviously C.J. Stroud can help that a lot. We don't know exactly who's responsible for what, but 5 is 5. And so that's something that you definitely want them to adjust and get better at. All right. So one of the things that I wrote down. Are we going to get the Tank end around overuse? And I understand Bobby Slowick enjoys the end around. Yeah. It was very evident that there was a loss on the returns in that game when you started going to that. And Tank Dell is a fantastic receiver. He has speed. It's a nice change of pace play. Don't start leaning on it, though, right? And that leans to, I think, an entire thing that we can talk about is like wide receiver usage. We gave Bobby a ton of credit week 1 for spreading that ball out. It did not kind of spread nearly in the same way, and I understand some of the getting the ball in the hand of Tank is the end around, but we can't lean on that. You don't want him having to tote the ball a ton, and then you get to a place where Steph was not targeted a ton until 4 catches until they got to like that 3-by-1 where he got into the ice, and he did a fantastic job with the in and out route and just absolutely cooked. Was that Tyquan Stevenson over there on that side? I don't remember. Who had a rough day, mind you. He was the other cornerback, right? Because Jalen Johnson, tough guy for the Bears. Tyquan Stevenson had a rough time. But within the course of that, like obviously Stephon Diggs gets that, but he's not getting a ton. And I know that, again, there are people that look at it and go, hey, make sure to keep him involved, to keep him happy. But people are going to get their passes, people are going to get their touches, but the way that guys got their touches or didn't in this game was just a little off, if I'm nitpicking. And on the Tank Dell thing, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm going to give him a little bit of a pass here in this one because it was successful in week 1. Like he had some success, Tank Dell. And you had success with the first time that you ran it week 2 as well. Yeah, and so I don't want to fall into that habit. As we mentioned, we always give Bobby Slowick a hard time about that. But it was working week 1. Maybe he was just trying to change it up, as I talked about, take a shot, maybe use the end around as something to give this offense a spark. But it is definitely something to watch for sure. I'll bring up Tank one more time, but I keep thinking about, I told you, my favorite play of this was C.J. Stroud making a play, Tank Dell dropping it. Yeah. I don't think that's going to be a thing, but let's make sure that's not, guys. Let's not make that a thing. Let's just make sure it's not. How about that? Some other things that are here. Shout out to Joseph talking about the end around as well. Let me make sure I did not forget anything here. I had one more. Please do. Go for it. And that is the penalties on Steven Sims' returns. We saw yesterday, it's not, you mentioned the penalties, but that is a game-changing moment, perhaps. And the only reason Steven Sims is on the squad, it really is because he can do that in returns. He had one decent return. He had an even better one that was called back because of a hold. And certainly on kicks and punts, there are oftentimes some penalties. But, man, you've got a guy that is his whole job. It's why he's on the squad. And you blow it with a dumb penalty away from the ball even on his return. I'm glad you said that. It's worth returning to is that just penalties were so 12 for 115. Yeah. DeMeco was hot. He should be.
He was hot.
They had triple-digit penalty yardage.
Yeah, he did.
Like that is an anomaly type number, and you can't do that and be successful. Like getting it is a testament that you were able to get a 6-point victory with that amount of yardage. But if you're not playing against a rookie quarterback, if you're not playing against a team that you know that you're on a different level in, and you put up 115 yards the penalty yards, go ahead and chalk up an L.
Yeah, you can lose.
Right? So, that what really was the big thing. And it's why I mentioned, getting an opportunity to go into the locker room a little bit and, obviously hearing DeMeco, hearing CJ talk about these things. Everybody, there was, an excitement about getting a win, but it was clear that it was not full excitement with the energy in that building. Like, there was still very much, we have work to do. And I appreciate that feeling is there because that means the expectation is raised for this team. But the work needs to be done, right? Like, identifying it is half the problem. The other half is going and doing it. And so that's where it's going to be a good thing for them is that they're going to need to go do it, especially because you've gotten the Colts who look like they're not going to be nearly as good of a team as we anticipated, or at least early on. The Bears who they're still early on in their process, but next week, you got a Vikings team who at the very least is hot right now.
They're feeling pretty good.
Right, at the very least. And so you don't want to help your opponents out anything at all, right? But you don't want to help them any more than you need to. And right now, that was not a good showing in that regard. So I'm glad you brought that back to penalties because it really was every aspect of the game as well. Defense, offense,
and that was a potential play. I mean, he was close or past midfield on the one that got returned.
There you go. Still a nitpick, though, because it was a 19-13 victory. A lot good within this as well, a lot of which that we've already talked about during the course of this. But again, 19-13 victory, and they're on to Minnesota, really. So coming up next, it's 1:20 thereabouts, and about this time, we turn it over to my man Fig. Figgy, what you got in the mixtape?
Man, so we was out there for Sunday night football last night, and I got some thoughts on everything that was going on just throughout the whole time, and I got to know, was my man Reggie a little lit after those tailgates?
Yes, we'll talk about it next.
The Texans improved to 2-0 with a for postseason baseball here in H-Town.
The Astros are not playing for a postseason berth or to get to a certain point in October. No, they are playing for straight-up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on this Victory Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. We were out there for Sunday Night Football. This was the first Sunday Night Football for the Houston Texans here
since 2019. Is it 2019 2016? It's 2019.
You said 19. I thought you were about to say 19 something. It felt like it was that long, to be honest. And it was a blast out there, man. It felt good being out there. It was hot. It started off hot. But then
you're telling me?
Oh, man.
He was sweating through his fishing shirt.
Yeah. No, you weren't the only one. But nah, it was really good vibes out there. And before we get to, I want to know if Reggie was really lit out there, because when I saw him in person for the first time out there, he was loud, man. He was like loud.
I loud? Really?
He was kind of loud. We're going to get to that in a minute. But but it got me thinking when I was out there last year around this time for the home opener, and it was Liberty White. It was Liberty White out there. At the time, I did not have a white shirt. So I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. I can wear my red Texan shirt.
Yeah.
And I was out there judging tailgates with HEB. And the Menaires was out there. They came out there. They surprised the tailgater of the game. And I ran up on Hannah. I'm like, hey, what's up? And look, I actually have the audio of this. She actually called me out for not wearing white.
Are you excited?
I'm super excited. Are you excited?
Yes.
You out here tailgating with us. Yeah. I got the wrong color. I know. I don't have a white shirt.
We could have fixed that, Biggie, if you had told me.
I got you next time. Hit me up. I got you next.
I'm over here asking, I'm like, how you feel to be out here tailgate? She said, you got on the wrong colors.
Yeah, keep the main thing.
Yeah.
Which is, it's Liberty White.
Yeah, she called me out, so this time I actually had to make sure I wear white, man. I'm like, you know what? I can't afford to get called out like
Hannah
that.
mad.
Yeah, I think she was legit mad, too. And then when I told her I ain't have a white shirt, she was like, you should have said something. You should have told us. We would have worked. I know, man. Like, it was so bad to the point I was considering just getting a plain white T-shirt. And my man Reggie had a plain white T-shirt.
Right. I was like, look,
man, I was about to be yupping my white tee.
I did my research and I saw that particular video and I was like, not gonna be me. You're not gonna catch me slipping.
But yeah, it was good seeing them out there, and hopefully this will be an annual thing.
They did it yesterday with us.
Yeah, man, and that's a good look, man. I don't know another owner that's gonna be out there, going to tailgates and stuff.
With the people taking selfies and such.
Yeah, I heard somebody spilled the drink. Did somebody spill the drink?
I think it was a little food or something on it.
Okay.
On
a little stain.
Yeah, man. Sometimes these billionaires be a little bougie, man. They don't want to be out there with the people.
Man, you should have seen the scene when they showed up. Like people coming from hundreds of yards away.
Houston.
Yep.
Swarm.
It was a swarm.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody that was out there in them lots tailgating, sweating their butts off.
Yep.
So now I got to see if Reggie was tipsy or not, man. So we was out there. Y'all was out there judging tailgates, and I was listening on the radio. Y'all doing the tailgater of the game.
All right.
So I'm like, okay, I see this. So, I had to pull the audio to see how Reggie sounded during the interview.
I did not even consider this.
Yeah, I want to see how you sound now. I want you to give a fair grade on how you sound while interviewing the was the Red Eye Tailgaters?
Yeah, Red Eye Tailgaters.
I got Bert.
Yeah, I want to see how you sound interviewing them.
All right, talk about starting out the 2024 season with a bang. We have the HEB tailgater of the game here, myself and Reggie Atatula. First things first, Reggie, your first tailgate, what was it like?
Man, it was a blast. It was 3 great tailgates that we got the chance to be a part of. But Bert here with the Red Eye Tailgaters, they blew them off the map. Man, you guys deserve it so much. Man, what does it take to put together a tailgate of this magnitude, brother?
Hey, open for interpretation.
Okay.
Open for interpretation. What's your interpretation?
There was a little slippage. Honestly, the first part was I did not anticipate you going to me first, so I was like, oh wow, I have to answer.
Yeah,
here.
I wasn't sure if you was nervous a little bit.
There was some nerves in there. I'm not gonna lie, but there was also 6 shots and 2 drinks.
Yeah, no, I done been there, done that. Where I probably had 10 shots and a couple drinks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I did good.
Yeah, you were
disciplined.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I've been to that point where I got to interview the person and I'm talking like that. So no, I totally get where you coming from. But after that, you actually came over to the broadcast desk.
Yeah. How'd that go?
And we about to find out right now. Let's see what this.
Oh, you got
like.
audio?
Oh, of course I got audio, man.
We ready for the season to start, baby. Let's go. Prime time. You feel me?
Hey, I never heard you this hype ever, man.
That's what the alcohol will do.
That's true.
It was off the charts. 3 big times. They could have all been tailgaters of the year.
I know how to handle myself. I can still be professional.
My man here has
in the loop. Sports
5 shots.
He said 6.
Yeah, I was wrong. It was 6.
Sports Radio 610.
He was hyped up, man.
He was hyped, man. I'm like, okay.
The people were hyped, man. That's also. Some of it was the alcohol, don't get me wrong, but some of it was just like the people at the tailgate, man, were having a blast, getting you turned up. You know?
Big time.
Yeah,
big time. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, so it's funny. I'm glad you had a good time because I was worried because I kind of did a little mini prep with you, man. I'm like, hey, when you go, people gonna offer you drinks, shots, and all that stuff. Just be careful, man, because sometimes they just go up to you and give it to you. Where you like, what the hell?
They put
is
it right
this?
in your face.
Yeah. I had the 2 of the shots were that, and then at the last tailgate, which I believe was the winning tailgate in our instance. The nice lady that had the Jell-O shots, she was like, all right, have this one. And I was like, okay. And I was like, all right, so this is my one at the spot. And she was like, but you got to have this one. This one is this is my favorite one. And I was like, okay, cool. And then she's like, okay, but this one here is the best one. I was like, why didn't you tell me that to start with?
Yeah.
Why did you make me go through the sequence?
Hey, man, that's what they do down here, man. You will stop at the tailgate, be like, all right, let's get some tequila shots going. Let's go. And then, hey, you want a drink? You want a beer? You like, all right, cool. And then hey, we got to get the Jaeger shots, Jaeger bombs. Let's go, baby. You like, wait a minute. I'm trying to stick to one liquor, man.
You know what I'm going to blame? I'm going to blame Callahan, and this is why.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I'm being real bold on this. I'm lashing out. This is me just pointing at everybody else from my own indiscretions. However, because Cal and Hannah were coming out, we had to be real rapid, and so we didn't have as much time to kind of stretch it out. So that condensed the time even quicker, which, 1, alcohol in quicker succession, not as good, and 2, I didn't have as much time to eat at each place. So I didn't eat as much that I would imagine would kind of soak up a little bit. So I think that was also. Yeah, you see,
that's the other thing too.
I saw the pros. I saw Eric Brown and I saw Lopez, and they knew exactly what time it was. They got right to the grills. Food was being digested by the time that they were already introduced. They were going quick.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that too. With the food, I forgot to tell them that. I forgot to tell you that because when you go to the first one, they'll give you a full plate.
Yeah.
And you'll sit there and try to be polite, try to scarf it all down and eat all of it. But you got 2 more places to go to. And those other 2 places are going to give you a full plate.
Yeah.
And then the last place is going to give you a full plate. So now you full and drunk.
I've never been so nervous behind eating and drinking.
Yeah, it was fun. Shout out to everybody that was out there.
Absolutely.
So the halftime show, man, I was actually super excited about this halftime show. It was Slim Thug. It was Big S the Plug.
Yep.
Big S the Plug and Maxo Cream. And look, man, I thought this was the perfect vibe, man. With the roof being open, it was nighttime. Everybody had the light up wristbands.
Yeah.
Man, I actually had the I think y'all seen me a couple times. I was watching the game, the live broadcast on my phone on the Peacock app, and I had to look on there just to see kind of what it looked like with all the wristbands lit up and stuff. It looked like a true concert, man.
Oh, it was outstanding.
I thought it was great, man. Everybody was looking good. I think for their, and I said this in the confession, I think their next Sunday night game, they gotta have the roof open, man, and keep that same energy.
So you're gonna tell them what I did? Yeah, no. I might have just told B. Scott this, but obviously everybody knows Slim Thug, and he opened, and it was all good. And then I heard the rest of it, and B. Scott came up. I said, "Okay, who was the second guy? Who was the third guy?" Because I just didn't even know, you know.
And that's totally understandable.
Yeah.
Have you heard the last song before?
No, I heard them, but I didn't know who it was. And I do that a lot. Like, I'll hear the song and I'll know it, and I've heard it.
The last,
and I'm like, who is that?
The last guy
like,
that,
who is that?
BX the Plug. That,
Big X the Plug? Number 900 in your program?
Yeah.
You see his jersey?
Oh, was that what he was wearing?
Number 900.
Okay, I wonder how he can't say that number.
Yeah, I have no idea, but his song play a lot down here. Like, you hear that song pretty often. I wouldn't have been surprised if you never heard Matzo Cream song.
All right. Well, that makes me feel better.
Yeah, but it was a good halftime show, man. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to watch it, though.
Oh, you were coming down?
Oh, you was coming down.
Yeah, I was coming. I was making my way. Yeah, I was coming down.
Yeah, so overall, the game, this Uncle Bootman coming out. So my nickname in Cleveland is Bootman.
Yeah.
And I got nieces and couple nephews that call me Uncle Bootman. Uncle Bootman was showing out last night, man. I was getting tired, man. That game was so long.
Third quarter.
Dude, it was 10 o'clock, and it wasn't even the end of the third quarter yet.
Third quarter was brutal.
That was after a first quarter that flew by.
And it was nothing but punts in the third quarter. How does nothing but punts last that long?
I don't know. I think there was 2 incompletions in the first quarter, so just the clock kept moving.
It was rough, man. And honestly, I guess that whole day kind of threw me off a little bit because it felt like a noon kickoff. So I was out there and I'm like, okay, it's about noon and about to get it. I'm like, oh no, it's not. It's 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that part lasted long, and I felt even better when I talked to Adam Spillane after the game, and he said, "Oh yeah, it was long. It was a long game, especially that third quarter."
But he thinks every game is long.
Yeah, that's true.
He's always like, "Play faster."
Now, I felt better knowing that he felt like the game was pretty long too.
Spillane had binoculars of a bird watcher.
Yeah,
they were enormous.
His
Did you
binoculars are much bigger than I anticipated. Yeah,
they were giant.
What you was gonna say?
Nah, someone did mention that there was the injury stoppage that spent, but it was also just long in and of itself.
I think
the injury stoppage helped.
I think when I really realized it was going on long was the one of the chain guys.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
He ended up getting hurt, and mind you, we in the suite. I'm like, what is going on? Like, it was quiet, wasn't nobody doing anything. I'm like, what happened? So I had to get on my Peacock app to kind of see what was going on, and they showed the replay of the chain guy falling, and looked like he's hopefully he's fine.
I hope
think
so.
He's fine, but I think that took about 15 minutes.
Yeah,
but that was tough, man. So I wanted to play this audio, man. Kevin Harlan is one of my favorite play-by-play guys. I think he do an amazing job. His voice, I think he got one of the best voices in the game. And earlier he was calling the game, and you know how they do the game breaks?
Yeah.
And how they send it over
to the studio.
Yeah. So just imagine him, I guess, sending it to New York for a game break, and they're having technical difficulties. What do you think Kevin Harlan would have did?
Oh, Kevin Harlan's just going to do the job himself. I've seen him call 2 games at once.
Here we go right here.
Kansas City. And let's take you to Nate Burleson in New York.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Go, Nate, go. Here we go. Rodgers against Tennessee, and they're going deep. And
he's doing the game break.
That's crazy.
The Titans. Ridley with a touchdown reception. The former Jacksonville Jaguar, Will Levis, with a long throw for Tennessee. Back to Minneapolis. All right, Nate, thank you. Second down.
And the crazy thing about that is remembering, like, when those dudes are calling the game, they've done research on the game. They've got a spot chart that they can reference. He's doing all of that off of the top of his dome.
Yeah, and he's watching it like we are watching it.
Yes.
So
Back to me.
And it took him a minute to see who caught the touchdown pass.
Yeah.
And he seen it was Ridley. So he just said Ridley with the touchdown pass from Will Levis.
Remember when Harlan was calling the dog on the field?
The cat.
The cat on the field, and he did it up. That
From
was
the 20.
Oh
from the
my
10,
gosh!
touchdown.
That's why he's my favorite. Is because like clearly he's a pro, right? He can nail the the fine points of formatics as he should. But the thing for me that that always makes a play-by-play guy go to the next level is when you get a feel that they love the game, and not just play-by-play, just any announcer when they're transferring that that basic, hey man, it feels like you're enjoying the game, and Harlan always sounds like he's having a blast.
Yeah. I salute to Kevin Harlan, man. One of my favorites, man. That could have been a whole disaster where it could have felt so awkward, but he just picked it up so fast.
Yeah.
So salute to him, man.
He's the best.
Yeah, that's all I got, man.
Appreciate you. That's Figgy's Mixtape every weekday, 1:20 p.m. here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, man, we are having a blast on a victory reaction Monday for your Houston Texans, and we're getting ready to hand it over to the drive. I know that DeMeco Ryans will speak to the media at 3:15, so you'll have that amongst all of the fine breakdowns that those guys will have. But coming up next, I kind of want to revisit our predictions and how they stood up, amongst other things. We'll do that next.
Right now, Texas Star Grill Shop. I was hanging out with Rick and Mark yesterday at the game a little bit, and those are the fine folks at Texas Star Grill Shop. It's where you go to get your next grill, pit, pizza oven.
regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, appreciate you rocking with us on a Victory Reaction Monday for your Texans here on Sports Radio 610 In the Loop.
We ready for the season to start, baby.
That's right, and the season has started. 2-0, in fact, for your Texans. A 19-13 victory over the Bears helped facilitate that last night, Sunday Night Football. Hope that you enjoyed the vibes as we all did in various different capacities. Roof open, tops dropped in a way, as they say.
There you go. And
so a fun time, and soon we'll turn on to Minnesota, but wanted to continue to look at what happened here. Well, before we get to what we were kind of anticipating and what we ultimately saw, how those matched up, I do also you were mentioning in the break the quote from Dave Canales, the Panthers head
last
coach.
Night, you mean?
As of last night?
Yeah. Bryce is our quarterback.
For the next 24 hours?
Not even.
Or
Probably what?
For the next 12
14,
hours?
16, something like that.
Because if you did not catch it, the kind of the news of the day in the NFL is that Bryce Young will not be the starter for the Panthers. They will turn to 36-year-old Andy Dalton to be the starter, which I can't imagine that you're gaining anything out of that move, like progressively.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that, hey, well, we're going to try and win more games. I don't think that division is there for them to be won.
No.
Right? And with all due respect, I don't think that Andy Dalton is the dude to do that if there was a division to be won. And so, in theory, it would be best to lose games at this point and use a first-round pick that you still have available to you, funny enough, next season. Would it not? But I guess the idea is you just couldn't run Bryce out there for various reasons.
Yeah, and that's why when this news dropped, my jaw dropped, just because it doesn't really happen. This doesn't. You've got a franchise quarterback, number 1 overall pick, 2 games into his second year, and you pull the plug. Part of me respects that because they clearly made a decision. It ain't going to happen, and it ain't ever going to happen here, at least not in the foreseeable future. And so they made the decision. But, man, what a decision that is. Like, all the equity they gave up, all the picks, the way they banked on Bryce Young, and it's done. I mean, I'm not saying his career is over forever, but they have made the decision. And I mentioned this to you and Figgy earlier. I think it's one of two things. But it's definitely done, no matter which way it is. It's done because they finally realized it's not going to happen with Bryce Young. He is not it. Or they have lost the locker room or are in the process of losing the locker room, and they just can't have that. But it's one of those two things. You don't make this decision casually. You don't say, well, let's let him learn a little bit behind Dalton behind Andy Dalton. No, man, not if he's already starting and all that. It's a jaw dropper.
Yeah, and he was thrown into a tough situation, you got to admit. But that's tough. And Fig, I think you asked a question that's going to be very interesting: is are we in worst number 1 overall pick ever territory? Because that distinction had basically been held by what, Jamarcus Russell?
Yeah. Well, given what they gave up.
Yeah, I mean, what good game did he have where you say, you know what, he gonna be all right?
Yeah, there's something there.
I think his only good game was against the Texans. Was that? I think that was a okay game for him, but I don't think he had a game where I'm like, oh yeah, see, that's the one, that's the number 1 overall pick.
Like even like, and I'm not saying he's in the same category, but I'm saying even in just 2 games. You can see some things because his numbers are awful, but you can see some things in Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
You can kind of see hints. Now, his numbers are awful. Like I think I saw a stat, his yards per attempt is the lowest of any quarterback in the last 10 years. That's fine, but you're seeing some things that you can kind of see, okay, maybe you can get there from here. You never saw that with Bryce Young.
Looks like he had a decent game against Green Bay in Week 15. And... yeah, there's a couple of them. How good do you want to consider a 25 of 41 showing for 246, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions?
Decent.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's those are the two multi-touchdown games that he's had in his career to this point.
Yeah, and it's mind-blowing, but it's also, man, these are things that usually happen to the Texans. Who else has thought that? Usually it's the Texans that have that experience. Instead, the Texans are the beneficiary of it.
Yeah. Again, shout out, I guess, I saw our guy Adam Spillane mention that, hey, we just got to go ahead and name the stadium after Lovie Smith at this point. The way that he inadvertently putting you in a position to have C.J. Stroud in the course of this. And speaking of C.J. Stroud, let's go back to Friday in the loop where we kind of had our matchups for this game and kind of what we were expecting. And it feels like we did a pretty good job, don't it?
Hey, man, aren't we good? Aren't we good? No, we talked about this. I think the obvious one is we both kind of agreed on this. I wrote it down. I still have it here in front of me, where we were talking about DeMeco's approach against Caleb Williams, mix things up, give him a lot of different look. That's not exactly earth-shattering stuff.
No.
It's very predictable.
I mean, rookie quarterback. Send a blitz at him. See if he can handle blitz.
But the amount of blitzing that he did, on 42% of his dropbacks, the Texans blitzed.
The most that you have seen from a DeMeco Ryans defense.
Ever.
Yeah.
And so that's funny. The other thing that we talked about is I speculated, I shouldn't say I had a hunch, but I speculated if Jalen Petrie would be involved a lot more up close to the line of scrimmage and in pass rush. Boy, he was. And then the other thing I said was Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter coming off the edges.
Yeah.
That's got to work. That's got to happen. They're going to try to force feed it. They're going to try to really get them going. Well, we know the result of that. And then you talked about the turnovers.
Yeah, I was very thoroughly excited. I was giddy, in fact. I think one of the turnovers, I think it was the Kamari Lassiter interception. I was sitting with Figgy in the suite, rather. And I turned to him. What I say to you, Fig?
Said turnover
defense, baby.
Turnover defense.
Like it's so exciting to be in that place where you see a defense that looks like they're going to be able to turn teams over. Because you got the Stingley pick, you got the Kamari Lassiter interception. In fact, that was one after what felt like you should have had another one because that one was negated by penalties, right? Like this is a situation where early on it's feeling like this team is going to be capable of turning over their opponents, which only serves to make them more capable of being a high-level team because what do turnovers do for you? It gives you a better chance to win, limits the other team's offense, right, at a basic sense. And now you're putting yourself in an even better place. You're helping your defense, or obviously that is your defense. You're helping your offense, giving them more touches at the football, putting the ball in C.J. Stroud's hands, which you want to do a whole bunch. Like this is a good trend. And I really do think that you have the essence, the basic, the foundation for this to continue.
Well, you say trend, and I'm glad you put it that way because, as we've mentioned, DeMeco Ryans does not normally blitz like this, but he did yesterday. So I'm wondering, lack of a better way to put it, it got good to him. I'm wondering if we're going to start to see more of this because he knows what his personnel can do. It's not just because it was a rookie quarterback, but because they were really good at it. And they brought all this pressure, and they maybe have more trust in their both cornerbacks, not just Stingley, but more trust in both their cornerbacks. And that's the other thing he said after the game last night. None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for the cornerbacks, making life miserable in the, for the receivers. So I'm going to be interested in see. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to blitz a quarterback 42% of the time like last night that they drop back. But I'm wondering if, he kind of goes and learns a thing or two about his own defense and goes to that maybe a little more often.
Yeah, and the other thing that I know that we're going to, at least on the show, continue to look forward to is Stingley going to continue to travel, or are they going to continue to use him in that way at times? Because he's clearly up to the challenge, and it seems like he really relished the opportunity to do that. And with that, we welcome in our guys from the drive. We got Ron, we got Clint in the house. And Clint, for you, with not Kamari rather, but with Stingley traveling, like how much would you like to see that continue through the course of the season?
Well, I mean, if you're going to give him a steady dose of it, I mean, if you're going to pressure Because if you're not going to pressure as much as they were pressuring, if you're not going to truly play man, then it becomes a giveaway, right? As a quarterback, I walk to the line of scrimmage, and if he's following my best receiver wherever he's at, I know it's man. I know you're bringing pressure. But if you don't give a damn, if you're gonna bring pressure, continue to bring pressure. You know you're going to play man. Everybody in America knows you're going to play man behind it. Then have him travel, and it doesn't matter that the quarterback knows it and sees it.
Yeah.
They never had an answer for the pressure at all, and so that was one of my points last night on the postgame show was tip my cap to DeMeco Ryans for not getting bored with what was working. Right, I mean this is working. There's some risk associated with it, but the offensive line didn't have an answer. The offensive coordinator didn't have an answer. Caleb Williams was swimming. I mean he couldn't make a decision. He couldn't get the ball out. He didn't know where he was going to go with the football, even if he was going to get the ball out. So, I just tip my cap to him for just continuing to dial that thing up until the last.
But as DeMeco said, he also had that trust in the cornerbacks that, okay, we're man, you know what we're doing, and we're still going to blitz.
Yeah, you can get for 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's all they had to do.
Well, that's it's easy in that after that game to say, I had the confidence in them corners because your pressure was getting home. But when there's some teams on this schedule where you're going to dial up some pressures and it's not going to get home, and we're going to find out how much. Exactly how much. So, I think yesterday was an extremely easy day for a secondary. The ball was coming out quick. Again, the receivers, best receiving core in the NFL that for some reason cannot create any separation whatsoever with the defensive back. It doesn't matter if it's Derek Stingley, one of the best in the league, or a second-round draft pick that's playing his second NFL game of his career. It doesn't matter. They just can't create separation. They couldn't do it in week one. It was the film was exactly what we saw yesterday. And truth of the matter is, dial that pressure up, baby. I like it. Pressure does two things, boys. Creates diamonds or busts pipes. It busted the hell out them Chicago pipes yesterday, boys.
And it forced them tackles to have to go one-on-one with those ends, and that is a problem.
They were eating Caleb Williams. They were swallowing him.
Yeah, both of them teed off on him completely unblocked. And so
sometimes the blitz is not just necessarily for the blitzer to get home. It is to create one-on-one matchups with your best pass rushers.
Somebody to get home.
Yeah,
and when you got Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, and hell, who knew that Al-Shaair was going to be that good in a pass rush situation? And Jalen Petrie had an exceptional game. Toa had a hell of a game. As well. Wow. So a lot of guys on that defensive side of the football deserve one of them old helmet stickers, boys. Y'all remember them days?
Little Mad Dog. Oh,
y'all remember them days? I don't know if these young punks remember those, J-Lo. We had them skulls and crossbones on the back of that damn helmet. Boy, hey, look, that defense, their helmets ought to be full next week now.
We talk about getting dudes home. We got to make sure to get the folks home. And when you got to get home, you got to listen to The Drive. So you're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. We got cat paws.
Who?
We got cat paw stickers.
Cat paws.
We were the Wildcats. We had the paw stickers.
Yeah. Well, we had
I used to negotiate for mine.
We had them little bitty Razorbacks all over the back of our helmet. Boy, in Little League though, Optimus, man, the Colts, baby, Baytown Optimus League. We had skull and crossbones. We were yellow and red though, not them blue Colts. Yellow and red.
Different Colts.
Skull and crossbones, baby, black all over that helmet, man. I looked like one of Jack in the Box kids out there with the big ass head. I had skull.
That's how I looked my whole childhood.
Hey, I had skulls and crossbones all over that joint though. Tearing folks up now.
There you go. Getting them dubs in Baytown. The Baytown. What Colts were they?
Colts, man. Baytown Colts, baby. Colts. Baytown Optimus Little League football, man.
What was your team, Tyler, in Baytown? Baytown.
Well, I didn't play football because my mom didn't want me to get hurt. I was pretty skinny. But we were, I was a SFA Gator. I was a Gentry Mustang, and a Sterling Ranger.
I was hoping you had a
only sport I didn't play. Mom said I would have got killed. She was probably right.
You had a little league football team to match his in Baytown.
Nah.
All right, it is Victory Monday. It is Reaction Monday, and if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the Victory Monday shirt that Tyler Milner is rocking today. But it is on the Drive Mad Dog Monday, and by the skin of my teeth, I avoided Mad Dog having a bye Mad Dog Monday. I believe the one reception for -3 yards for Tank Dell did him in.
I think Old Dirty won, didn't he?
Yeah, I think you did. At the end, it was tight.
Thanks to that Superman sack at the end.
Yeah, it was tight.
Hunter had.
It was tight.
Ooh, I smelled this Mad Dog.
It was tight.
This Mad Dog, boys.
A little orange juice.
I went orange for the Bears. Orange for the Bears for you.
Mad Dog 20.
Come on, man.
20.
Come on. Don't touch them lips before we tap these tips.
2 days in a row. Mad Dog Monday. Stick to stick.
Chug, 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 chug. Orange Jubilee down the pipe.
Yeah.
2-0, baby.
I ain't chugging it all the way down today.
I don't know if I got not at least not in the first.
I'll
segment.
take it down. I ain't chugging it down.
That got away from us last week. And I'll be honest.
That Orange Jubilee burns a little.
Their performance was sip it down level.
Fair point.
Very fair.
Their performance was sip it down level. Anyway, I do want to start this off on this Victory Monday, Reaction Monday, and the non-sponsored Mad Dog Monday. But I just feel like there's just somebody out there that could just.
It's an opportunity.
Hey, when I left Big City Wings, big shout out to my man Sam for having us last week. Big shout out for Academy for putting that thing on and making it happen. When I left, was walking out. Old boy in the Yankees hat, straight from the Northeast, loves us, paid us huge compliments. I said, that's a hell of a compliment coming from anybody, but coming from somebody up in the Northeast where y'all like stalk radio guys and stuff, and it's just a different level up there. I greatly appreciate it. Said he loves our show. You know what he did on the way out?
What did he do?
Tapped me on the shoulder. He said, "In my business." No, he said it with a New York accent. By the way, it was thick.
But not in my business.
It was thick. No, he didn't say it like that. He works for a distributor, and apparently they distribute that MD 2020. Really? He said, "Man, y'all want me to?" He said, "I'll get you taken care of."
Hell yeah, we want you to.
I'll bring it up there. So,
have them on standby.
Come on, man. So we might have a little something. It might have worked out right there. Hey, text us in 713-572-4610. Who out there is and you don't have to drink the Mad Dog right now like Ron and I are doing, but who remembers them days? Who remembers them beautiful days of that MD 2020? Well, you get you a bottle on a Friday night.
Mix it with some Boone's Farm.
We didn't mix it. We kept the Boone's Farm for the girls, and then we hit this old Mad Dog 2020. But if you want to mix it, so be it. Who out there remembers them days? Tell us some stories. Mad Dog 2020 stories. The chronicles of Mad Dog 2020 in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Where you at? 713-572-4610. The abbreviated version. We don't need whole stories up there. The thing will chop them up. Just the quick of it. MD 2020, Tyler. Takes me back to Crystal Beach.
Oh, MD?
Yeah.
You know where I used to go to get mine.
Hey, Park Street on the church pew, on the dark green church pew, and Crystal Beach. Riding on that sand out there.
Been there. I used to get my Mad Dog from old Circle T's over there near Park Street in Old Baytown.
Oh boy, hey, there you go, Park Street. That old boy would sell it to damn near anybody, wouldn't he?
Yes, over near what was it, North Asheville? Yeah.
David Kramer says, "Hell yes." Toby Hollis said, "We did Boone's Farm."
Ain't nothing wrong with
no
it.
Mad Dog.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I stumbled into some of that Thunderbird one night. Stumbled into some Crazy Horse one night. Got knocked out on that. I'll tell that story later on.
All right, Trevor, do Edward 40 hands. All right, I'm done.
I want to know more about that, but talk to me about that.
I will.
That's because I've never heard of that.
That'd be taping 40s to your hand, and you can't take them off till you finish them both.
Is that what that is? Never heard of that. First timer. That's cool. That sounds fun.
Maybe that may have how my Crazy Horse night started.
Might have tried that. There you go. Tape it.
The worst part was taking the duct tape off.
You did it with duct tape. Yeah, I guess that's the best thing to keep it. All right. Before I give my thoughts on this, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can jump in on this. I want to go around from you all because I know, Tyler, you were in the house, and Clint, you were right there next to me as we were checking this game out. What did you all think about the crowd? What did you all think about the atmosphere, the on-time nature, how it was, how it started? What grade would you give the Texans crowd?
I can't speak to the on-time nature of it. I don't really remember taking note.
I do.
To be completely honest with you, but I know. I mean, I'm going to give them an A for the effect in the game because there is no doubt about it. They made communication for Caleb Williams extremely, extremely difficult on multiple occasions. So you want to talk about the 12th man? The noise factor was absolutely huge at times. So I got to give a little credit there. I'll go A with the
go A.
For the fans. Yep.
Yeah, I love the way the crowd affected the game at times. A late false start caused by the crowd there at NRG. That was beautiful. But I'm gonna go.
I think they got Laramie twice too.
Damn it, Laramie. But I'm gonna go. If I had to put a grade on it, I'm gonna give the crowd better, moving in the right direction, B+.
I try to defend Laramie Tunsil on that, but I just can't, man. Them home false starts, I ain't got it. Hey, man, you the best pass protected left tackle in the game, and Sweat and DeMarcus Walker, you trying to get out early on. I'm trying. I can't defend him anymore on that. All right. From the start, I will say this, including the playoff game. For me personally, I think it was, from my memory, the best atmosphere that I've seen or heard at NRG. I don't know if the McNairs were a part of it. They had the little lights there around the stadium.
That was cool.
That seemed to be on purpose. Many people participated in the whiteout, except for the Bears fans, and we'll get to that. I thought it was the best atmosphere that I've seen. Now, I give it a B because I can't help it. I look up at the TV screen, Clint, and they're doing the intro with Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. And right behind them, when they're doing the intro, as I look up on the TV, it's just all kinds of empty seats. Just all kinds of empty seats. Then I see people in the middle of the first drive are coming down the stairs to get to their seats. So better, but it can still be improved. And
the arrows pointed up.
I ain't gonna lie to you, heard little too many Bears fans out there. They were talking about that Bears Steve Fitz. That was a little much.
I wonder how much. Because I did hear that.
Did you hear that? Yeah.
I wonder. I wonder how much of that is.
Our buddy Roflo tweeted about it.
I don't know if I wonder in today's world of tickets and reselling tickets. I wonder how in control the actual fans are of that. Like how much of that is Texans fans getting their tickets and then just because they realize they can make a bunch of money off of them.
No, I'm sure that's
selling. But I mean, you think I wonder how much of it is third parties buying the tickets up and then selling them on a weekly basis. Because I find it hard to believe that if you're a Texans fan and you have season tickets right now, I find it hard to believe that you're selling Sunday Night Football second game of the season. I find it very difficult to believe that many people did that. That's got to be a third party deal where somebody, some organization, some app is getting a hold of a bunch of tickets and selling them. It's got to be.
Maybe.
I know Game Time does a lot of that.
Maybe. As people are saying, yep, Clint, bingo. I don't hear it in Philly. I bet we don't hear it in Philly tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any experience with that, so I don't
Pittsburgh.
know how it happens.
Like I said, I was better. As Tyler said, I was better
for sure.
And I think you took a step, and it was, as I said, the best atmosphere that I've seen. But I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and point those things up. It was still a little late arriving, still some missing seats on that first level, and there was some. And listen, I think Miami, Houston, Atlanta, LA. Have to deal with some of this because it is a travel spot. Like Tyler's deciding to go to Minneapolis for a road game, but I do think a lot of people look up and see if I can get in and go to a Houston game. But like I said, better.
Well, travel's easy. It's a great city.
But
it is a destination. I think, to your point, on multiple occasions, like this is a city where I think there are just naturally a lot of Chicago fans that are here, a lot of other NFL franchise fans that are here, just given the dynamic of Houston. And so I'm just hesitant to think that that's Texans fans that have purchased these tickets choosing to sell a Sunday Night Football game week 2. That just can't be the deal.
Well, I think it is on some, but listen, like I said, better. I give it a B. B, and And I think the atmosphere was really, really strong. A really, really strong atmosphere. All right, as we continue here on a Victory Monday, Mad Dog Monday, Reaction Monday, I'm throwing this out to you guys out here. The Texans, they're 2-0. They beat the Colts, and obviously last night they beat the Bears in a 19-13 game, despite what my Twitter says. I would wonder how you guys are feeling right now about the Texans at 2-0. They're 2-0, but how are you feeling about them right now? And the reason why I ask that, because I take a look at like a couple of teams. Like, I think, fellas, the Saints and the Bucks, who are 2-0, I think the way that their fan base is feeling at 2-0 is different than the Steelers and the Seahawks, who are 2-0. The Steelers, who have scored one offensive touchdown in 2 ball games. The Seahawks, who had a fight in overtime with the Patriots yesterday, and then won a tight one again in Week 1 against the Broncos, who aren't good. How are you feeling right now after these 2 games with the Texans at 2-0?
I feel significantly better than I thought I was going to feel at this point in time.
Do you?
We've now seen the Texans win a game with their offensive line and a run game, which is nowhere near as impressive today as it was last week, given that the Colts gave up another 250, another 150-plus yard rusher. So clearly they're not good against the run, so it wasn't as impressive as I thought it was, but it's still a W on this schedule where you didn't have to get on C.J. Stroud's back. You didn't have to ask C.J. Stroud to overextend and be Superman, and you won that football game. Fast forward to this week. You're not able to run the football. You're not able to protect the quarterback. Your penalties are unbelievable. And your defense, at the end of the day, is the reason that you won this football game. And so, again, coming into the season, my 2 biggest concerns was, can you complement C.J. Stroud's the Superman effect of C.J. Stroud? He can't do it alone. He can't do it for 17 weeks straight, much less 21 straight weeks. He needs some help. Has this organization taken a step and created and generated the ability to give C.J. Stroud that help? And in the first 2 weeks of the season, hadn't been pretty either way it goes, but the first 2 weeks of the season, what we've seen is the Texans win a football game without C.J. Stroud having to put his Superman cape on.
Yeah, and we'll get to his performance a little bit later on. I'd love to hear your grade on C.J. a little bit later on. As someone texted in, Jeff Sparrow, on YouTube and Twitch, the game felt mid. I wanted to dominate like New Orleans did, is what Jeff did. Yeah, if you'd have told me, hey Tyler, they're gonna hit Caleb 11 times and they're gonna sack Caleb 11 times, and Swift is gonna have 14 carries for 18 yards. And Clint, you loved Swift. You were a big fan of Swift.
Absolutely. 18
carries. And in the game, both teams, by the way, Caleb Williams would be the leading rusher for 50-something yards.
Yeah, you ain't talking about Taylor.
And Caleb would throw 2 picks in this game, and CJ would not have any turnovers. I would have thought they would have beat the living hell out of the Bears at home. And yet it was 19-13. And the Bears had the ball with a chance in a weird way. But there is also the thought and the theory of, hey, man, you ain't going to play great every game. You're not going to have your best. How do you do when you don't have your best? Because we know the Texans can play better than this. How are you when you don't have your best? And they did come out and get a win. But I won't lie and say when I got done watching it, Clint, that I would say slightly disappointing how that game ended.
Oh,
that game was in doubt like that. So I think you feel pretty good about 2-0, especially with everything that happened over the weekend in the NFL. You feel pretty good about 2-0, but you do look out there, and there is some disappointment from what you saw.
Well, I think 2 things can be true. I mean, look, there's no doubt about it. You're looking through Texans-colored glasses, them rose-colored glasses. If you watch this football team play in the last 2 weeks, you hadn't seen some concerns. The defensive, particularly the secondary in Week 1, and then this week you look up, no run game, not able to protect the quarterback. The penalties were atrocious. And so there are definitely some places where they've got to improve. They got to improve in a big, big way, right? which I think is actually a beautiful thing. You're 2-0, and you've yet to play your best football, and you as a team, not even close. And you've yet to ask your Superman to put that cape on and go win a game by himself. That's exactly what. It's a beautiful position to be in, right? You'd rather the O-line had put a 2 games back-to-back of running the football and protecting the quarterback, but they didn't. Like you're in a spot where you're 2-0, and you've moved up a couple of notches relative to the Super Bowl odds, Super Bowl champion odds, and those rankings, whatever that may be. And as a team, DeMeco has plenty of reason to go in there and go, guys.
That's what coaches love, right?
Oh, no question.
He said, and I was in there in the press room when he spoke to the media, and he talked about the 12 penalties. He said that's the number one thing without even having to watch the tape that jumps out. That's not how we play football, and we left them in the game with those penalties. But you're right. That's a coach's dream right there, ain't it? Like, hey, I get to coach and show them on film the things that they did wrong, but we won.
Yeah.
But we 2-0.
Yeah, man.
And everybody else in the division is 0-2. And we won, and you feel good about it. So, yeah, it's a big win. Just curious how you feeling. How are you feeling about this 2-0 start?
I feel really good. Ron, look, at the end of the day, the one thing that we haven't seen from the Texans in impressive fashion, forget the breaking down each opponent and how good are they, how good are they not. The one thing we haven't seen from this team is, again, C.J. Stroud putting the team on their back and having to go get in a shootout and go win a football game. And that's the one thing
which we know he's capable of doing.
Bingo. If it does happen, I feel very, very confident that everything's going to be fine. And so that's this team has taken steps to being a more complete football team, which is what it's going to take to be a Super Bowl contender. And they've taken those steps, one in each week. The defense last week, the run game, offensive line week 1, and it's good to be sitting where the Texans are right now.
All right, coming up on this Victory Friday, Victory Monday, Mad Dog Monday, and Reaction Monday. We are hoping to have DeMeco Ryans at around 3:25. He will speak to the media live. We'll have that for you and let you hear that hopefully around 3:25. So kind of make a note of that for yourself. All right, as we said, there was some at least tinge of disappointment. Still, they did what they needed to do in 2-0 and lead the division by 2 games. So Tyler's well on his way to a 4 or 5 game lead in this division. But there were some things that they've got to fix, and we'll discuss those coming up next.
All right.
A 2-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. I'm listening next Wednesday at 8 here on Sports Radio 610 and the free Odyssey app. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I turned my mic on, thought I hit it. All right, big weekend win. And Astros, too, they went ahead and finished off that sweep. Big weekend as the Jags, the Titans, and the Colts all lost, and they're now all 0-2 while the Texans sit ahead the AFC South at 2-0.
Good day to be in the business in Houston, ain't it?
There you go. There you go. So it was a big weekend, but as you know, it wasn't all great. It was a hard, gritty win. The defense did what they needed to do to kind of carry the show when the offense kind of got stymied in the second half. But as we look at this thing, I think clearly for us it is big that the Texans continue to win and get as far as they can potentially go. And you got to look at some things that may stop them. And Clint, it wasn't all great yesterday, and there was some things that they've got to change. And DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud mentioned that themselves.
Yeah, look, way too many penalties. I mean, the penalty part of this thing for the Texans was a problem yesterday, and I know it's he after the game and not a big deal, but this is something that DeMeco Ryans definitely is putting his foot down about today. Was there really 12 penalties? 12 penalties for 115 yards. That's against a good football team that gets you beat 10 out of 10 times.
We don't like that.
And so the penalties are a major problem because, look, be honest with you, it's hard to believe how many penalties the Texans were able to overcome because they were like unbelievably costly penalties. When you look at 3rd and 14, Kalen Bullock pass interference, Chicago Bears end up scoring a touchdown.
And that one wasn't even close.
The throwback across the body where Kamari Lassiter gets the interception, the holding on Toa brings that play back, so it took a turnover off the board. The scramble by C.J. Stroud late in the game that would have put the game out of reach, or at least given you a much better chance to put it out of reach. There's hands to the face by Titus Howard. Again, late in the game, Mario Edwards on the roughing the passer penalty obviously allowed that drive to continue and gave him 15 yards. So you look at a big number of these penalties. One of the special teams penalties negated a big at least field position swinging return by Sims, number 82 for the Texans. So not only were they penalties, they weren't just little false starts on first or second or third down. Which, by the way, I think one of Laramie Tunsil's false starts took them from like a short 3rd and 2 to a 3rd and 8 or 9 or something like that. Anyway, they were unbelievably costly penalties as well. Like when you're negating first downs and turnovers and chunk plays and allowing
roughing the passer in there.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. That's those penalties are unbelievably difficult to overcome, and in a game where it's a tight ball game, typically they're the reason that you lose. And so when it's all said and done, DeMeco Ryans has got to get this group. From a penalty perspective, he's got to get these guys dialed in because that'll typically cost you a game. No doubt about it, the penalties were a major, major problem.
And ultimately, we talked about it on Friday. The only reason and the only way that they were going to be able to hang into this game that I felt when you just looked at the matchups and where the Bears are, I think the Bears, I don't know, we'll see about their offensive staff, but I think the Bears in 10 weeks are going to be completely different than they are right now.
But it's fair.
But it's just you just can't help them. And the Texans repeatedly helped them. Then Cam Akers really helped them and made that game tighter than it needed to be. Just the turnovers and penalties, and 12 penalties. This is what we talk about as a disciplined coach team with DeMeco and what they talk about. That was not that. and I doubt we see that again this year. And if we do, then it's a really, a bit of an issue of like this is a trend.
Well, I'd imagine we're going to see some of the false start stuff, but the just the avalanche of penalties that seem to happen at times when they're momentum swinging plays or game ending plays or drive ending, like get off the field type of plays for the defense, that's going to be hard to overcome.
And real talk, and they got fortunate with Aziz that he didn't get himself ejected on the sideline.
No question about it. Yeah, there's I would imagine, and on that front, by the way, there's a lot of people last night were questioning what they, what do you think, or what do we think that the NFL is going to do? I think the NFL fines him heavily. I don't think he gets suspended. So playing week 3 without Aziz, I would be shocked if that
he was great last night.
Yeah, he was tremendous. He was absolutely tremendous. The other part of bad here, just real quick, the Texans' offensive line, as good as they were week 1, they were that bad in week 2, and it's not because there was like this crazy rush attack like you saw on the flip side. Like DeMeco was just throwing more. He was throwing more helmets at the Bears' offensive line than they could block. The Texans' offensive line was getting their lunch ate by a 4-down lineman. They were able to rush the passer consistently and create chaos in the pocket with 4 pass rushers, and they were able to stop the run for the entire game, really, with their defensive front, which also included those down 4. They couldn't protect the quarterback. They couldn't run the football versus a base defense. Those are all major problems, and the O-line is going to have to be better. As big a step as they took forward week 1, we now have more evidence where obviously Indy is not as good a defensive front as we thought they were. They gave up another 250 plus, I think it was, or over 200 yards to a team, and over 150 yards. Who was it that went for $150 on the Colts again? Josh Jacobs. So a great running back. So it may just be another really good running football team. But at the end of the day, that did not go from game 1 to game 2. So that O-line had some serious issues yesterday as well. So the penalties and the O-line play, that's got to get better.
Yeah, those have got to be priority this weekend. The Packers ran for 261. It was Jacobs. It was everybody. Malik Willis. They ran, and that's Malik Willis in the game. Hey, that's probably what he's gonna do. So there's some things to clean up. But again, cleaning up in a win. All right, coming up, we'll do our players of the game. So you can send yours in. Who were the players of the game? There are a few to pick from as well. And I also want to get, as we've been doing on Mondays, C.J. Stroud's grades. What was his grade in this game today? 23 of 36, 260, 1 touchdown, 0 picks. What was C.J. Stroud's grade? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, imagine finding your dream home and not being able to move in it, may even possibly missing out on it because you can't move right away.
or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Houston Texans 2-0. Big W on Sunday Night Football. First time in 5 years they were on Sunday Night Football.
Yes!
That was when, 5 years ago, that was when Mike Tirico was still getting screwed. And Al Michaels wouldn't. Al Michaels just was Jay Leno in his ass. I can't stand Al Michaels.
Rough Monday?
Hold on, so.
Just
Al Michaels does that for you?
Always has. He's a snake.
Yeah, you really have always had that strong sports hatred in your heart for Al Michaels.
It's a different Jim, different from Jim. But Al, man, Al came over there.
Got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
And agreed to retire from NBC. And so Mike Tirico signed a year early for his deal. Left Monday Night Football, left ESPN, came over to NBC to go take on over. Now, Al then changed his mind, said, I ain't quite ready yet. He stayed on for another several years before they had to finally get his ass up out of there. But no, that was the last time they were on Sunday Night Football and they got the dub. All right, let's hit it. Let's get to it. I see some people texting in. Somebody said Mario Edwards is my guy. Mondays, we do this, our Man Eye Institute players of the game. And the Texans had a few of them, played great. Let's kick it off with you, Clint. Who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
I'm gonna go with Nico Collins.
Oh yeah,
Nico Collins. Look, I mean he is he's quickly climbing the charts of my professional career's worst take ever. He's not number one yet. I've had
Johnny
some bad.
Manziel's still up there.
Johnny Manziel's up there. There's a couple of other guys. I have to think about it to figure it all out. But there's
baby.
I mean, just flat out flop, misses, bust, whatever you want to call it. And I like to go either way, the good or bad. Nico, obviously, I thought I had him pegged as a depth receiver, complementary piece, and he is clearly the number one wide receiver for the Houston Texans and one of the better wide receivers in this league. Goes for 100 yards again. But here's why I got to go with Nico Collins. It was clear clearly a defensive game. This game was won by the defense, by DeMeco Ryans, continuing to dial up pressure. Period, point blank, end of story. But when I look at, to me, the game was decided when you go, okay, Bobby Slowick versus Matt Eberflus. That was going to be the one. I felt really confident that DeMeco was going to be able to take advantage of a rookie quarterback and confuse him, and I didn't know he was going to do it to the tune of what they did, but I had a good feeling that DeMeco was going to be a X factor in this game. The real matchup was Bobby Slowick in this offense versus Matt Eberflus and his defense. And while the offense went to sleep in the second half and only scored 3 points in the fourth quarter, the first half was a thing of beauty, really, as it pertains to Nico Collins. Once again, Nico Collins goes out there, 8 catches, 135 yards, and a touchdown, 10 targets. No matter what defenses throw at this offense, Nico Collins is going to get his. You want to talk about the chemistry with the quarterback. We've seen, I was really high on the chemistry with Tank last year. This training camp, the chemistry with Diggs. There's no debating, there's no denying that Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud have a tremendous amount of chemistry. You want to talk about the scramble drill where Nico is lights out, the high degree of difficulty throws on the sideline, where C.J. Stroud is putting it in a place where nobody but Nico can catch it multiple times in 2 games. 8 catches, $135, Nico Collins, in a game where everything was difficult. Nothing was pretty. The quarterback was getting harassed. What happened? Nico Collins went out there and got it done. By the way, boys, I love Nico Collins' demeanor. I love the quiet assassin. I love the dude that's not flashy. The guy that doesn't tell everybody how good he is. The guy that just goes out there and does it. I love that.
Andre-esque.
Yeah, good point. Very much. Yeah, personality-wise, absolutely. And then he goes in there and he gets into a little bit of a shoving match with a DB. Can't do it. You hurt the football team. Lost 15 yards. Bobby Slowick dials up.
In his defense, he did stick his finger completely in his face.
Absolutely. Boom. Bobby Slowick dials it up, feeds him the slant, and he takes it to the house. And as he crossed the goal line, guy hanging on his back, he lets him have it. He rips him off of his back kind of deal. That Nico, I keep calling him DeMeco, that Nico with that little bit of chip on his shoulder is fun to watch, man. I got to go with Nico Collins because that was the difference in this football game, was offensively them being able to score some points in the first half, and Nico was the catalyst to that.
Yeah, that was all-pro cornerback Jalen Johnson he threw off in the end zone. And Nico, by the way, leads the NFL in receiving yards, 252. The next closest is at 200. So Nico has
got him on fire,
special.
baby.
Yeah, he does. There you go, Andre. All right, Tyler, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Man, I'm going with all the big fellas up front, rushing the passer for the Texans. A D-line in Houston, 7 sacks, making it rough on the rookie quarterback, Caleb Williams. That was freaking beautiful. He had Caleb Williams looking over his shoulder towards the end of this game because he was getting hit so much. So shout out to all the big men rushing the passer. Will Anderson Jr., your Mad Dog pick, Clint. Daniil Hunter getting in on the action. I'm going with the D-line, and shout out to the guys wearing orange, the big men, the offensive line for the Bears, because they suck.
Yeah, they were. They got a turnstile. They got a turnstile at center, man. That kid at center, boy. I mean, Edwards couldn't wait to get his hands on him. He got him a sec. They're taking turns.
You can eat buffet, baby.
Try to get to old Coleman. You should. That's a dead giveaway. Your first name's Coleman, man. That's tough, man. Your parents would be ashamed of themselves for naming their kid Coleman.
Shout out to all the Colemans out there.
I see some good ones in here. Fairbairn is someone text in. No,
that's strong.
I mean, he's sitting here chilling 50 plus, and I mean it ain't even close. Like the way he's nailing these.
Most 50-plus yard field goals in the first 2 weeks of a season in NFL history.
That's right. Yeah, 5 or 6 of them. 6 of them. He has been big time for the Texans. I was listening to DeMeco yesterday. He said he is the reason why they've won. Everybody talks about offense, defense. Fairbairn is the reason why we are sitting here 2-0 because of the kicks he's made. And if you think about it, they won the game by 2 last week, and needed him to kick 50-yard field goals, multiple of them in. This one was tight, and they ended up winning by 6. and he needed to kick multiple 50-yard field goals. So big for him. Mine is Jalen Petrie. I thought Jalen Petrie physically set the tone in this game. And, he is that guy that, damn, every time I got to run up against this, you talked about it with Will Anderson. He's that guy, every time I got to run up against this cat, he about to just stick me with everything he has.
Yeah.
He does. He is emptying the tank every time when he hits people. And I don't know if they've done a good job themselves or he's done a good job, but they've done a good job of not putting him in weakness areas. We've not seen him in a lot of coverage downfield, a lot of one-on-ones, which we were concerned about, and we'll see maybe if they got better offenses, and I think that cat Minnesota can coach his tail off. We'll see maybe moving down the line. But Jalen Petrie has been really good, not just yesterday, but the start of the game. But I thought his physicality defensively may have set the tone.
Look, he's comfortable, Ron.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He is really, really comfortable down around the line of scrimmage. What a great move by DeMeco Ryans, moving Kamari Lassiter outside, which clearly has paid off, and Jalen Petrie down to that nickel position, man. Look, I think there are going to be teams on this schedule that are going to challenge those guys in the pass game. I don't know why at this point in time anybody in a right mind says, I'm going to throw a go route, I'm going to throw the ball down the field, I'm going to attack Derek Stingley. No clue why they do it. He's got better ball skills than your receivers 90% of the time. He's big body, he's more athletic. Why would you choose to take your shots and continually choose to go that route? Don't understand it. At some point in time, the better offenses in this league are going to, by design, on time, in rhythm, take shots at Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter. But right now, both of those guys are playing really good football, and they are really, really comfortable and confident right now, which is, again, regardless of when teams decide they're going to take shots at them, I can't wait for them to get challenged and kind of see how they come out on that on that deal. But right now, both of those guys versus two bad offenses, let's be honest, those are two offenses that they're not anywhere near where they hope to be by midseason, hitting on all cylinders. But nonetheless, those guys have gotten really, really comfortable. Jalen Petrie is a good one, man.
Yeah, that's our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Man Eye Institute, see life better. All right, big 3 at 3 as we'll continue to look at the big win they got and around the AFC South has them with a 2-game lead as the Texans close out the Bears. Also, the Astros, they had themselves a big weekend series, did what they needed to do, but the real story of the weekend we'll get into, and big, huge breaking news here in the last hour or so out of the NFL. Huge news. We'll pass that along to you coming up next.
All right, fellas, if you're wondering why you don't have that same energy, that same pep in your step that you used to have, well, it very easily could be low testosterone. Here's what you need to know. You're not alone, and the solution, it's simple.
Like that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Stroud in the gun on 2nd and 24. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ firing downfield. Hits Nico. 10, 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. A flag on the play.
Now that's weight room right there, baby.
That's weight room right there, baby. Go ahead,
Wow.
Andre. The Texans, they can move to 2-0 as they play the Bears for a tough, hard-fought win, 19-13, and now they lead the AFC South by 2 games because everybody else has lost their first 2 games. Clint, for you, what jumped out as for you if you had to pick it up the number one reason this team was able to win this game and get to 2-0 over the Bears in a surprisingly closer game than I think many people expected?
DeMeco Ryans, the defensive coordinator. This defense was lights out. 23 pressures on 48 pass plays. 7 of them, I think, ended up in sacks, something like that. So the rate in which DeMeco Ryans said, to hell with it, I'm fixing to dial up pressures, was the difference in this game. He never allowed Caleb Williams, the young quarterback, or his offensive line, or his play caller, he never allowed those guys to take a breath, to catch their breath. They were absolutely exhausted. DJ Moore, a very frustrated wide receiver at one point in the game. You and I watched him essentially tapped out and just walked down the sideline before the game was over, but late in the ball game. So I think ultimately the difference in this ball game was that DeMeco Ryans never called the dogs off. Just said, it reminded me, Ron, of 2 years ago when we watched the Dolphins, maybe it was 3 years ago, the Dolphins defense and the way that they treated the Texans when Tyrod Taylor, I think Tyrod Taylor ended up getting hurt in that game and Davis Mills came in, I think, if I remember correctly. But their approach to defense was just smothering. We're going to blitz. We're going to bring pressure. And then we watched a week later, this is why it matters, we watched a week later the same defense deploy the same strategy on Lamar Jackson, one of the best quarterbacks in the game, and one of the most prolific, productive offenses in the game, and it worked like a charm. Now, the Bears are nowhere near what Lamar Jackson is and what kind of offense they had and they have now or had at the time, but when it's all said and done, the guts to go, man, we're going to line up in man deep, and we're just going to show you. We're coming. We're coming. We're blitzing. We're bringing pressure, and y'all don't have answers. To do that for 4 quarters, literally for 4 quarters, was awfully impressive. The fellas obviously executed. They deserve a ton of credit. but it's hard to give one guy credit over the other. They all 11 guys were really, really good for the most part in that game, with the exception of a couple of penalties. Was really, really, really good. So I got to tip my cap to DeMeco Ryans, the defensive coordinator. That was big time, and that is how that's what a defensive coordinator that is a weapon from the sideline. That's exactly what it's supposed to look like. Is he should never allow a rookie quarterback, especially one that in week 1 was clearly overwhelmed and confused versus the Titans. A weapon on the sideline, the defensive coordinator. If he doesn't keep that rookie quarterback swimming, mentally confused, exhausted, then he's not a real weapon on the sideline, right? That is a moment where you have so much of an advantage versus Aaron Rodgers and Pat Mahomes. Different story. When it's Caleb Williams, you've got so much of an advantage, and DeMeco Ryans went out there yesterday as a defensive coordinator and earned his keep without a doubt. Loved it.
Yeah, and we talked about it Friday. Be disappointing if this defense didn't just overwhelm and dominate this offense, and they absolutely did. As you said, boy, I mean, they had Caleb Williams on the sideline look like he had just taken the ACT. I mean, he was mentally drained over there.
I think it was Tyler. I don't know who originally did the graphic, but it's a tremendous graphic. It's one of Justin Fields last year in that same uniform, leaned back on that bench,
orange one. That was
with
me.
his eyes closed, yeah. And then next thing you know, Caleb Williams, boom, leaned back with them eyes closed. Anytime you got a quarterback, and I said it when Justin Fields did it, I don't even know what the hell was going on. I don't know what game that was in, but I looked at the TV and I saw Justin Fields doing that. I said, when your quarterback looks like he's sleeping or meditating on the sideline, your offense is in a bad spot. And that's exactly what Caleb Williams.
Welcome to the NFL, Rook.
No, it was. And, it was and they weren't, and DeMeco and Matt Burke, I'll give him some credit too in there. They were not deterred, even when, DJ Moore got loose a couple of times on some catches where they're sending a lot of pressure, not a lot of help behind, where he breaks one tackle and he gets some yard. They didn't say, hold on. Hey, let's back up here. No, they said, no, let's see how many times you can do that.
Well, you look at the biggest plays. Caleb Williams had a 24-yard scramble, and I think Rome Odunze late in the game had a 27-yard catch or something like that. With the exception of that, there was DJ Moore, as you mentioned, scurried open a couple of times on some underneath routes, but there was just absolutely nothing there. They were absolutely smothered, overwhelmed, couldn't complete balls, didn't have answers, like completely did not have answers, with the exception of the first couple drives.
There was nothing the Bears could turn to and say, this is something we can lay our hand on.
Ron looked at me in the press box and said, man, what do you do? I said, what do you mean what I do? If you're the Bears, what do you do? I said, man, hell, I don't.
Because they were coming out where it's like, this is a weird game, but like for most of the second half, if they scored a touchdown, they take the lead. And it's just like, what do you do?
The interesting thing, and this has got to be like DeMeco. When I say DeMeco, senses blood in the waters, like I've never understood at any level in football, but definitely the NFL level, when your quarterback's, pressure's coming, man. It's blatantly obvious. They're not disguising a damn thing. And your quarterback catches the football, and he sits back there and pats it like he's got all day long, and you've got 3 of your 4 receivers are running routes and 10, 15 yards down the field. They still ain't even looked at you, right? I mean, that's why you got to look at this offensive coordinator and go, hey, man, either you're coaching it or you're allowing it. Like, if I'm a receiver, Ron, and I got a vertical route, let's say I'm going to stem this thing to 12 yards and I'm going to go to the corner. My back's going to be to the quarterback, right? And I see pressure. I look inside and I see a pressure look. When I come off the ball, I'm at least going to look at the quarterback just because I know his ass is in trouble. I'm going to make myself available to some degree. I mean, these guys are just running off. And you got one guy running underneath, and he happens to have one of the best corners in the league, and Derek Stingley chasing him. So it was just one of the things where you go, man, if I'm a quarterback and I'm getting this kind of pressure, all right, we're going all out quicks, boys. If I got 4 wide receivers out here, we're going slants. Even if I want to throw a fade right now, I'm putting 1 foot 1 step and I'm getting the fade up. I'm going to throw a bang 8, which is a timing route where the ball's out, don't even really need protection. I'll be damned if I'm going to sit back there and wait for guys to run 12, 15-yard curl routes. Like that's a poorly coached offense, as well as the struggle in between whistles when the plays actually happening as well. They're poorly coached. The quarterback just doesn't have options.
Yeah, and after the game, Rome Odunze, who he tried to connect to at the end, that was the last play on that 4th down where it ended it. He came out and said he ran the wrong route because we said it was they were completely on different pages. He's still screaming up the field and he throws like an out.
Mm-hmm.
But he did say I ran the wrong route.
But that is exactly what. Now I don't know if it's the case with Rome Odunze, but that is when your quarterback looks like Caleb Williams looked like on the sideline with that head kickback. What do you think DJ Moore feels like? Hell, he done ran 14 miles out there, and he's been hit as many times as C.J. Stroud, and so that's exactly what pressure does. When I say pressure busts pipes, or it makes diamonds, right? It busts pipes in the sense of Chicago, because what you do is you're so frustrated, things are moving so fast, you're tired of getting the hell beat out of you, you're tired of not moving the football, you're tired of going 3 and out, you're tired of punting, your mind goes elsewhere, and all of a sudden you run the wrong route, boom, game over. I mean, that's just ultimately how it works, and the pressure caused some big-time problems on that offense.
DeMeco Ryans coming up hopefully here in the next segment, so stay tuned for that as he'll speak to the media after having the chance to watch a little bit of the film a day after. We'll have that for you right here live on The Drive.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, the Astros had a big weekend. They go in and sweep the Angels, and they maintain having a 4.5 game lead in the AL West with 13 games to play over Seattle. And they win all of those games. They did what they needed to do and capped it off with a sweep on Sunday. But to me, Clint, the real story was Justin Verlander on Saturday. Verlander against the Angels, 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned, 2 walks, 2 Ks, still just under 90 pitches, 89 pitches. And his ERA is at 5.20, and his ERA is still above 8 since he's returned from the IL. But that's at least an improvement from what he's been doing. But 5 innings, 89 pitches, that is still a rough go of it for Justin Verlander. And I think he has helped make him, give himself a chance to maybe be in there. But it's still, this still isn't up to par to where the other guys are. But at least it wasn't 8 runs in the first 2 innings or 5 runs in the first.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's a step in the right direction. I mean, it's just Justin Verlander's not somebody this is a known commodity. He's moving in the right direction. Got a couple more starts. I did not personally watch much of that game. It was in the background, but I did watch the postgame show, and the conversation there revolved around not the best Verlander we've ever seen, but it was definitely a step in the right direction. I got to take their word for it. Obviously, the numbers back that up as well. And let's be honest, Verlander doesn't have to be great to be one of the 3 to start a game in the wild card. He doesn't have to be great to be one of 4 or 5 in an actual playoff series. He just has to show that he's capable and he's in the right spot and he can give us a chance to win. This is Justin Verlander we're talking about. Moving in the right direction, getting right over these next couple of games is going to be big.
Hey, fellas, you think if he has a similar output to this in the 2 remaining starts, it looks like he may have, 5 innings, 6 innings or something like that. You think this gets him in the rotation?
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah. Yep.
I heard that man say back of the baseball card last week.
Oh, God.
General manager said, hey, we know Justin.
Houston doesn't want to hear that no more.
He's the back of the baseball card guy.
Yeah, I mean, I would appreciate if they just didn't even shape their mouth to do 2 things: talk about the back of the baseball card or talk about injuries.
Off the glove of Abreu.
Just leave that stuff alone.
I'm with you on that. But hey, like you said, step in the right direction as they cap things off. All right, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
All right, this is the big news that's kind of dominating the NFL overall right now, and I'm wondering how surprised you guys are about this. Sources say that the Panthers are benching former number 1 overall pick Bryce Young and starting veteran Andy Dalton beginning this week. So after 2 weeks, they're benching Bryce Young. Obviously, there's a connection here as Bryce went number 1 and is the reason why I am Ron. Coach Dave Canales has repeatedly said Bryce is our quarterback, but with the season quickly slipping away, Canales decided to make a change. So that is the latest. Bryce has been benched. Real quick, Jordan Schultz reports Panthers quarterback Bryce Young and those close to him were very shocked, quote, at the organization's decision to bench him this morning. It came out of nowhere, one source said. Safe to say no one anticipated the plug being pulled after just 2 games with a new coaching staff. By the way, on this thing, Carolina, their 2025 second-round pick still goes to Chicago as the final piece of that trade. They got DJ Moore, the 2023 first-round pick, which became Darnell Wright. He had a tough night last night. And second-round pick, which became Tyreek Stevenson. I know they really like him. Also, that 2004 first-round pick became Caleb Williams. And, again, they have another second-round pick to finish this thing off. You're surprised that this quickly that the Panthers pulled the plug on Bryce Young?
No, I'm not surprised because it's been bad enough in Carolina at some point in time they've got to get – the owner's not going to fire himself. They fired everybody else in the building already one time.
Coach didn't bring you in.
And there's really nowhere else to go other than Bryce Young. I mean, at the end of the day, I have not watched Bryce Young's tape this year. I don't know what the situation is, but clearly he's not getting it done. The part of this I don't like is Canales' the reasoning. Look, we're all adults here, man. We're all grown-ass men here. If I'm not giving this team the best chance to win and you feel like there's somebody better behind me, then let's just move on. The whole Bryce is our quarterback, the season's slipping away, we've got to make a change. I mean, that whole spiel, if you will, to me, it just is so soft. It's poor leadership. I just, when it's all said and done, there's nothing wrong with going to the mic and saying, we feel like Andy Dalton at this point in time with his experience and his leadership right now in this league gives us a better chance to get this organization rolling in the right direction right now. Bryce is one of our quarterbacks. He'll be in a quarterback room. We don't know what the future holds. We love Bryce, but right now the right thing for this team is for Andy Dalton to be the starting quarterback. Let's roll. The whole Bryce is our quarterback and making excuses of why you're making the change because the quarterback's not getting the job done. For whatever reason, he's not getting the job done. And you think that there's the experience and the knowledge, the know-how of an Andy Dalton who can allow this offense to take a stride in the right direction, which isn't crazy. It's not crazy. All rookies aren't C.J. Stroud. It's not crazy to think that a veteran quarterback will give you a chance to steady the ship, maybe get a win, maybe get a little momentum, but the whole soft shoe and the benching, man, look, it is what it is. He's not getting the job done. You're going to go in a different direction right now. Nobody's cutting him. He's still getting paid every Tuesday. He's still going to have opportunities down the road, but right now, Andy Dalton's the guy. It's just such a soft response or statement by Dave Canales. Other than that, I get it, understand it.
Yeah, and for me, I think Bryce is this is not obviously the best situation to have walked in as a first-year quarterback. The things that has happened, the changes that has happened there. But for Bryce Young to be in the space of very shocked that the organization benched him this morning, I don't know if you could be very shocked. I mean, to put it in perspective,
Will
Levis has been awful, but Will Levis he's been a lot better than Bryce.
But
so you can't be that. You can't be caught up. They don't look like a professional football team.
Yeah, but the problem here is in that scenario, right? We're not privy to the messaging that head coach Dave Canales has said to Bryce Young. If he's gone into to the extent of saying, "You're my guy," like what Mike McDaniels did with Tua. It ended up working out because Tua played well, the team played well, they won a bunch of games. But you hitch your wagon to this guy and you tell him you're in his corner no matter what, and the whole time he's struggling, you're saying the right things, you're pouring positivity into him, and then all of a sudden, after a game on a Monday, you go, man, let's go. I'm gonna hit eject on this kid and move in a different direction. Like you screwed up from the jump with all the messaging and all the kid gloves and all the stroking that you did. And now you got to backtrack on that. That's never easy to do. And of course, the quarterback's going to be blindsided. Of course, he knows he hadn't been playing well, but there's a level of confidence in his mind that the coach has got my back. I can go out here and try to lead and say what I need to say and do what I need to do to hopefully turn this thing. And now all trust is broken because I'd be willing to bet you there's some very strong commitments has been communicated from Dave Canales to Bryce Young, and this right here just did it in after 2 games.
All right, DeMeco Ryans coming up next. We'll have him as he is talking to the media the day after they get to 2-0 against the Bears. DeMeco coming up next.
All right, Dr. Matoran, baby. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that we take for granted way too often, man. If you're out there and you're suffering from breathing problems day and or night, allergies, sinus problems, sleep problems, let me get your undivided attention, man. I got the solution. Dr. Matoran is the guy. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures. He knows you got a family. He knows you got a job. You got bills to pay. He wants you to get back to living your everyday life, and he wants to get you out of the office, back on your feet, moving, right? Ultimately, all he cares about is, are you sleeping your best nights, which is going to allow you to live your best life. If that's what you're looking for, call him right now, 713-665-8887. 713-665-8887.
and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday, Victory Monday, and a Mad Dog Monday. Let's head out to NRG and hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as he is speaking to the media on Monday.
You're going to start doing like Luther Vandross, man. You're just going to get you some tan and you start smoking.
I hear you.
Nico, I wanted to ask how did you feel like, what was your determination of the tackle on Joe Mixon? Did you determine after your film that it was hip hop? And also, how did his absence maybe affect the flow of the offense after he went out?
Right, losing Joe was tough for our offense. We know the production that Joe had the first week. It was beneficial, and it was key to our success in the first week. And with the tackle, right, it's definitely, in my mind, considered the hip drop when the defender unweights himself and he puts all of his weight on the runner's legs. You see why we want to get the hip drop tackle out of the game, right, because it causes a lot of injuries when it happened. The hip drop tackle doesn't happen much, but the percentage of injury when it does happen is very high, and you saw that there with Joe, and his ankle, and the defender landing on his ankle. So tough spot to be in. We all want to coach it better. Defenders, that's why you want to put your body in front and tackle guys in front and not reaching from behind. And the defender's in a bad spot there. He's trying to get Joe down, and the only way, when you're in a bad spot, the only way is to, unweight yourself and you put your weight all on his legs. So unfortunate that happened to Joe.
With Joe, do you feel like this is something that can be short-term, or is there concern?
We'll see on the injury. We'll see. We'll evaluate Joe as we go throughout the week. We'll just take it day by day.
CJ said afterwards that he took responsibility for not being able to get the offense going again without Joe. What does he need to do to, rally the troops, if you will, without Joe?
Yeah, CJ just has to do his part. I think, a lot of people talk about rallying the troops and all those things. Everybody has to just own up and do their job. Man up, do your job, do whatever you're tasked to do on particular plays. Everybody just do it to the best of your ability. And CJ has to play his game, right? But it's not all on CJ or all on one person to get everyone going, right? Everybody just has to have that ownership. Everybody has to have that mindset that, whatever it takes for us to win, they're ready and willing to do it on each and every play.
Have you watching the tape? What were some of the things that stood out to you?
A lot of great things on tape. First and foremost, we were just excited to get the win, right? And I think for me, it was a team win, right? When we needed plays on offense, they made plays, right? We needed the kicking game to step up, right? Emi had an outstanding game. Again, I mentioned it yesterday, but I think he's one of the only kickers in NFL history have back-to-back weeks of over 3 kicks over 50 yards. So Emi is playing lights out for us, and that was one thing that definitely stood out in the game. And defensively, just seeing the guys just swarm. We talk about the D-line and what they did with all the pressures, but just watching Petrie and watching how relentless he was, every rep, no matter if he was rushing, no matter if he's in coverage, he was all over the field, sideline to sideline, playing relentless. And it was just exciting to see, our style of play on defense just showed through the tape from all 3 levels of our defense. All the guys were playing with great effort. All the guys were playing physical. Just love to see that style.
Not that it's any surprise, but with Nico Collins' continued growth
What do you attribute a lot of that to? The dedication, the way he's worked on his body, just all of it? What do you see from him in terms of specifics getting better?
Nico, he's been consistent. He's been one of our most consistent guys since I first got here. Watching Nico, watching the way he prepares throughout the week, like he's always been the same person. Nico never gets too high or too low. Like Nico is always even keel, always consistent, and he shows up in clutch moments. But he doesn't have to do anything different in a clutch moment. Nico is just being Nico. Like he's making the plays that he makes, and he's been lights out again for the start of the year. And he is having an outstanding year.
What's your understanding of what occurred with Azeez when he was on the Bears sideline, and do you anticipate any repercussions from the league coming out of that?
From my perspective, seeing Azeez, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline, and but if the quarterback stays in, he's going to get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. Like we still play a physical game, and you're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And what happened after that, Azeez is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff, and they are surrounding him. We got people pushing Azeez and so we have to, as the game, we have to be better, right? From protecting all players involved, especially when something happens on the opposite sideline. Like, you just have to be better. And we know, from Azeez's perspective, we, can't throw punches or anything like that. But just overall, we just have to be able to protect players, and it goes both ways. When you got guys surrounding one of our players and ununiformed staff that's surrounding and in that little mix-up as well, like that's a problem, and we have to get it fixed.
Are there challenges to, when giving your team a message, enjoying winning because that's the main goal, and then at the same time saying, well, we didn't play as well as we possibly could have, or we could be a lot better? Is there any challenge when it comes to the messaging of that?
The challenge for us is always to improve and get better. That's always my challenge, right? That's how you push for greatness, right? And it's never easy, I'll say, to win in this league. A lot of games come down to one possession each and every week. Over half of the games, or more than half of the games, will come down to one possession. So to me, a win is a win, and we're excited to win the game. I thought our guys battled and did a great job of making the plays we needed to make to win the game, and that's always the number one goal, is to win each week.
Mario caught his first interception. You said throughout, as he got here, he's being consistent, one of the more consistent guys on the team. How cool was it just to see him see the consistency produce into an interception?
Yeah, it was really cool to see Kamari. The work that he's putting in is really cool to see him, reap the benefits of that, right? And getting the pick is a matter of not just him, but it's the rush, speeding up the quarterback, and it's Kamari having really good hands. That was a difficult catch to make as well, so it was really nice play by him. But, man, credit to him. The kid's been consistent. I talk about it all the time. He's been consistent where he needs to be every single play, and he doesn't press to make plays. Some guys get in the spot and they try to press to make a play, and then you end up putting yourself in a bad position. He's in the right position all the time, and he benefited yesterday from being able to make it big.
Nico, what did you make of Jarrett Patterson and the offensive line performance last night with Juice out, and specifically in the run game?
Proud of Jarrett for stepping in there late in the week. He had to step in, and there were a lot of calls, a lot of checks, with their front. That was a tough defensive front. They did a really good job of moving. They did a really good job of, really packing the box and stopping the run game. So JP stepped in and he handled it. The communication, he handled it really well. I thought, but they played really good up front for us, and we all continue to improve all across the board on our team. Everybody has things that we can improve on.
All right, you're listening to the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, at NRG.
You mentioned about Joe Mixon, the tackle. Is that something that y'all will forward as the film to the disciplinary committee, just sort of as on a weekly basis? I know that's part of the process. Is that part of the package that y'all was sent up there to just go, like, you're not taking sides, but you're putting your information in?
Yeah, whenever there are plays of that nature, as the hip drop or the issue with Aziz on the sideline, we always want to send those into the league to make sure we're correct in what we're saying to our players. We just want to make sure we're coaching our players the right way and make sure we're within lines of the rules and playing the game the right way. So we always try to send those plays into the league to make sure we have clarity, so our players have clarity when they're on the field so they can play as fast as possible and leave no doubt.
What are some of your early views on the Minnesota Vikings?
Minnesota, good man, really good team. They're coached really well. Their defense is playing great. I think they've held opponents to under 25 points so far. So their defense is playing really lights out. Offensively, they played well yesterday. Had some big explosives. They're playing well together. So we'll get further. We'll get more into those guys as we go throughout the week. But 2-0 team, and we know Minnesota is always a tough place to play, right? That crowd there is they're always loud. They make it challenging on us from an offensive perspective. So already know going into it, we have to be on it with our cadence. We have to be on it with our pre-snap communication all the way across the board.
DeMeco, can you talk about through 2 weeks? I know it's still early. If you had to say this is one thing that we really got to work on cleaning up. I mean, you're talking about always getting better. Is there anything that stands out to you?
The things we have to clean up, I think it starts with just being more consistent, right? I think we targeted really well and ran the ball well our first week, then coming in this week, presented different issues with the front, but we still have to be consistent and run it as best as we can. And from the penalty standpoint, I think I know we have to play cleaner there, right? We allowed drives, right, to continue. We took big explosive plays off of the board. We took interceptions off of the board, like a lot of plays right there where we hurt ourselves with penalties and also just protecting the football. Like, we have to do a much better job of protecting the ball on the offensive side. We're carrying the ball. Like, we can't give the ball up there and we're in the red zone. We got points. We cannot give the ball up in that situation right there. So a lot of different things, different players have things to work on, but that's the beauty of the league. Like, who can make those adjustments, who can make those improvements, and continue to get better as the season goes on.
We'll close with DJ. Go ahead, DJ. Well, what kind of, I don't know if this is a game plan specific thing, but it looked like Derek was lining up on DJ Moore a lot. What kind of went into that matchup, and how, not was cool, but what was it like watching your best corner go against their best receiver and be able to hold them under 50 yards and catch an interception?
And schematically, we do a lot of different things, and for me, defensively, whatever it takes, that specific week, that's what we'll do. Stingley was matched up, on DJ Moore. Thought he did a really nice job, and to see him go attack the football, that was big time for us, and that's what we need Stingley to do.
This is a non-football question. I think some people in here might find it valuable. What's your remedy to getting your voice back after you lose your voice? Because it was damn near 12 hours ago and you couldn't even talk. What's the recipe for that? I'm trying a lot. I'm trying to get whatever you got.
Get whatever I got. I have try to get some rest. That's it. Rest and no yelling. I don't have to yell when I get home.
They're all asleep.
They're all asleep. You're right. All right. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, that's head coach DeMeco Ryans speaking to the media. We'll get some reaction to some of the things he had to say. He slips them in there, but he tries to set the tone from time to time on that. We'll react to that and look at this weekend wild games that the Texans got themselves out of. Some other teams weren't as lucky. We'll discuss all of that coming up. But before we get there, guys, head to Texas Star Grill Shop. It is that time. That weather is perfect for getting out and getting on the grill. What other?
and get ready for the workday.
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, welcome back in. We just listened to the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as he spoke after being able to watch the film, even though it was a late one, being able to watch the film and get back in. And my player of the game was Jalen Petrie earlier, and it was because I feel like he set the tone with physicality. And you can tell this is what DeMeco wants to have for this team and wants to have happen. And he spoke about it. What he said, when you play us,
you're going to get hit hard.
You're going to get hit hard.
Ooh, that made me football horny.
You're going to get hit hard. And he says it so casually. It's
because he's dead ass serious.
Just slides it in. And, this especially defensively through two games. They may have had some struggles in week one with big plays down the field. Now, by the way, they improved on that this week. But they have laid the lumber. They are bringing it, and Jalen Petrie good God, boy. Alshire, listen, I'll be honest with you. I know he said they're kind of sensitive on the end. I think they'd be a little sensitive if C.J. Stroud got hit like that, giving himself up on the sideline.
Yeah.
But I understand it. Like, he's coming in. He was all night at it. And yeah, they are becoming, especially defensively, a very, very physical football team.
Yeah, look, I think one of the big things, Ron, that we haven't talked about much today, the Kaimi Fairbairn situation. That's the second time, that he's brought up Kaimi.
He brought it up last night. Said it's the reason why we're 2-0.
Yeah, and so like last night, that's just a powerful statement, man. I mean, obviously he's great, and we got to tip our cap to Kaimi Fairbairn, the only kicker in the history of the game to go in a two-game span have more than 5. I think he actually has 6 50-plus yard field goals. That guy right there. Yep, he's got 6 in 2 games. And so, we've talked about it briefly, but being a defensive-minded head coach and really believing in your defense and having a really good defense, which I think they do. We talk about the flaws from time to time, but this is a really good defense. When you've got a defense that you can literally put the team on your back and win it the way they did yesterday, coupled with a kicker that the minute you cross midfield, you are legitimately in field goal range and you've got 3 points. At that point in time, Ron, it's really easy to go, okay, quarterback, let's be not conservative, but let's take care of the football. Let's not turn it over. It's easy to look up and say, hey, once we cross the 50, if you get a false start penalty, you're taking us out of field goal range, right? So it's a powerful thing to have that defense and that field goal kicker, along with how explosive we know this offense can be. It hadn't been a better start to a season for anybody in a Texans uniform more so than Kaimi Fairbairn. He is doing it and doing it effortlessly as well.
Hey guys, y'all have watched him more than I have. I've at least seen him the last 4+ years. This is my 5th season with him. Where in the hell is this coming from?
Kaimi?
He didn't used to be this consistent for 50.
Not quite where it is, but
including himself.
Yes,
but he's always been pretty damn good.
I thought he was a good kicker, but it wasn't like he's like Justin Tucker and Harrison Butker right now.
Yeah.
Like the way, automatic. He's been better than Justin. Justin
Tucker's fallen off.
He's not been great from 50+ here of late. But
it's rough.
Yesterday. You said this. We have not sat here, and like I said, I'll kind of slide this over to you all. We haven't sat here and said what Clint said throughout, right? You cross the 50 and you're in field goal range. That's not always been the case with him.
I don't know what the numbers in the history will tell you, but I know I've watched as much Texans football as I have ever watched any one team play over the last 5 years, and I've never felt as comfortable and confident as I feel about Kaimi Fairbairn right now.
No, yeah, no, and they're not. These aren't nail biters. They're right.
Yeah.
They're right there. They're good from the start to end, the middle, and the finish. Yeah, so, shout out to him. He has said that. In fact, I was talking to McClain last night, and he was like, this is kind of, this isn't how it always was. He says he is really with the length in terms of how far he's kicking these things. This seems to be a new development. All right, Clint and Tyler, real quick. Yesterday, thankfully, the Texans didn't get themselves involved in the situation a lot of teams had. The 49ers went and lost to the Texans' next opponent on the road, the Vikings and Sam Darnold. I don't think people saw that coming. The Ravens lost to the Raiders. The Cowboys got destroyed at home by the Saints. The Lions were 6.5-point favorites at home against the Bucs. They lost. The Jags lose to the Browns. The Rams got blown out by the Arizona Cardinals. It was a weird day of a lot of favorites going down. Which one caught you off guard the most? Which favorites that caught one yesterday that was involved in that weird Sunday yesterday caught you off guard the most?
Probably the 49ers losing to the Vikings. The 49ers week one. I mean, you're talking about when you talk about the Cowboys, the Lions, the Ravens, the 49ers. I mean, these are the Rams. You're talking about teams that like this. It's Super Bowl or bust type stuff right now for those particular organizations. Yeah. The 49ers, of all those organizations, I thought the 49ers looked the best week one. I thought they looked better than anybody and more physical, more convincing. I mean, they were in rhythm on time in the pass game. They were more physical on both lines of scrimmage. I mean, it was impressive week one. And for them to go out, and I know they're missing Christian McCaffrey, but for them to go out and then not play well, not put many points on the board against a Vikings team, again, Sam Darnold, you don't expect the Vikings to be able to play up to the 49ers level. So if I had to pick one, they're all bad, but if I had to pick one, it would probably be 49ers losing to the Vikings.
That caught me off guard. The Ravens was weird. I don't know what that was. For me, I don't know that I'm the way that the Cowboys lost. Yes. The Saints came out 6 for 6 with their first 6 drives for touchdowns.
There it was.
And 5 of the 6 of them were at least, shut up, Tyler, 69 yards.
Nice.
There were at least 69 yards. There was an 80 in there, like 2 or 3 70s. I mean, it was ridiculous. They had no answer. It didn't matter. That one was wild, and that Ravens thing, that was weird too. They were up 10 and just all of a sudden lost. All right, what you got coming up in the
All right, I know it wasn't pretty. Hell, it wasn't pretty week one on the defensive side, and it wasn't pretty on week two on the offensive side of the football. But the first 2 weeks of the season, we've got the answers that I was looking for the Houston Texans. I'll tell you what those answers are, and I'll tell you exactly why I feel better about the Houston Texans right now than I ever have. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I also feel better in my own personal life than I ever have, fellas. Thanks to Low T Center, without a doubt. 6 years, 2 different states, several different offices.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
We had us a little primetime party last night, y'all. A little Sunday night football. Nice to get a W over here in NRG Stadium. Nice little crowd. Nice little atmosphere. It was a good time, Ron. And I tell you what, man, 2 weeks into the season, I feel better about these Houston Texans than I've ever felt about the Houston Texans. And I'll explain. Coming into this season, for me personally, there was one thing that we knew was the case for the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud was a bad man, and he's got weapons. Both of his big weapons, receiver-wise, are back from last year. They add Stephon Diggs. They add Joe Mixon. They bring back Dalton Schultz. You've got an offensive pass game that can get in a shootout and beat anybody in the league in terms of just being that electric and that productive. You've got that. A shootout, you got a shot, no matter who you're playing with C.J. Stroud. The two things that if you look back at last year and you say, okay, in order for the Texans to get to be a real, true Super Bowl caliber football team, they've got to do X, Y, and Z, right? There's two of them. I gave you three letters. I meant two. You got to do Y and Z, all right? So number one is you've got to, at the very least, run the football in a complementary fashion. Not dominant, but just in a complementary fashion. I'm clearly not talking about what happened last night because that wasn't the case. But we're going to go back to week 1 against the Indianapolis Colts. 40 rushes for 213 yards. Really, it was 36 rushes for about $197 if you take C.J. Stroud's 13 yards out of for 200 yards. So it was really 36 for 200 if you take C.J. Stroud's scrambles out of the mix, because clearly we didn't have any quarterback-designed runs for C.J. Stroud. So week 1, you win a game on the back of a run game, on the back of an offensive line, and on the back of an offensive line dominating a defensive front. Now, we fast forward and we understand that the Indianapolis Colts defense is not what we thought it was, because they got ran through like messed through a goose once again by the Green Bay Packers and Josh Jacobs.
When they knew that's what they could do. That was with Malik Willis in the game. They knew that's what they were doing.
You put it on tape that you can't stop the run. Guess what? You're going to get punched in the face every Sunday until you show that you can. But I don't want to, because guess what? Guess what we didn't do last year some of the times against Carolina or against Atlanta? You play some teams that aren't very good football teams, and you go through the motions and you don't throw it well or run it well, and you end up losing that game, right? That particular game, what I think was front and center was one of the two questions about this team. Can they run it at the very least in a complementary fashion? Against the Colts, they ran it in dominant fashion, right? So that box was checked last week. And then you get to fast forward to this week. Now, we may have to circle back to that run game because it was awfully ugly, and there may be some concerns there this week. But this week, all of a sudden, you win a football game with a dominant defensive performance. Again, it was not a very good offense. It was a rookie quarterback that's with the coordinator that he just met 6 months ago or however long ago it was. But you dominated that particular team the way you should dominate that team if you're a really good defense and they have a rookie quarterback, right? That's a step in the right direction. Those are the two big question marks that I had for this football team that they've answered to date. Now, we'll see if it can hold up for 17 weeks. We'll see if they can run it against the better defenses. We'll see if they can pressure and confuse offenses that are quarterbacked by Aaron Rodgers and Pat Mahomes and all these other guys that are really, really good quarterbacks out there. But you can only play the schedule that they throw out there, and in the first two games, they've answered two monster questions. The defense this week, 7 sacks, 11 hits on the quarterback, 205 total yards. They had 2 turnovers. They won in every facet of defense that you possibly could. And I think the big stat that sticks out, according to Next Gen Stats, they had to do some correcting because Next Gen Stats screwed this up last night. We reported a little bit inaccurately on the postgame show, but that was on Next Gen Stats. Next Gen Stats The Houston Texans, their pressure got home on 23 of 48 called pass plays. 23 of 48. That's damn near 50% of the pass plays that were called by the Chicago Bears. DeMeco Ryans not only dialed up a pressure, but that pressure got home. In fact, the last stat that I saw, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter had 17 combined pressures, just those two alone. And a total, because you can obviously have more than one pressure, I guess, on a play. And the total pressure was 28 total pressures on 48 called pass plays. So the number is actually over 50% if you factor in multiple pressures in one, Ron. So the fact that the Texans have now won a game on the back of the run game as well as on the back of the defense, I don't know how big of a statement either game really is because we don't know enough about any of these football teams at this point in time. As I said, Indy is not who we thought they were, obviously, after 2 weeks. But the fact that the Texans were able to get that done and check those boxes, I think is a huge step in the right direction for this organization as they play to establish themselves as legitimate, not me and you talking and the national media talking, but legitimate. You belong in the conversation with the Bears, the Chiefs, the 49ers, the big boys in the NFL. As they fight to establish that, those are two big steps in the right direction.
Well, I think the major statement was made was, hey, let's see before the year how many games will the Texans be able to win if C.J. Stroud doesn't have to be clearly the best player in the game? And I think that they are 2-0 in that. I don't think and I don't think C.J. now with this confidence, and I don't know that he ever did, fellas, but he doesn't feel the pressure to have to go out there and, I got to make plays. I think Anthony Richardson feels the pressure that I got to make plays. I think there are some quarterbacks, young or older, that feel the pressure of, I got to make plays, I got to make plays, I got to make plays. I don't think that he feels that way, especially after week one with the run game and what it did, and this defense and what it did. I think that just is going to give him and them more confidence in, all right, I can just take what is given to me. I can just play the game and not have to do anything extra. So I think the big statement is they have now played 2 ball games, and neither one of them was C.J. Stroud the best player on the field.
Great point. I think another thing about this defense, Ryan, this is the second time that I can recall where DeMeco Ryans asked Derek Stingley Jr. to shadow the opponent's best receiver, and he shadowed DJ Moore and essentially took him out of the box score, took him out of the game plan, took him out of he was a non-factor in the ball game. He did have a couple of plays. I don't think early on initially, right out of the gate, I don't think Stingley was shadowing DJ Moore. At some point in time in the first half, they put that into effect. I don't think he did it the entire game, so I'm not sure the 50 yards or whatever it was that DJ Moore did have, I'm not sure how much of that occurred with Derek Stingley covering him. But Derek Stingley was in a position, again, to shadow the opponent's best receiver in a game where obviously the defense was going to pressure a lot. You're going to play a lot of man, and the ability to take the best receiver, really, because you talk to quarterbacks, I always tell quarterbacks when I'm working with them, like, hey, when you get cover zero, when you get blitz, when you get a pressure look, you got 2 options, right? One, first and foremost, and I hope this is the case, you find your best wide receiver, your best playmaker, and you get him the football right now. If your best playmaker can't beat one-on-one coverage, you don't have a great playmaker, right? So if you have that guy, go to him right now. If you don't have that guy, there has to be some kind of combination, some kind of pick route, some kind of rub route where you go to that right now. So as a quarterback, when you have a defensive, when you're looking across the ball and Derek Stingley is following DJ Moore and takes DJ Moore completely out of the game, then as a quarterback, I'm in a really, really bad spot. So Derek Stingley being able to do that was absolutely tremendous. DeMeco Ryans pulling that trigger, pulling that card, playing that card so early in the season was absolutely beautiful. Clearly, they're comfortable with it. And it leads me to this, Ron. I know why, if you're going to double move Derek Stingley Jr., cool, double moving. If you're gonna work, if he's soft and you're gonna work an underneath route, throw something underneath him, cool, all day long, right? If you're gonna change direction, a little whip route, they got DJ Moore on early in the game, cool, I get it. Why any quarterback and any offensive coordinator at this point in time decides, all right, boys, let's take a shot, and they decide that they're going to throw a straight go route or a back shoulder or a post, they're going to throw it to Derek Stingley in man situation. Now, the Colts did it. That was quarters coverage. Derek Stingley had to do that. In a man situation, I don't know why teams even take a chance of throwing it Derek Stingley's way. He clearly has a size and athletic ability advantage over 90% of guys, and his ball skills,
yeah, that's what it is.
His ball skills are as good as a wide receiver. So I just don't know, unless you've got a Mike Evans or a Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill, and you think you're just going to run by, okay, cool. But these guys that
if you were the quarterback, you're not throwing
Ron,
you're not throwing a 50-50 ball.
Ron, I'm look here, man. Wednesday, hell with that. I'm coming in Tuesday, and I'm sitting down with the offensive coordinator. I'm going, all right, man, here's the deal. This week.
Damn, you ain't doing that for Luke?
For Luke? Yeah. Luke? Yeah, hell yeah. Luke holds the record today for the most yards per catch.
Derek Stingley out there, Lucas. You feel that comfortable?
I'm comfortable with that. I mean, Luke was 6'4", 4'3". Yeah, I'm good with that. Absolutely. I mean, there wasn't a defensive back in the SEC. I wasn't throwing that thing up to Anthony Lucas.
DJ Moore.
That's Mike Evans. That's Mike Evans. But I mean, seriously, if you're an offensive coordinator, if you're a quarterback, you go to your OC on Tuesday, the day off. Everybody else is out of the building. And say, all right, let's talk scheme here. Let's talk approach. All right, now if we're going to double move somebody, we're going to double move number 4. All right, because we know he's going to be soft, we know he's jumpy, he's going to jump underneath routes, and we feel like we can get behind him. Right? You may have the same opportunity double moving Derek Stingley Jr., but he has the athletic ability that if you don't throw it perfect, he can make up and snatch it out of the air. So I'm going to choose to pick number 4. Now, if we're going to run go routes, hey, they're going to pressure us all day long. They're going to pressure us. We saw them pressure Caleb Williams. All right, I'm going to take the snap. I'm going to set my base, put my right big toe on the ground, and I'm going to throw this thing up and try to drop it at 42 yards down the field, 5 yards off the sideline, and let my best receiver run and at least step for step with Kamari Lassiter, if not run by him. I'm going to drop it in the bucket. I'll be damned. And they don't even try it. They don't even try. It's like they want to attack. Ever since Daniel Jones tried it and it didn't work for him, it's like everybody just wants to try it. I don't understand the confidence.
They leave it short too, boy. Again, basically the 50-50 portion of it, and he goes up and
it's wild. It's the damnedest thing. And with Derek Stingley, you'd be like, hey, if anything, I'm gonna hit you in stride or I'm gonna overthrow you. I'm not underthrowing this thing.
Yeah.
So it's just I don't know why teams continue to do what they do with certain players, man. It's with certain receivers and schematically. So we'll see. They tried it again on Derek Stingley. Derek was having a rough game early on. They were doing some things underneath, taking advantage of him, getting some separation, and it was a good plan. And then all of a sudden they decided to go deep on him. It's like, what are we doing here, man? So it's interesting. I think we're going to see teams just leave Derek Stingley alone, especially when he's in shadow mode, which seems to be something DeMeco Ryans went from not doing last year early on to going, actually we do that here. So it was good. All right, DeMeco spoke a little earlier. I know everybody heard it. If you want to hear DeMeco in full, go back to, what was it, 340 segment?
325.
325, and I'll have it on the podcast.
Yeah, there you go. Podcast that thing. If you go back, Odyssey app, AUDACY, download that Odyssey app. You can use the rewind feature. You can go back and listen to DeMeco Ryans Monday. The Monday presser is always absolute money. And there's a football horny clip of the day that was birthed a little bit earlier by DeMeco Ryans in that 320 segment. So I got it for you. Here's the deal. We all saw it. Hell, we saw it on national TV. The people that were watching on TV saw it better than we did. Azeez Al-Shaair, clearly a guy that plays football mentally right on the edge of going crazy, and is just lights out, plays with his hair on fire, is an absolute machine, and lives by the rule of physicality. He's going to be physical wherever the hell he arrives. There's no doubt about it. And Caleb Williams was scrambling towards the sideline, clearly trying to stay in bounds, leaning inbounds, not out of bounds. And Azeez Al-Shaair, could he have just kind of chest bumped him and pushed him out? Absolutely. But instead, he absolutely mauls him. And look, Azeez is on their sideline and just gets swarmed by Bears players, from guys that were on the field coming off to guys that were on the sideline that just surrounded him, players, staff, all kind of stuff. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking specifically about the Azeez Al-Shaair situation on the Bears sideline.
From my perspective, seeing Azeez, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone goes, everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline. But if the quarterback stays in, he's going to get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. We still play a physical game, and you're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And what happened after that, Azeez is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff, and they are surrounding him. They got people pushing Azeez and kick, so we have to, as the game, we have to be better.
Boner alert.
You're going to get hard if you play us. That's just how we operate here.
Whoa. You left out hit.
No, I said you're going to get hit hard.
You didn't say it. You did, man. You said you're going to get hard
if you play us.
Man, pull that back.
Please, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch.
That'll be today's outro.
If you heard him say hit, gonna get hit.
I like it.
I don't like it.
I'm clearly losing it because I'd bet $1,000
that'd be a hell of
right
a
now.
thing.
I said
Hey, let me tell you what right now, DeMeco Ryans, baby. I'm going to tell you what. Hey, Minnesota, be listening. Hey, your ass is going to get hard if you play us.
Boner alert.
I mean, I don't know. I need you to pull that up. I'm pretty sure I said
that.
hit.
I need that for the next time.
I heard to get it till 4:30, but I'll have it.
I heard the same thing.
You're gonna get hit hard if you play us. That's just how we operate.
You
right
leaving
here.
one word out, yeah. That
absolutely love it. By the way, tremendous job by DeMeco defending his guy in a professional in a professional manner. He went about it by saying, yeah, their whole team swarmed him, players and coaches, staff. He went on to say even staff that was in plain clothes surrounded him. All he didn't say was, yeah, hell yeah, it's human nature to stand up and punch somebody.
Yeah.
So I thought he did a great job defending his player in an indirect way that was beautiful.
All right, coming up, we'll figure that out a little bit later on to see what Clint said, because people are saying you totally left that word out.
My wife did just text me. I don't think I did, though.
Okay.
I may have ran them all together.
We'll hear it. But let's get CJ's grade for this game. 23 of 36, 260, one touchdown, no picks. Let's get CJ's grade coming out of week 2 against the Bears. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about
Episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Victory Monday. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tyler's Victory Monday shirt, Mad Dog Monday, as well. Cheers to you all, and a little Reaction Monday.
How's that Orange Jubilee treating you?
Good.
It was great.
It's good. It's good, man. Good times. Good times in Houston here. All right, let's jump into this, Clint. We want to do this every Monday, and then as you are a quarterback and me, I just love quarterbacks. Love them a lot.
You should.
Really enjoy quarterbacks. Like, I don't know if they get me the way you said the way you said teams play the Texans.
Get you good and hard?
but
I mean, it was fitting. I would swear.
I can't wait to hear.
I think I said get hit.
Nope. Tyler is going to get that for us coming up next segment.
My mind said it.
Yeah, your mind said it because you went right past it.
Yeah, your mouth didn't know.
But
yeah, well, look, that's a problem. Usually my mouth is running before my mind. It must have.
Yeah, you went somewhere else. But you can chime in with your thoughts as well, because I'm sure you all love quarterbacks and C.J. Stroud. What's your grade for him? 23 of 36, 260, 1 touchdown, no turnovers, made plays when needed. Wasn't as good on third down this time because up front it seemed like on third downs, especially in that second half, he was getting a lot of pressure. But how would you grade C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday?
I'd give C.J. an A. I mean, look, when you are your offensive line is struggling against a 4-man rush, it's the most difficult set of circumstances that can exist for a quarterback, because you're getting pressured and there's chaos around you, and you're throwing the football through a picket fence because they're dropping 7 guys into coverage. And I'm not talking about the defensive line picket fence. I'm talking about the picket fence that they're building defensively for you to throw through. And so it just becomes exponentially more difficult. And he, in the first half, was able to navigate some of that and still make plays. I thought he did a tremendous job of escaping the pocket a couple of different times where I thought there was no way he was going to get free. He got free and made tremendous throws. Nico Collins on the other end of them. And then obviously in rhythm and on time, he's delivering footballs where guys can run after catch. He fit a couple of balls into tight windows. I just thought, given the circumstances and the opportunities that he legitimately had under a lot of duress, I thought he did a great job. Didn't turn the football over at all, and made enough plays early on in this game to make it very difficult for Caleb Williams and this awful offense to come back and score enough points to get there. So wasn't a great day offensively, but I think with what C.J. Stroud, the set of circumstances that were laid at his feet, I thought he handled them swimmingly. I give him an A.
I won't go A-. They're not all created equally. Sometimes you think A is like, hey, he went off and he had 350 yards or something. No, I was really impressed with, all right, clearly he got to a point where he understood the only way that they get back into this game is if I turn the ball over, if we turn the ball over. And there were moments, and I actually asked CJ this last night in the presser after the game about his aptitude to take more risks this year. Like, there are times where he roll out from that rush and try to go make something happen. No, he took sacks that was the smart play. Just don't turn it over, protect the football, don't get stripped, don't try to hold it longer. Like that, it became clear at 16-10, they're not going to score a touchdown unless the Texans help them. Like, there was the almost pick that would have been a pick six if he would have been able to hold on to it, but he couldn't hold on to it. Like, after that, it seemed like, nah, I'm not going to do anything to put you in the game. Now, the reason why I throw the minus in there is just based off really honestly what CJ said himself last night, and that is, I do think I put it on CJ a little bit. It did seem like something happened emotionally with the offense when Joe Mixon got injured and he went out. And it seemed like not just that their play suffered, but it just seemed like the juice was gone. And that's exactly the words he used last night was, it's got to be on me to keep that juice going. And, hey, get back in it. Let's get back in it. So that's the minus part where I kind of come down on the A from you. I do agree with CJ that it is on him to keep that juice going. But I thought he played a very, very smart game in the second half and did what he needed to do so the Bears couldn't get back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with – I think you make a great point about what CJ said and the Joe Mixon thing is when you lose – like Joe Mixon is clearly the voice that's in the huddle damn near every single down with CJ Stroud. As a quarterback, man, you're trying to gather yourself after what just happened. You're trying to hear the play, process the play, make sure the personnel gets in and out of the game, get in the huddle. By the way, you're keeping an eye on the play clock the whole time. You're calling the play, making sure you're repeating certain parts of the play and putting an emphasis on certain parts of the play so guys understand it. If anybody has a question, you're getting it communicated and getting to the line of scrimmage. You don't have time as a quarterback to be the rah-rah, get your head in the game, get your head out of your tail kind of guy. And it seems like Joe Mixon is that guy. The juice he brings along with being the running back and a really, really good running back is it wouldn't shock me. Every good huddle has somebody other than the quarterback. Like in the Chiefs huddle, I guarantee it's Kelsey is the guy. Maybe it's one of those offensive linemen that are maybe it's one of those guys. But you look like each huddle, most of the time they have a guy that is not a receiver that's in and out of the game. It's somebody that's in the huddle a good chunk of the time. So when Joe Mixon goes out, now you lose that, right? You lose that juice. You lose that energy in the huddle. You lose that command of the huddle while the quarterback is out there trying to get his mind right and his bearings around what's coming next. So, yeah, I mean, C.J. Stroud's got to take a little bit more of the load when you lose a guy like that, or somebody do. Because you think like Nico Collins ain't gonna be that guy. Pretty quiet. Dalton Schultz is pretty quiet. Laramie Tunsil ain't gonna do it. Titus Howard ain't gonna do it. Juice Scruggs is gone. Kenyon Green ain't gonna be that guy. I don't know about Shaq Mason. So you just start looking across the board. There's just Tank, as much as we love him, he doesn't seem to be that guy. Maybe Diggs is when he's in the huddle, but he's not always in the huddle because he's a receiver. So it is interesting. The dynamic of losing 28 is not just losing your best running back. Hell, we hadn't even talked about the dynamic of what Joe Mixon is in the pass protection game. I'm sure there's a level of security there knowing Joe Mixon is going to pick up who the hell he's supposed to pick up, and he's big enough to pick up linebackers or anybody else that's coming. So you lose 28, there's a drop off for sure.
It seemed like they lost, as he said, the juice and just never quite regained it.
Yeah,
and I'm with him. Like it's not a huge thing, but that's a bit on him. All right. Before we get out of here, some concerns that we saw today. Some things that DeMeco addressed today. DeMeco addressed yesterday. We'll look at those things as well, and get you ready for DeMeco's coaches show that comes on right behind us, as well as big news out of the NFL. A quarterback was benched already 2 weeks in. We'll discuss that next.
The Texans improve.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
DeMeco Ryans, the coaches show coming up behind us. We're out early on Monday at 5 because you get to hear the coach. You heard him earlier, as Clint and Tyler said, and Tyler will have that posted for you on the podcast page. So listen up for that. But he will have the coaches show coming up at 5 o'clock right after we get done here. I promise I will get you to some of the concerns because I think they're there, and you might hear him actually address those as well. But we got to get down to some business here, as Clint was rolling, and then he just had us both just shoot our heads up. Tyler backed away from the mic a little bit, and Clint was certain. He said, "Get hit hard." I mean, stop. What are you talking about? He said, pull the tape. And luckily for us in this business, generally, if we were just out at, Kirby Ice House or Urban Social or somewhere, and Clint said that, it'd be just, damn. That's our word against his. But no, we can pull the tape. So pull the tape. Tyler pulled the tape. Let's get it. Let's see if Clint actually, in his mind, he said, when you play us, you'll get hit hard. In everybody else's mind, we just heard Clint say, you play us, you'll get hard. And he was, from my memory, he was emphasis on it too. So here is, as we pulled the tape, who's right?
You're going to get hard if you play us. That's just how we operate here.
Whoa.
You're going to get hard if you play us. That's just how we operate here.
Whoa.
I heard what my mind was saying, boys.
Let me tell you something. You didn't run any of those words together.
I didn't.
I
did not run them together.
Them.
You're going to get hard if you play us. That's just how we operate. Yeah. I mean, it was a football horny clip of the day, and
that was a mistake, DeMeco. That's not what he.
Well, no, I mean, I think in a football sense. I think in a football sense.
No. What are you
think in a football sense, you will get hard. You should get good and hard. I mean, that's the if you're a Texans fan and your head coach says,
you want to hand over that shovel.
No. Quit digging. You want me to quit digging? Look, I guarantee you, Larry did. I guarantee you, Larry did. Guarantee you Sean Pendergast did. I mean, I know Tyler, when he said it, Tyler did in there.
Swing!
See there?
Full blood flow.
I mean, that's not what that was not my intentions, but it does work, and I mean, it does work in the moment.
Yeah. You're going to get hard if you play us. If he said that and walked off. Let me tell you this right here. You're going to get hard when you play us. See you Sunday, Vikings. And Tyler Milner's coming with us, too.
That's right, baby.
And he's there.
Sorry, awesome. Guys. It was a slip of the tongue,
No,
man.
Don't be sorry.
Slip of the tongue, man.
Yeah. That was fantastic. All right, Clint, speaking of some slip-ups, there are some things that DeMeco Ryans gets to coach on. I bet he'll talk about this coming up behind us. But this was a game that when you look at it, you feel like they should have dominated more, and this game should not have come down to the end and shouldn't have been closer. And there were a couple of real issues. And I think we are still at a point, Clint, with two in particular. Are they just one game, just had a bad night, or are these going to be trends that continue? And the two big things that jumped out, Clint, were the penalties and the pressure. And now the pressure, this is 2 straight weeks, Clint, that we've seen that come up for the Texans.
Yeah, the penalties are disturbing. I think that, the stuff that is, that you can, like in play, sometimes people are just better than you. And sometimes, there's a weakness in your offensive line, or you don't have the firepower at wide receiver, or, whatever it may be. It's not the case with Houston. I'm just talking football in general. So bad football sometimes is a product of just a result of somebody else beating the hell out of you, somebody else being better. The penalties, I think, are a real problem because that's the bullet that the Texans really dodged this week. Because you look at these penalties, Ron, I didn't realize this until Sean Pendergast last night in the postgame started running down the list of them. There was a field position swinging penalty after a return in the return game that would have at the very least given us great field position. The ball was brought all the way back because of a holding penalty. There was an interception, Kamari Lassiter, tremendous interception that was overturned because Toa held on to a tight end up the seam in coverage. And so you got pass interference, holding, whatever the hell it was. That's a turnover. There was towards the end of the game, C.J. Stroud scrambled for a first down that would have allowed them to burn more of the clock and never give Chicago another chance. Called back for an illegal hands to the face. There was a Chicago Bears drive that was all but done for, and Mario Edwards roughs the passer, Caleb Williams, 15 yards, automatic first down. There was a touchdown drive. It was a 3rd and 14 that the ball was thrown over the middle of the field, and Kalen Bullock pass interfered and gave them a first down. That drive ended in a touchdown. I mean, all of these penalties weren't just your run-of-the-mill. I think there were a couple of false start penalties by Laramie Tunsil that took 3rd and shorts into 3rd and longs. So, I mean, those are penalties. Hell, if you just have 1 or 2 of them against a really good football team that after the game you're like, man, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. The Texans had 12 penalties for 115 yards. And at least half of those penalties
– some of them so unnecessary.
Yeah. And look, some of them you can't avoid, but the truth of the matter is what you have to avoid is 12 of them happening in one game for 115 yards. What you have to avoid is 6 of those penalties. They either cost you field position, turnovers, getting off the field defensively on a drive, stopping them on 3rd down in a drive, which ended in a touchdown. I mean, there's just so many, the offense be able to stay on the field and put a knee in it and ultimately in the game while possessing the ball and not giving it back to Chicago. Like 3 of those in a game, and you're going to, against a good football team, you're going to have a hard time winning that ball game, especially if it's a tight game like yesterday was. And so the penalties to me were the big problem that the Texans just absolutely have to clean up. Because again, you survived a game where you tried to, from a penalty perspective, you tried to give the damn thing to them. You did everything you could to give them every opportunity in the book to score points and keep up with you from a penalty perspective. That has to be cleaned up. You're not, I don't know that you're beating another team on this schedule with that kind of performance in the penalty category.
Yeah, that has to be fixed. And that to me I feel better about. Like, I feel like that is more fixable. Like, I think DeMeco and that group are more disciplined than that. This is 2 weeks in a row with the offensive line, though. In terms of protection, CJ's he's probably been sacked 6 or 7 times already this year. And at one point in the second half, I think you said it. I know we got a roll, but man, that's a 4-man rush.
Yep.
They weren't even sending people.
That's the scary part of it. They were able to stop. They were able to stop the run with a basic front, no pressure, no crowd on the line of scrimmage. And really, it was in due large part to their down 4 linemen are really good, and then they were able to either hit the quarterback or create chaos in the pocket for C.J. Stroud multiple times. And this was a bad day for the Texans offensive line. They've got to be significantly better, and it puts you in a spot where you go, Indy's not as good as we thought they were. The Bears are. I think they're going to end up being a top 5 defense in this league if they can hold it together and stay healthy. Where does this Texans offensive line rank? Can they play a really good front and still run the football effectively and protect the quarterback? I think that's a fair question right now.
No, it is. But big win. They are 2-0, and everybody else in the division is 0-2. So that is big. However it happened, they are in the best position possible. All right. Shout out to DeMeco Ryans, who was on the show earlier today, kinda. He will be taking over after we are done here, the coaches show with DeMeco Ryans coming up as soon as we get done. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
You're going to get hit hard if you playing against us. That's just how we operate here.
You're going to get hard if you play us. That's just how we operate here.
Whoa. You left out hit.
No, I said you're going to get hit hard.
You didn't say it. You did, man. You said you're going to get hard
if you play us.
Man, pull that back.
Please, 713-572-4610.
I'll have it for you.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch.
That'll be today's outro.
If you heard him say hit, gonna get hit.
That's weight room right there, baby.
And the world's all right with me.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Falcons and Eagles face off in Philadelphia. Hear it tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. We're talking about the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder. When I say turnkey, damn it, I mean it. They do everything. It's start to finish, site prep work, property plan design, construction, all the necessary permitting and HOA paperwork. 17 years experience in the business right here in this area. Our Vision Homes, they've been leading the pack for 17 years, and you need to let that 17 years and that leader of the pack work for you. If you're thinking about building a custom home, you're thinking about building your dream home, Our Vision Homes is the way to go. You got questions, they have answers, man. Check this out. Our Vision Homes, they've got an information and design center in Magnolia, furnished model homes in Texas Grand Ranch and Republic Grand Ranch, all of which are open 7 days a week. Why? It's easy. So you, the customer, the client, can schedule a no-pressure personal Q&A session with an Our Vision specialist to get all your questions answered. Or you can attend one of their monthly build-on-your-own-lot workshops. You don't have to have your own lot. They help you find the dirt if you need some help. But these workshops are tremendous, y'all. You can get all the answers directly from the mouths of the Our Vision owners and their knowledgeable staff. The next workshop, September the 21st. September the 21st. These things are in high demand. You need to RSVP to make sure that you have a spot. Go to ourvisionhomes.com. To RSVP, go to ourvisionhomes.com to get all the details that you need. And most importantly, go to ourvisionhomes.com to get inspired. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-45, the Gulf Freeway, northbound before El Dorado. It's a stall that sits on the entrance ramp. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. After Week 1, Kyler Murray said it's not his job to get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr., and it was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Hey, Kyler, you're the quarterback. Of course it's your job to get the ball to your star rookie wide receiver. And when Kyler finally did that in Week 2, the Cardinals beat the Rams, with Marvin Harrison Jr. going for 130 yards with 2 touchdowns on 4 catches. I'm Zach Gelb.
Texans fans, do you want to see the hottest new office technologies? If so, don't miss ImageNet Consulting's Technology Showcase, October 3rd from 12 to 4 p.m. Meet Texans legends Brian Cushing and Jonathan Joseph. Snap photos with Texans cheerleaders, win Texans football tickets, and enjoy fantastic food. Plus, see the newest office tech that can boost your business. Spaces are limited, so RSVP now at imagenet.com/RSVP.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing, even in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Buying a home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. Before you tour a home, the real estate professional you're working with may ask you to sign a buyer's agreement, which describes the services you'll receive, each party's role and responsibilities, and how your agent will be compensated, all of which you'll want to discuss with them up front. So work with an agent who's a Realtor. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors with a duty to honestly represent you and put your interests above their own, because that's who we are.
O'Reilly. Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1, and literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the program, the DeMeco Ryans program here in wake of a victory over the Chicago Bears, 19-13. Texans 2-0 with the Vikings up next. Plenty on them and all that happened on the Sunday night special with the coach, DeMeco Ryans. But first, C.J. Stroud, after the victory, how would he describe the offensive attack?
First half, I felt like we played really good, definitely knew that they were going to try to stop the run and just did some different schemes for that. So try to throw it. Thought we threw it pretty well in the first half. The second half, we were just flat. Just needed a big play or just needed to play, just stack plays, really. And we just couldn't find our rhythm. So, that's a good defense over there. A lot of respect to those guys. They had a good plan for us. So, it's good to learn in the dub, but, I definitely know that we'll be better.
So what's the focus going to be on when Stroud and the offense get together in team meetings this week?
It's a multitude of things, but I feel like just shooting ourselves in the foot, it's never really them. We run a type of play style where regardless of the coverage or whatever it is, it's up to the players to execute. So I definitely think we gotta stop getting penalties. That's one thing. Another is just stop shooting ourselves in the foot, had on a hat in the run game, had on a hat in the passing game, and really just stop getting in our own way.
As we all know, the Texans started 0-2 last year. They're 2-0 this year. What's the difference? What has CJ learned in year 2?
0-2 is a lot worse than 2-0. So, I'm definitely grateful, definitely, blessed to be playing this great game. But, it's definitely a lot of things we can clean up. I think around the league you can see that, though, you know what I mean? A lot of sloppy ball, some teams playing better than others, but I definitely know that, Texan football was not what we put on the field today, but, at least in the second half, we'll definitely be better for sure.
Nico Collins leads the league in receiving yards, and Stroud and he clearly have a great connection. How has that grown over the year plus that they've worked together?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Nico, we've always had a good relationship and always, read each other well on the field. But I think even now, we'll take the next steps, and you can see Steph getting involved more, Tank getting involved, Dalton, Brev. We're just trying to spread it around, and we have so many dynamic players. So, it's a good problem to have.
One more from CJ for now. Kaimi Fairbairn, a historic start for him, 7 for 7, 6 of those field goals from 50+. What has he meant to the team?
Yeah, he got ice in his veins, man. I'm super happy and proud of him. And he broke a record today or something like that. So, we definitely need him. All points are big points. And I definitely think the preparation and just who he is at practice, you know that he's going to knock it down just because how hard he is on himself during practice. And, it was a great job by our special teams today, blocking it. Also, punt. Tommy doing his job as well. So, it takes 3 phases of football to win a football game.
Well, there's a little spotlight on C.J. Stroud. Will Anderson coming up a little bit later in the program, and Nico Collins, plus a conversation with Danielle Hunter from the Postgame show with Sean and Clint you're not going to want to miss. But you're also not going to want to miss this. DeMeco Ryans in studio. John Harris and I have a conversation. With us now in studio, Coach DeMeco Ryans. Coach, congratulations. I want to start macro here because you play in so many close games, had another one against the Bears. And what's a key factor? It seems like the closeness of the team, the togetherness that you're building as a culture, however you want to word it. How helpful is that when you're trying to pull out a close game at the end, everybody sticking it together?
That's very important, right? You have to know that no matter who's on the field, whatever unit is on the field, whether it's special teams, we're lining up for a field goal, it's offense, need a big play, defense needs a stop. When you're on that sideline, you feel like whatever the moment is, however big the moment is, like that unit is going to step up and make the play that we need to be made to help us win the game.
Coach, I want to ask you this, and I'll make sure I ask this in the right way, because you guys play with an edge. There's a fine line with playing with an edge and kind of going over the line to make sure you have 15-yard penalties and things like that. But where is that kind of fine line? Because I love watching us play because it feels like, yeah, we're the bully. We've got the edge on our team. But where's that kind of fine line where you don't kind of cross it and have 15-yard penalties and such?
Yeah, I mean, we want to be the most physical team when we step on the field.
Yeah.
Each and every game, we're going to be the most physical team. Now, with that, everything is within the rules. Everything is within, the field of play. Like, we want to make sure we're legal with everything that we're doing. Like, where we got out of line with the penalty with Nico, like, we just have to allow them to get the penalty. Right? We don't need to be the because there's always going to be the second guy who gets seen, right? So Nico's there, guy pokes him in the eye or pushes him, and Nico retaliates, but we can't do it that way, right? Just be the bigger man, take it and let's try to get them to, draw the penalty. And the same with, the scuffle on the sideline with Aziz. He knows it, right? He just have to be smart. We can't throw a punch. And that's one thing that happened. Like even when we're out at practice and training camp, when things get heated and they're hot and guys are gonna get into scuffles a little bit in training camp. The one thing I always mention to guys is if you throw a punch, you're out, right? Yeah. So you just have to understand we can't do those type of things.
All right, what about the defense swarming? That looked like swarm to all of us, and it looked like they were enjoying themselves going after the quarterback, going after the running game.
Yeah, that was the definition of swarm. Right? When I envisioned it and envisioned how we play and our style of play, from our defense, I mean, the way our D-line was just pretty much harassing the quarterback. Like every time he stepped back in the pocket, it was multiple people on him, and he was not comfortable in the pocket at all. So seeing him be uncomfortable, seeing it not just be one guy, but it was 4 or 5 guys around him every time he dropped back. And also just seeing our guys when they tried to run the ball on the perimeter, whether it was screens or outside zone plays, like seeing how many guys showed up, how physical we were playing on the edge, like that effort that our guys showed, that's what swarming looks like.
Coach, I think, was it 9 guys had multiple pressures during the game. So I ask you this, is it, as you're calling the defense, are you thinking about trying to free up maybe your guy, like a particular guy? Okay, this guy's hot. Like we got to maybe scheme him up, or we got to make sure we get him free, get him the matchup he wants. Or, okay, this offensive lineman is struggling. We want to attack him, or we want to attack that side. Or is it a combination of both?
Yeah, that's a great question. Going into a game, sometimes you always try to see the tackles first, right? Mm-hmm. And can your ends, or do you feel good about your ends winning the one-on-ones on their tackles? So we really feel good about Daniil, right, on their right tackle. And he won a lot of those matchups, was really good. And then on the other side, or sometimes with different looks and schemes, sometimes you want to get, an end, let's say, instead of being outside, you want to see if we can get a stunt where he can get inside on a guard or a center. And this particular matchup this past week, we wanted to attack the middle of the pocket, wanted to attack their center and put him in some stressful situations. And that's what you saw, as many different guys, whether it's our D tackles or our ends, like seeing them apply pressure up the middle where we saw a vulnerable spot with their center position. That's where we wanted to attack.
What are you seeing from Henry in year 2, Coach, the growth of his play?
I thought Henry tackled really well. I think it was one of his – I saw the confidence in Henry. I saw him, flying around. He's playing patient, but when he needed to pull the trigger, he pulled the trigger, and he was on it. Like when I say he was physical, he was making plays sideline to sideline. That's what you want to see from Henry there. Kamari's probably a little mad at him. Negated Kamari's interception there. Didn't have to. Got a little tug on the tight end there, but Henry had a really nice game. And just to see the look in his eye, he was confident. He was feeling it.
Coach, Kamari makes that catch over his shoulder. Then the interception that does count, he goes up and snatches one out of the air. And I talked about it with you yesterday a little bit about Sting. Those two seem to have tremendous ball skills. So in Kamari and looking at young corners, where does ball skills kind of rank within the things that you want to see or have to see out of a corner? You want to see all the feet and all that, but where's it where, this guy knows how to play the ball and actually catch the ball? Where does that actually rank kind of in your rankings of where you look for a corner?
Yeah, as I'm looking at corners, when a guy, first off, you want to see if a guy is sticky in coverage. Right? And a guy is sticky, okay, he's in position. Now, can we help him, right, to go make a play on the ball? That's one thing to think about. Yeah. But when you see a guy who can go up and take the ball, sometimes you can't teach it.
Right.
Or you can't teach the ball. Guys who have that confidence when the ball is in the air and they don't worry about the receiver, but they're going to play the ball. That's a skill set that some guys have and some guys don't have it. So when I'm looking at corners, I really try to look at their background and study guys and see, okay, who as a corner possibly play a receiver in high school. Those guys do a really nice job of just being able naturally going and tracking the football when it's up in the air. If guys haven't played a receiver, they've been DBs all their life. Probably don't have really good hands and probably don't do a good job of tracking the football.
And like you said with Kalen, he played baseball. He played center field, so tracking the ball from there is pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely shows with Kalen. The center field, we put him back in the post, and he does a really great job of just playing with great depth and really playing as we say, red line to red line.
Yep.
What's it going to take to run the ball the way you want to consistently, Coach? Because I know you had it in week 1, week 2, not as good, but it's all part of the offense, which did function well enough for you to win. But what about that phase?
And with the run game, I think it starts just our mentality of really attacking the line of scrimmage, right? Too many times this past game, I felt like we were a little stagnant. They had some stunts and some little pressures from the outside that kind of got us, and they created penetration in our running game, and we weren't able to get going. When we ran the ball well versus the Colts, we were flying off the ball, and we were playing on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage, creating running lanes, and we just have to get back to playing faster up front.
Coach, since you've been here, what's the growth that you've seen in Nico Collins? Because last night, we were just seeing it again. Like, he did it against the Colts. He did it last night against the Chicago Bears, but it's just different elements. He makes the one-handed catch on the sideline, shows the nimble getting the feet in, all that kind of stuff, and then you see the power on the touchdown run. What have you seen since you've gotten here in Nico Collins?
Man, I've seen the confidence just go out of the, like, he knows, like, that you can't cover me, like type mentality. And as a receiver, when you play that way, because Nico's a big receiver already, a lot of corners already smaller than him, so he plays big man ball out there, right? He is the baddest, the toughest guy. When he lines up, he knows it. The opposing corner knows it, and he goes and shows them, right, when the ball is snapped. And also the growth from him is in that moment, that critical moment when you need a play, like, give the ball to me. Like, he's ready for that moment, and he executes in the moment. Nico doesn't talk a lot, doesn't say much, but, man, his play speaks loudly for him, right? And I love the way he even on his touchdown, the one thing that stuck out to me, I love how he finished it, just with that physical mindset. Like, that one, probably one of my favorite plays of the game, just seeing that swarm mentality from the offensive side.
Yeah, he loves the weight room, too.
Yeah, he does, because in the mic'd up segment last week against the Colts, he said weight room after he made a play. And what about that part of it, though? Strength and conditioning is a huge part of this game, and winning does occur there in that prep.
It definitely occurs there. Our strength and conditioning group, they've done a great job with our guys of training them the right way. And you can't, like, a lot of times, guys, they hit it hard in the off season and it gets stronger and they're ready to go when the season starts. Well, how do you maintain that strength throughout the season, or how do you continue to add strength throughout the season? Our guys do a great job of training our guys, and when guys love the weight room like Nico, if you love it, you'll get better.
We've got a lot more coming up with the head coach in the next segment, but a few reminders here. With the Texans winning, you get deals. Pizza Hut, 50% off menu price pizzas at participating locations. Use the code Texans. What about Buffalo Wild Wings? 6 free wings because the Texans forced a turnover. In fact, they had 2 picks, Stingley and Lassiter. So you get 6 free wings from Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to eat there, but it's great. 1 redemption per person per visit. Of course, you know that's got to be the case. If they have a passing touchdown, they did. Stroud to Collins. Well, you get 6 free McNuggets at Houston area McDonald's. Today only, the day after the game. So download the McDonald's app today for more. And a free donut at the Kroger Bakery the day after a Texans win, 1 per person. It's not too late for a donut, is it? No, you get all those deals. Go to HoustonTexans.com for more information. More with the head coach coming up. We'll also hear from Will Anderson Jr. You can have a conversation with Danielle Hunter during the postgame show and a lot more. It's coming up on the DeMeco Ryans program. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses, because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at CDW.com.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Hey Texans fans, did you know you can win real gear worn by your favorite Texans players on the field on Sundays? Head to Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app to bid on team-issued items like jerseys, footballs, cleats, and pants. Some signed by your Houston Texans. Texans Bids is the only place to find game-used merchandise and offers unique autographed memorabilia. If you don't bid, you can't win. So click on Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app today.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut pizza? You do. Duh. Texans win, you win 50% off Pizza Hut pizza on Mondays after the winning game. Every winning game. Use code TEXANS on PizzaHut.com and start your winner's party off right. What are you waiting for? Texans win, you win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Okay, carry the one. Texans win, you win. Boom, 50% off. No one out pizzas the Hut. 50% off menu price pizzas valid the Monday after the winning game only.
The Texans improved to 2-0 with a win over the Bears.
Here's the snap. Here's the rush. Williams with time. Guns it downfield right side. Incomplete. And the Texans take over on downs. They'll win on Sunday Night Football.
All the guys, the way they were rushing and the way we were recovering in the back end, that really set things apart for us.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Right back to it here on the DeMeco Ryans program. Before we get back to the head coach, how about some thoughts from Will Anderson Jr.? Busy, sack and a half, very active. He and Danielle Hunter, in fact, 6 different Texans had sacks in a 7-sack game. And Anderson was asked afterwards how elusive Caleb Williams is. How tough was it to bring him down?
Yeah, first I just got to start by thanking God, man. He deserves all the praise and worship, man. He's just been moving unbelievably, man. And the favor and anointing that he has over this team is unbelievable, man. And I just got to give him all the praise. And, man, the D-line, man, I think that was one of the things that we talk about, just being the engine of the team. And we got goals of how many sacks we won each game. And we just got the right group of guys in the room to do that, man. And then Caleb, man, he was slippery. But when we came back to the sideline and somebody missed a sack, keep chopping wood is going to come. And 9 times out of 10, the person that makes the sack, they end up getting the sack tonight, man. And that's what it's all about, just keep chopping wood.
Even though Williams would escape occasionally, the Texans certainly did get to him. How much fun was that for everybody up front?
Man, it's always fun getting after any quarterback, man. I think this week we just wanted to just keep putting pressure on his face. And watching the tape like last week, man, we're just gelling more, trying to get, better at rushing together. That was our first time last week, and I think we did a hell of a job this week rushing together and having fun, man. And that's what it's all about.
Another almost too close for comfort kind of game with the Bears having the ball, final possession, chance to actually take the lead and win. What about letting them hang around? How did Will Anderson Jr. feel about that?
Yeah, most definitely, man. It wasn't a clean game. We got some stuff to get better at, go back to the drawing board and keep doing. We can't let teams keep hanging around when we got them, off and, they're down and stuff like that. So we just got to be able to close these games out and not make it close, not make it always a dogfight.
We talked about the offense earlier and how it wasn't their best day, but it was a good enough day to win. Well, defensively, against the run, the Texans have been stellar through the first 2 games. That factor, what about that? Will Anderson Jr.?
Yeah, most definitely, man. Like I said, I think it's just one of those things where we just got to keep the same mentality, man, of nobody runs the ball on us. Keep them to the goals that we have for ourselves as a defense and as a D-line, man, and take integrity in that and keep bringing that to every game.
Big theme of the weekend. Everybody else in the AFC South 0-2, Texans 2-0. Will Anderson Jr., happy about that?
Yeah, man, it's very key. It's not so more about them, just about us and how we, how are we training, how are we doing the right things, how are we going 1-0 each week, how are we preparing, how are we coming in this building taking care of business, man. And I think that's what it's all about, man. So we can only worry about what's going on in here, my bad, I'm sorry, and just keep chopping wood and make sure that we're doing the things that we need to do.
Bumped into somebody right there. What about this, the atmosphere? The roof opened as late as possible in the day so the building would stay cool, and it was fine. And by fine, I mean special, with the fireworks, with the flyover, with the Coast Guard helicopters, the wristbands lighting up, the halftime show. What was the atmosphere like for the players?
Man, it was rocking. It was rocking. I had chills when I got out there, and I looked up, and I've never seen the stadium open, man, and it's just wonderful to see the city come out, man. And that's what we do it for. We do it for the fans, man. Of course, our families and ourselves, but we really want H-Town to mean something, man. We really want the fans to be a part of something great, man, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Well, we mentioned that Nico Collins went off, had the huge night, leads the league in receiving yards. Anderson had a feeling about Nico's big night.
Man, I seen Nico today when I walked in, and I could tell he was going to go off already, man. He just had this type of swag and demeanor to him, man, that, like, nobody can mess with him, man. And that's the type of confidence that he carries around, man. And I'm so proud of him, man. He's a dynamic player. He's great for us, man. He's going to keep making big plays for us. He's going to keep stepping up, man. And we have all belief in him to keep doing that.
Will Anderson Jr., also a guest on the Sunday Night Football in America program after the game, the victory over the Bears. Now let's get right back to our conversation with DeMeco Ryans, Johnny Harris, asking about Will and his defensive mates, including the former Viking.
Coach, one of the things that stood out, second play of the game last night, you think about Daniil's, stat line. I mean, his rushes were amazing. So were Will's. But I felt like you earn your pass rush opportunities, and he set the edge on that play against Jones and literally just rocked Jones, and then he makes the TFL. I don't want to say it's a little thing, but setting the edge against the run. But you think for those edge guys, it's all sexy stuff. It's rushing the quarterback doing that. But how cool is it to see your guys, Daniil and Will, especially set the edge in the run game, and how successful or how much has that led to the success of your run defense?
It was really important to us because that was one thing when we challenged Daniil on being better at, right? Being able to set the edge, and from our backside guys, seeing Will being able to close on the backside. So for us to be able to rush and, get after the quarterback, how we got after the quarterback, you have to stop the run. So to hold their running back, I think, to 14 carries for 18 yards, that was huge. And it started with Daniil and his mindset. It was a run, a scheme run that they thought they can get outside on us, and now you stop one of their top runs. Okay, now the play caller is flipping the sheet. Where do I go to next? Right? And so I'm very proud of the way the guys stopped the run, and we have to continue to stop the run every single week and force teams to drop back and pass the ball.
Kahimi Fairbairn appreciation question coming up here, Coach, because, my goodness, what a start for him. Amazing. And at the end of the half, you get backed up to make it a 59-yarder, and you probably felt like, hey, he's got this, pretty confident that he's going to make that one. What about the way he's playing?
Can't say enough about Amy and the way he's playing. For a guy, the kicker, right, who's the most important guy, right, when you need him, right, you need points. Our offense drove down, got us in range, and, and Emi is just, he's confident, he's kicking it really well, and, for me, it gives me confidence, right, as a head coach, like, hey, we're in range, let's go. Offense, hey, we're in range. Don't screw this up.
Right.
Don't go backwards. We're in range. We got, when I say we're in range, I'm on the head side, like, we got points. Mm-hmm. So don't go back. And for me to be able to say that to our coach, and the offense feels that, and we can go out and operate that way, man, that's very confident going into a game when your kicker is on.
Coach, we've talked about this a lot. And as a coach, whenever you see growth and you see progress, you see guys just get better week after week after week, year after year after year, that's got to be such a rewarding feeling. Jalen Petrie last night maybe felt like the best game that I've seen him play in his 3 years here. He was active, but one of the things that I noticed was just tackling. His tackling was really good. His technique was good. You could see arms out, wrapping up, and those kind of things. What were your thoughts about the way Jalen played last night, and what's he bringing to your defense and what you can do with him?
Yeah, Jalen brings just that relentless energy, relentless mindset. It's so much that I can do with Jalen, whether it's blitzing, covering. Like, I can put him in so many different spots, and I started to do a little bit more of that this past week. He's very smart, right? He can handle whatever I throw at him. I got you, coach. Like, he's ready to go. And he plays, once he lines up, he plays with his hair, like the definition of playing with your hair on fire. Watch Jalen Petrie play, right? That tackling, that's one thing Jalen had to improve from his rookie year, even throughout last year, is just the tackling. Now you see him just not so much reaching or trying to arm tackle. He's tackling body on body, physical contact, tackling with his shoulders pads. Like, it was, man, some of the biggest hits I've seen that Jalen Petrie had. It was outstanding play by him. The energy that he provided to our entire team by the way he played was unreal.
Yeah. So Lassiter, rookie, playing well. Stover doesn't play as much, but he played well too. Fourth down, confidence to go to him in that situation. What is it about the rookies that they have to learn very quickly, and the way your veterans are helping them assimilate and contribute immediately? Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Right. I remember telling our rookies when they first came, it's not time for you to sit back and wait. Oh, I'm just going to watch the veterans and learn how. Like, no, we need you to make plays right now. We need you to show up and, like, help our team win games, right? And I think they all got that message, and to see Cade show up on 4th and 1 when we really need a big-time play. I mean, to get that play, it's Joe being able to cut the end and get that. CJ was able to get the ball off big time by Cade. But I love the next play by Cade. We do the reverse with Tank. Who's the lead blocker? It's Cade out as a lead blocker, leading Tank down the sideline. And Cade has done a great job. Excited to see him get more opportunities and more reps because he's deserving it.
Is James Casey a good comp? Ooh, because he played a little fullback too.
That is a good comp. James Casey, former teammate. Shout out to James. I think he's still coaching. He's coaching tight ends now in Cincinnati.
Yeah, done a good job with him. Speaking of doing a good job, I don't know how far we are into our interview here, Mark, but far enough that we haven't gotten to. We talked about our quarterback, C.J. Stroud. I think you know him. No turnovers. That's been fantastic. Throws another touchdown. I think he's 26-5 since he got into the league, which is pretty amazing. How have you seen him grow, Coach, and what have you seen kind of in the growth of the command of the offense, just leading the team and those kind of things from CJ and his performance last night?
Yeah, CJ, again, another great performance. I think for me, how I've seen him grow is really, I know in the pocket, when it's clean, and our O-line does a great job protecting. Like CJ, he's throwing dimes all over the field. I think where he's growing at is where when things do break down, you don't want it to break down, but it happens, right? Pressure or somebody misses up front. To see his escapability, right? See him get out of the pocket and be able to make plays off schedule, like that's where I see him taking his game to the next level. We don't want to live there, but when your quarterback is able to also escape the pocket and make plays, and you got to deal with him in the pocket, he's not just a one-dimensional quarterback. So seeing his game just grow and evolve, it's been very fun to watch.
Well, you look around the league, and it's something we can never take for granted that he's playing at that level, right?
I'm thankful. Right, every time we go out to practice, watching him operate, we show up in games. Like, to win in this league, you have to have a quarterback who can run the show, right? And to have such a young guy who's able to do that and provide confidence to our entire team, and have everyone behind him and seeing the throws and everything that he's capable of doing, like it's very confident, right? And I know how hard it is to win in this league. And you don't win if your quarterback does not play well. If your quarterback does not protect the football well, you don't win games, right? And so to see how he plays, how smart he is with protecting the ball, how smart he is just with running and operating the entire offense, and I'm so proud of CJ and so happy that we were able to get him.
Coach, one of the things, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't sleep. So
me neither.
I was watching the game back, and I wasn't really listening, but then I heard them talk about CJ mentioning to the announce crew that he learned something from last year in talking to the veterans about going back and watching something positive about yourself. And he said he would watch the Ohio State-Georgia game because that was something that, he was very positive. I mean, that was a great game for him. It's one a lot of people talk about. And I thought that was kind of interesting to kind of think about it from that way. So as a coach, do you ever do that sometimes, just step back and just watch a game in which, you know what, we won the game. It was a great game. I want to watch this game and watch my team, how we led, not dive into the X's and O's, but just watch your team have success in a positive manner. You ever kind of done something like that, or are you just always in the X's and O's?
No, man. I did it just today.
Yeah.
Just going back watching this game. I was having so much fun just sitting in my office. I'm late to my meeting. I'm sorry, guys. I was having so much fun just watching And the cool thing, it was just guy after guy, and the style of play. It wasn't not nothing about the X's and O's. It's like how our tight ends were blocking on the edge. Right. Like how LT just ejected one of their D tackles and then goes up and gets a safety. Just watching the style of play from everybody on our team, that excites me. And now when I go into a team meeting, what do I show? I'm showing all of those positive plays. Right. So guys can imprint that in their brain, like this is how we play. This is our style. This is who we are. Everybody knows that we can get better, but let's not talk about that right now.
Yeah.
Right? Let's hone in on the positive and let this just seep in and make sure this becomes who we are.
Yep. All right, Minnesota, what can you tell us? I know it's relatively early in the week, but here you go, taking on an opponent that's 2-0, just beat the 49ers. What do you think, Coach?
Yeah, really good team, 2-0. They're well coached. I think Kevin does a really good job there. Defensively, they're going to give us a lot of different looks. Right? They do a great job of disguising their looks, just watching them early. They're showing you one thing, and they're moving to something else. So for us, we're going to have to be able to handle when the picture changes on the defensive side, just making sure we go to the right spot with the football. Offensively, got Sam Darnold. Now Sam is a veteran, been around for a while. He'll play. He played our defense last week. They played the Niners to run a similar scheme that we run. So it'll be some carryover there and see how we can attack him and make him uncomfortable. But they did a really good job on third down. I think they had a lot of third down conversions that kept drives going. So I already know going into the game, it's going to be how we operate on third down and how well we handle the noise in Minnesota. We know it's a loud play. It's difficult to play. We handle that well on the offensive side, get off the field on third down, I think we'll be in a good spot.
All right, I've got one more for you because on the Today Show, your staff in the cafe was featured making all the meals for the players, getting very specific individual requirements and requests, making sure everyone gets what they need to regen and refuel. What about the job they do and how important that is, Coach?
Oh, our staff they're unbelievable. Anything that anyone needs, they are ready to serve. And I love all the people who work in there. They treat everyone with love. Every time you go in, they're always having a great day. You're going to be greeted with a smile, and however they can help, they're willing to help. And that's what sets them apart. Some of the staff has been here since I was playing.
Yeah.
And to see, some of them still around, still willing to reach out and help everybody around. It's just fun to see. And for me, sometimes I forget to eat lunch, and so I'm running around all hectic and crazy at times. And I come in, and it's probably like 3:30, 4 o'clock, and they have a box for me. Like, Coach, we got lunch for you. So it's just
nice.
It's just unbelievable. I love everyone in our staff, in our cafe. They do an unbelievable job.
And a lot of the bonding happens in there too with the players, right? Not just the locker room, but in there too.
Yeah, that's where you get it. Sitting down, eating a meal. That's where you get to know your teammates, right? And that's where a lot of conversations go. And it's not always about football, right? You get to spend time with guys talking about family and things off the field. So it's a very special place. A lot of special people in there. Love everyone who works in there.
And that piece on the Today Show is available online as well. I'm sure we're going to put it out on our platforms. I might run the audio later in the week. It's really good stuff. All right, coming up, You heard the coach in studio. What about the post-game in the locker room? And what about post-game with Johnny? That sounded different. His voice has actually recovered a lot since then. Daniil Hunter, Houstonian. He came to the playoff game against the Browns. What was it like to be part of the atmosphere last night? Directly involved. He sat in with Sean and Clint on the post-game show. You'll hear some of that. It's all coming up. Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
the Texans improved to 2-0 with a win over the Bears.
CJ looking. CJ firing downfield. Hits Nico. 10, 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston.
It's just about winning, right? And they're not always going to be pretty, but you just have to find a way to win, and that's what I'm most proud about with our guys.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled onions, melty cheese. I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swag. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Okay, it's football season, and you know what that means. It's time to light up a new grill from Texas Star Grill Shop. Save hundreds on the full lineup of Traeger wood pellet grills. I've got one. Build the quality outdoor kitchen you've always wanted at a great price. They now have 4 locations to better serve the Houston area with free assembly and delivery. That's huge. Say Texans at checkout, and they'll throw in a special gift. TexasStarGrillShop.com. Texas Star Grill Shop, the best grills at the best price.
Gear up for college football, H-Town, because a rival showdown is coming to NRG Stadium for the first time since 2011. Get your tickets now to secure your seats in the stands on Saturday, September 28th at 2 p.m. as the Sam Houston Bearcats and the Texas State Bobcats go head-to-head on the NRG Stadium turf. You can even get discounted group ticket opportunities and enjoy game day together with 10 or more of your friends and family. Don't miss this Texas-sized matchup. Visit lsse.net for tickets and suites information now.
Now, more Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Moving right along with the DeMeco Ryans program. After the game, another victorious locker room speech. What was this one like after beating the Bears?
Hey, guys, hey, congrats on the win, man. Yeah. Congrats on the win. It's hard to win. Hey, what I love love most about it, right? We know that's not us, not clean, all right? Too many penalties, a lot of things we can clean up, but it's much better to clean it up when you win, all right? So congrats to everybody in here, man. 2-0, right? 2-0. Let's keep stacking. A lot of work, all right? Let's come back to work. We got a good team next week, man. Minnesota, we got to go to. Everybody, get your mind right. Let's come back ready to work. Getting better this week. Everybody with me? So congrats, man. Love the way you guys work right there. Defense, way to close it out, boys. All right.
I could never get tired of post-game victorious locker room speeches by DeMeco Ryans. Now let's move on to the Amegy Bank Amazing Plays of the Game, brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, home of the amazing credit cards for business, subject to credit approval. Restrictions apply. Here we go. Now, sacks aplenty, 7 of them, 6 different players factoring in. Early sack, Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. Crowd revs it up. 3-0 Houston, 3rd and 9, Bears at the Houston 25, shotgun for Williams. Carter in motion to the left. Here's the snap. Here's the rush. Williams in trouble. Williams is going to go down. Will Anderson, and who's on the bottom of the pile trying to take the ball away? Danielle Hunter, who's seen the Bears many times as a Viking. And he'll see the Vikings next week on the road. 2-0 teams hooking up. What about a 4th down try? Would they get a rookie involved? Well, everybody bunched in here on 4th down and less than a yard. Stroud to throw, and he passes right side. Stover